When the blood moon hangs overhead, the entire world plunges into absolute madness. A catastrophic mental pollution spreads like a virus. Hideous monsters with eyeball-covered tentacles creep in, crazed mutants butcher each other in a frenzy, and desolate ruined towns are left echoing with corpses and screams. Amidst this decaying world crawling with S-class monsters and utter despair, our protagonist emerges. Looking like nothing but a low-level office worker, he dutifully goes to work every day, acting gentle, polite, and caring about only one thing: saving up money to buy a house. But don't let that gentle smile fool you, because the instant he is pushed over the edge, he is ready to draw his gun and fire with absolute pinpoint precision. And just look at the weapons backing him up. A towering monstrous father with a pitch-black blade ready to shred any enemy. An elegant mother with a bone-chilling smile, wielding giant scissors to snip away any life. And a cute little sister clutching a teddy bear who loves hanging upside down from the ceiling but treats tearing monsters apart like ripping up mere toys. A warm, happy family on the surface, but one that makes any powerful organization or demon tremble in absolute terror. No tedious level grinding, no endless moral lecturing. He just strikes on contact, neutralizing colossal monsters with raw, bloody violence, while constantly claiming to be a law-abiding citizen. This is a masterpiece that seamlessly blends madness, horror, psychological depth, and breathtaking explosive action. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Today, join us as we step into the world under the shadow of the Red Moon, following the footsteps of the most abnormal office worker in history to see. Between humans and demons, who is the real monster? Let's get started. After the Red Moon descended upon the city, a virus known as mental pollution began to spread rapidly. As usual, Lu Xin returned home after a tiring day of work. In their warm and cozy home, his father was busy preparing dinner, his mother was on the phone discussing business, and his adorable little sister was eating snacks while eagerly waiting for her brother to return. At first glance, this truly looked like a happy family. Standing at the doorstep, Lu Xin hesitated for a moment before unlocking the door with his key. "I'm home." The moment she saw him, his sister's face lit up with a brilliant smile. "Brother Ju, you're back." Lu Xin then took out a cute plush teddy bear and gave it to her. "Little 17, here's the teddy bear you asked me to buy." Receiving the plush toy, little 17 affectionately cradled it in her arms. "Ah, thank you, brother, I love it." Just then, the bandage on the little girl's arm slipped off, revealing an arm covered in densely packed, stitched wounds. It was hard to imagine what this petite girl had gone through. Meanwhile, their mother had just finished her work. "Lu Xin, you're back just in time. Play with your sister for a bit. Mom needs to head downstairs." Seeing his mother in a rush, Lu Xin asked in confusion, "Mom, is there some emergency? Didn't we agree to have dinner together?" Taking a pair of scissors from the cabinet, his mother slowly left with a meaningful smile. "It's nothing major, just a small misunderstanding with our neighbor, Auntie Zhang. Mom will be right back." Seeing this, Lu Xin wanted to stop her by saying dinner was almost ready, but ultimately decided against it. "I understand." The mysterious smile on his face suggested he had already anticipated what would happen next. Our protagonist, Lu Xin, is an ordinary 9-to-5 office worker in Qinggong City. At this moment, he was enjoying a mundane yet warm dinner with his family. However, there was something deeply unsettling about them. During the meal, Lu Xin's heavily built father suddenly slammed a wine bottle onto the table and roared in anger, "You useless piece of trash, how dare you enter my kitchen? Get the hell out, go die all of you. Damn it, no matter how much I peel, I can't finish peeling them. No matter how I cook them, they always taste so terrible." Looking at his massive hulking frame was truly spine-chilling. Just then, the sound of sirens blaring from outside made his father even more furious. Shut up, fucking noise all day long, can't even let a man have a quiet meal." Unable to take it anymore, he slammed the window open and cursed at the top of his lungs. "Useless surveillance room, you can't find shit this damn street, doing nothing but spying on people all day." Seeing her father fly into a rage, little 17 trembled all over and looked to her brother for help. "Brother, I'm scared." Lu Xin quickly comforted his sister in a gentle voice. "Be a good girl, little 17. It's okay, Dad is just..." Right at that moment, their mother returned home. "What are you shouting about again? You have such a loud mouth. I could hear you all the way down the hallway. Stop talking nonsense or you'll scare the kids." The moment his mother walked in, Lu Xin noticed she was covered in blood. Yet there was no trace of surprise on his face, as if this was a daily occurrence. Seeing his wife return, Lu Xin's father grew even more agitated, cursing relentlessly. "These little bastards deserve to die, all of them, and you damn bitch, you deserve to die too." Instead of getting angry, Lu Xin's mother flashed a brilliant smile. "Right, in your eyes, everyone deserves to die except you." Before she could even finish, Lu Xin's father lunged in front of her, his eyes wide with rage. "What did you say?" Instead of backing down, Lu Xin's mother continued to provoke him. "Because everyone else lives a better life than you. You're the only one who clings to life like a maggot in the sewer, terrified of dying. But do you know what? Even if they all die, you still won't." However, before she could finish her sentence, she was hit with a vicious slap across the face. "You fucking whore, are you looking for death?" Despite being covered in blood, Lu Xin's mother didn't stop. Instead, she laughed hysterically. "How wonderful, this crazed look of yours is absolutely magnificent, you worthless piece of trash." His sore spot hit. His father's body suddenly mutated, sharp bone spurs erupting all over his skin. How dare you call me trash, I'm going to fucking kill you." His already massive body became even more terrifying. He rained down punch after punch, flesh and blood splattering everywhere in an extremely gruesome scene. Meanwhile, little 17 ran to the corner clutching her teddy bear, trembling all over. "Daddy is beating mommy again," but suddenly a manic grin slowly spread across her face. "I'm so happy, so happy. I'm really so happy." The teddy bear she had cherished like a treasure just moments ago was ripped to shreds in the blink of an eye. Like an unleashed beast, little 17 scrambled frantically up the walls, eventually hanging upside down from the chandelier, letting out a chilling, eerie laugh. Ha 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 ha. "This is so incredibly happy." While his entire family descended into madness, Lu Xin remained quietly in his seat, thoroughly enjoying his delicious dinner. Although his family quarreled from time to time in a world shrouded by the red moon, having a complete family was already an incredibly fortunate thing. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the scene inside Lu Xin's home was entirely different. At this moment, he was clearly the only person in the room, yet there were traces of several people's activities. If that was indeed the case, things would get tricky. This woman was named Chen Jing. She looked unfathomable, and her staff members were continuously reporting their observations. "The pollution level of mental mutant number 13 has been measured." Just then, a man's voice suddenly echoed from a dark corner. "Does he have the potential to be recruited? How big is the potential threat? What are his specific abilities?" Chen Jing immediately reported. "It's still unclear. Unlike other mental mutants, he currently only displays an extremely strong mutated state. He appears perfectly normal, goes to and from work on time, and even handles his job quite well, though he does suffer from occasional mental disturbances." Hearing this, the man showed some interest. "Sounds like he has great potential and is easy to guide. Have we tried sending a Dreamweaver into his dreams for testing?" Chen Jing slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and replied with a cold expression. "We did. But after that Dreamweaver entered his dream, they never came out again." The next day at the company, Lu Xin was enthusiastically helping a new employee as usual. However, all he got in return was the disdain and mockery of his colleagues. "Oh, look at our resident do-gooder, training a newbie again. You're already worked to the bone with your own job, yet you're still teaching others. Aren't you afraid that once you teach them everything you'll get fired?" But then again, how else could he win the Outstanding Employee Award? "He's so helpful, it makes the rest of us look cold and heartless." Hearing these comments, the company newbie Liu Cheng felt incredibly awkward. "Brother Lu, I'm so sorry. I'm just too slow and always causing trouble for you." Helping others had long been a habit for Lu Xin, so he didn't mind it at all. Just then, someone came to call him to the director's office. After quickly giving Liu Cheng a few pointers, Lu Xin headed to the office. The moment he saw Lu Xin, the director handed him a document and instructed, "Xiao Lu, here is a document. Deliver it to the cafe at the corner of Qinggong Road right now. Don't dawdle on the way. Make sure it's delivered safely." Holding the document, Lu Xin couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Shouldn't this document be delivered by administrative or logistics staff? Why ask him? The director was acting a bit strange today, and that woman also seemed to. Having been caught peeking, Lu Xin hastily withdrew his gaze and prepared to slip away to avoid getting into trouble. Suppressing his curiosity, he obediently set off to deliver the document as instructed. The moment Lu Xin stepped out of the office, the director immediately flashed a flattering smile at Captain Chen. "Captain Chen, what you requested has been taken care of. Don't worry, I didn't ask questions or overthink it. It's just about that project you mentioned earlier." Chen Jing stood up coldly, making it clear that she wouldn't be giving him the project. Hearing this, the director panicked instantly. "What did you say? Didn't we just agree that since I helped you?" Right then, Chen Jing pushed him back into his chair, cutting him off. "Director, listen to me. Forget that I was ever here and forget what you ordered him to do." Chen Jing's eyes suddenly turned crimson, radiating a hypnotic glow. Falling under her spell, the director's gaze gradually grew vacant, and his memory began to blur, until he couldn't remember a thing. Having achieved her goal, Chen Jing left calmly, ready to proceed with the next step of her plan. Meanwhile, at the subway station, a pregnant woman who had just boarded the train realized there were no empty seats left. Helplessly, she gently stroked her belly in disappointment. "Baby, looks like we'll have to stand." Just then, Lu Xin proactively stood up and offered her his seat. Lu Xun had always been eager to help others, even when dealing with total strangers he had never met before. Once the passengers settled in, the train began moving toward the next station. Suddenly, little 17 appeared out of nowhere in the carriage. Holding her teddy bear, she hung from the ceiling of the carriage, swinging back and forth in front of Lu Xun. "Brother, brother!" Seeing this, Lu Xun quickly averted his eyes, pretending not to see her. "How did this little girl follow me here?" Hanging from a hand strap, little 17 wanted to play with her brother. "Ha ha ha, this is so fun, this swing is so fun." As she swung back and forth over and over, the entire subway train began to shake violently, as if it might derail at any moment. The other passengers couldn't see little 17 at all. They could only feel the train jolting aggressively and immediately fell into a panic. Seeing her brother turn his face away, little 17 couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Brother, aren't you going to play with me? It's really fun." Lu Xun had no choice but to lower his voice and whisper to his sister, "I can't look at you or talk to you when we're outside, otherwise people will think I'm crazy." Seeing that her brother didn't want to play with her, little 17 found it boring and prepared to leave. Before slipping away, she leaned in and warned him, "Then you'd better be careful. There's something wrong with the place you're going to this time." Before Lu Xun could ask for details, she had already scurried off somewhere else. Along the way, she kept playing pranks on the surrounding passengers. It seemed that even though no one could see little 17, she could fully influence the people and things around her. Back to Lu Xun. Despite some hesitation, he still had to complete the task assigned to him. His destination this time was very close to the towering walls protecting humanity. Just standing at the entrance, he immediately felt an indescribable sense of oppression. At this moment, his every move was being closely monitored by a tactical team. Every member of the tactical team was fully armed and ready for action. The commander of this operation was none other than Chen Jing. In her hands she held the mission file. Target characteristics: the Corner Cafe. Operation objective: investigate the potential and specific abilities of Subject 13 in purifying the source of the mental contagion. Potential danger: the cafe has been confirmed as a Class 1 mental pollution zone, manifested by the fact that anyone approaching it is involuntarily drawn to it. Those who enter the cafe die within 3 to 5 days, mostly by suicide. According to analysis, this is likely because they suffer mental pollution inside the cafe, leading to severe depression. After reviewing the file, Chen Jing made a final confirmation with her subordinate. "Is the support ready?" The subordinate immediately reported that the support personnel were in position and ready to move at any time. The support team this time consisted of only one person, a little girl dressed entirely in black who looked far from ordinary. Back to Lu Xun, who had already been drawn in by the cafe and walked inside. At first, he was somewhat surprised by the cozy atmosphere inside, which was a stark contrast to the cafe's cold exterior. However, he did not let his guard down and walked straight to the front counter. "Hello, someone asked me to deliver this document." The moment the waiter saw Lu Xun, he flashed a friendly smile. "Thank you for making the trip, it must have been hard work. Let me treat you to a cup." Suddenly being offered a free coffee, Lu Xun quickly declined, saying he had to leave right away. But the alluring aroma of the coffee suddenly made him change his mind. It smelled so good, completely different from the cheap coffee he drank at the office. Maybe just one cup before leaving? However, just as he lifted the coffee cup, a sudden sense of foreboding rose in Lu Xun's heart. The surrounding space seemed to darken in an instant, and a bizarre tentacle covered in eyeballs suddenly extended from behind the waiter. The tentacle slowly crept closer, then dropped an eyeball into his coffee cup. Looking closely, Lu Xun saw the eyeball snap open, staring intently at him. Only then did he realize he was doomed. "Damn it, that eye is staring at me." Seeing Lu Xun hesitate, the waiter began to urge him, "Why aren't you drinking? This coffee is delicious. No need to be polite, give it a try." By now, a grotesque expression had twisted the waiter's face, and countless tentacles erupted from behind him, closing in on Lu Xun. Although Lu Xun was terrified, he forced himself to stay calm. He absolutely could not let the other party realize he could see these things. Calm down, pretend you can't see anything. Just leave safely and smoothly. He knew very well that once exposed he wouldn't stand a chance of getting out alive. Forcing himself to calm down, he carefully set the coffee cup down and politely declined. "No, thank you, I appreciate the offer." With that, Lu Xun turned to leave. But after taking only a few steps, a sudden chill ran down his spine. Cold sweat poured from him, and he couldn't help but steal a glance back. At that moment, every single customer in the cafe was staring dead at him, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. Seeing this, Lu Xun immediately used every ounce of his strength to bolt for the exit. His escape was captured entirely by the surveillance cameras. Watching this, the monitoring personnel couldn't help but feel utterly baffled. How is this possible? That is clearly a standard Class 1 mental pollution zone. Logically speaking, when a mental mutant with limitless potential enters such a place, a conflict is bound to erupt. How did nothing happen? This makes absolutely no scientific sense. Damn it. We wanted to use this opportunity to test Subject 13 and at the same time locate the cafe's source of pollution to wipe them out in one fell swoop. We prepared 3 backup plans, yet this was the only scenario we didn't foresee. At a loss, the team immediately requested instructions from Chen Jing. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jing ordered the test to continue and immediately initiated the 4th contingency plan. Meanwhile, at the subway station, Lu Xin had run all the way here after escaping the cafe, without stopping for a single breath. Sitting on a waiting bench, he nervously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Phew, I finally got away. How could those people be so bizarre? No wonder little 17 warned me earlier. She was talking about the monsters in that cafe. Still, even with the Red Moon's descent, those lunatics roaming the wasteland are still human after all. But the things I saw just now were clearly no longer human. I must ask my family about this when I get back tonight. They might know something. Just then, a crowd of people poured into the subway station out of nowhere. Looking closely, Lu Xin realized they were all the customers from the cafe earlier, and walking behind them was the very waiter holding the hot cup of coffee. You haven't drunk your coffee yet. Lu Xin blinked, and in that split second the waiter appeared before him like a ghost, holding out the coffee cup. Without hesitation, Lu Xin bolted. But looking around, he realized he had been surrounded without him even noticing. He had absolutely nowhere to run. The dense crowd closed in on Lu Xin step by step. At this point, the waiter flashed a sinister smile. If you don't drink this coffee, it's going to get cold. It seemed that unless he drank the coffee, Lu Xin would find it hard to escape. But if he did drink it, his fate would surely be far worse than it was now. Therefore, Lu Xin resolutely refused. I don't have any money. I can't afford it. But this obviously wasn't going to get him out of trouble. The waiter grinned slyly, thrusting the cup right in front of Lu Xin's face. Can't afford it? That's fine, it's my treat. Just then, the eyeball inside the coffee cup seemed to grow legs, heading straight for Lu Xin's eyes. Fortunately, Lu Xin reacted quickly and ducked at the critical moment, narrowly escaping. Before they could react, he quickly charged towards the weakest point of the blockade, knocking aside anyone standing in his way. However, no matter how fast he was still caught. These people seemed to possess monstrous strength. Once they grabbed hold of him, it was impossible to break free. Pinned down tightly by the crowd, Lu Xin cried out in terror. Let me go, get away from me, you monsters, get away, don't come near me. Yet no matter how loudly he screamed or how violently he struggled, they showed no sign of letting go right then. Watching this play out on the monitors, Chen Jing and her team were somewhat surprised. What's going on? How was he subdued so easily? Why does he seem exactly like an ordinary person? Chen Jing speculated that Lu Xin might not have fully mastered his power yet, which was why he had ended up in this predicament. Seeing this, her subordinate suggested deploying the support personnel to end the test early. With Chen Jing's permission, the girl dressed in black stood up and opened her umbrella, ready to provide support at any moment. Just then, the technician monitoring the data suddenly cried out, "Wait, everyone look at this data!" Cut back to Lu Xin's side. After a round of fierce struggle, his strength was gradually failing him. His mouth was forced wide open, and that bizarre eyeball was preparing to leap in. Was it all going to end here? Just as Lu Xin was slipping into despair, his sister's voice suddenly rang in his ear. He, brother, I told you to be careful, but you just wouldn't listen. Seeing little 17 was like catching a lifeline, Lu Xin hurriedly cried out, "Save me!" Hearing her brother's plea for help, little 17 didn't act immediately. Instead, she let out a sly giggle. "You were just cold to me, always pretending not to see me outside and refusing to talk to me. Now you remember to ask for my help? Do you not hate me anymore?" It seemed the little girl was still sulking because her brother had ignored her presence and her warning earlier. At this moment, looking at the eyeball that was poised to strike, Lu Xin pleaded anxiously, "Hurry, save me." This time, little 17 seized the opportunity to set a condition. "Then you must promise to buy me the best toy ever." Although his life hung by a thread, Lu Xin couldn't help but cry out in frustration, "I don't have any money, damn it." Life without money was truly too hard. At that moment, the eyeball leaped high into the air, heading straight for Lu Xin's mouth. At the absolute critical second, little 17 suddenly struck, swatting the eyeball away and pulling Lu Xin out of the crowd in one swift motion. The moment they touched, Lu Xin's eyes instantly turned blood red, looking exactly like little 17's. "Haha, brother, it's a deal." At this moment, Lu Xin seemed to have obtained infinite power from little 17. His demeanor turned somewhat manic, yet he remained perfectly conscious. Just like that, the two siblings chatted casually as they effortlessly broke through the blockade. Meanwhile, the members of the tactical team witnessing this were utterly speechless with shock. His precision in body control is exceptionally high. He's clearly of the spider system. And just now he was obviously restricted and even on the verge of being forcibly contaminated by those monsters, yet he managed to break free. Not only that, his body is incredibly agile, even capable of bending at contorted angles unimaginable to ordinary people. It's still too early to make a definitive conclusion, but our preliminary assessment shows he has unleashed over 50 of his speed. This level of initial potential is almost reaching the level of a gecko. Suddenly, the data on the screen began to skyrocket frantically, suggesting that something major was about to happen. Back inside the subway station, seeing that his prey had actually escaped, the waiter shook with rage. My, quite fast, aren't you? But you won't get away." With a furious roar, countless hideous tentacles erupted from his back, stabbing wildly at Lu Xun. Each tentacle possessed terrifying monstrous strength, easily shattering walls and concrete floors. It seemed he had no intention of letting Lu Xun leave alive, however. Relying on his astonishing agility, Lu Xun flickered like a phantom, skillfully dodging every single attack, and successfully escaped back to the surface. Seeing this, Chen Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately ordered the operation to wrap up. But just then, a staff member pointed at the screen in panic and shouted, "Wait, everyone, look, something seems wrong." Following his gaze, the others were also dumbfounded by Lu Xun's next move. After escaping the subway station, Lu Xun had absolutely no intention of leaving. Instead, he hung upside down above the subway exit, quietly waiting for the pursuing contaminated targets. Seeing his highly provocative posture, the crowd in front of the monitors couldn't help but buzz with discussion. What is he doing? Is he provoking them? Although the spider system is extremely fast, his current performance has completely exceeded our expectations. Under these circumstances, there's no way the pollution source from that cafe can catch him. No, it's more accurate to say that very few in this world can catch a spider system ability user. But I really don't get what kind of person he is. Who in their right mind when facing those monsters doesn't run away immediately, but instead turns back to provoke them? Even Chen Jing found this man highly unusual. Back on Lu Xun's side, seeing his sister dragging him back toward the subway station again, Lu Xun asked in a panic, "Little sister, what are you trying to do?" Little 17 tilted her head and asked back with a grin, "Shouldn't I ask what you are trying to do, brother?" Hearing this, Lu Xun broke into a cold sweat. "Run away, of course, can't you see there are monsters behind us?" Far from being afraid, Little 17 turned her head and looked provocatively at the approaching monster, saying, "Brother, why are you scared? He's the one who should be afraid, right?" Being toyed with by a little girl like this, the waiter completely lost his mind. He had fully transformed into a hideous, terrifying monster, lunging madly at Lu Xun. The tentacles on his back had grown massive, and rows of razor-sharp fangs even lined the gaping maws that sprouted on them. Just looking at them was hair-raising, highlighting the extreme level of danger. Seeing this, Lu Xun anxiously urged his sister to run. However, little 17 was so excited that she started dancing. "I'm not running, look how cute it is, I want to play with it." With that, she grabbed Lu Xun's hand and pulled him forward to actively confront the monster. Meanwhile, in the eyes of outsiders, Lu Xun looked like a madman at that moment, charging head-on toward the waiter. According to the monitoring data, his mental power fluctuations had reached their absolute limit. The Class 1 mental monster had fully manifested. Seeing this, the monitoring staff hastily requested instructions from Chen Jing on whether to send support. Chen Jing stared intently at the screen, her expression grave as she rapidly weighed the options. Under normal circumstances, a spider system mutant stood no chance against a mental monster of this caliber without weapons, yet he had charged straight at it without a second thought. After careful consideration, Chen Jing decided to observe a little longer, intervening only if the situation spun completely out of control. Back with Lu Xun, relying on his agile movements, he skillfully dodged the overwhelming mountain-toppling onslaught of the tentacles. Having successfully closed in on the waiter's main body, Lu Xun suddenly grabbed one of his arms and ripped it clean off with absolute precision. In little 17's eyes, this scene was nothing short of a fun game of hide-and-seek. Just then, all the surveillance cameras in the subway station suddenly burst. Staring at the pitch-black screen, Chen Jing's heart leapt into her throat, and she urgently shouted, "Oh no, the surveillance in the subway station was destroyed by telekinesis. Move out immediately." Upon receiving the command, the tactical team rushed toward the scene. Meanwhile, the fierce battle inside the subway station raged on. Holding the severed arm, Lu Xun said with a hint of mockery, "Is it fun to have an arm ripped off?" Thoroughly enraged, the monster swung its tentacles like mad, launching an even more violent assault. But this time, instead of dodging, Lu Xun met it head-on with bare hands, tearing the tentacles apart with raw force. Sensing danger, the tentacles attempted to retract and flee, but he grabbed them in a death grip, making escape impossible. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xun had shredded 3 of the tentacles. Realizing it was outmatched, the monster hurriedly turned to flee for its life, But how could Lu Xun let it off so easily? With a powerful kick off the ground, he ran straight up the vertical wall as if it were flat ground. Now it's your turn to have nowhere to run. Giving up already? I'm not done playing yet. While running, he snatched a nearby iron railing, threw it with immense force, and pinned the monster firmly to the ground, leaving it unable to move. Hit with a fatal blow, the monster lay motionless on the ground. Just when it seemed everything had settled, its body suddenly exploded, turning into countless fragments of flesh that splattered in all directions. These pieces of flesh clung tightly to the contaminated people, instantly taking over their minds. Carrying the monster's flesh, these contaminated individuals then scattered and fled frantically in different directions, hoping to escape. However, with his absolute speed advantage, Lu Xun moved like lightning, hunting them down one by one, sparing neither young nor old, giving everyone their share of death. Before long, all the fleeing contaminated individuals were wiped out cleanly, with not a single survivor. Standing amidst the corpses covering the floor, Lu Xun let out a smug, cold laugh. Pathetic, not a single one of them could put up a fight. Just then, a sudden movement came from behind him. Lu Xun spun around and barked sharply, "Who's there?" It turned out to be the subway station's security guard on duty, who was somehow still alive. Seeing the shivering old man, a hair-raising smile crept onto Lu Xun's face. "Ha ha, I didn't expect to find one more left over." At this moment, in Lu Xun's eyes, anyone within his line of sight had become prey. Little 17's manic, bloodthirsty desire seemed to have completely taken over his mind, controlling his body as he prepared to pounce. At the critical second, the remnants of Lu Xun's rationality screamed frantically in his head. "That's enough." Fortunately, Lu Xun held his sister back just in time, allowing the security guard to escape with his life. However, little 17 was still in a state of extreme excitement, struggling and screaming, "Don't hold me back. Let go of me right now." She stared intently at the nearby guard, her eyes resembling those of a beast desperately craving blood. Seeing this, Lu Xun scolded her sternly with a grave face. "That's enough, little 17. Earlier was an emergency, so I didn't stop you. If our coordination fell out of sync, it would have been easy for the enemy to kill us. Besides, those things in the cafe weren't human anyway, so killing them was fine. But this security guard is just an ordinary human. You absolutely cannot do this anymore. Do you understand me?" Seeing that her brother was truly angry, little 17 gradually calmed down. She threw herself into Lu Xun's arms with a slightly aggrieved look and began to act cute. "Brother, don't be mad. Didn't I do that just to protect you? Look at how fierce those monsters were earlier." Lu Xun sighed, his tone softened as he gently stroked his sister's head. "If it feels dangerous, we can just run away. There's no need for you to resort to such extreme measures." Just then, little 17 seemed to sense something. She hastily pulled her brother, preparing to leave. "Oh, all right, stop nagging. I'll pay attention next time. Those people are coming, let's get out of here." Before leaving, the little girl didn't forget to grab the plush teddy bear her brother had given her. Shortly after the two left, Chen Jing arrived at the scene with the tactical support team to clean up the traces. The subway station was immediately cordoned off completely by fully armed soldiers. The atmosphere at the scene was tense and solemn. Meanwhile, Lu Xun and his sister were sitting on the roof of a nearby building, looking down to observe the situation below. Clutching her teddy bear, little 17 began to ask her brother for a reward. "Brother, how are you going to thank me?" Hearing this, Lu Xun intentionally raised his voice. "Thank you, you're lucky I'm not beating you up." However, after a brief silence, he still whispered softly, "Thank you, little 17. He knew very well in his heart that if his sister hadn't intervened earlier, he probably would have lost his life. Little 17 giggled and seized the chance to say, "Then you have to buy me a new toy." Lu Xun pointed helplessly at the teddy bear in her arms. "Why do you need another toy? Don't you already have one? I just bought this for you, and it's so cute." Little 17 hugged the teddy bear tightly, her expression suddenly turning somewhat bizarre and sinister. "No, I want the kind of toy that can scream. The more miserable the scream, the better." Lu Xun obviously misunderstood his sister's meaning, assuming she wanted some gag toy like a screaming chicken. Seeing her brother completely missing the point, little 17 was practically speechless with frustration. She didn't feel like wasting any more words on him and stood up huffily, preparing to leave. "HMPH, brother, you're such a blockhead. I'm not playing with you anymore." Seeing his sister step directly onto the high-altitude power lines, Lu Xun gasped in shock and hastily called out, "Where are you going now?" Little 17 didn't look back, but gave him one last warning before she left. "Brother, you'd better be careful. Someone is watching you from the shadows." Hearing this, Lu Xun's palms instantly broke out in cold sweat from anxiety, and he eagerly pressed, "What did you say? Who is watching me? Who is it?" However, because she hadn't gotten her new toy as desired, little 17 was still throwing a tantrum and refused to utter a single word. He, I'm not telling you, goodbye brother." Waving goodbye, she took light steps along the suspended power lines, walking with perfect balance as if she were on flat ground. Left alone on the rooftop, Lu Xun was dumbfounded, not knowing how to get down. Falling from this height would undoubtedly shatter him to pieces. Surprisingly, however, he suddenly took a leap, landing steadily on the fire escape of the opposite building. With such agile skills, it was clear that Lu Xun was also far from an ordinary person. As he moved cautiously, he kept an eye on the situation below, doing his best to avoid being spotted. It's best not to have any direct contact with those guys down there, otherwise it will definitely bring a heap of trouble. Looks like I'll have to take the long way around. After a series of detours, and confirming there was nothing unusual around, Lu Xun finally breathed a sigh of relief and blended into the crowd on the street. Just then, a sudden call from behind made him shudder all over. "Hey Lu Xun, get in the car. I'll buy you a coffee." Turning around, he saw that Chen Jing was already waiting by the roadside in her car. Sizing up the woman in front of him, Lu Xun felt a wave of nervousness. In his 23 years of life, no woman had ever proactively asked him out, let alone one with such a powerful aura. Could she be one of those security personnel who had been watching me at the subway station? But she is inviting me to coffee now, and she doesn't seem to harbor any ill intent. It seems a bit impolite to refuse outright. Damn, this young man's mind was actually beginning to wander, completely throwing the near-death experience he had just survived to the back of his mind. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Xun scratched his head awkwardly, trying to decline politely. Is there something specific? I don't really feel like drinking coffee right now." Meanwhile, Chen Jing was silently observing Lu Xun's reaction. HMPH to remain this calm when suddenly invited out by a strange woman right after going through such an incident. She turned around and opened the car door, saying to Lu Xun, "If you don't like coffee, then we can go to a bar." Faced with such a firm invitation, Lu Xun had no choice but to follow her obediently. In a quiet bar, Chen Jing pulled out her credentials and introduced herself first. "My name is Chen Jing. Here is my ID. I mean you no harm, however I admit that everything you encountered today was orchestrated by me." Lu Xun carefully took and examined the credentials she handed him. This ID indicated that she was a high-ranking official of the Qinggong City Special Police Department, absolutely an influential figure from the main city. Normally, elites from the main city were far beyond the reach of lower-class civilians from the satellite cities like him. He knew it. How could someone of her high status proactively buy him a drink for no reason? So from delivering the document to being attacked by monsters halfway through, it was all masterminded by this woman. This woman is truly, Lu Xun originally wanted to demand answers righteously as to why she had put his life in danger, but when the corner of his eye caught the sidearm holstered at her waist, he immediately and tactfully recalled the saying, "A wise man knows when to submit." He sighed inwardly and asked in a mild tone, "So why did you do all this?" Chen Jing poured a glass of wine and slowly explained, "First, let me explain the background of the entire situation to you. I belong to the Special Pollution Cleanup Department, which specializes in handling all kinds of mental pollution incidents that occur within the walled city. You can think of us as an official agency. After the Red Moon incident erupted and the cataclysm occurred, the various main cities and satellite cities re-established order, including clearing out the madmen outside the city, intercepting attacks from the Wilderness Knights and the Church of the Mind, as well as constructing and maintaining the high walls on a daily basis. Basically, we handle all of that. And at this stage, our most core task is to resolve the mental pollution issues inside the main and satellite cities." Hearing this, Lu Xun couldn't help but widen his eyes, asking in surprise, "Mental pollution?" Chen Jing reached out, pulled out a file, and handed it to him. "Correct. Those bizarre incidents that cannot be explained by common sense, just like what you encountered in that cafe. You can take a look at this. What was recorded in the file was precisely the detailed profile of the monster inside that cafe. From the pollution level, latent reproductive capacity and danger level, to target characteristics and methods of elimination, all the information had been thoroughly investigated and recorded. To think that such a terrifying monster was only rated as Class D. Just how dreadful must the higher-level monsters be? Chen Jing slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and continued, "The outbreak of the Red Moon incident changed humanity. Even though we, the survivors, were lucky enough to make it, we can only huddle inside these towering walls, barely scraping by in the main and satellite cities. But in reality, even though we survived aside from normal people, a large number of mental mutants have also emerged among the population. Their existence directly causes severe pollution and negative impacts on the surrounding people and things. We refer to this condition as pollution." Looking at the file in his hand and combining it with what he had just heard, Lu Xun's confusion deepened. What kind of pollution was it exactly? And what would happen if someone got polluted? At the mention of this topic, Chen Jing's expression turned somewhat grim. They fall ill. This pollution is just like the sources of pollution we commonly understand. It radiates outward, affecting the people around them and causing them to exhibit similar symptoms. It's like an infectious disease, except this pollution is far more mysterious and terrifying. Unlike normal transmission, this mental contagion causes pathological changes in a person's psyche, and the consequences of this illness. Some will succumb to depression and commit suicide, while others will lose their minds and attack those around them in a frenzy. Some might even acquire the ability to communicate with surrounding objects, or develop an extremely intense obsession. Simply put, a source of pollution triggers an infectious mental illness. These polluted individuals might look no different from ordinary people on the outside, but their inner selves have already undergone drastic changes. More importantly, unlike the lunatics outside the city, they live right among us, and no one knows when they will suddenly snap and infect even more people. Just like what you saw in the cafe earlier, there were 37 people in total. They were all infected by the monster in the cafe. They are severely polluted individuals who have completely lost their self-awareness. They cannot be cured, and there is no hope of saving them. Therefore, death is the only end that awaits them. Hearing this, Lu Xun cried out, somewhat emotionally, "Do so many people have to die? Is there really nothing we can do, even if we kill the monster that serves as the source of pollution?" Chen Jing stubbed out her cigarette, stood up and stared directly at Lu Xun. Eliminating the source of pollution does not mean those who have already been polluted are instantly cured. The mental monster is only the primary source, but all the people, things, and objects infected by it carry the same risk of spreading the pollution. The people you took care of at the subway station were actually cells capable of transmission. Once the host dies, these severely polluted individuals scatter and flee. If even one escapes, they are highly likely to evolve into a new source of pollution. When that happens, even more people will be infected. After hearing this, Lu Xun asked in confusion, if that's the case, why didn't it just leave an infected person outside so it could resurrect itself through them at any time? Chen Jing explained. Class 1 mental monsters aren't that intelligent yet. They simply pollute others out of pure instinct, and those severely polluted individuals, driven by their subconscious, will instinctively gather around it and fall under its control. Only at the exact moment the host is destroyed do they gain a semblance of independent consciousness. But by then it is already too late. Realizing the terrifying danger he had just survived, Lu Xun continued, "Since that place was so dangerous, why did you send me there? Weren't you afraid I would get polluted?" Although he asked this, his eyes flickered with a strange light, fixed intently on the envelope on the table. Chen Jing stated with absolute certainty that Lu Xun would not be polluted, or rather he was already a polluted individual himself. Seeing Lu Xun's stunned expression, Chen Jing flipped open his personal file, which recorded complex test data, work evaluations, photos, address, age, and other detailed information, and so on. Every single piece of Lu Xun's personal information was recorded in meticulous, flawless detail. Chen Jing lit another cigarette and continued. After the Red Moon incident, some people's mental strength became increasingly powerful, gradually granting them extraordinary psychic abilities. They can control their bodies better, down to the precise manipulation of every single muscle, fiber, and bone. And you are one of these mental mutants who possess this kind of mental power. After analyzing the abilities you displayed, we found that the first is the precise mental control over your own body. In our team, there is a member codenamed Gecko. His control over his body has reached 80%. This grants him physical capabilities unimaginable to ordinary people. He can dodge bullets, master any firearm perfectly, squeeze through holes the size of a teacup, and even crawl on walls while completely ignoring gravity. Based on our observations, you possess a similar ability. In our system, this ability is called the spider system, meaning you can precisely control every muscle and joint in your body just like a spider, vastly enhancing your speed and reaction times to achieve feats impossible for ordinary humans. With this ability, your survival rate increases dramatically. At the same time as a mental mutant, you can also detect the presence of mental monsters much more easily, making you highly suited for pollution cleanup work. After hearing this, Lu Xun fell into deep thought. Sometime later, on his bus ride back, he was still staring at the 10,000 yuan Chen Jing had given him. Why did that Miss Chen Jing give him 10,000 yuan so readily? Well, there was no need to overthink it. He desperately needed this money anyway, and he truly did love money. Just then, the bus arrived at the satellite city station. Lu Xun got off, walked for a bit, and arrived in front of an orphanage. He pushed the door open and walked right in without hesitation, clearly familiar with the place as if it were his own home. The old security guard at the gate saw him and greeted him warmly. "You're here. She's in class." It seemed Lu Xun was a regular visitor. Curiously, however, he didn't go inside but instead stood outside the window watching quietly. Inside the classroom, a young girl in a wheelchair was happily playing with the children. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, turned her head and asked, "Who's out there?" When there was no response after a brief moment, the girl went back to playing with the kids. "Huh, nobody? I could have sworn someone was there just now. Maybe it's just my imagination. It couldn't be him anyway." Outside the window, Lu Xun had already quickly hid to the side, preventing the girl from seeing him. Seeing how much fun they were having inside, it was best not to disturb them. He would just leave it in the mailbox. Without hesitation, Lu Xun stuffed the 10,000 yuan he had just received into the mailbox nearby. Before leaving, he made sure to pluck a blooming flower and place it on top. Seeing him prepare to leave in silence, the old security guard sighed and said, "You really should tell her in person. These flowers I worked so hard to grow are about to be plucked bald by you." Instead of answering directly, Lu Xun brushed it off with an excuse. "I'll come back this weekend and treat you to a few drinks." The old security guard, clearly having heard this excuse 1,000 times already, rejected it. "Forget it. I'll treat you instead. I still have some peanuts left to go with the drinks." Hearing this, Lu Xun was slightly stunned for a moment, then flashed a brilliant smile. "You got it." Clearly this orphanage was an extremely special and important place to him. On his way back he kept muttering to himself, "It feels so good to have money. I really need money right now, the more the better. There are just too many things I need to spend money on," thinking of the look in that woman's eyes earlier. The scene from before gradually floated back into Lu Xun's mind. An hour ago, Chen Jing had extended an invitation to him. "Through this test we have found that your strength far exceeds our expectations. We are currently in desperate need of people like you to help handle the mental pollution incidents in Qinggang City and its 5 surrounding satellite cities. Every time you help us eliminate a monster, you will receive a corresponding reward. Here is 10,000 yuan. For Lu Xun, an office worker earning a monthly salary of only around 1,000 yuan, this was an absolute astronomical sum. He clutched the stack of cash tightly, his mouth gaping open in shock. "10,000? That much?" In contrast, Chen Jing appeared exceptionally calm. "This is what you deserve, since we had already set up containment for this mental monster beforehand and didn't make you take the risk alone. It's only 10,000. Under normal circumstances, other cases usually pay around 30,000 yuan. As long as you make good use of your abilities, you will never be short of money in the future." Hearing this, Lu Xun's face flushed with excitement. Never short of money. He absolutely loved the sound of that. This joy came a bit too suddenly, and these reactions of his were also silently evaluated by Chen Jing. Loves money, the danger rating can probably be reduced by 10%. Just then, Lu Xun suddenly snapped back to his senses and said hastily, "Wait, there's one thing I must make clear to you first. I'm very interested in what you just said, and I indeed plan to find a part-time job. But I must tell you the truth. I don't actually have any superpowers myself. My abilities are all lent to me by my sister. My sister is the one who just helped me escape. She is always with me. No, not just my sister. There's also my father and mother. My whole family has always lived together." Hearing these words, Chen Jing's expression instantly turned solemn. "What are you talking about?" At the same time, her earpiece buzzed with the anxious, pressing voices of her subordinates. "Captain Chen, we must make a final evaluation of him as soon as possible. If he has a severe tendency toward multiple personality disorder, it means he is already on the verge of losing control. We absolutely cannot recruit him. In fact, we should eliminate him immediately to prevent future trouble. Don't forget, the Dreamweaver died under extremely suspicious circumstances. She merely slipped into his dream to evaluate him, and ended up dying in there. Furthermore, after the dream collapsed, we detected absolutely no residual mental energy whatsoever. Prior to this, there had never been a case where mental energy vanished so cleanly and completely. This time, even Professor Bai is unable to determine the cause of her death." Chen Jing also fell into a fierce internal struggle. The risk rating for this recruitment was already extremely high, and now he was showing signs of multiple personalities. Was eliminating him on the spot truly the only option left? No, perhaps she could observe a little longer. Chen Jing took a deep breath, turned to Lu Xun and said, "But according to the information we have, ever since the moon orphanage was abandoned, you have been living alone. Your parents and sister simply do not exist. They are merely figments of your imagination. Not only them, but even in that old apartment building where you live, you have always been the only occupant. When saying this, Chen Jing had already braced herself for any sudden emergency. Shattering a false illusion was the most dangerous yet also the most direct method of testing someone. If he lost control because of this, there would be no reason left to keep him alive. However, to her surprise, Lu Xin reacted to this truth with absolute composure. "I've known that for a long time. I realized other people couldn't see them, but not only can I see them, I can also eat with them, enjoy the sun with them, and watch TV with them. Whenever I'm in danger, they even stand up to protect me. Tell me, how can you say a family like this doesn't exist?" As Lu Xin said this, his eyes were sincere and open, devoid of any pretense. Meanwhile, the tactical squad outside was fully armed, waiting only for Chen Jing's command to burst through the door at any second. Chen Jing hesitated. Instead of giving the order immediately, she stared at him and pressed further. "I only have one question. Since your abilities all come from your family, can you guarantee they won't have a negative impact on you at any time?" Lu Xin smiled and explained, "Actually, you don't need to worry. My family is very easy to get along with. My sister is a very cute little girl who loves playing with toys, running and playing around. My father is an honest man who likes nothing more than staying in the kitchen to cook. My mother is very gentle. She never argues with anyone and loves reasoning with people. They won't take control of my body without my permission." Looking at Lu Xin's calm and composed expression, Chen Jing was struck speechless. This man was truly unique. He could describe a family that clearly didn't exist in such a mundane, matter-of-fact tone. Back to the present, Lu Xin sighed as he walked along the street. Clearly, Chen Jing's eyes earlier had been filled with suspicion. Well, as long as he got paid, nothing else really mattered. Just then, Chen Jing suddenly pulled up and stopped her car in front of him. "Come on, let me give you a ride." In the car, she explained the situation to him. "From now on, the operations team has decided to provisionally accept you. However, you are currently only an off-budget staff member and must pass a probation period before becoming an official employee. During probation, your monthly base salary is 5,000 yuan, with additional bonuses for participating in missions. If you agree to be recruited, sign this contract." Lu Xin took the contract and read through it carefully, line by line. He felt that earning a salary of 5,000 yuan just during probation was already a guaranteed win. However, he was still very curious about what exactly he would need to do in the future. Hearing this question, a complex and profound look flashed across Chen Jing's eyes. "Investigating and eliminating special sources of pollution. In other words, protecting everyone in this city. So I hope you are mentally prepared, because the issues we have to step in and resolve are often accompanied by extreme danger. Not only could you lose your life at any moment, but you yourself might even become a part of the monsters." But to Qinggong City, after the Red Moon incident, every single living ordinary human is precious and worth protecting. Of course, that includes you too. Hearing this, Lu Xin hesitated no longer and signed his name. Chen Jing asked with some curiosity, "I'm really curious. Even after hearing that your life would be in danger, why did you sign the contract so decisively?" Lu Xin didn't hide his reasons and answered honestly, "When I was still at the orphanage, the old director told me that due to the Red Moon incident, fewer and fewer people are left alive in this world. The high walls collapsed, civilization regressed, and everything feels like a long nightmare. If even the survivors keep fighting among themselves, then we truly will never be able to go back. Although I don't know what the world was like before the cataclysm, I think the old director made a lot of sense." Chen Jing was somewhat surprised by his answer, yet also felt a touch of comfort. Afterwards, she handed Lu Xin a box and warned him that it contained a very important piece of equipment. Looking at the gun lying inside the box, Lu Xin was too surprised to speak. Chen Jing explained from the side, "Aside from the self-defense weapon, the box also contains a customized phone to facilitate our single-line contact. In the future, if there are any special circumstances, I will call to inform you. And you can also report to me through this phone at any time. Currently, there is only one contact saved in this phone, and that's me." Hearing this, Lu Xin's face instantly flushed red. Only one saved number? Why does this feel so much like being kept as a secret lover by a dominant female CEO? For a moment, his imagination ran wild. It wasn't until Chen Jing called his name several times that he snapped out of his fantasy, his face burning. Once again, this reaction of his was silently noted and evaluated by Chen Jing. Excellent. He can actually still have fantasies about women. The danger rating can be lowered a bit more. Then, with a serious expression, she gave her final warnings. "One more thing, I must make a solemn declaration. Aside from handling pollution missions, protecting yourself in your daily life is equally important. If you run into any trouble, absolutely do not expose or use your abilities carelessly. I have 3 recommendations for you. First, report to the Second City Police Department. Second, call me directly. Third, solve it with that gun. Hearing this, Lu Xun was momentarily stunned. He had indeed never considered these things before. After Chen Jing drove him back and dropped him off near his home, he walked back while silently doing the math in his head. Although I don't know when I can become an official employee, this income is already incredibly generous. A fixed 5,000 yuan every month, plus the 1,000 yuan I get from my regular job, makes 6,000 yuan in total. On top of that, there are extra bonuses for missions. Dealing with a Class 1 mental monster pays 30,000 yuan, and a Class 2 is as high as 300,000. But even if I calculate it based on just 6,000 yuan a month, it is already good enough. If I spend 500 yuan on food and save all the rest, I can save 66,000 yuan in a year, which means 660,000 in 10 years. The orphanage is about to be relocated, and its current location is too close to the high wall, which is far too unsafe. If I want to buy a large house big enough for many people to live in, saving for another 50 years should be enough. And if I can take on more missions, maybe I'll save up enough money even faster. It seemed he had to find a way to become an official employee as early as possible. If all went well, he might even have a large chunk of leftover savings in the future. Just as he was happily calculating his finances, little 17, who was sitting on a utility pole, suddenly poked her head out and called, "Brother, what are you scheming here? Mom and Dad are waiting for you to come home for dinner." Seeing his sister, Lu Xun quickly hurried over to strike a deal with her. Upon learning of her brother's intentions, little 17's eyes rolled as she seized the opportunity to state her terms. "You want to borrow my power to make money? What are you going to give me in return?" Without a second thought, Lu Xun listed off a few gifts he planned to buy for her. A screaming chicken, or maybe a little toy monkey that plays drums. A dancing donkey is so lame, little 17 was bored out of her mind. "Brother, you have absolutely no sincerity. Bye-bye then." Seeing his chance to make money slipping away, Lu Xun hurriedly cried out, "Wait, let's talk about this. What kind of toy do you actually want? Just say the word and I'll find a way to buy it for you. Please don't go." Just then, little 17 pointed to a drunkard in the alley and said, "I want toys that are actually fun. I like the ones that can move and talk, the ones that are completely whole, because only complete ones can be torn to pieces and then sewn back together. If you give me that, I'll do whatever you want." As she spoke, an uncontrollable look of excitement appeared on her face. It was hard to imagine that such a cute little girl could say something so terrifying. Lu Xun froze on the spot, and only after a long moment did he lean down and whisper to his sister, Little sister, you can't just go around hurting people. It's against the law." In an instant the surrounding atmosphere grew eerie. Little 17 smiled faintly and wrapped her arms around her brother. "Really? Hurting people is against the law, so why was everyone else allowed to hurt me? If you don't want me to hurt other people, then let me treat you like a toy and play with you for a bit." With that, she suddenly exerted force, as if she wanted to tear Lu Xun apart. However, the only thing torn open was his coat. Little 17's hand gently caressed the massive scar on her brother's spine, and she couldn't help but sob. "Does brother's wound still hurt? You really are a fool. When other people hurt me, you were the only one who rushed over to protect me." Seeing his sister like this, Lu Xun felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He looked at her, sighed, and then offered a gentle smile. "Little sister, did you know? Brother is different now. I found a new job, and I have money now. Although I can't give you that kind of toy, I can take you to buy other toys. Anything you want, we'll buy it, okay?" Little 17 finally stopped crying, her face lighting up with her usual innocent smile once again. To her, her brother was more important than anything else. Afterward, the siblings happily went to a toy store and bought a mountain of plush toys. But onlookers, seeing his bizarre behavior, couldn't help but point and gossip. "Hey, look over there, is that guy out of his mind? His clothes are all torn and tattered. Could he be some kind of exhibitionist? Why is a grown man buying so many toys anyway? And he keeps talking to himself." Instead of getting angry, the siblings pulled a prank on them, making those gossiping middle-aged women stomp their feet in frustration. Afterward, they went to a nearby deserted bridge to continue playing. Sitting on the bridge railing, little 17 mercilessly tore those toys to shreds one by one, her face radiant with a bright smile. "I'm so happy, hee, so happy, so many toys, brother, I'm really so happy." Seizing this opportunity, Lu Xun brought up the subject of borrowing her abilities for work. Little 17 stood up and walked toward her brother. "My silly brother, don't you know that you can actually force yourself to borrow my abilities?" Lu Xun replied that he indeed knew, but unless he had his sister's permission, he would never do so. This made little 17 incredibly happy, and she looked absolutely adorable. Stretching her hands out, she promised Lu Xun that as long as her brother needed her, she would show up at any moment. This was also Lu Xun's promise to his sister. Even if it cost him his life, he would absolutely protect her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Jing was driving while listening to her subordinate's report. The files showed that ever since the Red Moon orphanage had been rebuilt, Lu Xin had been quietly supporting the place. Perhaps because he was an orphan himself, he had an exceptional amount of sympathy for these children. But Section Chief Chen, recruiting a mutant under observation and guiding them into the Special Operations Group is a matter that requires extreme caution. "Have you really decided to do this?" Chen Jing replied without any hesitation. "Decided? I trust my gut." The subordinate still didn't give up and tried to convince her. "Section Chief Chen, isn't this a bit too hasty? At the very least, we should take him to the main city for a final physical exam to evaluate his danger index if he loses control. After all, he is—" But before the subordinate could finish, Chen Jing coldly cut them off and hung up the phone. "A bunch of bureaucrats who only know empty theories. How can we risk taking him to the main city before we've even determined his stability? All this fuss is just because they think he's a schizophrenic lunatic. But of all the people we've recruited so far, which one of them is normal?" Back to Lu Xin. The next morning at breakfast, his father gave him a brutal tongue lashing right out of the gate. "Do you have any idea that those people yesterday almost got you killed? They didn't value your life at all. They were even prepared to kill you along the way. If it weren't for that wretched brat, you'd be dead by now." Terrified by her father's roaring, little 17 didn't even dare to raise her head, cuddling her teddy bear as she sobbed aggrievedly. Seeing this, his father slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Lu Xin's nose, roaring, "They almost got you killed, and you're still working for them." Lu Xin stammered in response, "The cafe incident was indeed their fault, but they gave me money." Hearing this, his father's face turned red with rage. He grabbed Lu Xin by the collar and lifted him off the ground. "You useless trash, how could I raise such a spineless piece of garbage? I'll beat you to death." However, just as that massive fist was about to smash into Lu Xin, it suddenly froze in midair. Lu Xin opened his eyes to find his father's face covered in porridge. Just then, his mother spoke up coldly. "The truly useless thing here is you. If you weren't so incompetent and bad-tempered, how would we ever have been trapped here? So instead of calling others useless, you had better reflect on yourself first." Called useless once again, his father instantly flew into a rage and swung a punch at his mother. "Are you looking for death?" However, his fist awkwardly froze in midair once again. Seeing his mother continuously tracing something on the table with 2 fingers, a flicker of panic flashed in his father's eyes. What do you mean by this? What are you drawing?" His mother gave a contemptuous smile. "You know exactly what it means in your heart. So if you're scared, get the hell back to where you belong." His father seemed truly terrified of his mother. He didn't dare raise a hand again, only slamming the table in a furious rage. "Trash, trash, you are all goddamn trash." He glared intensely at his wife across the messy dining table. His mother sat there expressionless, not even batting an eye. Seeing this, his father snorted in anger, turned and stormed off. After a few steps, he turned back to glare viciously at the 2 children, grinding his teeth. Lu Xin suppressed his inner fear, softly comforting his sister. At that moment, his mother stood up and walked over to him with a smile. "All right, it's over now. Don't waste your time on these meaningless matters. Mom promised to give you a gift for your first day of work. Come with me." And the gift his mother had prepared turned out to be an incredibly sharp and decent new suit, with the most striking part being the blood-red shirt underneath. Putting on the new clothes, Lu Xin felt a bit self-conscious. "Mom, thank you for the gift, but isn't it a bit weird for me to dress like this?" Hearing this, his mother studied him closely for a moment, then reached out to take off his glasses. "Weird? Perhaps a little, but this is perfect. Our Xiao Lu is actually a handsome young man once he cleans himself up a bit." Though still not quite used to it, Lu Xin felt incredibly grateful. He also took the opportunity to thank his mother for stepping in to help him earlier. Seeing her son's shyness, his mother smiled gently and said, "Silly child, we are family. There's no need to thank me. Son, you're about to start your new job, so you must be extra careful. Remember, no matter who you meet in the future, always reason with them politely. Of course you are so kind that you would never harm anyone, but if someone bullies you, our whole family will go pay him a visit together." Looking at his mother's solemn expression, she was clearly not joking. It seemed one could only mourn in advance for those unfortunate souls who might cross the protagonist. Afterward, Lu Xin went to work as usual, but today, right at 6:30 p.m., he packed up his bag and prepared to go home. This unusual behavior immediately got his colleagues talking. Isn't that guy usually the one who stays the latest for overtime? Why has he been so strange these past few days? The moment the clock hits the hour, he just packs up and leaves. And haven't you noticed he's been dressing a lot sharper lately? I bet he got a girlfriend." Not only his colleagues, but even the company director was staring at him with a strange look. After work, Lu Xun began his patrol. If it weren't for this patrol, I would have almost forgotten how long it has been since I took a proper look at this city. After the Red Moon incident broke out, the people scraping by inside the high walls seemed to split into two extremes. Some are always in a rush, never even raising their heads, while others just eat and wait to die, doing absolutely nothing, wasting away their days. All in all, for 30 years there have been virtually no famines inside the high walls. So scraping together a full meal isn't that hard. The real challenge is how to actually live a good life. After finishing his patrol, Lu Xun sat to one side, sighing as he ate. This city is just too big. I've been walking for half the day and didn't find anything unusual. If the city stays this peaceful, what use am I? Section Chief Chen won't take back my allowance, will she? If that happens, how am I going to make extra money on the side? At that moment, little 17, who was sitting nearby eating ice cream, teased, "Brother, you run off to patrol the moment you get off work every day, but you end up finding absolutely nothing. If you keep being half-hearted about it, watch out or you might lose your main job too." Hearing this, Lu Xun sighed and decided to go home early to rest, as he still had to clock in on time tomorrow. When his sister asked if he would return tomorrow, he replied as a matter of course. "Of course, at the very least there's a base salary of 5,000 yuan a month. If I perform well and pass probation, I can make tens of thousands in the future." But a few days later, the director suddenly called Lu Xun into his office. "Xiao Lu, starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to work anymore. The company's profits haven't been great lately, and we can't afford to keep idle hands. Your capabilities are about the same as Xiao Liu's, but Xiao Liu's work attitude is much better than yours. Look at you lately, clocking out the exact second your shift ends, and sometimes you're gone even before the time is up." Hearing this, Lu Xun was a bit puzzled. "Xiao Liu, you mean Liu Cheng, but I've never left early, I just refused to stay for overtime. Director, can you give me another chance?" The director began making excuses to refuse. "Sai, you're a veteran employee and I'm reluctant to let you go too. But our company only has one slot per position, and we don't carry dead weight. You need to raise your professional commitment." Helplessly, Lu Xun could only return to his desk to pack up, but to his surprise, someone had already packed his things in advance. Just then, a female colleague nearby leaned over and whispered, "Liu Cheng packed it for you. He's actually been wanting to move to your desk for a long time. Xiao Lu, I'm not trying to lecture you, but you are just too honest. I warned you before not to teach others everything without holding anything back. See what happened? Your livelihood has been snatched away. That kid is no saint. I heard he's dating the director's daughter. Shrewd as the director is, how could he not look out for his own? Xiao Lu, just keep this to yourself. Whatever you do, don't tell anyone I told you. Times are tough for everyone these days." Hearing these words, Lu Xun subconsciously touched the handgun in his pocket. But he immediately recalled Chen Jing's prior warning. Surely this wasn't the time to use a gun. Having lost his job, Lu Xun wandered aimlessly through the streets, debating whether to ask Chen Jing for help. After hesitating back and forth, he finally dialed her number. Meanwhile, on Chen Jing's side, the moment the special phone rang, everyone in the room immediately went on high alert. As soon as she picked up, Chen Jing solemnly asked if there had been an emergency. Lu Xun was a bit hesitant, not knowing how to explain, only saying he had run into a minor issue. Hearing this, Chen Jing's face changed dramatically, and she abruptly stood up to press him. "What? An emergency? What exactly happened?" The other members in the room also gathered around, their expressions extremely tense. Sensing the anxious atmosphere on the other end, Lu Xun quickly explained, It's like this. Because I've been patrolling the streets every day after clocking out on time, I really didn't leave early, I just finished my work and left, but today, the company suddenly fired me." Hearing this, everyone in the operations team froze on the spot. Hearing Chen Jing's follow-up question, Lu Xun hastily explained, "Yeah, just checking if there are any mental monsters on the streets just in case, but I swear I never did it during work hours. It was all done after work, but the company still wants to dismiss me, and the director wants to hand my job over to someone else." Hearing this rather absurd explanation, Chen Jing's eyes twitched. She confirmed in disbelief, "You called me on this line just because of this?" Everyone in the command room almost fell over. To think they thought some major disaster had struck afterward. Chen Jing told Lu Xun to wait a moment and hung up the phone. Lu Xun put away his phone and sighed. Since she told him to wait for news, it should probably be resolved, right? But thinking about how he had just lost his job, he was still a bit depressed. Just then, little 17 crawled out from somewhere. "Brother, you called that woman. Can she really help you? How about I go turn those guys into my toys? They dared to bully my brother, so they should all be slaughtered. Mom would definitely be happy to help, and maybe Dad would help you too." Seeing the madness flickering in his sister's eyes, Lu Xun quickly sighed and stopped her. "Forget it, even if they are in the wrong, they're just ordinary people. Besides, killing people is against the law." Let's just wait for Section Chief Chen's call. Just 5 minutes later, the director came running over, panting heavily, with his daughter and Liu Cheng trailing behind him. "Oh my Xiao Lu, where did you run off to? I've been looking all over for you. You kid, why didn't you say so earlier? Since you're connected with Supervisor Lu of Bogu Technology in the main city, why didn't you let us know beforehand?" Lu Xin had absolutely no idea who Supervisor Lu was, and was left utterly confused. At this moment, the director grabbed his hand, rubbing it with a fawning look. "Supervisor Lu called in person just now. He said he highly appreciates your work attitude, and is even planning to give a materials transportation project to our company, specifically naming you to be in full charge. The chairman himself just called me to ask about it. Look at this, it was all just a big misunderstanding, haha, hurry back to work. Tonight after work I'll treat you to a massive feast." But looking at the situation, his job was saved. Liu Cheng immediately changed his tune as well, apologizing repeatedly. "Brother Lu, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to steal your position." Lu Xin felt a bit nauseous inside, and quietly withdrew his hand. "It's fine, I understand. Times are tough and it's not easy for anyone." But in the next second, Liu Cheng revealed his true colors. "Brother Lu, can I work on this new project with you?" Hearing this, Lu Xin knew exactly what was up. Looking at the director's expression, this project was definitely a big deal, and the bonus upon completion would surely be massive. Thus he flatly refused on the spot without any hesitation. Seeing his daughter and future son-in-law hit a wall, the director quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "You get busy first, you get busy first. Xiao Lu, those things you packed up earlier, we'll put them back exactly as they were right away. Haha." So he had received a call from his top boss earlier and assumed some powerful figure was backing Lu Xin, which was why he had been as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Once the group walked away, Lu Xin took Chen Jing's call. Upon learning that the matter had been properly resolved, Chen Jing asked in puzzlement over the phone, "You've already been recruited by us and can easily get a handsome allowance. Why do you still insist on keeping that job? With such a measly salary, you could have just resigned." Lu Xin replied seriously, "Your rules and regulations don't seem to forbid employees from working ordinary part-time jobs, do they? Besides, 1,000 yuan is still money." Seeing that she couldn't convince this money-loving young man, Chen Jing had no choice but to change the subject, asking why he had gone on patrol. Lu Xin answered as a matter of course, "Isn't that what you guys are paying me for? Otherwise, I'd feel a bit guilty taking the money." Chen Jing was completely speechless. "Fine, suit yourself. Since you have so much enthusiasm for your work, there just happens to be a matter that needs your investigation. This will be your first mission since joining the organization. I just had Bogu Technology provide a transportation project to your company. You can use this opportunity to get in touch with Qin Ran, the boss of Sifong Transportation Company. The intelligence department has pointed out that at least 7 or 8 homicides have occurred recently, all of which are related to Sifong Transportation Company. So I need you to go over there and investigate. But are these homicides simple murders, or is there some hidden truth?" Hearing this, Lu Xin asked back, 7 or 8 lives. "What if it's just murder?" Chen Jing replied coldly. "If it is pure murder, we can put our minds at ease and you can come straight back. But if it's due to other reasons, you must report it immediately." These words left Lu Xin in deep thought. Finding relief in simple murder, did a case involving 7 or 8 lives really count as a minor detail in the eyes of these people who maintained order amidst pollution? Next, he asked if this operation was dangerous. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Jing replied, "Yes, whether it's murder or pollution, that guy is extremely dangerous. But that's only for ordinary people. With your abilities, you should be able to handle it. Regardless of the investigation's outcome, there will be a corresponding reward." At the mention of money, Lu Xin's eyes instantly lit up like searchlights. He agreed to the mission without a moment's hesitation. Afterward, he went back to work at the company as usual. The moment he walked in, everyone's gaze instantly converged on him. But this time, there was no contempt in those eyes, only fear. Upon returning to his desk, Lu Xin was surprised to find his belongings put back exactly as they were. Glancing at the shivering Liu Cheng and thinking about how extremely dangerous this mission was for ordinary people, a plan seemed to form in his mind. He walked over to Liu Cheng and said, "I've thought it over. Why don't you work on this project with me?" This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Liu Cheng and his girlfriend immediately drove Lu Xin to Sifong Transportation Company. Along the way, Liu Cheng carefully studied the files and briefed Lu Xin. Sifong Transportation Company is one of the largest transportation companies in the northern city, with its primary business being cargo transport between the various satellite cities, occasionally even taking on shipments for the main city. Their nominal boss is a woman surnamed Chen. Her business is reportedly massive, covering not only the surrounding satellite cities, but also stretching into the main city. Brother Lu, do we really have to go see them? After hearing the briefing, Lu Xin fell into deep thought. He feared Sifong Transportation Company was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Although the discovery of wild crops and partial industrial revival had solved the basic food and shelter problems for most people, they were still a far cry from the industrial system that once existed. One of the core issues was transportation. The roads outside the high walls were severely damaged and filled with obstacles. Furthermore, endless lunatics roamed outside the city, alongside refugees, the wilderness knights who lived off robbery, and all kinds of unpredictable dangers. Therefore, most of those who dared to run escorts outside the city were tough characters with real skills. Sifong Transportation's ostensible boss, the woman surnamed Chen, was actually just a puppet they put forward. The real boss behind the scenes was a man named Qin Ran, who came from the wilderness. However, this man from the wilderness had never obtained official status since entering the high walls 3 years ago, meaning he couldn't register a company. This was why he pushed his mistress to the forefront, and Sifong Transportation's business was likely far more complicated than just transporting materials. Someone from the wilderness was definitely not simple, nor would they ever be honest. They had to see what these people were truly about. After pondering for a long time, Lu Xin finally answered, Liu Cheng, yes, let's go find them. After all, not many people dare to take on transport jobs outside the city these days. After a long journey, the three finally arrived at their destination, Sifong Transportation Company. To a delicate young lady like Xiao Jing, this place was practically a landfill, which she found unbearable, clinging tightly to Liu Cheng and not daring to take a single step away. Just then, a burly thug with a ferocious face came out to receive them. Hey you guys, stop looking around and follow me. Seeing this group of rough-looking hoodlums, Liu Cheng and Xiao Jing's faces showed disgust and fear. They look so scary, Brother Lu, I don't think they're decent people. However, having just been snapped at, the two instantly became as obedient as docile dogs, not daring to utter another word. Arriving at the manager's office door, Lu Xin suddenly wanted to act alone. You two go in first and talk with the manager. I'll check out their trucks outside. Of course, this was merely an excuse. Lu Xin wandered around, carefully observing every tiny detail. Chen Jing had only mentioned that 7 or 8 homicides had occurred here, but wasn't certain if pollution was present. From the look of it now, this place was indeed different from the cafe. No bizarre phenomena had manifested. After all, these people dealt in shady businesses, so deadly incidents seemed par for the course. Still, those who worked in the field were indeed ruthless characters. After walking for a while, Lu Xin noticed some rugged, aggressively modified vehicles. The marks and coloration here, could they be bloodstains and signs of struggle? Just then, a miserable cry for help suddenly echoed from the distance. It turned out Liu Cheng was being punched and kicked by Sifong Transportation's men. Is this how you do business? I risk my life running back and forth in the wilderness just to let you bastards exploit me. Who the hell are you trying to play civilized with? Do you believe I'll throw you outside the walls to feed those lunatics right now? Xiao Jing was in tears beside them, continuously begging them to stop. Stop hitting him, don't hit him anymore. If you keep beating him, I'll call the police. By now, Lu Xin's hand was already on his gun as he jogged over to check on the situation. What's wrong? What happened? Xiao Jing hurriedly explained through her tears. We just felt their price was too high and wanted to negotiate, but they immediately started hitting us. Besides, I found many issues with their accounts, making collaboration impossible. If we work with them, there will definitely be huge trouble down the road. However, before she could finish, a heavily built woman grabbed her by the hair and fiercely slapped her several times. You bitch, whose accounts did you say have issues? If you hadn't been whining here the whole time, would I have needed to lay a hand on you? After hearing the whole story, Lu Xin calmed down, taking his hand off his gun. So that's how it is. Should I walk a bit slower and let them beat them up a little longer? Our money-loving protagonist truly held a grudge. However, he ultimately decided to step in. Everyone, I'm terribly sorry, really. Why did you suddenly start fighting? The moment Sifong Transportation's gang saw him, they instantly surrounded him. You must be their boss, right? Are you the manager Lu they mentioned on the phone? Good, then we'll deal with you. You called saying you wanted trucks. I prepared the vehicles and arranged the drivers, and now you back out just like that? Were you messing with us on purpose? Times are tough for everyone these days. I compromise, you compromise, and everyone makes a profit. But if you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us for getting rough. Lu Xin smiled slightly and said, this big brother is right. How about I go back and discuss it with everyone first, is that alright? Seeing how easy Lu Xin was to push around, the burly man pushed his luck and shouted, discuss, I'm busy as hell, who has time to reason with you? No longer backing down, Lu Xin directly asked what they wanted. The burly man then pulled out a prepared contract. Sign the contract, pay up quickly and get to work. Don't waste everyone's time. Lu Xun was certainly no fool. With a firm attitude, he stated that it was absolutely impossible to sign the contract just like that. Hearing this, the burly man laughed out loud. Yo brothers, take a look at this. This manager's head is incredibly stubborn. Brothers, do you want to see how hard his skull is? His lackeys understood instantly, surrounding Lu Xun in a manner that made it seem they wanted to eat him alive. Seeing that they were trying to force a transaction, Lu Xun didn't hesitate. He directly drew his handgun, pointing the pitch-black muzzle at the burly man. Big brother, since ancient times, business has been a matter of negotiation. There is no rule that allows for forced buying and selling. Surprisingly, however, instead of being afraid, the crowd burst into laughter, looking exceptionally excited. Ha ha ha, I can't believe someone inside the high walls actually has a gun. Oh my god, he brought a gun. Ha ha ha. Not only were they unafraid, but they also began brandishing various cold weapons. Approaching Lu Xun step by step, their expressions were incredibly cold, showing not a shred of fear toward the gun in Lu Xun's hand. Suddenly, a guy with a mohawk launched a sneak attack from behind. Without hesitation, Lu Xun spun around and served him a bullet. As the gunshot rang out, the gang's arrogance instantly vanished into thin air, throwing everyone into extreme panic. He shot. That's a real gun. It turned out they had thought Lu Xun was holding a toy gun just to scare them. Having cowed the crowd, Lu Xun pointed the muzzle straight at Manager Chen. You saw it too. My gun is real. Only then did Manager Chen quickly order her subordinates to step back and stepped forward herself. I thought you were just an ordinary clerk coasting along at your company, but I didn't expect you'd actually dare to shoot. We have guns too, we just didn't bring them today, which is why you got the upper hand, but it doesn't matter, we'll count ourselves unlucky today and let you go. However, if the patrol police arrest you later, it has nothing to do with us. If they don't, we'll meet again. Upon receiving the command, her subordinates immediately released Xiao Jing and Liu Cheng, yet Lu Xun had absolutely no intention of leaving. I'm not leaving. We haven't finished discussing our business yet. These words caught Manager Chen completely off guard. At a time like this, you still want to talk business? Lu Xun gripped his gun tightly, without a shred of fear. That's right, but we need to renegotiate the price. It can't just be whatever you say, we have to be fair. Although Manager Chen was deeply displeased, she didn't dare object at this moment. After all, one wrong move and she'd take a bullet. Just then, a man slowly walked over. I've held guns to people's heads to talk business plenty of times before. To seal a deal, I've even hung guys over a lake teeming with those lunatics, but having someone hold a gun to my people's heads to talk business is a first fucking hell. This man was indeed Sifong Transportation's ultimate boss behind the scenes. Qin ran. The moment he appeared, the arrogant lackeys from before were instantly scared out of their wits, not even daring to raise their heads. Manager Chen wanted to explain, but Qin Ran cut her off directly. Without hesitation, he walked straight up to Lu Xun. Put the gun down, you got the upper hand, so I won't cause you trouble today. Brother, come with me, Lu Xun agreed without hesitation. After all, this was the main objective of his trip. A while later, inside the room, Lu Xun was somewhat shocked by this man's staggering appetite. Not long after, dozens of plates of food on the table were cleared away, and he showed no sign of stopping. Qin Ran did not dine alone, and warmly invited Lu Xun to join him. Having stayed in the wilderness for so long, now that I'm in the city, I feel like I can never eat enough. Have some? Lu Xun quickly declined. He hadn't come here to eat. Although food shortages outside the city were indeed common, logically speaking, someone of Qin Ran's stature shouldn't be lacking food. Chewing his food in large gulps, Qin Ran continued. I've long been used to a life of living on a razor's edge and struggling to survive in the wilderness, having endured all kinds of hardships. To me, as long as I can eat my fill, sleep soundly, and not worry about a woman suddenly pulling out a landmine to kill me when making love, that's enough. Inside these high walls, it's best to avoid trouble whenever possible, and everyone should follow the rules. If we both take a step back, life will be easier for everyone, wouldn't it? So speak up, brother, what exactly do you want with me? I've seen plenty of people who bring guns to negotiate business outside the city, but looking at you, I can tell at a glance that you've never been outside the walls. So spill it. Who sent you, and what is your purpose? Holding Qin Ran's file in his hands, Lu Xun cut straight to the point. You are Qin Ran, right? Have you encountered any strange occurrences lately? Hearing these words, Qin Ran's face changed drastically, and he suddenly drew his handgun. You're the one scheming against me. Speak, what the hell are you trying to do? If you don't make it clear today, I'll blow your head off. Facing the cold muzzle of the gun, Lu Xun remained perfectly composed, without a trace of fear. Such a strong reaction means I've found the right person, but there's nothing to be afraid of. Chief Chen only told him to investigate Qin Ran, but didn't specify how. One must use the right method to be efficient and save time. In that case, it was better to be direct. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xun spoke up. It wasn't me. I came to investigate if you've run into any trouble lately." The moment his voice fell, Chin-ran grew even more agitated. "Investigating my issues? You're from the police department." He had no idea that little 17 was currently standing right behind him. If he made any sudden move, his head would roll at any moment. Although this Chin-ran appeared to be putting on a brave face, his mind was actually on the verge of collapse. Lu Xun knew this all too well and hurriedly reassured him. "I'm not from the police department, don't be nervous." He couldn't agitate him now, or there was no guarantee he wouldn't shoot. Thus, Lu Xun secretly gestured to little 17, receiving the command. Little 17 struck abruptly, knocking the gun out of Chin-ran's hand and sending it flying toward Lu Xun. Lu Xun casually caught it. Lu Xun expertly ejected the magazine. "Like I said, I'm not here to investigate your crimes. I'm here to find out if you've encountered any trouble." Suddenly attacked, Chin-ran looked around in panic, but couldn't see a single soul. At this moment he finally began to feel fear toward the youth before him. How did you do that?" Stashing the handgun into his pocket, Lu Xun smiled and said, "Don't ask, even if I told you, you couldn't learn it. Can we talk now? What kind of bizarre things have you encountered? If you can't remember, I can jog your memory. For instance, those homicides." Hit right where it hurt, Chin-ran instinctively averted his gaze. This young man clearly looked like an honest, somewhat naive city youth, yet how could his aura be so incredibly powerful and terrifying? Now that the gun was in the other party's hands, if he didn't cooperate, he likely had no other choice. Chin-ran gritted his teeth, slammed his hand on the table and cursed. "Damn it, I knew someone knew about this. I knew it was impossible that I was the only one who could see it. I don't care what group you're with, but I have indeed run into some weird shit. I saw someone coming to take revenge on me, but it's not normal revenge at all. No one would believe me if I said it. This matter starts 14 days ago. And I'm not afraid to let you know that my business is far more than just transporting goods. I also take on all kinds of shady, dirty work, and the police department actually knows about it. It all started on the day we traded that cargo package. At the time, I was trading with old Kui from the west of the city. That guy's name was Kui Wang, and he specialized in this line of work. We had cooperated a few times before, but on that day, I really didn't expect him to actually show up alone to trade with me. Motherfucker, did he really think I was some kind of saint? How could I possibly pass up an opportunity delivered right to my door? I simply killed him on the spot. I took that package for myself, which was enough to net me tens of thousands. As for old Kui's corpse, I chopped it up right then and there to feed the dogs. I thought this matter would pass without anyone ever knowing, but to my surprise, a woman suddenly showed up a day later. I didn't know her at all, but she kept claiming to be old Kui, cursing me for having no honor, demanding my life as payment and telling me to hand over the goods. Hearing this, Lu Xun felt that things were starting to get interesting, like listening to a late-night horror story. Chin-ran then continued, "At first, I didn't know what kind of game that woman was playing. I just assumed she was old Kui's mistress, so I went ahead and got rid of her too. Her corpse was sealed inside the concrete of the newly built underground weighbridge. But after that incident, I felt something was off, so I sent some guys to investigate. But it turned out her name was Wang Ting, a female factory worker at a garment factory in the South City. Word was she didn't even know old Kui. Don't you think this crazy shit is bizarre?" At this point, Chin-ran slammed the table in agitation and shouted, but the creepier part was yet to come. 2 days later, 2 more people showed up at my door. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a youth of 17 or 18 named Hua Zi. The two of them, one claimed to be old Kui, while the other claimed to be Wang Ting. They both came to take my life. Even though they were surrounded by many of my men, they didn't say a word and just charged forward, desperately trying to kill me. So I killed them too. Hearing this, 4 people had already lost their lives. Lu Xun also felt a slight chill run down his spine. Chin-ran continued with a grim expression. "What happened next is what really gave me a headache. I sent men to look into the identities of those two, and we found out they didn't even know old Kui or Wang Ting. But the creepy part was they still found their way to my door. What's even more abnormal is that 4 days later, 4 more people suddenly came looking for me. All complete strangers. They actually managed to slip straight into my room and lunged to strangle me. Fucking hell, those 4 were like lunatics. One claimed to be old Kui, one claimed to be Wang Ting, one claimed to be Zhang Agu, and another claimed to be Wuzzy. Crazy, they've all gone fucking crazy." The look in their eyes was simply terrifying. Hearing this, Lu Xun asked, "Don't tell me those people were all." Chin-ran said he was terrified at the time and didn't dare to kill them, so he just locked them up. But halfway through his sentence he began to hesitate, not knowing how to explain further. Out of options, he had no choice but to take Lu Xun to see for himself. Arriving in front of a room with a heavy iron door, Chin-ran slowly opened it. The moment the door cracked open, a foul stench rushed at them. In the center of the room was a deep pit with rotting, stinking corpses piled up at the bottom. Seeing this, Lu Xun asked, "That's quite terrifying. These are all human corpses, right?" Seeing how calm he was, Ran couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, saying, "Brother, you don't look scared at all. We were the ones who were scared out of our wits back then. Damn it, when those 4 broke into my house, they gave me a massive fright. And because this whole thing was so creepy, I didn't dare kill them right away. I locked them up here, wanting to interrogate them to find out who the hell was pulling the strings behind my back, but I never expected that after these 4 were locked in. They were all fucking lunatics. Before I even had a chance to interrogate them, they started biting and tearing at each other. Can you imagine that? No matter how you look at it, those guys were humans, yet they behaved like rabid dogs, biting each other. And it wasn't just biting, they were devouring each other. Some of their bellies were ripped wide open. At that moment, I really couldn't bear to watch anymore, so I shot them all dead. That was the first time I shot someone, yet it felt like I was doing a good deed." After hearing the story, Lu Xun fell into deep thought. If these bizarre events were happening, then the first person who appeared abnormal was Old Kui. It sounded like there was a traceable pattern to the things he had experienced. On the first day, 1 person came for revenge. On the second day, 2 people. On the 4th day, 4 people. Realizing this, he suddenly gasped and asked loudly, "How many days has it been since the last time they came?" According to Ran, 7 days had already passed. Hearing this, Lu Xun nervously bit his nails. Based on his deduction, tomorrow would bring 8 people seeking revenge. Sensing the severity of the situation, Lu Xun pulled out his phone, preparing to report everything to Chen Jing. However, before he could even dial, a sharp knife was already pressed against his neck. "Brother, quite a few people have died by my hand. And this kind of stuff can't scare me at all. Whether it's 4, 8, or dozens of them, I'm not afraid. Worst case scenario, I'll just leave this crappy city and go back to being a local kingpin outside. But don't you dare play mind games with me, trying to set me up. Even if you have 2 guns in your hands, the outside is crawling with my men. If anything goes wrong, you absolutely won't escape either." Lu Xun wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he calmly countered with a warning. "I can definitely escape, but that's not the point. If you aren't afraid of 4 people and you aren't afraid of 8, what if 16 show up? Also, does that Old Kui know where you live?" Hearing this, Ran began to panic. He asked, "Why are you asking that?" Lu Xun continued. "Just now you mentioned that the first time they found this place, but the 3rd time they went straight to your house. So have you ever considered that maybe no matter where you hide, they will always find you?" Unable to believe it, Ran shouted in fear, "How is that even possible?" Lu Xun continued to help him organize his thoughts and wake him up. "These events are bizarre to begin with. Who can guarantee that such a thing won't happen? Maybe a dozen or so people are indeed nothing to you. But if the numbers keep growing exponentially, can you still handle it? Theoretically, could there come a day when the entire world wants to hunt you down? And these people don't fear death or injury, and they even have the ability to locate you no matter where you are. Unless you die, they will never stop." After hearing this, Ran remained somewhat stubborn. "But the business I do can't see the light of day. If I call the police, I'm finished. I don't want to be exiled to clear the wasteland." Lu Xun looked at him with a resolute gaze and continued, "Clearing the wasteland is still better than dying or being eaten by others, just like those people in the deep pit behind you." Ultimately, Ran lowered his knife. I believe you." After all, he had absolutely no other choice at this moment. Right after, Lu Xun immediately reported the situation to Chen Jing. Inside the Special Operations Group, Chen Jing picked up the phone and asked, "You actually made progress so quickly? Well done. This is basically confirmed to be a mental pollution event. I will coordinate with the Pollution Investigation Division to follow up. A 3-man investigation team will soon join you. They are highly experienced, but remember, you are the mental mutant. Sometimes their experience has no advantage over your intuition. Therefore, the subsequent investigation work will be primarily led by you. However, for this time, you still need to follow my command first." Hearing this, Lu Xun answered calmly, "All right, I understand. So Group Leader Chen, about the reward this time." But before he could even finish his sentence, the other party had already hung up. Lu Xun rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of exhaustion. He hadn't even had the chance to bring up the reward. So, is this the tragedy of a corporate slave? Half an hour later, a black armored vehicle pulled up in front of them. 2 serious-looking individuals stepped out of the vehicle and proactively introduced themselves. "Mr. Lu Xun, we are the 2nd team of the Pollution Investigation Division. We have come to join you under the orders of Colonel Chen. I am Team Leader Cheng Wei." Lu Xun was somewhat unaccustomed to this title. "Calling me Mr. directly, that's a bit too formal." He smiled and continued, "No need to be so polite. Everyone can just call me Xiao Lu." "Understood, Mr. Lu Xun," Cheng Wei replied with extreme gravity. "Mr. Lu Xun, please put this on." As he spoke, he handed over a compact wireless earpiece. Lu Xun recognized that this earpiece was identical to the ones they usually wore. It seemed to be the standard communication equipment for missions. He took it, pondered for a moment, and then expertly inserted it into his ear canal. A series of electronic dial tones and static hummed in the earpiece. Reconnaissance and investigation team communication channel established, initiating connection with the information analysis group. All members connected. A sweet, gentle female voice then echoed in the earpiece. "Hello, Mr. Lu Xun. I am Han Bing, your information analyst. From now on, my team and I will provide you with information support and back-end assistance. First, I will brief you on the files of this case." Hearing this voice, Lu Xun couldn't help but marvel in his heart at how incredibly gentle she sounded. Meanwhile, countless data lines and characters were scrolling across the screen on the other end, where Han Bing reported through the earpiece. "Based on the report submitted by Mr. Lu Xun, there are no precedents for this case in our past mental pollution files. Our proposed course of action is as follows. First, initiate an immediate investigation to locate and eliminate the source of pollution. Second, immediately secure the key individual, Qin Ran. When the subsequent infected individuals come seeking him, we will observe their mutation process to gather further clues. At a critical moment, we can choose to use Qin Ran as bait, or even allow them to kill him, to avoid breaking the connection in the pollution chain." Hearing this, Lu Xun was somewhat stunned. Wait, when facing so many Avengers, directly throwing someone to them to be killed is actually an option? Sensing his conflict, Chen Jing spoke up. "This is your first time formally participating in an investigation, making it a great learning opportunity. From now on, for every mission you undertake, you will be equipped with a dedicated information analyst to provide you with technical support. You should adapt to this working model as soon as possible. Understood? Sometimes, playing along with the behavioral patterns of the infected is also an effective way to eliminate and clean them up. However, the information regarding the No 41 Feet pollution event is currently insufficient, and we cannot classify its danger level for the time being. According to our analysis of the existing data, the deceased infected individuals did not know each other in life. They only became Avengers after being infected. This indicates that their previous life trajectories must have intersected somewhere." Han Bing, on the other end, continued, "The place they all visited is the starting point and source of this pollution event. It is recommended to deploy additional personnel to conduct a deep investigation into the identities and life trajectories of these Avengers prior to their death." Hearing this, Lu Xun asked, "How much time would a comprehensive investigation take?" "It's currently impossible to determine. The population composition of the satellite cities is too complex, and many areas lack surveillance cameras entirely, which poses a huge challenge to our investigation." Hearing this, Lu Xun spoke up, "I don't doubt the capability of the investigation division, but is there a faster way? Tomorrow is the 8th day. Based on the previous pattern, it's highly likely that even more infected will show up tomorrow." Chen Jing naturally agreed with his point. "I agree with Lu Xun's perspective. When cleaning up pollution sources, efficiency is crucial. If the existing conventional methods take too much time, the source is highly likely to mutate again. We might as well narrow down the scope of the investigation directly through analysis, using the first victim, namely Kui Wang, as the core breakthrough point." Chen Jing immediately issued her orders. "All departments' attention. Taking Kui Wang as the primary clue, investigate the location of his murder and his life trajectories before his death. Conduct a precise screening. Move out immediately." Everyone responded in unison. "Understood." At this moment, the red moon in the night sky radiated an eerie, blood-colored glow. A few hours later, the armored vehicle started up again, and they were heading toward an abandoned, desolate area. Han Bing reported with a serious expression, "Based on the location where Kui Wang was murdered, we have centered our search on the abandoned industrial zone in the south and locked onto 4 suspicious target locations, namely the soap factory, the landfill to the southwest, and the waste disposal station near the lake. We just received the screening reports, and no abnormalities were found in the first 3 locations. This is our last checkpoint. The southern artificial lake has highly complex terrain. If the pollution source indeed exists here, everyone must prioritize safety during the screening process." The group finally arrived beside this artificial lake, and one of the team members stepped forward first to test the waters. Meanwhile, Lu Xun alertly scanned the surroundings. Something's not right. Little 17, who hadn't shown her face all night, was actually sitting alone by the riverbank ahead. "This girl actually ran all the way here." Little 17 sat there, laughing happily. Upon seeing Lu Xun, she turned her head, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Brother, come quick, it's so fun here." Hearing this, Lu Xun asked, "Something fun? Are there toys?" He couldn't help but wonder to himself. His sister's aesthetic was completely different from that of ordinary people. Could it be? He carefully squatted down and whispered, "Is there something in this lake? What exactly is down there?" A bizarre smile spread across little 17's face. "I don't know, but it feels like a toy I can play with for a very long time." Catching this clue, Lu Xun whispered, "Looks like we found the right place, didn't we? Can you use your abilities underwater?" Little 17 grinned, revealing a somewhat chilling smile. "I've never tried, but I can give it a shot." Lu Xun patted his sister's head beside him and praised her with a smile. "My sister is so brave." Afterward, he stood up and walked toward the investigation team members behind him. "Excuse me, are those detection instruments you brought useful?" His gaze subtly swept over the equipment. Group leader Chen had introduced him to these detection instruments before, noting that operating them required a high level of technical expertise. Yet while little 17 was currently squatting a mere 4 or 5 meters from the lakeshore, these instruments showed absolutely no reaction. Could it be that little 17's mental power couldn't be detected by such conventional equipment, or was he the only one who could perceive her? The team member in front of him suddenly spoke up. "If we only go underwater for a short time, we might still be able to use our weapons, but the issue is our protective suits are not waterproof. Moving underwater in these bulky suits is extremely inconvenient, and if we take them off, directly contacting the pollution source could be incredibly dangerous. However, as long as the higher-ups give the order, we will carry it out resolutely." Hearing this, Lu Xun smiled and replied, "I understand. Then I can head down to check things out first. You guys can just wait for me up here." The soldier in front of him was taken aback. "What, you plan to go underwater alone first?" Lu Xun replied calmly. "Someone has to do the dangerous work." Just then, a voice suddenly came from his earpiece. It was Chen Jing connecting to the channel. "Have all other locations been screened? Is this lake the last suspect spot?" "Yes, group leader. The probability of a pollution source existing in this lake is extremely high." Showing no fear whatsoever, Lu Xun began to take off his coat to prepare to enter the water. "It's fine, I'll go down to scout the way. Working underwater indeed has some risks." Hearing this, Chen Jing called out in confusion to remind him, "Since working underwater is so dangerous, why take that risk?" Hearing this, Lu Xun was momentarily at a loss for words. Right after, Chen Jing directly issued her order. "Call the logistics support team immediately. Get them to the scene within half an hour to completely drain the lake and conduct a direct carpet search." Under the night sky where that blood-crimson mental red moon still hung high, the support team received the orders and arrived in no time, beginning to systematically drain the lake. This highly efficient and executive style made Lu Xun, who was sitting by the lakeside, marvel from the bottom of his heart. Talk about a major operation. Before he could finish his thoughts, Chen Jing's voice rang out in his earpiece. "Dealing with mental pollution is inherently extremely dangerous work. A single slip-up can not only cost you your life but might even trigger an irreversible disaster. Therefore we always follow 2 ironclad rules in our work. First, if it can be resolved with force, use force. Second, if we can resolve it through physical obliteration by directly plowing the area with heavy firepower, we absolutely do not take risks." This was the power of a collective. Before long, the lake water was completely drained. However, the dry lake bed ultimately revealed only a strange fish lying in the mud. Chen Jing spoke, "That's about it. Logistics support team, withdraw. Investigation team, begin your work and remain ready for firepower coverage at any moment." The team members on the shore immediately responded in unison. "Understood." After draining the lake and withdrawing the logistics team, only the few of them remained on site to conduct the search. This was because they couldn't yet determine the level of this pollution source. If the level was too high, rashly sending too many people would instead result in unnecessary and heavy casualties, or even escalate into an even more terrifying disaster. Lu Xun felt a bit exhausted. Now he finally understood why the salary was so high. If he and the members of the investigation team got infected, headquarters would probably shoot them dead on the spot without the slightest hesitation. On the other end, Chen Jing continued, "Your work attitude is very good. I will apply for a special reward for you." Oh, that wasn't bad. Soon after, the few of them quickly slid down the long slope, while little 17, acting quite manic, rushed excitedly in a certain direction. "Fun, so fun, ha ha." Suddenly, the little girl noticed something strange and immediately stopped to wave and call out to Lu Xun. When Lu Xun brought the detection instrument closer, an unfamiliar voice actually echoed from his earpiece. "Qin Ran, you killed me. Qin Ran, you killed me. I want your life in return." Several team members nearby also heard these words. "Qin Ran harmed me, a life for a life. Qin Ran harmed me, a life for a life. Qin Ran harmed me, A life for a life. These eerie voices actually came from the fish lying on the ground, and extremely bizarre human faces even emerged on their bodies. On the other end, Chen Jing and Han Bing also heard the commotion and quickly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Yet that voice still echoed continuously. "Qin Ran harmed me. A life for a life. Qin Ran, it was you who killed me. We had no grudges. Why did you kill me? Qin Ran harmed me. A life for a life." Immediately after, countless chaotic voices rang out overwhelmingly, piercing straight into the minds of everyone present. Even Lu Xun could not bear this terrifying mental noise and clutched his head in pain. This is the source of pollution. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong and stabbed his head forward, only to see the strange fish on the ground being sucked toward the same direction by an extremely bizarre force. In the blink of an eye, those strange fish actually exploded one after another. A sky full of blood, mist and dust instantly obscured everyone's vision, leaving them with no way to react. Immediately after, a massive force struck, violently blowing the few of them away and slamming them heavily onto the ground. At the spot where the strange fish had been sucked in, a brilliant red light shot straight into the sky. The several team members beside him also realized the danger. However, before they could even react, massive tentacles had already wrapped around them in a death grip. What on earth was going on? Their detection instruments also dropped to the ground one after another. At this moment, urgent shouts came from the earpiece. "Evacuate quickly, evacuate immediately." The people on the shore had absolutely no idea what was happening below. Lu Xun looked at the scene before him, also a bit dazed, thinking that he seemed to have seen this scene somewhere before. Just then, something in the distance suddenly charged straight toward him. It was a mental entity with an extremely bizarre form. Seeing this, Lu Xun was greatly alarmed, crying out inwardly, too late to dodge. Suddenly, a pair of warm, small hands reached out from the side, pressing tightly against him. At the critical second, little 17 lay on her brother's back, taking over control of his body. Under her control, Lu Xun's body displayed astonishing coordination, easily dodging the monster's fatal strike. A proud smile appeared on little 17's face. "Brother, I'm here to help you." Faced with this situation, Lu Xun was momentarily at a loss, only able to say silently in his heart, "Thank you, little sister." However, at this moment, the investigation team members, tightly wrapped by those eerie tentacles covered in human faces, were trembling violently, completely unable to resist. Han Bing, on the other end, immediately reacted, shouting, "This is a mental attack." According to the data just sent back by the escort team, at least nearly 200 units of violent mental energy erupted instantly. The appearance of a mental monster is confirmed. A mental plague is breaking out. The pollution source is in its mid-stage, and the danger rating is extremely high. Hearing the report, Chen Jing strictly ordered, "Hurry, Lu Xun, evacuate immediately and make sure to protect the investigation team." However, the team members, tightly bound by the tentacles, could no longer control their bodies at all. Under the monster's control, they actually slowly raised their muzzles, pointing them straight at Lu Xun. They didn't want to shoot at all, and could only yell with great difficulty to warn him, "Get out of the way!" Countless bullets instantly burst from the barrels, sweeping toward Lu Xun below like a torrential downpour. However, relying on his astonishing speed to dodge and weave, Lu Xun easily avoided all the gunfire. Those whistling bullets could not keep up with his speed at all. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xun, carrying little 17, ducked behind a massive rock. In his earpiece, Han Bing's urgent voice continued to come through. The target intensity has already exceeded a Class 1 mental monster. The 3 investigation team members in protective suits have been mentally controlled. All other logistics personnel retreat immediately and notify the fire support team to use heavy firepower to eliminate the monster. Chen Jing immediately made a decision. "Agreed. Also, prepare a helicopter immediately. I will go to the scene myself." Lu Xun, retreat immediately. Everyone back away to over 500 meters. However, Lu Xun's calm and resolute reply came through the earpiece, "I can't leave." Hearing this, Chen Jing asked in astonishment, "What did you say?" Lu Xun repeated in a firm tone, "Those 3 investigation team members are still inside. They haven't been polluted, they're just being controlled. And they can't escape right now, so I'm going to save them." Han Bing cried out in shock. Are you crazy? Do you mean?" Chen Jing gave them no room for discussion, rejecting it sternly. "No, it's too dangerous." Sitting to the side, little 17 spoke up at this moment. "Brother, I'll go with you." Lu Xun gladly agreed to his sister's request, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "Sure." Before his voice even faded, the siblings, with perfect inspoken chemistry, charged out of the cover together, rushing straight toward the battlefield ahead, entering a state of fighting side by side. And at this moment, those controlled team members were almost unable to suppress their own bodies anymore. "We can't hold on much longer." The guns in their hands frantically spat fire, unleashing all the bullets toward Lu Xun charging from below. However, in the eyes of Lu Xun, who had pushed his speed to the limit at this moment, those incoming bullets were like a simple child's obstacle game. With just a slight twist of his body, he easily dodged all of them. But he knew in his heart that this speed was still not enough. Carrying little 17, Lu Xun kicked off the ground, using the recoil to leap violently into the air. Under the astonished gaze of the monster ahead, he instantly leaped to a height level with them. When Lu Xun reached out and touched those team members, they couldn't help but cry out in terror. Don't kill me." However, Lu Xun did not harm them. Instead, he grabbed the neck of the tentacles behind those team members, exerted sudden force with both arms, and instantly ripped the hideous tentacles in half. Rescuing the team members from the monster's restraint, his movements were swift and neat, saving everyone in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the footage of Lu Xun displaying his extraordinary strength was being broadcast in real time on the command room's large screen. An officer standing behind couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "What on earth is he doing?" Han Bing also stared at the screen in disbelief. Pollution source number 41 could actually control 3 fully armed team members simultaneously and make them float in midair. This was enough to show that the mental power of this pollution source was extremely terrifying, yet Lu Xun actually dared to charge straight toward that mental monster against a hail of bullets. Although Spider System ability users possessed extremely high agility, if they were actually hit by a bullet, they would still end up dead. This guy was simply too crazy and dangerous. Just then, Han Bing saw Chen Jing push the door open and walk in, and hastily called out, "Group leader, look quick." The rescued investigation team members had now successfully evacuated. This proved they indeed hadn't suffered mental pollution. Han Bing was utterly shocked by Lu Xun's methods. Meanwhile, Chen Jing, who had just entered, decisively ordered, "Lu Xun, evacuate immediately with the investigation team." However, the voice that subsequently came from the earpiece left them both stunned at the same time. "Next, it's your turn." Chen Jing turned pale with fright and shouted anxiously, "What is he trying to do?" At this moment, the monster on the ground lay motionless, completely powerless to fight back. Little 17, lying on Lu Xun's back, giggled excitedly. Right here, haha." Suddenly, a sudden mutation occurred. A massive tree-like tentacle violently slammed down toward them. Before Lu Xun could react, the surroundings transformed in an instant into an extremely grim and desolate flatland. Countless treemen woven from branches appeared out of thin air, roaring and charging toward the siblings like a tempest. Facing this overwhelming onslaught, Lu Xun not only felt no fear but instead showed a playful smile. "This is quite a grand display." Before his voice even faded, he flickered his feet, instantly moving to another position, narrowly evading the violent pounce of the leading treeman. At the same time, with a backhand grip, he snapped the neck of a nearby treeman in the blink of an eye. In the sky, the high-hanging searchlights illuminated everything below. Through the monitors, everyone in the command room also witnessed this terrifying scene of countless monsters emerging. Especially that towering, bizarre tree that rose from the ground. They cried out in shock, "What on earth is that thing?" Pushing his speed to the absolute limit, Lu Xun dodged and weaved through the dense roots and treemen. In an instant, he closed in on one of the monster's main bodies, and with a sharp crack, broke its arm. Another monster attempting to launch a sneak attack from behind was also firmly choked by his backhand and slammed violently onto the ground. Lu Xun seemed to speak to the person behind him. "If I got caught by these weird shadows, I'd be the first to suffer. Luckily, I have you to block them for me. So they are the only ones suffering. These shadows are the attack method of that strange tree. Though I don't know why, they always give me a familiar feeling of déjà vu," Lu Xun said to his sister behind him. "But it doesn't matter now, little sister. I'll leave the next scene entirely to you." "No problem." At the same time, the field personnel of the Qinggong Main City Special Pollution Cleanup Department urgently reported, "A large number of vine monsters with human-like outlines have been discovered at the scene." "Aren't those figures at the tops of the vines the very dead people who came to seek revenge on Qinran earlier? Although the physical bodies of these deceased have been destroyed, their mental bodies have been devoured and fused by this monster. So those people who came to seek revenge on Qinran before were actually just hosts polluted by the mind, while this place is the true main body of these mental monsters." Han Bing stared at the large screen above, asking in confusion, "So what is Lu Xun doing now?" Drawing on her cigarette, Chen Jing answered, "He is cleaning up the source of pollution in his own way." Hearing this, Han Bing couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Although it was currently confirmed that the target belonged to a Class 1 mental pollution source, the possibility of it having evolved to Class 2 could not be ruled out. Judging from the fact that they actively attacked and attempted to pollute the investigation team members, this monster already possesses a certain level of subjective consciousness, yet even when we drained the lake and conducted deep detection, we never completely enraged it, which indicates that its self-awareness is still incomplete. However, if it continues to grow in this manner, the consequences will be unimaginable. but the question is, why is it so fixated on Qin Ran? Chen Jing analyzed in a calm tone. Because the revenge on Qin Ran was what triggered this mental pollution in the first place. Therefore, the first Avenger, Kui Wang, is the key figure to unlocking the mystery. Han Bing turned her head and said, "So you're saying we must find Kui Wang's corpse to uncover the truth and completely clear this mental pollution? Under normal circumstances, handling a case indeed requires peeling back the layers to find the logic and root cause behind it. But perhaps we can directly resolve it through violence using Lu Xin's method." Meanwhile on the battlefield, Little 17, who was having a great time, complained with disdain. "Too slow, this speed isn't fast enough at all." With a leap, Lu Xin firmly grabbed a human-shaped tree root. "Since you can't catch me, you're the ones who are going to die." While mocking them, he exerted force with both hands to completely tear the treeman to pieces. Moving like lightning, the siblings instantly rushed before the towering giant tree. Little 17's eyes lit up with excitement. "So cute, slurp, I really want to swallow it in one bite." Seeing the little girl about to go wild again, Lu Xin hastily shouted, "Hey, don't just eat anything, watch out or you'll ruin your stomach and get diarrhea." Little 17, however, didn't take her brother's words to heart at all, continuing to open her small mouth, taking large bites to chew and crush the tree roots. "I don't care, I just want to eat." She fiercely tore a massive chunk from the giant tree's main trunk, eating it with great relish. So delicious, as if enraged, the surrounding tree roots suddenly trembled violently, twisting into a mass in the blink of an eye, abruptly pulling Little 17 into the air, followed by even thicker tree roots sweeping toward her overwhelmingly. This sudden counterattack left Little 17 a bit stunned, but she still tightly held onto a massive root without letting go. Lu Xin stared dumbfounded at this scene. What on earth is going on? Meanwhile, Little 17 was still chewing on the tree roots, calling out in a muffled voice. "It's scared." Lu Xin walked forward, teasing with great interest. "Scared? A mental monster can actually feel fear too. Does that mean it's all about to end?" In the earpiece, Chen Jing's voice suddenly rang out. "Everyone pay attention. Take this opportunity to immediately clean up the main core of the polluted monster." Lu Xin stood guard while the other team members quickly responded loudly. Understood. An hour later, the silt and sand at the bottom of the lake were finally cleared away completely. Someone shouted excitedly, "Found it, it's a corpse." Lu Xin could never have imagined they would dig up such a thing, feeling utterly shocked. "What on earth is this?" Chen Jing's inquiry came through the earpiece. "Can you confirm the identity of the corpse? Is it Kui Wang?" Lu Xin answered with absolute certainty. "No, it's Qin Ran." Upon seeing the face of the corpse clearly, he himself was too shocked to speak. At this moment, the team members who followed from behind asked, "Did you find it?" Fully armed, their pitch-black muzzles instantly pointed in unison at the Qin Ran standing with them. Seeing this, the Qin Ran standing there turned pale with fright. "What are you doing? Why are you pointing your guns at me?" Lu Xin stepped forward, staring into his eyes, and spoke slowly. "Who on earth are you?" The other party defended in a panic. "What do you mean, who am I? What on earth do you mean by that?" Han Bing on the other end suggested. "I suggest directly exposing him, then closely observing his reaction." Chen Jing agreed. "Agreed, everyone. Maintain a high state of alertness." Lu Xin frowned, staring intently at him. "If you are indeed Qin Ran, then whose corpse did we just dig up from the bottom of the lake?" Hearing this, the other party turned pale with shock. "What corpse?" Lu Xin explained expressionlessly. "Just now I found the source of this pollution at the bottom of the lake. It was a corpse, and that corpse was none other than you, Qin Ran. If you already died days ago, then who on earth is the you standing before me right now?" Hearing these words, the face of the Qin Ran before him instantly twisted in extreme distortion. "No, that's impossible. If the one you dug up is me, then who am I?" The atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense to the absolute limit. Little 17, who had been holding onto Lu Xin's arm, suddenly spoke up at this moment. "He looks exactly like those fruits on the tree." Hearing his sister's words, Lu Xin also suddenly realized those black figures that attacked them on the strange tree earlier were indeed very familiar. Looking back now, the faces of those shadows were exactly the Qin Ran before them. At this moment, the man before them had already fallen into a state of extreme mental chaos. He panted heavily, his entire body trembling violently, muttering neurotically in his mouth. "Who am I? I am." His breathing grew faster and faster, his eyes gradually becoming bloodshot, turning crimson and terrifying. Suddenly he snapped his head up, roaring hysterically at everyone. "It's all fake, all of it is fake. You want to harm me? I knew nothing good would come from entering the city. You set me up to harm me." In an instant, countless cold muzzles once again firmly locked onto him as he went mad. Standing on the side, Lu Xin also found it completely incomprehensible. The speed and movements Qin Ran unleashed at this moment had completely exceeded the limits of ordinary humans. Just then, someone cried out in surprise, "Oh no, he's trying to climb the wall to escape." In the earpiece, Chen Jing instantly issued the command, "Quick, capture him alive." Almost at the exact same moment, countless dense bullets rained down on him overwhelmingly. Chinran's body shook violently from being hit, but he seemed to have completely lost his mind and consciousness, only screaming madly, "I!" His eyes widened and twisted in pain. Then he collapsed headfirst to the ground, ultimately left lying helplessly in a pool of blood. Immediately after, his entire body actually began to emit a strange glow. In the brilliant light, his facial features and figure actually gradually twisted and deformed, ultimately turning into the appearance of another person. Han Bing on the other end witnessed this scene through the monitor, utterly shocked. He actually turned into Kui Wang. After enduring a great battle, the lake bed finally returned to tranquility once more. Lu Xun sat on the edge of a high platform, wrapped tightly in a thermal blanket, staring blankly down below, looking exactly like a victim who had just been rescued. Accompanied by the roar of propellers, an armed helicopter slowly descended, and a pair of long, slender legs stepped out from the cabin. Chen Jing walked forward, speaking to him in a softened tone. In any case, this cleanup mission was successfully completed. I will apply for a generous special reward for you. Lu Xun turned his head and spoke. About that, Chen Jing beat him to it. Next, an expert team will take over to conduct a detailed analysis and investigation of the scene and the corpse. In our process of cleaning up mental pollution, we often run into things that cannot be explained by common sense. But as long as we follow the clues to find the most critical source of pollution in the chain, most cases can find the inner logic behind them. I believe this time will be no exception. But to be honest, we don't have more concrete clues at the moment. I listened to the battle report just now. I heard you guys even heard the strange fish talking underwater. Lu Xun recalled the eerie scene from earlier, and gave a muffled response. After all, at that time, everyone indeed clearly heard the resentful screams emitted by those strange fish on the ground. Chen Jing took a drag of her cigarette and said slowly, "Fish naturally cannot speak. I didn't hear any other sounds in the video either, so that was likely a sensation caused by everyone being affected by hallucinatory pollution. However, this is also a clue. For instance, those fish kept crying out for Chinran to pay with his life. So which Chinran exactly was the one they wanted dead?" Hearing this analysis, Lu Xun hesitated. Chen Jing didn't elaborate further, and instead turned to leave. "All right, let's go. There are still some matters that need to be handled." Afterwards, Lu Xun was brought to the guard hall of the No. 2 satellite city. "Rest here for a bit. I'm going to handle some work and will come find you later." Lu Xun sat there, vaguely feeling that it was far too quiet here. Little 17 had followed him here as well and was happily eating snacks and drinking tea. The little girl ate with great relish, her eyes shining as she looked at him and said, "Brother, this is so delicious, I love it, you should eat more." Just then, a sudden noise came from outside and the two siblings instantly looked toward the door alertly. Immediately after, Lu Xun casually swept several empty snack boxes on the table over to himself. At that moment, Chen Jing pushed the door open and walked in. "I'm back." She then noticed Lu Xun's subtle movement. "Sweet food, do you crave sweets after using your abilities?" By now, the thorough investigation had concluded. No residual mental energy was detected in the lake, which means this No. 41 mental pollution incident has been completely resolved. However, the test results show that the corpse of Kui Wang, the one previously dumped and later retrieved by the organization to confront Chinran, perfectly matches the characteristics of the No. 41 pollution source at the bottom of the lake. Although some doubts remain, at least no more people will fall victim to it. That's wonderful. Chen Jing sat there, carefully studying the young man before her. Was the person before her now really the same person who had dealt with that mental monster earlier? "I feel like I have a bit of a split personality." Chen Jing handed him a thick stack of documents. "An in-depth investigation is currently underway regarding the research on the No. 41 pollution source. Other people will follow up on that. What we need to do now is discuss the aftermath of this incident. Typically, we must identify the critical nodes and internal logic of a pollution source before we can successfully resolve it. Yet this time, even though we didn't find either of these, we still managed to resolve it. So do you possess some kind of latent ability? Otherwise, how could you possibly neutralize a pollution source with a mental energy level of nearly 200 units? Hearing this, Lu Xun asked back, "Latent ability? Why do you ask?" Chen Jing began to share her thoughts. "Based on your last test, you belong to the Spider system with a C-grade ability rating and a mental energy level of around 100, with your previous fluctuations never exceeding 50. Generally speaking, when mental mutants face a pollution source, their mental state is usually much more prone to fluctuations compared to ordinary people of the same level. That is why we rarely let mental mutants face a pollution source alone. We typically resolve it by finding the pollution source's logical chain and core key, but you are different. You chose to directly and violently eliminate the pollution source. It was like this during the previous Incident 36, and it was the same for Incident 41. This method of resolution is too direct, too violent, and extremely rare in the past, Lu Xun replied calmly. But the most critical point is that the one who actually resolved these two pollution sources was my sister. He then picked up the empty snack boxes on the table and said, "She was the one who ate all of these." Chen Jing pressed with a serious expression. "Then where is she now?" Lu Xun pointed toward the ceiling. "She's looking at you and smiling." At this moment, little 17 was hanging upside down directly above Chen Jing's head, grinning eerily at her like a mischievous ghost. He. However, Chen Jing couldn't see a thing. There was clearly nothing there. Was this kid playing mind games again? She could only sigh and reply, "All right, let's put that question aside for now. What I'm more curious about is, why did you charge toward that bizarre tree earlier when I clearly ordered you to retreat? Had you already determined back then that those 3 team members weren't polluted? How did you determine that?" Hearing this, Lu Xun asked back, "How? I saw it directly." At this moment, little 17 was still happily crawling around on the ceiling. Hearing his words, Chen Jing below was greatly shocked, staring at him in disbelief. "You saw it directly," Lu Xun answered earnestly. "I can clearly see the specific forms of those monsters, so I knew the 3 of them were just wrapped up by tentacles and hadn't been assimilated as part of the monster. Besides, the reason my sister could help me deal with those monsters back then was also because I could see them clearly. Those monsters may be terrifying, but as long as you can dodge their attacks, they're really nothing much." Chen Jing thoughtfully shared her thoughts. "So you can directly see those distorted mental forms?" Hearing this, Lu Xun was a bit puzzled and asked back, "Can't you guys see them? Then that might be your problem." "All right, you did an excellent job this time. Go back and get some rest first. I will notify you of the time for your next assessment." Lu Xun stood up to leave, but suddenly stopped in his tracks, hesitating to speak. But Chen Jing saw right through his thoughts, offering a slight smile to comfort him. "Don't worry. Although some of your performances are indeed extraordinary after the Red Moon incident, the powers generated by mental mutations have always been bizarre and extremely complex. I've even seen ability users who can steal other people's mental power." However, Lu Xun scratched his head sheepishly and smiled awkwardly. "Actually, what I wanted to ask about was the payment." It seemed to be the first time Chen Jing had met someone so obsessed with money. She froze for a moment before replying, "It will be transferred to your account very soon." The office door closed once again. "Goodbye then." At this moment, little 17 left with him, her face carrying a hint of displeasure as she muttered, "Brother, there were a lot of people with bad intentions watching you from the shadows just now. Also, that brain-dead woman was lying to you." Lu Xun heard this and hastily gestured for the little girl to quiet down. "All right, stop talking. They paid us after all." Meanwhile, the office behind them fell back into a dead silent hush. Sitting alone in her chair, Chen Jing's face was written with exhaustion. Lu Xun could actually see the specific form of the pollution source directly. Before this, she hadn't noticed at all. The stronger his ability, the higher the risk of him losing control. At this thought, she pressed the red button on the desk. In an instant, several video call screens lit up on the large monitor, and several high-ranking officials appeared on the screen. A balding elderly man spoke first. "This Lu Xun situation is indeed somewhat special. Not only can he directly see mental entities, but he can even calmly analyze the pros and cons under those circumstances. I suspect his own mental energy level is actually very high, with a preliminary estimate of possibly over 300 units. Just then, an elder with a black beard took over the conversation, saying, "Today's meeting is not for you to discuss scientific research. The core issue is whether it is compliant to recruit and use a mental mutant who poses an extremely high risk of losing control at any moment." Chen Jing countered from the side. "What is non-compliant about it? His performance today was outstanding." However, the elder continued to object. "But everyone can see that his mental state is extremely unstable, and he even exhibits severe schizophrenia and multiple personality disorders. Have you ever considered what kind of devastating disaster a guy like this would cause to the number 2 satellite city or even the entire Qinggong main city if he completely loses control?" Chen Jing cast a cold glance at him and asked back, "Then Minister Shen, how do you plan to handle it?" Minister Shen stated his thoughts. "For someone like him, I need him to be under control and surveillance at all times. I would rather spend money to keep him contained than have him get too involved in those mental pollution incidents. He is essentially an extremely unstable mental patient." Hearing this, Chen Jing retorted with some irritation, "Have you ever considered that your so-called monitoring might directly trigger him and instead accelerate his loss of control? Who will bear the responsibility then? Besides, the mental patient you speak of just helped Qinggong defuse a massive crisis." While the two sides were arguing back and forth, A blurry figure in the center of the screen spoke up slowly. Minister Shen's concerns are not without merit. The risk of this young man losing control is indeed immense, and his true mental energy level may far exceed our imagination. Everyone looked toward that screen, calling out respectfully. Professor Bai, a middle-aged scientist in a white lab coat, stood there, saying, "I know what everyone is debating. I've also reviewed the young man's detailed file. In my view, his risk of losing control could be as high as 80% or more. I have a highly critical assessment report here. Everyone take a look first." 3 days later, a black sedan was driving along the city streets when the car phone suddenly rang. Sitting in the car, Lu Xin was a bit bewildered. Why was the atmosphere so tense? A voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, Mr. Lu Xin. I am Han Bing, an information analyst from the Special Pollution Cleanup Department. I'm calling to inform you of the analysis results and treatment plan regarding the number 41 special pollution source. Every time we finish handling a mental pollution incident, we conduct a detailed review and analysis, and report the results to the relevant special agents. Thank you, sorry to trouble you." "No trouble at all, it's just my job," Han Bing then continued seriously. "Currently, the treatment results regarding the number 41 special pollution source are as follows. The core items involved in the number 41 pollution source, namely the corpses of Qin Ran and Kui Wang, have both been transferred to the Qinggang City Special Pollution Control Center for containment. No residual mental energy was detected on Qin Ran's corpse found at the bottom of the lake. However, according to regulations, the area will still be cordoned off, and no living creatures are allowed to enter for a year. In addition, the 3 investigation team members who were previously controlled have also passed comprehensive evaluations and psychological tests, confirming they suffered only mild pollution and are currently on paid medical leave." At this point, a hint of a smile entered Han Bing's voice. "By the way, they asked me to be sure to pass along their gratitude to you for saving their lives." Lu Xin smiled sheepishly. "That's too polite of them. It was just what I should do, no need to thank me specifically." Han Bing smiled and continued, "Mr. Lu Xin has made a great contribution in this mission to clean up the number 41 pollution source. The payment of 30,000 yuan has already been deposited into your bank card. Additionally, Group Leader Chen Jing specifically applied for an extra 6,000 yuan bonus for you from the higher-ups. Aside from the reward, Colonel Chen has also arranged a comprehensive evaluation for you. It is scheduled for a few days from now, so please prepare in advance." Lu Xin asked back in confusion, "An evaluation? Evaluating what?" "A comprehensive assessment of your mental state and abilities. This is a mandatory process before formally joining the organization. It is also a routine process conducted by convention." Hearing this, Lu Xin instantly grew interested. "Formal employment?" A happy smile appeared on his face. "Sure." The next morning, the entire city maintained its usual tranquility as always. Lu Xin picked up his phone and asked, "So what exactly was going on with this incident?" Han Bing explained patiently. "During our research on the number 41 special pollution source, we discovered that the DNA of Qin Ran's corpse dug up from the lake bed perfectly matched what the forensic scientists had previously extracted. Meanwhile, the core of the number 41 pollution source, the mental body mutated from Kui Wang after his death, had DNA that was completely identical to the hair samples found in Kui Wang's home. At Sifong Transportation Company, 4 employees could only describe their impressions of Qin Ran over the past year. On the day of the incident, 3 people conducted a transaction together with Qin Ran. Their testimonies consistently claimed that Qin Ran was the one who killed Kui Wang, and they even helped dispose of the corpse. However, someone reported that Qin Ran's appetite suddenly became astoundingly large that day, which left everyone thoroughly astonished. Hearing this, Lu Xin asked in some confusion, "What does that prove?" Han Bing answered seriously, "Not much can be confirmed because for certain mental mutants, tampering with other people's memories is not a difficult task." Lu Xin had a look of utter disbelief. "They can even tamper with memories? That is absolutely insane," Han Bing continued. "The research department has made a preliminary hypothesis. They believe that Qin Ran was actually just severely polluted. His true identity was actually Kui Wang, but he was completely unaware of it himself. Always believing he was Qin Ran, due to the erosion of the mental monster, his mental power became extremely bizarre, to the point of assimilating others' minds, thereby splitting off another consciousness after being infected. The research department doesn't dare to jump to conclusions easily just yet, but they have a few theories. First, although those controlled individuals were polluted, they instinctively rejected this distortion, thereby developing intense hostility toward the pollution source. These people who came to his door were actually hosts whose mental bodies had not yet fully merged. This is also one of the effective methods for locating a pollution source. Second, a distorted mental body is inherently flawed and will often display severe tendencies of self-harm and self-loathing, or even spawn a self-devouring mental monster. From our perspective, that so-called Chin Ran was highly likely just a split-off empty shell. It was because the intense mental pollution at the bottom of the lake had deeply eroded Kui Wong that he believed he had become Chin Ran. The research department believes that over time, not only would he have completely transformed into Chin Ran, but he would also have contemplated further, such as why he turned out this way. Unfortunately, due to the prior fierce battle, we lost this highly valuable research subject. Lu Xun pondered it carefully and asked, "So Chin Ran was polluted, killed Kui Wong, and subsequently turned into a self-deluding monster. Meanwhile, the murdered Kui Wong turned into a vengeful ghost, came back for revenge, devoured Chin Ran, took on Chin Ran's appearance, and even took away his memories?" Han Bing replied calmly. "Rest assured, everything is within control. Low-threat level pollution sources will be transferred to a special containment center for secure storage. They have state-of-the-art equipment there to ensure the pollution won't leak out again." Lu Xun hung up the phone after listening, a thrilled smile spreading across his face. 36,000 yuan in payment. In the next second, he literally jumped up on the spot with excitement. The money was deposited in no time. A few hours later, Lu Xun returned home. Just as he walked up to the entrance, he saw little 17 hanging upside down from a utility pole, waiting for him. "Brother, you're back?" Right then, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air as a sharp blade thrust straight at him. Lu Xun spun around rapidly. At the same time, little 17 leaped down from on high like a flash. In an instant, she firmly caught the sharp blade with both hands. Lu Xun's expression changed as he bellowed, "Who is it?" A sudden burst of laughter echoed from behind him. "As expected of someone with the same ability as me, your reactions are pretty fast." Lu Xun hastily turned to look, only to see a man walking backward down the wall above with light, agile movements before landing steadily on the ground. Wearing a somewhat smug and arrogant grin, he waved his hand and introduced himself. "Just wanted to test you a bit." Then he friendly extended his right hand, smiling. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Gecko, codename Shi Chong. Colonel Chen sent me to pick you up." Lu Xun stared coldly at the extended hand, saying in an unfriendly tone, "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" Hearing this, Gecko shrugged with a cheeky grin. "Dangerous? No way, brother. For Spider System ability users like us, does that even count as dangerous?" Beside them, little 17 eagerly leaned in and asked, "Brother, do you need me to take him out?" Meanwhile, on the attic not far away, his parents were also staring down expressionlessly, their eyes glittering with a cold, dangerous light. Looking at his family up high, Lu Xun felt somewhat helpless. This was the first time he had seen his entire family so united in dealing with an outsider. Lu Xun tightly shook Gecko's hand and said in a low voice, "The danger I'm talking about is that you are currently in extreme danger. Come with me quick." Gecko scratched his head in embarrassment. "Brother, no need to be so serious, right? There are plenty of ways we greet each other within our squad. I mean, I went through all that trouble to dodge the satellite city's surveillance just to sneak in and meet you. But not only did you not invite me up for a seat, why are you so angry?" Lu Xun only felt a wave of mental exhaustion upon hearing this. "You still want to go upstairs?" he asked back expressionlessly. "Just spit it out. What is the real purpose of Colonel Chen sending you here this time?" Gecko familiarly slung an arm around his shoulders, chuckling. "It's highly important. Brother, you really have some serious clout. For your onboarding evaluation this time, the 5 freaks of the Qinggang Special Police Force have all specifically rushed to the No. 2 satellite city just for you." Hearing this, Lu Xun asked calmly, "Why do they need those monsters to test me for a simple onboarding evaluation? You'll understand once we get there." Meanwhile, little 17 had crawled onto Gecko's back without him even realizing it. Seeing this, Lu Xun hastily barked in a low voice, "Sister, let go of him, don't go touching people's necks like that." Gecko turned around to look, asking who he was talking to. Meanwhile, little 17 obediently jumped down from his neck. Lu Xun found explaining this rather exhausting. "My sister, right now she just wants to twist your head off, but don't worry, under normal circumstances she listens to me." Hearing this, Gecko laughed and asked back, "Normal circumstances? You really haven't changed a bit, so how is it? Everyone says you are extremely dangerous." Just then, the watch on his wrist suddenly lit up. Gecko smiled happily. "It's here, the test notification is here. In 15 minutes at Qingzhou Mansion in the east of the city." Hearing this, Lu Xun raised his head and asked, "Are these things always notified at the last minute?" Gecko turned his head with a smile. "Brother, those monsters have terrible tempers and they hate it when people are late, but we are quite far from there, so now it's time to see what you've really got." With that, he grabbed onto the wall with both hands and climbed directly up to a high spot. Brother, come on, let's see who gets there first. Little 17 stood aside and gently tugged his sleeve. Brother, should we chase after him? Lucien thought for a moment and replied, we'll take the subway. Right after they boarded the subway, his sister stood beside him pouting with a thoroughly displeased look while Lucien truly couldn't understand. Didn't that guy know that the last stop of the subway line goes directly to Qingzhou Mansion? Outside Qingzhou Mansion, people were already waiting. When Lucien raised his head to look up, he happened to see Gecko climbing down the wall. He jumped to the ground, panting heavily as he said, I lost. Mostly because I turned back to look for you, but who knew you'd actually take the subway? Standing aside, he suggested, how about we just climb straight up? Lucien looked ahead and said flatly, no way, you talk too much. Wait for me, I was just joking, you really are something. Soon, the main door outside was opened. Chen Jing had already been waiting there for a long time. You're here. These are the staff members who will assist with your assessment today. They are all experts in fields such as neurology, brain science, psychology, and occult studies. Hearing this, Lucien asked, what about the 6 monsters of Qinggang? Chen Jing was slightly surprised. 6 monsters. Just then, 6 elderly gentlemen and ladies appeared before him, saying with smiles, the 6 monsters he's talking about probably refers to us, right? We will be fully responsible for your onboarding assessment this time. No need to be nervous. We are all very professional. This is Director Chen from the Qinggang City Special Pollution Research Center. Lucien turned his head to look at the person beside him. Gecko averted his gaze and whispered, I don't know anything. You probably know this one. He is Gecko, and he requested to come here on his own. His abilities can serve as a reference and comparison for you. Hearing this, Gecko couldn't help but feel a bit depressed. Calling me a reference and comparison sounds so bad. He then waved at the experts over there. Hello, experts. However, those experts walked straight past him without stopping for even a second. Let's head to the assessment area then, the other party said as they turned to leave. First, we need to test your mental magnitude. With this data, we will know how to guide you today to prevent you from losing control. Chen Jing, walking beside him, explained that guiding meant helping him enhance his mutated abilities. In many cases, if anything went wrong, it could easily cause a mental mutant to completely lose control. Therefore, those with superpowers had to be guided. Standing to the side, Gecko shrugged and chimed in. Well, that's just how ordinary mortals understand it. There are many things that people assume can be done by guessing, but in reality, they are completely impossible. Before his voice even faded, he immediately felt several ferocious glares shooting toward him. For instance, why does everyone think I'll turn into an aberrant? I'm not a cat after all. At the shooting range, several targets were neatly lined up in front of them. Chen Jing picked up a gun and said, Our first test is shooting ability. Perhaps you haven't received professional training, so we will start with a tutorial. She loaded and unloaded the magazine with extreme proficiency, then disengaged the safety. Swiftly raising the gun to point forward, she quickly hit the target dead on, scoring A7. Chen Jing looked at Lucien and smiled. All right, tutorial over. Seeing this, Lucien was completely dumbfounded. That's it, what did you actually teach me? Hearing this, Gecko laughed and said, To me, as long as you know how to fire and load a gun, you've completely learned it. Lucien sighed, then picked up the gun with a serious expression. A gasp sounded from the people nearby as 3 bullet holes appeared on the target ahead, and those 3 bullet holes alone were enough to make the people behind gape in shock. No, that was a 3-round burst, Gecko called out from behind to comfort him. Don't be nervous. It's hard to aim accurately at first. You need to focus, feel the difficulty first, and then use your mutated ability to get it done. Just as Lucien was about to put the gun down, it was snatched right out of his hand. Little 17 stood behind him, adjusting the muzzle with a happy grin, her eyes staring resolutely ahead. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she fired a shot and actually hit a bullseye. A perfect 10. What was this? Standing behind, Lucien handled the gun with highly practiced ease, yet in the blink of an eye, the gun in his hand was disassembled into raw parts. Little 17 sat on the table with an excited expression, feeling that shooting wasn't all that fun, and disassembling it was much more amusing. Lucien turned around to the crowd behind him and said, I don't really like using this. Can we test other items? Hearing this request from behind, Gecko immediately cried out, Brother, we are natural-born gunfighters. What is a spider supposed to use if not guns? However, the scientists behind them didn't think it was a big deal. All right, he is actually a natural genius with guns too. Let's try some other items now. Afterward, he entered the bullet-dodging speed test, and Little 17 directly covered the old scientist's eyes from the side. When it came to the 100-meter sprint, Gecko successfully clocked in at 3.79 seconds, while Lucien took nearly 5 seconds. In the microspace chamber test, the results were also somewhat disappointing. During the subconscious test segment, the researcher said to him, Give it a try. Use your subconscious to bring that apple over. Little 17, standing aside, was somewhat displeased. I'm your sister, not your slave. It's one thing if you're in danger, but right now nothing is happening at all." Although slightly reluctant, the little girl still clung to the ceiling and crawled forward sluggishly. "Here I go then, hee." In the next instant she zipped directly above the professor, stretched out her short little leg and yanked the professor's toupee off. Standing in front, Lu Xun had absolutely not expected this scene. Staring at that shiny bald head, he couldn't help but mutter in his mind, "So this professor is bald too?" Afterward, he was brought into an office for a psychological evaluation. At the same time, several professors and Chen Jing held a brief meeting. "Professors, any conclusions?" one of them asked. "His ability level shows immense potential." Just then, the professor in charge of the psychological evaluation walked in from outside as well, marking the end of the final round of testing. With an extremely grave expression, she said, "The psychological evaluation has some massive issues." Pushing up her glasses, her voice carried a trace of disbelief as she said calmly, "He is too normal, even so normal that it's abnormal." Chen Jing also mused thoughtfully. "Normal?" The old lady suddenly slammed the table and said loudly, "I talked with him about his childhood experiences in the orphanage and his life after leaving it, and he was highly cooperative. Then I asked about his family. Not only did he show no resistance at all, but he also described the scenes of living with his family in meticulous detail, and even discussed the possibility of split personality and the existence of his family members with me very seriously. To be honest, I almost thought he was my own personal student." A person beside her spoke up. "After the Red Moon incident, how could there possibly be someone with a completely normal mind? Could he be lying? If he were lying, it definitely wouldn't escape my eyes. This young man is optimistic, open-minded, and very kind. I noticed that the figure of a certain person constantly appears in his memories. The old director of the Red Moon Orphanage. During those crazy, bewildered, and chaotic years, that old director was one of the very few who could always uphold sanity and boundaries." Sitting nearby, another person continued, "If there are about 3 people in his family, and if his spider power comes from his sister, then we can reasonably infer that he actually possesses 2 other kinds of power, which he didn't deny either," another chimed in. "That is highly likely because his mental capacity is simply too high." During the psychological evaluation, he refused to grab the apple, yet my toupee ended up crooked. I'm absolutely certain I had put it on straight before. He must have used some method I didn't even notice to move my toupee at some point. With that, he took off the toupee on his head with some resignation. "I designed this toupee myself. It fits very snugly and requires external force to move, yet he actually managed to shift it without anyone realizing. With this kind of ability and control, he could probably even control my brain." Chen Jing massaged her temples, feeling somewhat weary. If the events at the Red Moon Orphanage 10 years ago really had something to do with him, then not just his brain but everyone present would break down. Flashback to a few days ago in the No. 2 satellite city, Professor Bai placed a thick stack of files on the table and said, "This document records the massive explosion that occurred in the No. 2 satellite city 10 years ago. Back then, the 3-story building of the orphanage was completely destroyed, leaving only 2 survivors. One was Lu Xun, and the other was Han Xiaolu, who is now the executive principal of Red Moon Primary School. At that time, our department was short-handed, so the case was closed hastily. Looking at it now, there are many suspicious points. For instance, absolutely no explosives or volatile materials were detected at the scene. According to my analysis, this was highly likely a terror incident triggered by a mental loss of control. The risk of this young man losing control of his mind is indeed extremely high, but he has been struggling to restrain himself. 10 years have passed since the massive explosion occurred, and he has never shown any abnormalities. My personal recommendation is to approve his recruitment and provide the correct guidance. During my recent trip to the Alliance seminar, I found that other high-walled cities have successively discovered S-class mental mutants. If these mutants are put into military use, how will we respond? This matter gives me a strong sense of unease. Let's organize the assessment for Lu Xun as soon as possible." Returning to the present, they were still talking. "Why do I always feel like he can even break through 500? Is it really impossible to push him straight into the second stage through 1 or 2 enhancements?" Chen Jing immediately asked. "Professors, do you agree to guide Lu Xun?" Everyone raised their hands in agreement, expressing their full consent. "Approved. I suggest assigning him more missions so we can collect more data." "I agree wholeheartedly. An outstanding high-potential subject like him must be guided properly." Meanwhile, in another waiting room nearby, Gecko and Lu Xun were sitting around in boredom. "This is too boring. How is it not over yet?" Gecko suddenly spoke up. "Brother, when did you discover you had this kind of power? As Lu Xin answered, he took away a few candies from in front of little 17. Discovering I had power, hearing his somewhat surprised question, Gecko waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let me talk about myself first. The experience of my first awakening was indeed quite unforgettable. It was a winter day with heavy snow flying everywhere. I was wandering the streets and spotted a beautiful older sister working the night shift against the wind and snow. I've always been soft-hearted, even though I had less than 50 yuan in my pocket. When I heard her call out, 'Hey handsome, want to have some fun?' I still stuffed the money into her hand. She was deeply touched and started getting down to business very professionally. But just then the sound of patrol officers knocking on the door suddenly came from outside. I was scared out of my wits back then, and with a loud yell, I squeezed myself into a nearby cabinet. By the time the people outside hauled that cabinet back to the guard hall with me wrapped in only a towel, I suddenly realized it was actually just a 30-centimeter tall shoe cabinet. Back then, several high-ranking officials sitting in front of him had recruited him with extreme enthusiasm. Join our department. Since we're all on the same team, you'll find out about my embarrassing stories sooner or later anyway. Besides, our department barely has anyone normally. Drunkard gets dead drunk every single day, and every time he passes out he shouts about seeing dragons flying in the sky. As for Doll, it's a bit of a pity. She is beautiful enough to drive all the men in the world crazy, but she happens to be a simple-minded girl. And our Colonel Chen, do you know what color underwear she's wearing today?" Hearing him actually discuss this, Lu Xin spat out his mouthful of water on the spot. "Is it really okay to talk about the boss behind her back like this?" Standing nearby, little 17 chimed in with a serious face. "It's pink." Lu Xin subconsciously gasped. "Pink?" Gecko beside him was instantly intrigued. "You know." He then eagerly leaned in to press further. "Since you know, hurry up and tell me the details. Like the size, style, cup and all that." Just then a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind them. "What are you chatting about?" The newcomer was none other than Chen Jing. The two looked up guiltily toward the direction of the voice. Chen Jing didn't want to waste words. She walked in and told Lu Xin directly, "Your assessment is over. The detailed research report won't be out for a few days, but before receiving guidance, you must first familiarize yourself with your power. Gecko will assist you with this, as both of you share the same ability attributes. During the initial stage, we will first arrange some basic work for you so you can get a clearer understanding of yourself. Coincidentally, there is a special pollution cleanup mission tonight to investigate a small cluster with a C-grade danger rating. Gecko will contact you when the time comes. This mission will be led by Gecko. You will assist him as his deputy. The main purpose of this mission is to get you familiar with your power. Also, this is your code name." Afterward, he received a sheet of paper containing his detailed information. Lu Xin took it and looked, asking in some confusion, "My code name is Solo?" Walking out, Chen Jing replied, "Correct." Then she leaned close to Gecko, warning in a low whisper, "If you don't want to dance naked on the busiest street until your legs break, talk less about me behind my back with the rookie. Understood?" "Understood." Before leaving, she left behind a meaningful remark. "And what I'm wearing today is black." Hearing this, Lu Xin's face instantly flushed bright red. Little 17, sitting aside, said huffily, "She's lying." That night the two arrived at the designated assembly point for the mission. Gecko gave a cheeky grin. "Brother, since Boss Chen asked me to show you the ropes, I won't stand on ceremony. We of the Spider System learn best in actual combat. As for those theoretical concepts, I can't really explain them clearly either. In short, just copy whatever I do later." With that, he handed over a communicator. "Put it on, we're ready to head out." For some reason, Lu Xin felt a faint surge of excitement in his heart. The communication equipment quickly established a connection, clearing and analyzing the entry route for the tactical team. Signal detection is normal. A very pleasant female voice echoed from the other end of the earpiece. The speaker was a sexy beauty with shoulder-length purple hair, wearing a tight bodysuit. Hearing this voice, Gecko was instantly thrilled. "Dearest Linda, I haven't heard your voice in days. I missed you to death." Hearing this, the other party replied somewhat coldly, "My name is not Linda. My last name is Tai, and my name is Tai Kui." Gecko, however, completely ignored her correction. "Tai Kui, that name simply doesn't do justice to your sweet and charming voice. I'll stick to calling you Linda. That name makes my heart flutter. It feels absolutely delightful." On the other end of the line, Tai Kui replied coldly, "In that case, you can call me Tai Kui Lena." Gecko immediately felt that the joke wasn't funny anymore. Just then, a voice came through the communicator. "We will now begin broadcasting the file on this special pollution incident. 10 days ago, the investigation team discovered special pollution source number 039. Gecko glanced at Lu Xin and said, "Did you hear that, brother? This is the most crucial part one wanted to teach you. The information analysis group is our most important partner. Just think about it, if we didn't have them to chat with us constantly, how boring would it be for the two of us to be out on duty? Each analyst in the information analysis group acts as an exclusive single-line contact, which ensures much tighter coordination for our work. Just think about it. The moment we're on a mission, we get to chat with them, back and forth. You know what I mean, right? Of course, he couldn't let her hear this. As Gecko spoke, he gesticulated wildly like a madman, leaving Lu Xin, who stood beside him, completely speechless. Lu Xin couldn't help but recall Han Bing, who had contacted him last time. An exclusive single-line contact. Lieutenant Han Bing was not only extremely polite, but her voice was also very pleasant. I wonder if she will ever be paired with me again in the future. Meanwhile, Gecko continued to yell excitedly, so for guys like us who run field missions, flirting is absolutely the #1 priority. He then pressed the communicator close to his ear and said, Lena, you didn't tell me last time. Are you single, or did you just break up? Tai Kui replied calmly on the other end. My name is Tai Kui, and I was just busy breastfeeding my child. However, Gecko completely brushed her words aside. Come on, stop pulling my leg. Do you think I'm 3 years old? Your department is so strictly managed. How could they possibly let you bring a baby to the office? She replied as calmly as ever. Who said it was a baby? For all you know, they might already be in their 20s. Hearing this, Gecko's face instantly fell, and he was completely dumbfounded on the spot. What did you say? Right at that moment he leapt violently into the air, instantly sticking to the opposite wall. He turned his head and shouted down, Hurry up, brother. Lu Xin smiled and said to his sister on his back, We should get moving too. However, little 17 pouted unhappily. I want to eat candy, Lu Xin explained with a smile. If a kid eats too much candy, they'll get cavities. But the little girl huffed back. Do you think I'm a kid? Lu Xin didn't get angry. He simply stroked her head gently. But you are a child and the most beautiful little princess of all. No one can compare to you, right? Hearing this, little 17 immediately broke into a brilliant smile, her tears forgotten. I don't just want candy, I want the dark kind, the sweet and bitter chocolate. I want to eat several pieces. Lu Xin sighed helplessly, and pulled out the chocolate box he kept in his coat pocket. All right here. Thrilled with her treat, the little girl happily wrapped her arms tightly around her brother's neck. Brother, let's go? Seeing Lu Xin catch up, Gecko couldn't help but tease. What took you so long? I thought you'd gone off to take the subway again. Can you see the pollution source clearly? Lu Xin replied calmly. Let me take a look first. As he spoke, his gaze quickly swept over the factory building below. A thin reddish mist seemed to hang in the air, and inside the factory building, a crowd of people appeared to be gathered together, frantically busy. With bizarre expressions on their faces and trembling voices, they mechanically muttered over and over. Work, work, work. They were like tireless machines, repeating their tasks in a frenzy. Some even clutched their work tightly with grotesque, terrifying expressions, muttering neurotically under their breath. They slowly raised their heads, and some of them locked their hollow, eerie gazes directly onto Lu Xin, standing outside and witnessing this. Lu Xin couldn't help but be startled. What on earth is going on here? Beside him, Gecko asked once more. Can you see the pollution source clearly? Staring intently through the window glass, Lu Xin asked back in confusion, Is that guy the pollution source? What on earth is he muttering about? Gecko put away his playful demeanor and said seriously, Listen closely, you should be able to hear his voice. Just then, little 17 whispered in his ear, Brother, let me help you. In an instant, Lu Xin's eyes seemed to pierce through the glass, giving him a crystal-clear view of the frantic factory director gesturing wildly inside. Only from this perspective could he see the man's incredibly contorted and terrifying face. He was shouting hysterically, Work, we must work, we are all survivors of the cataclysm. Everyone else died, and we are the only ones left alive. In this city, so many people live like dogs, to say nothing of the countless madmen wandering outside. So many people don't have enough to eat, and in the end it's because they don't work as hard as we do. His eyes gradually turned blood-red and savage, his hands clawing at his own flesh as he trembled uncontrollably. So we can only work, only by working ourselves to the bone can we survive in this city. If we don't work, we'll starve to death like the refugees outside the walls. His eyes were severely bloodshot and swollen, looking as if they might burst from their sockets at any moment. Work ourselves to death. If we don't work, how are we any different from the dead? Lu Xin finally came to his senses and murmured, So that's the pollution source. Gecko smiled and teased. Colonel Chen said you can directly see mental monsters. So what do you see right now? Lu Xin answered honestly. I actually can't see monsters of this level. I only see a man standing there. Gecko calmly analyzed the situation for him. Same as me then. Yes, that fat guy in the suit is indeed the source of pollution. To be precise, he's at most a mental mutant right now. But a mutant like him is far more dangerous than ordinary pollution sources because he has already affected over 100 workers in this factory. Just then, a voice came through the communicator. Yuanshang Textile Company. Limited factory director Zheng Yuanshang, 40 years old, moved into the number 2 satellite city when he was 27. The establishment of this factory was a mistake to begin with, and it has been on the brink of bankruptcy multiple times. 10 days ago, someone noticed something strange about the factory and reported it to the police. However, by the time the investigation team arrived, the situation had completely spiraled out of control. Currently, everyone inside the factory is deeply polluted. They will indiscriminately attack anyone who enters the building or tries to stop them from working, and they will even try to aggressively pollute others to turn them into one of them. They have already been working at high intensity for 2 consecutive days and nights, without eating, drinking, or sleeping. If we don't take action to stop them, they will likely work themselves to death. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuanshang could completely lose control and go berserk at any moment. Once that happens, the pollution will spread aggressively, likely affecting neighboring factories, which is why headquarters issued a direct cleanup order. Hearing this, Lu Xun frowned and couldn't help but ask, "A cleanup? How are we supposed to do that? There are over 100 innocent workers in there." Beside him, Gecko slung an arm around his shoulder and explained, "Brother, our mission is to clean up the pollution source, not to slaughter all these polluted workers. Even though our primary objective is indeed to stop the pollution from spreading, sometimes getting blood on our hands is unavoidable. Besides, some of these workers are only mildly polluted. As long as we handle it right, they can still be saved." He then flashed a mischievous grin and spoke into the communicator. "Lena, give us some professional advice." Tai Kui replied coldly, "My recommendation is to use a specialized high-potency tranquilizer gun to neutralize him from a distance, forcing the pollution source into a coma. Since Zheng Yuanshang hasn't completely lost control yet and still retains a sliver of sanity, this is the most feasible and safest option." Gecko frowned and countered, "This guy can affect over 100 people at once. His mental energy is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Before the tranquilizer dart even reaches him, he might instinctively manifest a powerful mental shield to block the bullet." Tai Kui answered calmly, "Which is why in 30 seconds I will have the support team trigger an explosion on the east side of the factory building to distract him. No matter how vigilant he is, a sudden explosion will disrupt his mental focus. That split second will be your best window to shoot. Remember, you only have a few seconds, and this is our only plan." Gecko smiled, patting the sidearm at his waist. "No problem, leave it to me." He then pulled out a pistol. "These guns are my absolute babies." He handled his sidearm with extremely practiced ease. Lu Xun watched as Gecko kicked off the ground and leaped lightly onto the high opposite wall, clinging to it like his namesake. "All set," he reported with a chuckle. "Go ahead and start the countdown." 30, 25. Lu Xun also watched every movement inside the factory with a grim expression. 20. Little 17, far from being afraid, was practically glowing with excitement. 10, 3, 2, 1, go! In an instant, a violent explosion erupted on the other side of the factory, sending flames into the sky. Gecko grinned, pulling the trigger at the perfect moment. The tranquilizer dart shot out, punching through the window and shattering the glass to pieces. Zheng Yuanshang had no time to react, and was instantly struck by the high-speed tranquilizer dart. His face contorted, and he fell heavily to the ground with a cry of pain. Gecko holstered his gun with a smug look. "Done, brother. Let's wrap this up." With that, the two leapt inside the factory. Zheng Yuanshang was quickly restrained, and the crisis seemed to have been resolved. "Haha, that was easy." However, as Lu Xun looked around, his brow gradually furrowed. He realized that even though Zheng Yuanshang was unconscious, the workers still hadn't stopped. They were still mechanically busy with their tasks. Gecko was boastfully bragging, "Brother, aren't I amazing? That is what you call a professional." On the other end of the line, Tai Kui was clearly immune to his self-praise. "Good job. Cleanup and support team has already entered the site." Just then, Little 17 ghosted up behind Lu Xun and tugged at his coat. "Brother, look over there." Lu Xun looked in the direction she was pointing and froze. Hiding under a desk was a little girl around 7 or 8 years old, clutching a tattered doll. Her innocent face was twisted into a grotesque, chilling expression. Her eyes locked onto him. "Brother, why aren't you working?" she asked quietly. As she spoke, a faint, eerie green glow emanated from her face. Gecko noticed her too and immediately pressed his earpiece to report, "There's a little girl here, about 7 or 8 years old, with a distinct mole right in the middle of her forehead." Hearing this, Tai Kui's tone instantly turned grave. "A little girl? The database shows that Zheng Yuanshang indeed had an 8-year-old daughter, but she died in an accident a year ago, because Zheng Yuanshang was consumed with factory work all day and neglected her. She was accidentally pulled into a running textile machine while playing alone. Normally, such a tragedy would evoke deep sympathy. However, the little girl hiding under the desk asked Lu Xun in a chillingly cold, hollow voice, "Big brother, everyone else is working so hard. Why aren't you working?" In an instant, the air in the room seemed to freeze. and a suffocating, deathly silence settled over them. Gecko's expression shifted as he finally realized what was happening. "Damn it, this is a Class 2 pollution source," Lu Xun asked in his mind. "What does a Class 2 pollution source mean?" Tai Kui explained through his earpiece. "Simply put, a Class 2 pollution source is a psychic manifestation split from the main subject due to an extreme obsession or schizophrenia. It possesses a degree of independent will and is highly corrosive. In this case, Zheng Yuanshang likely used his own psychic power to forcibly construct this illusion of his daughter, out of overwhelming guilt and grief. Since this Class 2 pollution source can be directly seen with the naked eye, its psychic magnitude must be absolutely terrifying." The little girl slowly extended her pale hand toward them, her eyes gleaming with madness. "Daddy said everyone has to work. Anyone who doesn't work will be punished." Meanwhile, the workers around them stopped what they were doing. With twisted expressions, they grabbed wrenches and crowbars, closing in on them in unison. They repeated the word work over and over in a mad frenzy. Faced with such an eerie and perilous situation, Gecko decided to strike first. "Let me test this little girl." With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a throwing knife straight at her. However, the knife passed through her body without any resistance, embedding itself with a thud into a wooden crate behind her. Gecko gasped. "Damn it, she has no physical form." Right then, the little girl snapped her head down, opened her mouth, and unleashed a piercing, high-pitched shriek. The agonizing sound waves made Lu Xun's eardrums throb with pain. Stimulated by the shriek, the mindless workers seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. Wielding their iron tools, they lunged at them like rabid beasts. A massive iron axe swung down at Gecko's head, but he rolled nimbly through the air, narrowly evading the blow. The two quickly fell back, standing back to back at the edge of the room. Gecko yelled anxiously into his communicator, "Lena, think of something. Is there any other way to handle this?" Meanwhile, bolstered by Little 17's superhuman agility, Lu Xun casually dodged the attacks of several workers. Tai Kui's voice quickly came through the earpiece. "It is incredibly difficult for Spider System abilities to inflict physical damage on a Class 2 mental pollution source. I suggest you both retreat immediately. I will request headquarters to deploy Doll to utilize her suppressive psychic power and wipe this place clean." Gecko cried out in protest. "What? Send in that monster Doll. If she unleashes her power, won't all these innocent controlled workers be wiped out along with it?" Just then, Lu Xun, who had been quietly observing, spoke up. "Why don't you let me try?" Before the words had even fully left his mouth, he leapt forward with Little 17 on his back, landing gracefully on the open ground below. Tai Kui's frantic and stern voice blasted through the communicator. "Gecko, stop him right now, quick. Switch to the secondary backup channel." "Why stop him? He's a psychic mutant with immense mental power. He's perfect for dealing with a Class 2 pollution source," Tai Kui explained urgently. "The confidential evaluation report Colonel Chen provided makes it very clear. His mental state is highly unstable, and he could lose control and go berserk at any moment. We cannot let him handle any pollution incidents that could trigger severe emotional distress or traumatic memories. It might only be a Class 2 pollution source, but it has manifested as a young girl. I'm terrified this will trigger Lu Xun and lead to catastrophic consequences." Meanwhile, Little 17 was practically squirming with excitement on Lu Xun's back, clapping her hands. "Haha, this is so fun, brother. Can we eat that little bug?" She pointed her tiny finger at the grotesque little girl who was screaming in the distance. "Brother, can we tear her to pieces?" Lu Xun turned his head slightly and replied with absolute seriousness and calm, "No, little sister." Little 17 blinked in confusion. "Why, brother, she looks like such a fun toy." As he effortlessly dodged and subdued the crazed workers lunging at him, Lu Xun sighed softly. "Because she looks truly pitiful, even though everyone says she's just a fake illusion." A flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes, and he seemed to mutter to himself, "In my eyes she looks exactly like a real person." He suddenly unleashed a sweeping kick, launching a stack of heavy wooden crates forward to form a makeshift barrier, temporarily blocking the advancing workers. He then turned his head slightly and spoke to Little 17 in a stern, commanding tone, "Be good, no mischief." Hearing the commotion, Tai Kui asked urgently through the communicator, "Gecko, did you stop him?" Clinging to a high steel beam, Gecko watched the scene below with wide eyes. I don't think there's any need to stop him for now," he replied, stunned. "Because he has absolutely no intention of fighting that monster." Tai Kui was thoroughly perplexed. Unable to fathom how Lu Xun planned to neutralize such a perilous source of psychic pollution, Gecko scratched his head, his tone laced with a disbelief he couldn't quite mask. "From the look of things, it seems he wants to sit down and have a chat with it." At that moment, an indescribable wave of sadness washed over Lu Xun. Looking at the screaming little girl enveloped in an ominous green light, he couldn't help but think of Little 17. Were they the same? tragic existences forcibly fractured and split from reality in this cruel, distorted world, yet the illusory girl before him continued to clutch her head in despair, unleashing agonizing sound waves. Why aren't you working? Why aren't you working? Those who don't work deserve to die. Every single one of them, whipped into a frenzy by the piercing shrieks. The workers' eyes turned blood red. They roared like wild beasts. Work, work, beat them to death, beat them to death. The deafening psychic noise made Lucien's head throb violently. A wave of irritation surged within him. It's too loud. Maybe I should just get this over with and eliminate her. Just as he slowly raised his hands, his gaze turning cold and predatory, a gentle yet crystal clear sigh echoed through the air. You two little ones really aren't suited for this kind of work. Along with a suddenly appearing figure, a warm, fond female voice echoed softly. When little 17 saw who it was, she cried out in delight. Mom? Lucien froze, murmuring almost to himself. Mom, an elegant, well-dressed woman with a warm smile, had appeared silently by his side. She smiled and patted Lucien's head with gentle helplessness. Silly boy, you're a grown man who's never even had a girlfriend. How could you possibly know how to talk to children? Let Mom handle this. Even as the Class 2 pollution source continued to shriek hysterically, work, work, Lucien's mother maintained her warm, compassionate smile as she stepped forward. Good girl, at your age, you shouldn't have such heavy burdens like work and labor on your mind every day. A child like you should be happily reading books and making friends at school. What kind of incompetent, irresponsible father would force such a crushing concept onto his young daughter? How incredibly selfish and wretched must that man be to chase after petty profits only to trigger an irreversible tragedy that claimed his innocent daughter's life? It was clearly his own negligence that caused the horrific accident in the factory, stealing his own flesh and blood away, yet instead of repenting, he desperately tried to numb himself, clinging to the self-delusion that everything he did was for his daughter's own good. He even had the audacity to think his daughter's soul should understand how hard he had it, and that she had to support him. Just how self-centered must a person be to think that way? The little girl before her continued to scream, work, but in the next second she fell dead silent, plunged into sheer terror. The woman before her was staring at her with an extremely terrifying look, letting out a soft, "Oh!" The child was utterly frozen in fear, not daring to make another sound. Her mother looked at her with a gentle yet hair-raising gaze, gently stroking her head as she praised her softly. "Good girl, you must be obedient, okay?" Yet at some point a pair of sharp scissors had appeared in her hand. The cold, sharp blade of the scissors was already pressed against the neck of the teddy bear in the little girl's arms. With a sharp snip, the teddy bear's head was instantly cut clean off. It all happened too fast. The child didn't even have time to react. As the teddy bear's head tumbled down, the little girl felt as if she, like a spider, had been snipped apart at that very moment. Her mother looked at her and asked softly, "Are you a good girl?" At this moment, the little girl's delicate face and illusory body looked as if they might shatter at any second. She let out a terrified scream, while the controlled workers behind her gradually began to regain their senses. Gecko rushed over in extreme shock. Just then, an urgent voice came through the earpiece. "What happened?" Gecko cried out, trembling. The Class 2 pollution source has dispersed. The little girl's body has completely dissolved into nothingness, vanishing into thin air. As for what exactly happened, I can't even explain it right now. A voice came through the earpiece. "Quick, switch back to the original channel." Standing to the side, little 17 waved goodbye. "Goodbye, Mom." The elegant mother also turned and quietly faded away. At this moment an inquiry sounded in Lucien's ear. "Mr. Solo, has the Class 2 pollution source been completely cleaned up?" "Yes." An earnest voice of praise came from the other end of the earpiece. "Well done. The support team can now enter the field." Before long a team quickly appeared and carried the unconscious Zheng Yuanshang away. Lucien sat nearby and asked, "What will happen to them?" "They are very lucky. Since it was only a case of overpollution, the support team will send them for psychological therapy. At least most of them can be cured. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. With this batch, we've practically built a whole skyscraper, haven't we?" Gecko joked as he slung an arm around Lucien's shoulder. "Brother, you hit the jackpot this time. How did you deal with that little girl?" Lucien asked back. "Didn't you see it just now?" Recalling the previous scene with some embarrassment, Gecko replied, "I only saw you snatching the toy from that girl's hands." Lucien pointed in that direction and said, "That toy was physical, so I tried to scare her a bit. I didn't expect it to work so well." Gecko could hardly believe his ears. "So, you snatched the toy of a Class 2 pollution source, cut its head off and literally scared it into breaking down and dispersing? Oh well." Lucien smiled slightly and asked back, "That's exactly how it was. Can't you guys do that?" Gecko felt his entire worldview being shattered. "Brother, this is so unreasonable. I've never even heard of such a thing." "Then it must be your problem." Just then, Tai Kui's voice came through the earpiece. Based on past case analyses of mental pollution sources, particularly the fear generated when a mental monster is threatened, This is indeed possible to some extent, however, according to your description just now, that mental entity directly influenced all the workers. It doesn't seem like it fled due to being threatened. Rather, it seems as though its logical chain was forcibly severed. Hearing this, Gecko teased. Linda, have you had a change of heart? Why are you taking his side now? Tai Kui snapped in irritation. Shut up. She then asked, Mr. Solo, did you do anything else just now? Lu Xun carefully recalled the scene from moments ago. These guys really aren't easy to fool. I remember Mom just now, he muttered to himself before calmly replying, I just saw the key to the matter. Zheng Yuanshang's obsession with his daughter was too deep. He had been in pain and distortion for so long that his mind split off another daughter. This daughter's behavior and consciousness supported him, but she was actually just a product of Zheng Yuanshang's imagination, not a real existence, so as long as we target this point. Hearing Lu Xun's explanation, Tai Kui smiled appreciatively and said, and thereby severed the logical chain of special pollution source number 039. Mr. Solo, you did an outstanding job. The remaining cleanup work can be handled by the support team. This mission is now officially over. Gecko chimed in with a grin. Is it over already? Don't hang up yet, Linda. I still have something to say. What is it? Can you write the mission report for me this time? No, why not? I have to go breastfeed my child. Faced with this unarguable reason, Gecko was instantly left speechless. I'm hanging up. As the call disconnected, Gecko turned to look at Lu Xun with a mysterious smile. So brother, next I'm going to tell you something extremely important, and that is how to prevent yourself from losing control. Prevent myself from losing control? How? Gecko grinned, looking profoundly mysterious as he said, to keep your mental state relaxed and stable, you must learn to release your desires. So you must learn to. The scene shifted, moving to a bar. Lu Xun was surrounded by countless beautiful women with long legs who were gently comforting him. Lu Xun looked at Gecko in front of him in utter disbelief. It turned out that the so-called releasing desires was simply spending massive amounts of money. If you don't want to become a madman, come to places like this to spend money a few more times while you're still sane. Lu Xun looked at Gecko, completely unable to understand. Indulgence, it does sound like a part of the job. Immediately after, he suddenly grabbed Gecko's hand, an expectant smile appearing on his face as he asked, then does headquarters reimburse this bill? Hearing this, Gecko was utterly dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? A minute later, Lu Xun had decisively walked out of the bar. As he walked, he couldn't help but sigh. If they don't reimburse it, how dare they call it a part of the job? Peef. Afterwards, he returned to the Special Police Department's training center. Sitting leisurely in a chair sipping tea, Colonel Chen had sent him here for training, but to his surprise, he was the only one there. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Hello, I am Han Bing. I will be responsible for your theoretical training during this period. First, I hope you keep in mind that all information regarding mental pollution sources, even the lowest level of confidentiality, is an absolute secret to ordinary people. Therefore, you must ensure that all content and documents during the training are not seen by others. If accidentally leaked, please report it to headquarters immediately. Hearing this gentle voice, Lu Xun blushed and replied, All right, okay. I didn't expect Han Bing to be training me. It would be great if I could see her on the screen, the voice in the earpiece continued. The concept of mental pollution was first proposed by the Eclipse Research Institute 27 years ago. At that time, its predecessor was still called the Red Moon Research Center. The words, Eclipse Research Institute, were quickly projected onto the screen in front of Lu Xun. Strictly speaking, humanity's research on special pollution sources has spanned less than 30 years, and many of the conclusions are still in the theoretical stage. In recent years, special pollution incidents have occurred more and more frequently. We also need to conduct in-depth research on a great deal of relevant data and files. Therefore, our philosophy is the coexistence of skepticism and practice. We may not be able to immediately explain all doubts and mysterious phenomena, but we will continue to explore until we find the ultimate answer. Hearing this, Lu Xun nodded in agreement. Okay, I understand, Han Bing continued. That's good. Now the training officially begins. Your training primarily covers two aspects, mental pollution and mental power. In the night sky, that massive red moon still hung high. As Lu Xun walked on his way home, he couldn't help but recall things from his childhood. What on earth had happened back then in the Red Moon Orphanage? That memory was like a bunch of fragile soap bubbles, blurry and indistinct. Teacher Xiao Lu refused to talk about it, and his family at home remained completely silent on the matter as well. Before he knew it, he had reached his doorstep holding a bag of groceries he had just bought. The moment he stepped inside, he heard his father's angry, scolding voice. You brat, get the hell over here right now and see how I teach you a lesson. Little 17, however, provoked him with an excited look. If you've got the guts, come out and catch me. Lu Xun walked calmly into the house. It was still that warm, cozy home, but today felt a bit different. His little sister actually dared to talk back. You see, in the past she would usually just run away or hide. Inside the room, their heavily built father roared in anger upon hearing this. "You little brat, are you looking for death? Don't think that just because you snuck some food outside behind my back and gained a bit of strength you can yell at me. If you're so tough, don't ever come home for the rest of your life." Little 17 shot back, refusing to back down. "Fine, I won't. Once I grow up, who would ever care about you anyway? I'm going to turn daddy into a rag doll." Their father was trembling all over with rage, glaring viciously at Lu Xun. "Oh, so you actually remember to come back?" Lu Xun raised the bag in his hand and said, "I bought some food and I even brought a bottle of wine." Hearing there was wine, his father snorted coldly and said nothing more. Lu Xun smiled and said, "Can we have a quiet dinner today?" At this moment his mother was still on the phone in her room. "All right, Miss Chen, since you've moved in, we'll be neighbors from now on. Get some good rest today, and come over to play some other day." After hanging up, his mother turned to look at her husband in the outer room. "What are you standing there for? Why aren't you letting the kids in?" "Oh my, you really bought a lot of delicious food today. Wonderful, come on in. We just said hello to our neighbor as well." His mother sat down at the dining table and asked earnestly, "How has work been lately?" Lu Xun felt a bit puzzled in his heart. His mother seemed to make new friends often, but he had never met a single one of them. "It's been good. That incident at the North City factory." Before he could finish, his mother interrupted him with a smile. "Silly child, Mom was just passing by at the time. Seeing you and that silly brat of a sister standing there, unable to handle even one cute little girl, how could Mom not go in and say a few words to help you out?" Lu Xun lowered his voice, asking with some vigilance, "That little girl in the factory, was she real?" "Silly child, of course she was fake, just a split-off mental entity." Lu Xun took a deep breath, pressing with an extremely grave look, "What about you all then? Are you all fake as well?" Hearing this, his father and sister instantly froze in vigilance, but his mother still maintained her gentle smile. "Silly child, whether we are real or not, shouldn't that depend on you? Our family lives together and cares for one another. Isn't this feeling real?" Lu Xun replied calmly. "True, I feel like my life right now is very real." Afterwards, his mother pulled a letter from her coat pocket. "By the way, when I was downstairs earlier, I saw a letter for you in the mailbox, so I brought it up for you. It's from the orphanage." She then winked playfully. "And Mom absolutely did not open it to sneak a peek." Lu Xun took the letter, slightly puzzled. "Why is Teacher Xiao Lu writing to me?" His mother smiled and said, "She wants to invite you over to eat dumplings." The next day, Lu Xun indeed went to the orphanage, carrying bags of snacks of all sizes. These should last the children a while. Strangely, however, his family, including his sister, seemed to have never accompanied him to the orphanage. At this moment, behind the orphanage, a man wearing sunglasses was sitting quietly. The man's expression was extremely grim, a bizarre smile hanging on the corner of his lips as he stared coldly at Lu Xun. Inside Red Moon Primary School, Lu Xun stood outside the classroom peering in. "Is Teacher Xiao Lu not here?" Afterwards, he pulled a thick stack of money from his pocket, slipped it into the mailbox and covered it with a few freshly plucked flowers. Just as he was about to leave, a shout suddenly came from behind. "Lu Xun, stop, don't run." Lu Xun instinctively wanted to slip away, but then a cry of pain sounded behind him. He couldn't just ignore it, so he had to turn around. He saw a girl in a wheelchair rolling toward him, teasing with a smile. "Are you looking down on me? Do you think my 2 wheels can't outrun your 2 legs? I invited you over to eat dumplings, so why did you bring money again? How much is it this time? It's only been a few days since the last time you brought money. Why are you giving so much again? Be honest, are you doing something illegal? Are your kidneys still intact?" Hearing this, Lu Xun replied somewhat awkwardly, "Of course they are, both of them are perfectly fine. It's just that I recently received my payout. My boss is very generous and even gave me a lot of allowances." Teacher Xiao Lu in the wheelchair furrowed her brow and asked, "Paying you so much money, that job must be extremely dangerous, right?" Lu Xun could only offer a slight smile, comforting her. "Teacher Xiao Lu, you don't need to worry. I absolutely haven't done anything bad, and the job is very safe. This salary is paid directly by headquarters. A fixed amount of over 50,000 a month, plus all kinds of generous allowances. What I brought over is just a small portion." Hearing him say this, Teacher Xiao Lu finally let out a sigh of relief, replying with a smile, "I believe you, but you must never do anything bad. Absolutely not. I have always kept the old director's teachings close to my heart. Actually, the conditions here have improved a lot now. The children can eat their fill every day. Some kind people even helped us source many school textbooks. I've also been working hard, and the school's funding has basically stabilized. In the future, the children can obtain official identities and go to the city for middle school. So you don't need to bring so much money over in the future." Looking at this place, Lu Xun felt a wave of relief. He hadn't expected things to truly get better. Given the orphanage's current conditions, could Colonel Chen and the special department be secretly helping out? He looked at the legs of the girl in the wheelchair, his heart aching slightly, and he couldn't help but say, "You were originally a tall girl, yet now you have to spend your life in a wheelchair. Keeping more money is always good. Buy more meat to eat. In the future, we still have to move to a bigger place. And your legs." The children inside the room were playing happily, but the moment they saw Teacher Xiao Lu cast a stern gaze over, they scattered and ran in fear. Teacher Xiao Lu pulled the bag of money from the mailbox, stuffed it back into Lu Xin's hands and said seriously, "Don't leave all your money here. It's too much. Keep some to spend on yourself. When we need it, I'll ask you. Also, although I don't know exactly what kind of job you're doing for them to give you so much money, it must be extremely exhausting. Make sure to eat more every day and take care of yourself." Listening to these caring nags, Lu Xin's gaze dimmed, and he said with some despondency, "Teacher Xiao Lu, I can't seem to remember anything about what happened at the Red Moon Orphanage back then. What on earth happened that day?" Teacher Xiao Lu sat there quietly, advising him gently, "Little Lu Xin, don't keep dwelling on the past. Even if you remember, it won't be of any use. Not remembering is actually a good thing." She then broke into a bright smile. "Come on, let's go eat dumplings. There are even eggs inside." After eating the dumplings, as he walked back home, Lu Xin felt a wave of warmth in his heart. It felt so good tonight. The children were so happy. However, the man in sunglasses had been quietly tailing him the entire time. The streetlights high above cast a dim yellow glow over the quiet street. Lu Xin was completely lost in his thoughts, not noticing anything unusual around him. Teacher Xiao Lu's heartfelt smile was truly beautiful. At this moment, the man in sunglasses tailing behind let out a cold, sinister smirk, while in the shadows beneath the bridge ahead there seemed to be some movement. Lu Xin tilted his head slightly, looking toward the shadows. "Aren't you leaving? What are you doing?" The other party instantly spun his head around, flashing a bizarre smile. Lu Xin instinctively pulled out his handgun from his coat, pointing it at the man. The other party was extremely fast, dodging quickly, yet his shoulder was still grazed by the bullet, leaving a bloody streak. Filled with disbelief, the man clutched his wound and cursed furiously. "You lunatic!" Seeing the other party bolt, Lu Xin cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" He immediately gave chase. "Don't think of escaping." The two engaged in a pursuit through a deep alley. Gunshots rang out repeatedly, but the other party was exceptionally agile, actually dodging every single bullet. With a playful smirk on his face, he continued to flee madly. In the next second, he actually leaped straight up, jumping onto a vertical cliff wall in the distance, shouting provocatively, "If you've got the guts, come up and catch me. You can't possibly make it over here, can you?" To his utter shock, however, Lu Xin actually leaped over right after him, but lost his balance in midair, his body falling straight down toward the bottom of the cliff. "Wait, no way, is this kid looking for death?" At this critical second, Lu Xin called out softly in his mind, "Little sister." "Brother, I'm here." Little 17 appeared with a playful laugh. Under the fusion of their powers, Lu Xin struck a palm against the cliff wall in midair, using the recoil to leap violently upward. Witnessing this scene, the man's eyes almost popped out of his skull in sheer shock. How is that even possible? Immediately after, they began a new round of pursuit. Lu Xin sized up his opponent in front of him, judging that he would catch up soon. Right now, the distance between them was only 100 meters, but the old man was actually climbing up the massive boundary wall, using only his bare hands. Pursuing from behind, Lu Xin was caught slightly off guard. Was this guy trying to scale the wall to escape? Standing below and looking up into the sky, he knew he couldn't let him escape out of the city, so he pulled the handgun from his pocket and threw it violently into the air. "Sister, shoot him dead." The gun spun several times in midair, and little 17 caught it steadily, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. Hit instantly by the shot, the man fell from on high. Standing below, Lu Xin didn't react much to the sight. This gun wasn't exceptionally powerful and only used ordinary bullets, yet it actually managed to break the guy's neck clean off. Was his body much softer than that of an ordinary person? Little 17 happily landed back on the ground, still playing with the gun in her hand, reporting in a crisp voice, "All done." The man's body slowly fell to the ground, but to their utter surprise, his hands quickly gripped the wall in a deathlock. Even without a head, he actually continued to climb up. Seeing things take a turn for the worse, Lu Xin hurriedly cried out, "Hold on tight, we're giving chase." Right after, he also scaled the high wall quickly in hot pursuit. Little 17 on his back suddenly spoke up, "Brother, look." When they burst onto the top of the wall, they found the opponent had already fled in a vehicle. A powerful off-road vehicle was speeding away along the road. Just then, a harsh shout suddenly echoed from behind. "We are the 4th squad of the city patrol. Who's over there? Put your hands up immediately, or we will fire." Having no choice, Lu Xin complied and called out loudly, I have identification, I need to make a phone call right now. Not long after, a helicopter landed on the spot. Chen Jing stepped down from the helicopter. The moment she appeared, she asked, "Where is the severed head? It probably fell somewhere." Standing before Lu Xin, she interrogated him with a grim expression. "How did you spot the abnormality?" Lu Xin carefully recalled the scene from earlier. "At the time, I was just walking normally along the street. He cast a glance at me, so I shot him." Listening to this answer, Chen Jing found it completely beyond comprehension. "Just because he glanced at you, you shot him," Lu Xin explained based on the situation at the time. "I saw a bunch of parasite-like silk threads growing out of his back. Maybe he assumed I couldn't see them, so he was completely at ease, even carrying a smile on his face. Meanwhile, those threads were actually nodding at me, so I really wanted to figure out why he was so bizarre, and gave chase. He was extremely fast, somewhat different from me. He seemed able to release some red silk threads to stick to other objects and move almost like flying. It was very hard for me to keep up with him. Once we got here, seeing that he was about to scale the wall and escape, I decided to finish him off." Chen Jing stood before him, questioning him solemnly. "Just because you felt he was a bit odd, you had to kill him?" "No, it's because he appeared near the orphanage." Chen Jing pondered this answer with a grim expression. Simply because the target had appeared near the Red Moon orphanage, Lu Xin had ruthlessly killed him without the slightest hesitation. Lu Xin then added, "He even had a vehicle prepared beforehand to scale the wall and escape, which shows he probably isn't an ordinary citizen living in the city." Chen Jing analyzed calmly. "It's possible that an ability user from the outer city is trying to stir up trouble." Just then, several soldiers in the back reported loudly, "We found the head." A head placed inside a glass dome was quickly brought over. Sizing up the head, Lu Xin commented, "To think he could still escape without a head, that is truly bizarre." Beside him, Chen Jing remarked, "Judging by your reaction speed, your movements were a bit too sluggish." With that, she quickly took off her sunglasses. Her blood-red eyes seemed to glow with an unusual light, and she coldly uttered a few words, "Close your eyes." In an instant, the head actually closed its eyes obediently. Lu Xin found it hard to believe. He had never expected Chen Jing to communicate with a severed head in this manner. Chen Jing continued to exert her mental power. "Tell me, who on earth are you?" The head seemed to fall under her control, but in the next second its face contorted hideously as it shut its eyes tightly. Chen Jing put her sunglasses back on and said coldly, "It failed. It has no self-awareness. Cut it open directly." Her subordinate immediately obeyed respectfully. A toolbox was opened swiftly. Standing to the side, Lu Xin thought to himself that these people were indeed fully equipped. Next, he witnessed them actually begin to dissect the severed head. Lu Xin couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "Is this the source of pollution? It looks completely different from a normal human brain." After careful inspection, Chen Jing explained, "This is a neurocyborg. Have you ever seen a puppet? Once a person loses their head, they can no longer move. But what happens if a puppet loses its head? This method is somewhat similar to our abilities, but it is much more mature, converting humans into tools that can be controlled through the nervous system. This is highly likely the work of a highly skilled ability user of the puppet system." Lu Xin sighed. "A puppet? This world is crazy enough." Before the collapse of the old order, the known powers were already classified into 9 major systems, and the puppet system is one of them. Chen Jing continued, "Actually, regarding your ability, the professors of the scientific research department once raised doubts, suspecting that you might not belong to the spider system at all, but are instead a newly discovered type of power. That balding professor even suggested retrieving your power for cloning research." The more Lu Xin listened, the more confused he became, unable to recall which professor she was referring to at all. After all, every single one of them was bald. Chen Jing waved her hand. "All right, send the evidence back to the Research Institute for deep testing to see if we can find more valuable clues. This matter is extremely important. We absolutely cannot allow the disaster that the Church of Technology brought to the number 4 satellite city 4 years ago to happen again." After getting into the car, Lu Xin couldn't help but ask, "So who on earth is behind this incident?" After pondering for a moment, Chen Jing answered, "Beyond the wilderness, aside from those severely polluted individuals, there are also many organizations. They seem to be secretly recruiting mental mutants, and in the process of developing and utilizing power, they are much more manic and out of control than we are." Hearing this, Lu Xin speculated with some concern, "If these people target the orphanage again, what should we do?" Chen Jing glanced at him and replied, "Since these people have already taken action, it indeed might affect you. I will arrange for personnel to secretly protect the orphanage from a safe distance." Then she picked up her phone and ordered, "Immediately initiate the evacuation and relocation procedure on the grounds of important and urgent matters." mandatorily relocate all residents in the East District of No. 2 Satellite City to District C3 or District A4, which is far away from this area. A school named Red Moon Primary School requires key attention. We must arrange the best relocation site for them. Lu Xun pursued with some vigilance. A new place, what about the rent? Of course it will be charged. Everything goes according to standard procedures. Sitting in the car, Lu Xun couldn't help but sigh. If only they didn't charge rent. Beside him, Chen Jing thought to herself, could the target of those outer city organizations have been that orphanage all along? A mysterious enemy, Solo, with immense potential, and the head of the Red Moon Orphanage. If anything goes wrong, it will trigger sky-high trouble. She said to Lu Xun seriously, starting today, we will conduct a carpet sweep and targeted cleanup across the entire city. All city departments undertaking special duties will have their leaves cancelled and must remain on standby for deployment at any moment. You are no exception. Because of this, Lu Xun had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask his company director for leave. Hearing this, the director was shocked. Leave? Lu Xun explained awkwardly. It won't be for too long. My sister is sick, so I need to take care of her lately. Standing aside, little 17 was instantly filled with question marks. I'm sick. But when the director heard this, he smiled with extreme warmth. No problem, absolutely no problem. Of course, taking care of your sister is much more important. But in reality, the director was secretly overjoyed. Thinking he had finally found a way to send this untouchable boss packing, he had previously heard about that incident with Sifong Transportation Company, where this guy had been taken to the security guard hall, but ended up completely unharmed, and even started bringing a gun to work every single day. Lu Xun said with a smile, "Don't worry, Director. Once my sister gets better, I will definitely come back to continue working." Meanwhile, little 17, who had been inexplicably declared sick, was thoroughly enraged beside him. The little girl shrunk her body, crawled onto his head, and bit him hard several times, protesting, "Stinky brother who is sick." Seeing Lu Xun's bizarre movements, the director became exceptionally gentle instead, hastily saying, "I'll give you a few more days off. No rush, absolutely no rush. Look at you breaking into a sweat from worrying so much." 3 days later, at the Security Guard Hall Training Center. Right now, Lu Xun was happily enjoying a sumptuous meal, chewing on a massive chicken leg, feeling exceptionally comfortable. Over the past few days, he didn't have to do any work at all, with fish and meat delivered right to his door for every single meal, and even received an extra daily allowance of 200 yuan. Just then, the communicator by his ear suddenly rang. Han Bing said, "Mr. Solo, there is an urgent mission that needs your attention. The target is a special source of pollution, with no data on its spread yet. The polluted location is inside a residential building in District C, and the surrounding area has already been enveloped by a strange, inexplicable panic from an unknown source." Still chewing on the chicken leg, Lu Xun replied indistinctly, "Copy that." On the other end of the line, Han Bing continued to report, "It started when a resident of that neighborhood filed a report, claiming that someone had been stalking her. However, after investigating, the police found that no stalker existed at all. It was entirely the informant's persecutory delusion. Yet during the subsequent visits, the police discovered that not only that woman, but nearly all the residents in the neighborhood were in a state of extreme mental tension and trance. Enveloped in an inexplicable panic, they even developed hallucinations, often hiding behind the cracks of their doors to scrutinize every passerby with eyes full of intense suspicion. Within just 2 days, there have already been 2 incidents where neighbors got into disputes due to excessive mental strain, which eventually escalated into violent conflicts. Someone even pulled a knife, which ultimately resulted in 1 death and 1 arrest. The security guard hall analyzed this anomalous phenomenon as extremely bizarre and reported it quickly. The investigation division then intervened, preliminarily confirming the presence of a mental pollution source. However, the investigation progress has run into an obstacle. Lu Xun asked in confusion, "What obstacle?" The investigators simply cannot enter the polluted area to carry out a deep check due to a powerful sensation of panic. That night, with the eerie red moon hanging high in the night sky, Lu Xun arrived on the scene. Outside the miners' community, the surroundings had already been heavily cordoned off by golden barricade tape. Cheng Wei stood there, stepping forward to greet him. "Mr. Solo, the No. 2 Satellite City Investigation Division reporting to you." Lu Xun walked up and smiled. "Oh, it's you guys. Your leave ended so quickly." The other party gave a bitter smile. "Because the city launched a deep cleanup, all of our leaves were cancelled. Thanks to you saving us last time, we never got a chance to thank you in person. Who would have thought we'd have to ask for your assistance again for this mission?" Lu Xun smiled and said, "It's all part of the job. No need to be polite. How is the situation inside right now? We have already confirmed anomalous mental fluctuations inside Building C. Originally, our mission was to enter Building C to conduct an on-site search and lock onto the designated location of the pollution source. But during this process we all failed. Lu Xin's expression turned grave. Failed, Cheng Wei replied with a crestfallen look. Yes, when we reached the 9th, 12th floors, an extremely intense feeling of panic washed over us. The closer we got to the pollution source, the stronger this panic became. Once it reached a certain limit, it even triggered severe hallucinations and uncontrollable terror. Lu Xin pressed further. What on earth caused this? On the other end, Han Bing explained. This is highly likely due to the influence of special pollution source number 72. It can erode human willpower and continuously amplify the deepest fears in a person's heart. My recommendation is to locate the source of pollution first. If possible, we can utilize the assistance of others, and then decide whether to clean it up completely or seal it off temporarily. Hearing this, Lu Xin nodded and replied, All right, I'll go inside and take a look. Standing outside, he looked up at the dark, towering building before him, musing silently to himself. Fear? Soon, the elevator ascended to the 6th floor. He shifted his steps, slowly walking forward. I've reached the 6th floor now, and I do feel a faint, elusive sense of fear. It instinctively makes me want to shrink back, making me reluctant to keep going up. On the other end, Han Bing immediately said, The closer you get to the pollution source, the more severe the mental radiation becomes. If even you feel unable to bear this fear, please evacuate at any moment. It's all right. It's fine, I've long since been used to this feeling. Suddenly, the entire space before his eyes began to twist and blur. What on earth was this? Lu Xin stared intently ahead, discovering a bizarre figure crawling toward him. Yet why did this silhouette feel somewhat familiar? He saw little 17 hanging upside down from the ceiling, clutching her teddy bear tightly, saying with deep resentment, Stinky brother, you've changed. Now you only care about talking to that woman. Not only did you not wait for me, but you always pretend not to see me outside. So it was you little brat. With a trace of disdain and grievance, the little one jumped into Lu Xin's arms. Just then, Han Bing's voice suddenly came through his earpiece. Mr. Solo, why have you stopped in place for so long? Did something happen? Lu Xin pulled a few candies from his pocket and handed them to the little girl, replying to Han Bing in his mind, It's nothing. I just suddenly felt much more at ease. With that, he continued to walk forward. Before long, he reached the 10th floor, confirming that the aura of fear was strongest here. I am currently searching the 10th floor, trying to determine exactly which room the pollution source is in. The siblings soon stopped in front of a door. I think I've found it. Room 1031. The space in this area was severely distorted. Having confirmed it was indeed here, he held the little girl close and stood before the twisted, deformed door, pondering how to open this door in the most appropriate way. Just then, little 17 suddenly cheered, broke free from his embrace and lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, she crushed the door into pieces. Lu Xin gave her a thumbs up, praising her. Awesome. Right after, he quickly pushed aside the debris and walked inside. The moment he stepped in, he felt the space here was exceptionally bizarre, and a thick, pungent stench hung in the air. On the bed in the inner room lay a man's corpse, looking extremely peculiar. Meanwhile, by the doorway, a mass of pitch-black shadow actually lurked. It resembled a withered skeleton, sitting there silently as if waiting for something. Standing aside, Lu Xin made his assessment. It was highly likely that the intense fear radiating from this withered skeleton was the very source of this pollution. Beside him, little 17 looked incredibly excited, clamoring, Brother, I want this one. Lu Xin quickly stopped her, reaching out to pat the little girl's head. No mischief, don't bully it. He slowly walked forward, pondering to himself, I wonder if I can communicate with it. He pressed his earpiece to report, stating that this place seemed to be just an ordinary source of pollution. Then he gently switched on the desk lamp on the bedside table, and the dim yellow light instantly cast over the man lying on the bed. Meanwhile, the withered skeleton sitting by the doorway also seemed to gradually dissipate under the light. It appeared this dark shadow was indeed the man on the bed. Looking at the few pills scattered on the floor, Lu Xin fell into deep thought. It seemed he had struggled desperately before his death to reach this medicine bottle, but unfortunately he had failed in the end. Just then, Han Bing said through his earpiece, It has been cleared up. Room 1031, Building C of the miners' community. The owner is a male named Wang Chu, 23 years old, working at a factory in the North City. He lived alone with no relatives, and there are no other special records in his file. Can you determine his cause of death? There are pills scattered on the floor which are specialized medication for heart disease. The deceased highly likely suffered a sudden heart attack and ultimately died because he couldn't get his medicine in time. However, the exact cause of death still needs to be confirmed through autopsy results. So how should we handle this now? It is recommended to use a special containment bag to properly seal the corpse. isolating the connection between this pollution source and the outside world, and then let the logistics support team in to handle it. Lu Xun pulled out a sealed bag he carried with him, quickly stashed the medicine bottle inside, and then carefully packed and secured the corpse. Right after, he issued instructions to the outside. The support team can enter the scene. Understood. Lu Xun slowly walked to the window, asking Han Bing in his mind with some confusion. So how exactly did this source of pollution form? A young man living alone with no one to rely on, suffering a sudden heart attack and ultimately dying in agony amidst the despair of being unable to reach his life-saving medicine. Perhaps it was precisely the violent fluctuations of extreme reluctance and panic in his mind before death that had triggered his mental mutation. He didn't have any desire to hurt others, so it only formed a Class D pollution source rather than a mental monster. And because he is already dead, the resistance of the pollution source has gradually weakened, and it has lost consciousness. Looking at the massive moon hanging outside the window, Lu Xun continued to ask, then why did he only leave behind a pollution source like fear? Perhaps because he himself felt extremely terrified. He had died, yet no one discovered it, and no one cared about his fear. Lu Xun sighed softly to himself. Perhaps that was indeed the case. Then he turned around to look behind him. Fortunately, he still had his family with him. At this moment, little 17 was happily playing with some models in the room. Before leaving, Lu Xun cautiously asked another question. This investigation is almost over, right? I hope we won't see so many similar pollution incidents in the future. Are you feeling a bit resistant to these pollution events? I can sense that you seem a little downcast. Hearing Han Bing say this, Lu Xun replied calmly, to be honest, I don't like any kind of pollution. But since I've been paid, I have to do the job right. That man named Wang Chu probably wanted to be found sooner too. On the other end, Han Bing replied, I think so. There are many ways to help people relieve stress nowadays, so I believe these incidents will become rarer and rarer, hopefully. And what about the reward for this mission? Han Bing smiled warmly and replied, don't worry, you have me. I'm on your side. I'll make sure to transfer your daily allowance, fixed salary, and the extra bonuses for each mission to you as soon as possible. Just like this time, since the difficulty didn't quite reach Class D, the standard payout is only about 10,000 yuan, but I'll help you apply to bump it up to 12,000. Standing behind him, little 17 looked a bit displeased. Why don't you just go straight to the main city, find her and thank her in person? Are you desperately short of a girlfriend or something? Lu Xun's face turned bright red and he quickly shot back. What nonsense are you talking about? She's just a colleague, watching the little kid happily teasing him. I think you'd better not get your hopes up. She's a girl from the main city, pampered and spoiled since childhood. She's beautiful and has a great personality. I heard she's one of those ethereal fairies who doesn't even use toilet paper when she goes to the restroom. Meanwhile, you're just a minor clerk in a satellite city. Is not using toilet paper really how you describe an ethereal fairy? At this moment, someone in a car behind them was monitoring them. The young man in the car pointed ahead. Mr. Shu, that man is Solo. The elderly man beside him, addressed as Mr. Shu, replied. Is that the one who can see mental monsters? I heard his risk of losing control is extremely high. According to the files, he actually seems to be the least likely to lose control. He is the only one who can directly see and even cure people polluted by mental monsters. The elderly man addressed as Mr. Shu replied calmly, Indeed, I have no other choice anyway. However, this is a private commission, so we must ensure the cleanup department isn't contacted directly. The person beside him smiled slightly and said, No problem. You just need to set a time. Let's make it tomorrow then. Her condition is already extremely severe. As he spoke, the image of a girl flashed in his mind. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye the next morning arrived. Lu Xun was currently calculating his finances carefully. After completing 3 missions, not only had his meals been upgraded during training, but he had also earned quite a bit of extra pocket money. Currently, his total savings amounted to about 60 or 70,000 yuan. If only his monthly income could always remain this high, saving for a little over a year would be enough to buy a house in the town center for the orphanage. Unfortunately, following the deep citywide cleanup, there probably wouldn't be many missions available in the near future. Just then, someone beside him asked, Are you Mr. Solo? The speaker was a young man wearing sunglasses who proactively introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Lu, and I work at a business consulting firm in the main city. I've taken the liberty of seeking you out, Mr. Solo, under the commission of an elderly gentleman who would like you to help him handle a small matter. Lu Xun extended his hand in a friendly gesture and asked, How did you find out about me? It's due to business relations. I've done some research on the ability users in Qinggang. It's like this. This elderly gentleman's daughter has contracted a bizarre illness that none of the medical institutions in the city can cure, therefore he hopes to ask you to come and take a look. This isn't an official commission but rather a private plea for help. Hearing this, Lu Xun asked, "A private commission? Is that compliant with our department's regulations?" The other party replied calmly, "As far as I know, the ability users in Qinggong more or less take on private side jobs. Besides, that elderly gentleman is highly influential in the main city. He simply doesn't want to go through official channels and prefers to resolve it directly. Although this mission can be reported to your superiors, taking a private commission is much more convenient. If you can cure his daughter, he is willing to pay 100,000 yuan as a reward. Even if you can't cure her, you will still receive 10,000 yuan as compensation for your time." Hearing this, Lu Xun's eyes lit up, and in his excitement, he gripped the other party's hand tightly. "Did I hear you right? 100,000 yuan?" The other party was thoroughly startled by his grip. "Mr. Solo, your grip is too strong, you're about to crush my hand." Seeing this, Lu Xun smiled apologetically. "Why on earth would I crush your hand? But I need to report this to my superiors first." Later, sitting in the car and staring out the window, he was lost in thought. Why are there so many couples in the city lately? And why are they all carrying roses? Soon, the car pulled up in front of a grand mansion. "Mr. Solo, we've arrived." The mansion even boasted a massive swimming pool with an incredibly luxurious and grand interior design. Lu Xun sat on the sofa taking in his surroundings. It would be so wonderful if the orphanage could move to a place like this. How much does a house this big even cost? I heard someone once offered 5 million yuan for it, but the old gentleman refused to sell. By the way, here's the commission contract. Lu Xun took the contract, thinking to himself that buying a house was a long-term plan, and there was no guarantee he would actually get this 100,000 yuan. He read through every clause of the contract carefully, recalling what Han Bing had told him before. Headquarters does not forbid ability users from taking private commissions, nor do they support it, but all commissions must be recorded. During a mission, if one encounters danger or notices any potentially uncontrollable variables, they must report to headquarters immediately. Still, even if he couldn't cure her, he'd get 10,000 yuan just for trying. Fortunately, there was no rule explicitly banning side gigs. Just then, old Mr. Shu walked in briskly, flanked by several attendants. Lu Xun stood up and greeted him. "I won't be participating in the specific treatment process," Mr. Shu said. "You two have your chat. The nurse and I will head out. You must be Mr. Solo." "Hello," Lu Xun replied politely. At that moment he noticed a large cabinet placed next to the old gentleman from which strange noises were constantly emanating. Staring warily at the cabinet he asked, "What's in that cabinet?" Mr. Shu tried his best to keep his voice calm. "Inside is my daughter Xiao Xiao. She's 21 years old and just graduated from the main city's new university last year, majoring in old-era art research and preservation. She got engaged 3 months ago, and the young couple had a very close relationship. But right around then, she suddenly fell ill. I've consulted many experts, but none could explain the exact cause of her illness, which is why I suspect she has been polluted." Lu Xun asked cautiously, "Since you care so deeply about her, why didn't you send her to the Special Pollution Research Institute, given how severely ill she is?" Mr. Shu's expression darkened. "There is something you don't know, Mr. Solo. If the news of Xiao Xiao's pollution gets out, she'll be completely ostracized by society, and her reputation will be ruined. You see her current state." Seeing him hesitate, Lu Xun pressed further. "What is wrong with her current state?" Mr. Shu sighed helplessly, slowly stood up and unlocked the cabinet. Inside, the girl's state resembled that of a wild rabid beast. She was bound tightly from head to toe, her body trembling violently, completely incapable of making any rational response. Witnessing this, Lu Xun couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Wow, she really has gone completely mad." Mr. Shu continued, "Mr. Solo, please understand me. I didn't want to do this either. When I first discovered that she had crossed the line with one of our house servants, I kicked the servant out and gave her a severe beating. Back then, she still seemed normal, claiming it was just a moment of impulse. But soon after, she turned into a complete lunatic, making wild scenes in bars with a bunch of people, completely out of control. So, Mr. Solo, have you spotted any clues?" Lu Xun frowned. "I don't see any sign of a pollution source yet. I'll need to see her move to know for sure. Can you let her out? But once she's untied, she'll go into a frenzy and might lunge straight at you." Lu Xun offered a reassuring smile. "I can handle it. Besides, I brought a gun, though I doubt it'll come to that." Left with no choice, Mr. Shu pressed a button on the cabinet. Before long, the chains binding her hands and feet popped open. Lu Xun watched as she crawled straight toward him. What is she trying to do? With a face twisted in rage, Xiao Xiao lunged and reached out for him, prompting Assistant Lu beside them to yell a warning, "Mr. Solo, look out!" yet in the blink of an eye Lu Xin grabbed her wrist with pinpoint precision, effortlessly subduing her movements. Just then, little 17 slowly strolled over. "Sister is here." The little girl pointed at the girl writhing on the floor and cried out, "Brother, look here." At that moment, Lu Xin also noticed something amiss. When he parted the girl's hair, he actually saw a bizarre object deeply embedded in her flesh, quickly sprouting several bone-chilling spikes. Standing behind, Mr. Shu gasped in terror. "What is going on? Don't touch it." Instantly, countless tiny grotesque objects squirmed out of that bizarre thing, writhing like miniature snakes as they poked their heads out and lunged straight for Lu Xin. Lu Xin backed away a bit, slightly surprised. Well, aren't they enthusiastic? Those snake-headed monsters surged frantically toward him. However, little 17 excitedly pounced forward, instantly crushing them to pieces one by one. Having witnessed such a brutal display, the monsters were scared out of wits and began to scatter in panic. Lu Xin muttered, slightly amused, "These little things actually know fear too." They quickly burrowed into the carpet, and a bizarre illusion of a beautiful woman immediately materialized upon it, calling out coquettishly, "Come here, come quickly." Next, they slipped into a large vase nearby, and a sweet girl with long green hair poked her head out, waving to them, "Come on over, come here." Witnessing all this, Mr. Shu's jaw dropped in absolute shock. What on earth is going on? It's like these things have all come to life." Little 17 was happily bouncing all over the living room, catching the monsters, while Lu Xin stood quietly in place. For a time, the entire living room was filled with an indescribably eerie atmosphere. "It's safe to say she's been infected, but this time my sister is having so much fun, it doesn't look like she needs my help at all." The little girl reached out to grab things in the air, but those bizarre little things vanished into thin air in an instant. Little 17 looked thoroughly confused, with a bundle of imaginary question marks floating over her head as she turned to her brother and said, "Brother, those little tentacles are all gone." Unwilling to give up, she continued to search the area thoroughly. Looking at this, Lu Xin couldn't help but think, "This won't do. These little tentacles are too cunning, actually daring to play tricks on my sister. As her brother, how can I let her get pushed around?" Theoretically speaking, although mental power cannot be destroyed by conventional means, every source of pollution has its core hub. Lu Xin quickly walked toward the girl lying on the bed. Those tiny tentacles seemed curious about what he was going to do next. Just then, Lu Xin pulled out the gun from his coat, scaring those little tentacles into instantly retreating back into Xiao Xiao's body. Little 17 ran over as well. Lu Xin stared coldly at Xiao Xiao. He was absolutely certain that the core of the problem lay right here. Sure enough, the tiny tentacles began to gather inside Xiao Xiao's body, merging into a much larger mental entity. It resembled a grotesque piranha plant, opening a bloody maw as it prepared to attack. However, when little 17 saw it, far from being afraid, she excitedly pounced forward, then opened her mouth wide and bit down hard. The monster was snapped in half by her bite and forcibly dragged out of Xiao Xiao's body. Little 17 chewed in large gulps, giggling, "Hee hee, let's see where you can run now." Looking at his violent sister, Lu Xin was momentarily speechless. Why does this girl stuff absolutely everything into her mouth? Meanwhile, little 17 ate with great relish, absolutely thrilled. "So delicious," Mr. Shu asked anxiously from the side. How is Xiao Xiao? Is she still alive?" Lu Xin replied calmly. "I'm not entirely sure how she's doing physically, but the pollution should be completely cleared out now." After a moment, the girl lying on the floor rubbed her eyes, waking up in a daze. "Daddy," Mr. Shu hurriedly rushed over to check on her. "Xiao Xiao, how do you feel now? Can you hear me?" Xiao Xiao sat up looking completely lost, but when she saw Lu Xin nearby, she suddenly pointed at him and screamed, "That monster, Daddy, quickly make him leave." "Okay," Lu Xin sensibly turned around and walked out. "I'll go get some fresh air outside, you guys talk." But the moment he stepped outside, he felt an unusual fluctuation in the air. Little 17 bounced along beside him, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Brother, they just mentioned an oil painting covered in black cloth and set in a simple wooden frame." Xiao Xiao said that when she went to collect the goods, she found that the search team responsible for finding that oil painting were all dead. Judging by the scene, they seemed to have turned on each other, shooting and killing one another. That painting was right there, and it wasn't even recorded in the team's original manifest. They also mentioned wanting to secretly bring this oil painting back for research. Hearing this, Lu Xin fell into deep thought. Could the oil painting be the source of pollution? Just then, the door of the room slowly opened. Mr. Shu walked out with a smile. "Thanks to Mr. Solo, my daughter has recovered, though her body is still very weak. To ensure she gets better care, I plan to take her back to the main city tomorrow to recuperate. As for the reward, I will definitely." However, before he could finish, Lu Xin interrupted, "It's not time to pay the reward yet. As long as the source of pollution hasn't been resolved, the problem is not truly solved. The contract stated very clearly in black and white that the reward is only paid upon a complete cure. Isn't that right?" Assistant Lu beside them hesitated. Mr. Shu quickly said, "Mr. Solo, my daughter is already out of harm's way. To show my gratitude, I am willing to pay double the reward specified in the contract, but I hope this matter ends here." "You may leave," Little 17 chimed in. "They are in a hurry to go to Bungbu Port to fetch something, so they want to dismiss you as quickly as possible. Xiao Xiao, go make a phone call to arrange our return to the main city. As for Mr. Solo, he doesn't seem very satisfied with our payment." Lu Xun thought to himself, "Isn't this just seeking death if something really goes wrong? It won't just be this father and daughter who throw away their lives for nothing. He only wanted to completely eliminate this pollution source, and 200,000 yuan was indeed a massive sum." But before Lu Xun could even explain, Xiao Xiao suddenly grabbed the gun nearby and pointed it straight at him. "Stop playing dumb with us. Don't think that just because we're from the main city, we don't know the tricks of you satellite city folks. Let me tell you, even if I shoot you dead right now, once I return to the main city administrative bureau, I can easily be ruled as acting in self-defense." However, before her voice even faded, Little 17 lunged before her like a ghost and slashed through the air. With a sharp tearing sound, a deep claw mark sliced through the air, and the fingers holding the gun were instantly cut clean off. Xiao Xiao clutched her hand in agony, screaming, "My hand!" Meanwhile, Little 17 effortlessly crushed the solid gun into a pile of crumbs. Seeing his daughter's wretched state, Mr. Shu flew into a towering rage and roared at Lu Xun, "How can you be so vicious? Even if you are from the cleanup department, does that give you the right to hurt my daughter like this?" Facing his wrath without a trace of fear, Lu Xun replied calmly, "She was the one who threatened me with a gun first, and to be honest, I've already been extremely restrained and was trying my best to protect her." At that moment, someone up high was aiming at his head, preparing to shoot. A highly powerful bullet whistled as it discharged from the barrel, but Lu Xun remained completely fearless. Little 17 moved with extreme speed, instantly attaching herself to him and helping him dodge the bullet in the blink of an eye. "You had better not do that," Lu Xun muttered. With a sudden, violent leap, he scaled the wall in an instant, relying on his superhuman agility. Up above, the sniper could hardly believe his eyes. Was this guy a human or a ghost? Lu Xun effortlessly dragged him down from his high perch. The sniper let out a painful shriek, instantly drawing the attention of the father and daughter down below. Falling from the high building, he was naturally severely injured, lying on the ground, curling his body in painful groans. Lu Xun glanced back. "There are more of them, sister, go." Little 17 swiftly set about her task, taking control of the group in an instant. "Sure thing, brother. Damn it, why can't I control my body all of a sudden?" In that split second, the man was forced to shoot his own companion before turning the handgun toward himself. A muffled gunshot rang out. Little 17 giggled happily with the gun in her hand. "This is so fun, let's go." But then she seemed to remember something, turning her head to look at her brother with an extremely aggrieved and pitiful expression, crying out, "Brother." Lu Xun, of course, did not blame her. Instead, he gently caressed her beautiful white hair and answered softly, "It's fine." The liaison officer who had witnessed this horrific scene was scared out of his wits, shouting, "Mr. Solo, please, we can talk this over. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to sit down and talk? Mr. Shu from the main city is a highly influential figure. If there's an issue, let's reason it out. That's surely better than blowing things completely out of proportion." Lu Xun turned to look at him, asking back coldly, "Am I not being reasonable? She was the one who pointed a gun at me first. It's only fair between her and me. I never used my power to threaten her, nor should she feel like I am bullying her just because she lacks the strength. Am I right?" On the other side, Mr. Shu was burning with rage, roaring, "Do you really think that just because you joined that special department, you can act completely above the law?" Lu Xun replied calmly, "I have never thought so. I am simply saving your lives. No matter what oil painting you want to restore or what kind of thing you want to inspect, it is absolutely not something you can handle. If anything goes wrong, you will definitely be the first to suffer." Hearing his confident answer, Mr. Shu couldn't help but be shocked. "Painting? How do you know about the oil painting?" Lu Xun said calmly. "You don't need to worry about that. What I want to say is, you are just ordinary people, and cleaning up sources of pollution is my primary duty. According to the regulations, I cannot turn a blind eye and watch you get involved with a pollution source. So now I must report this to my superior. Since you were the ones who refused to cooperate first, I am not the one breaking the contract." Soon, he connected his communicator. "Hello, Group Leader Chen, it's like this. I took on a private commission. I've already dealt with the individuals showing signs of mutation, but I've discovered an oil painting. Meanwhile, the red moon hanging high in the sky seems to be quietly watching us." A series of steady footsteps gradually approached, and Chen Jing arrived on the scene in no time. "Where is the painting?" Upon seeing her, Mr. Shu kept his face stiff and said, "Colonel Chen, I know your department wields immense power, but this time your subordinate has done such a thing. You must give me a proper explanation. Standing to the side, Chen Jing replied calmly, Mr. Shu, I have already verified his work process and there are absolutely no issues. If you feel he has done anything wrong, you are more than welcome to lodge a complaint with the higher-ups. Our headquarters will naturally make a fair judgment. Hearing this, Mr. Shu was so choked with rage that he couldn't speak for a long while. Remaining where she stood, Chen Jing continued coldly. Since he has no issues, let's talk about you now. I know you often hire private search teams to smuggle supplies into the main city through secret channels, but in some matters you have crossed the line. You must take us to retrieve that painting and then undergo our investigation. Anyone who breaks the rules must pay the price. This is the bottom line of our Qinggong. Soon after, their armored vehicle sped toward Bengbu port. The four of them squeezed into the same vehicle, and Chen Jing, who was driving, spoke up. Mr. Shu, now tell me the entire sequence of events from beginning to end. Don't even think about hiding any details. After all, you should know that I have 10,000 ways to make you talk. Mr. Shu had no choice but to answer honestly. Some time ago, I hired a few search teams to look for valuable old-era artwork in those abandoned towns. 2 months ago, the search team sent word that they had found some good stuff. I was tied up at the time, so I had Xiao Xiao meet with them in my place. But I didn't expect that soon after she returned from that trip something went wrong. Sitting in the front, Chen Jing said coldly, You indeed should feel fortunate. If nothing had happened to her, that item would probably have been smuggled into the main city long ago. She swept a sharp gaze over the young woman beside them and said in a deep voice, It's your turn, Miss Shu. Tell me everything you know. Xiao Xiao sat to the side, looking dazed as if she were being controlled, and spoke slowly. When I reached their meeting spot, everyone in the search team was already dead. Their deaths were extremely horrific, their bodies riddled with bullet holes. And the one who shot them was actually their captain. The captain was dead too, having committed suicide with his own gun. I don't know what happened, but the items were still there, along with something they had never mentioned before. An oil painting. That painting was absolutely beautiful. I secretly hid it without my father knowing. I succeeded. My mood became incredibly hyperactive, and I desperately wanted to share it with someone. That feeling grew stronger and stronger. In the end, I simply couldn't control myself anymore. I called the servant into my room. When I woke up, that frantic, hollow feeling had vanished. But that feeling was so wonderful, I yearned to see that painting again. I didn't want them to lock me up. Standing beside her, Mr. Shu chimed in. I knew about the existence of pollution sources, but I never expected it to be this severe. Sitting in the front, Chen Jing replied, The only reason you didn't take it seriously is because you've never witnessed it with your own eyes. Ultimately, it boils down to your insatiable greed. I've got the picture now. You two can get out of the car. Someone will take you back to headquarters for investigation. At this point, only Chen Jing and Lu Xin were left in the car. You did a good job this time. Let's return to the guard hall first, and then we'll send that painting to headquarters for research. Sitting in the car, Lu Xin really couldn't wrap his head around it, asking, So what exactly is that painting? I used to think only living people could be polluted and turn into mutants. Chen Jing answered calmly, You handled yesterday's case 72 very well. Since the deceased can retain residual mental power, special objects can naturally carry it too. The research department discovered long ago that certain items can be imbued with mental energy through specific abilities or means. We refer to these objects as parasitic-type mental armaments. Some standard-issue weapons are manufactured using this very principle. By the way, once this matter is wrapped up, you should go learn how to drive. You'll be driving from now on. Hearing this, Lu Xin murmured in his mind, Driving is a highly technical skill. It's probably going to be hard to convince my sister to lend me her abilities for that. Just then, a severe traffic jam suddenly occurred ahead. A woman holding black roses was proposing to a young man. Sitting in the car, Chen Jing was slightly surprised. How did a massive traffic jam suddenly build up out of nowhere? The girl, holding the flowers, screamed at the man she loved, Will you marry me? I want to be with you forever. Are you insane? Why are you pulling this stunt in the middle of the street? Besides, you were clearly the one who initiated the breakup before. How many people did you date behind my back? Just go home already. Hearing this, the girl immediately burst into tears, crying, I only just realized that the one I love the most is actually you. I've already broken off all ties with those men. I want to be with you forever. Weren't you desperately longing for this before? Why don't you want me anymore now? Furious, the man roared, You think you can just get back together and break up whenever you please. Look at you now. You're literally like a lunatic, clinging to me like crazy all day. If I so much as glance at someone else, you start a fight. And now, you're even proposing in the middle of the street? A crazed, manic expression appeared on the girl's face. Because I love you. I already love you this much, so why can't you love me like before? I love you, and I never want to be separated from you, so I am going to devour you completely." As she spoke, an extremely bizarre wide grin stretched across the corners of her mouth. This entire abnormal scene seemed to originate from the rose she held in her hand. The girl locked the boy in a death grip and began to scream. Hearing these words, the bystanders nearby actually lost their minds too, screaming and shouting, "I love you, Xiaochen, I love you." A man, appearing to have completely lost control, roared, "Xiaochen, I love you." He lunged straight at their car, screaming, "Wife, I love you." Lu Xun sat in the car, watching the scene outside in shock. What is going on? This is a sudden mental pollution outbreak. Chen Jing swiftly picked up her communicator and shouted her command, "Retreat immediately." At the same time, she slammed her foot on the gas pedal, warning loudly, "Hold on tight." The car swerved violently amidst the deafening roar of the engine, weaving wildly through the street. Lu Xun shouted, "We must charge straight through this street. Yes, that is the only way." Zhujiang Road, East District of No. 2 Satellite City. Due to the sudden mental pollution event, the entire street fell into extreme chaos. "Send people to handle this immediately." A nearby man let out a bizarre shriek. In the next instant, a pair of blood-red eyes locked onto them as he raised his gun, aiming straight at their car. Inside the vehicle, little 17 suddenly giggled. "Brother, run." Lu Xun's vision distorted in an instant, and then the car was torn to shreds in a violent explosion. Before Lu Xun's vision went black and he slipped into unconsciousness, he caught a vague glimpse of little 17 lunging toward him. "Brother, I'm here to help you." Afterward, everything plunged into total destruction. Before he completely lost consciousness, he was still murmuring in his mind, "Who on earth is that? How is that possible?" The one who had attacked their car was actually Qin Ran. He was standing right there, wearing an insidious, triumphant, bizarre smile. Lu Xun simply couldn't understand. Wasn't he supposed to be in the containment center? Could this be another Qin Ran? In the distance, Chen Jing's anxious shout echoed. Lu Xun, covered in blood, Chen Jing crawled out from the debris, asking with great difficulty, "Are you all right? Can you move?" Covered in wounds, Lu Xun got back on his feet, swaying. "I'm fine." Little 17 sat beside him, crying out in panic. "There's so much blood, brother, you're injured." She hugged Lu Xun's thigh tightly, sobbing, "Brother, you mustn't cry. Once we wrap it up, it won't hurt anymore." With just a gentle wave of her small hand, Lu Xun's wounds healed rapidly. Beside him, Chen Jing shouted at the top of her lungs, "Solo, did you see special pollution source number 41? Little 17 reached out her hand, pointing in a certain direction. "Brother, look over there." A violent explosion suddenly erupted. Nearby, several men were setting up heavy machine guns, firing frantically at them. Dumbfounded, Chen Jing cried out in sheer disbelief, "A multi-barrel rotary heavy machine gun? Damn it!" Wild tongues of fire spit from the massive machine gun, and countless bullets whistled at incredible speed, sweeping toward Lu Xun with a force that threatened to tear the very air apart. Just then, an incredibly gentle woman's voice suddenly echoed in Lu Xun's ear. "Silly child." In an instant, his mother materialized in front of him, tenderly shielding her young son in her arms. "Didn't I tell you that you must absolutely never let yourself be bullied? Why have you let yourself get into such a dangerous situation again?" Behind them, Chen Jing was struck speechless. She had watched with her own eyes as Lu Xun conjured a translucent mental shield, using only his bare hands, and inside that protective layer a fully intact human figure actually materialized out of thin air. She simply couldn't begin to comprehend the massive, terrifying magnitude of mental energy required to pull this off. Could the 3-story building of the Red Moon Orphanage, destroyed all those years ago, have been obliterated by this exact power? I must stay calm. In an instant, Chen Jing's eyes underwent a bizarre mutation, as if she were trying to forcibly take over and control the minds of the group of men ahead. "You hold the most powerful weapon in your hands. With it, you can destroy everything before your eyes. Wielding such terrifying power, do you feel like you are the rulers of this world? However, that there can only be one ruler of this world. Since you possess such a frightening weapon, why don't you see whose firepower is more ferocious?" In that instant, the wills of the men ahead were completely captured by those eerie eyes. "That's right, I am the ruler of this world." In the blink of an eye, a fierce gunfight erupted among them. Countless bullets sprayed wildly, directly piercing straight through the forehead of one of the men. Standing to the side, Lu Xun finally realized that these guys were actually all modified neurocyborgs as well. Turning around slowly, his mother looked at him with a smile. "Xiao Lu, you were bullied quite badly this time." Hearing this, Lu Xun replied with a hint of grievance, "Yes, I almost lost my life." In the back, Chen Jing quickly dialed her phone. "Lock down the entire No. 2 Satellite City immediately. The painting intercepted at Bengbu Port has been stolen. We suspect the opposing force is a well-prepared armed group from the outer city. It seems they laid this trap long ago. In addition, the sudden mental pollution triggered by that red rose on Zhuhong Road is interconnected and is currently spreading across a massive area. Hearing the news from the other end of the line, Chen Jing suddenly shrieked in shock. What? Number 2 Satellite City has already triggered the emergency alarm? At this moment, a blinding, flashing red alarm had already lit up on the towering buildings. Alarm, alarm. The ordinary citizens down below had absolutely no idea what was happening, asking in terror, "What on earth is that?" Soon after, when they saw that group of people charging in their direction, they instantly scattered in panic, screaming, "Run, escape!" In the information center, Han Bing and Tai Kui stared intently at the emergency alarms flashing continuously on the control console. Looking at the youth before her, Chen Jing said urgently, "Aside from this place, extremely severe outbreaks of sudden mental pollution have erupted simultaneously across all other districts of Number 2 Satellite City. Because it happened so suddenly, and without any warning, a massive number of pollution sources appeared instantly and are spreading like wildfire. The threat level has already surpassed Class C." But right at that moment she suddenly noticed that Lu Xin's state seemed slightly off. "What's wrong with him?" Standing beside him, his mother also spoke up. "Oh dear, everything is in complete chaos outside. What do you think we should do next?" At this moment, Lu Xin's expression turned incredibly eerie and terrifying, as he answered calmly, "I am also thinking about what to do." His mother continued, "That guy is simply too wicked. Not only did he steal your painting, but he also almost killed you and your sister. And then he just ran off triumphantly. He must still be laughing at what a bunch of fools you are in his heart. Look at your sister, see how terrified she is." At this moment, little 17 rarely showed a look of terror, hiding behind her mother. Scanning his surroundings, Lu Xin thought to himself, "Is my sister afraid of me? It's too noisy," he muttered. On the other side, Chen Jing was still shouting anxiously, "Lu Xin, are you even listening to me?" She placed her hand on Lu Xin's shoulder, trying to snap him out of it. But at that exact moment, she realized that Lu Xin had completely lost his usual composure. A deeply terrifying and dangerous aura of violence was radiating from his body. Could it be that because he had consumed too much mental power just now, his sanity was on the verge of losing control? "No, I must keep talking to him at a time like this." Taking a breath, Chen Jing continued to shout. "The entire Number 2 Satellite City is under severe threat from pollution sources. Solo, do you still have the capacity to carry out the mission?" Only then did Lu Xin turn his head to look at her, a hint of numbness in his eyes. "What did you say? The entire city is in chaos? At least 4 large-scale mental pollution outbreaks have erupted suddenly and are spreading aggressively. Everyone in Number 2 Satellite City is at risk of infection at any moment. The Class 1 emergency defense system has been fully activated." Lu Xin didn't want to listen any longer. He turned around and ran swiftly toward the side of the street. At that moment, a man who had fallen to the ground was pinned beneath a heavy motorcycle, crying out in agony, "Help! Someone help me!" Lu Xin quickly stepped forward and lifted the heavy motorcycle with one hand. Finally freed, the man on the ground hurriedly thanked him repeatedly. Thank you so much." He wouldn't have guessed in his wildest dreams that you would actually steal that motorcycle. What was this, a carjacking? Just then, little 17 suddenly appeared in front of Lu Xin, calling out "brother" with a sweet smile. On the other end, Chen Jing was carefully assessing the situation. The pollution on Juhong Road was still spreading wildly, suspected to be related to the girl who had proposed. Almost all of those polluted would develop an extremely morbid and fanatical love for their partners, even to the point of harboring the extreme urge to devour them. She immediately issued 2 orders to all investigation teams. First, once anyone with suspicious behavior or an abnormal mental state is spotted, immediately intercept and interrogate them. If they are desperately searching for their lover, including any nominal lovers, and cannot provide a reasonable explanation, shoot them dead on the spot. Second, immediately notify everyone through television broadcasts and other channels to lock their doors and windows and stay where they are. They must absolutely not attempt to search for their loved ones, especially romantic partners, including same-sex partners. Everyone, the safety of the Number 2 Satellite City depends entirely on us now." Meanwhile, Lu Xin's mother stood behind him, showing an elegant and beautiful smile. "Good son, how do you plan to handle this time?" Sitting on the back of the motorcycle, little 17 cheered with a happy laugh. Off we go. With that, they revved the motorcycle and charged straight toward the downtown area ahead. The entire city had descended into absolute chaos. Upon entering the urban area, scenes of extreme turmoil met the eye. Countless men and women clutched each other in death grips, howling frantically, "I want to be with you forever." An old man was desperately running from several young girls chasing him, crying out in despair, "Why are you chasing me?" An old lady with a megaphone shouted, "Don't panic everyone, quickly hide behind the rolling shutter door behind me." Several guards also bellowed loudly, Hurry, we must hold this key intersection at all costs. Lu Xun sped through the streets with his sister behind him, charging forward at full speed. His destination was crystal clear, the new location where the orphanage had relocated. Nothing must happen to them. Lu Xun skidded to a halt and jumped off while little 17 remained seated obediently on the motorcycle. Just then, someone ahead called out to him, "Mr. Solo." Seeing Cheng Wei, Lu Xun immediately asked, "You guys, how is the situation inside?" "Everyone is fine, completely unaffected. Captain Chen previously ordered us to rush here immediately to protect this place if any unrest broke out in the city. In fact, relocating everyone here was also because our investigation team's headquarters is right next door." Lu Xun was slightly surprised, not expecting Chen Jing to be so thorough. The man then handed him a communication device. "Mr. Lu Xun, I noticed that you seem to have lost your communicator. Here is a wireless earpiece, a micro camera, and a portable neural detector for you." He quickly plugged the earpiece into his ear, and a voice immediately came through. "Mr. Solo, the information analysis group is in position." Lu Xun replied calmly, "Solo is in position." On the other end, Han Bing continued, "Wonderful, Mr. Solo. Please report your current status." Hearing this, Lu Xun was slightly taken aback. "My status? I feel very at ease right now," Han Bing said hastily. "No, I mean, are you physically injured? Can you continue the mission?" Lu Xun smiled and replied, "I sustained a minor injury to my left leg, but the wound has already healed, so it's not a big deal." "That's great. Let me synchronize the details of the mission with you now. We have received reports that at least 4 sources of pollution have appeared simultaneously in the number 2 satellite city. In addition, the number 1 and number 5 satellite cities have also sequentially experienced hallucinatory mental pollution. Headquarters has dispatched a task force to the number 2 satellite city, where the situation is worst. What we need to do is make every effort to stabilize the situation." Lu Xun replied calmly. "Understood. What do you need me to do now?" "Immediately rush to the Wanzhong shopping mall and resolve the pollution source currently spreading there." "All right." Standing behind him, Cheng Wei asked, "Mr. Solo, is this motorcycle yours?" "Don't worry about it," Lu Xun thought calmly. Since Chen Jing had helped protect the people he wanted to protect, he naturally had to go protect the people Chen Jing wanted to guard. He turned around and handed the little one behind him a lollipop. "Sister, here's for you." The little girl happily started eating the lollipop, then lay on his back looking exceptionally excited. "Let's go, sister." "Okay." Watching him depart, Cheng Wei shouted from behind, "Mr. Solo." He clenched his fists tightly, his expression incredibly resolute. "The safety of Qinggang rests entirely on you now." The crimson moonlight hung high in the night sky, as if quietly watching his every move. Lu Xun asked about the specific situation over there. On the other end, Han Bing reported, "It started as a tragic incident at Wanzhong Mall, which subsequently triggered a mass emotional breakdown. A man saw his wife greeting a male friend, suddenly flew into a rage and pushed her off the 3rd floor of the mall, after which he felt regret and jumped down after her," Han Bing continued. Upon witnessing this scene, many onlookers on site suddenly lost control of their emotions, exhibiting severe mental abnormalities. Judging by the level of chaos at the scene, it can be determined that a breakthrough-type mental pollution source has emerged. Lu Xun asked calmly, "Just because his wife spoke a few words to another man, he pushed her off, and then jumped down himself?" Currently, this event is provisionally designated as Special Pollution Number 096. The red rose, acting as the root source of the pollution, is suspected to have been intentionally planted to accelerate the spread. Group leader Chen Jing has just sent in the preliminary investigation report regarding the girl's proposal incident on Zhujiang Road in the number 2 satellite city. The situation is highly similar to Wanzhong Mall, which I will now synchronize with you. Hearing this, Lu Xun was also slightly intrigued. Red roses? Could the sudden appearance of so many couples in the city also be related to Qinran? The voice in the earpiece continued. Group leader Chen Jing's investigation revealed that the victim of the Zhujiang Road incident had received a rose early on. Since then, her emotions exhibited obvious abnormalities. She became extremely obsessed with the person who gave her the flower, and gradually developed a distorted perfect possessiveness. This emotion eventually reached its boiling point on Zhujiang Road. A Class 2 mental pollution instantly took shape, and it is currently impossible to determine whether it will evolve into a Class 3 pollution. Hearing this, Lu Xun pressed, "Class 3, at this rate of pollution spread, everyone in the number 2 satellite city is in danger. How do we stop it?" Recommended operational objectives. First, eliminate the red rose hosts and cut off the surrounding pollution links. Second, locate the Class 2 polluted individuals and stop them from spreading it further. Soon after, he rapidly descended toward his destination, Wanzhong Shopping Mall. Standing at a high vantage point and looking down, he saw countless people already gathered below. "I've arrived." The crowd below had long since fallen into a state of panicked chaos. Stopping the spread of pollution was by no means easy, as they had already begun committing all sorts of horrific acts. On the other end, Han Bing said, "It is recommended to first clean up the pollution source in Wanzhong Mall, which is the main host of the Red Rose." "Understood," Lu Xun acknowledged, charging down rapidly. In an instant he crashed through the mall's glass window, landing inside. "I'm in." Looking at the scene before him, Lu Xun was slightly stunned. Was this the source of pollution? Standing right in the center of the hall below was a giant rose. "Mr. Solo, have you located the source of pollution?" Stepping toward the massive rose, Lu Xun replied, "This should be it." Beneath it, there seems to be a man tightly embracing a girl. At this moment, the micro camera pinned to his collar was transmitting the live feed of the scene. On the other end, Han Bing analyzed, "It is recommended to clean up the pollution source. Option 1 is to seal and contain it using a special containment bag. Option 2 is to get close and find a way to incinerate the corpses." However, Lu Xun said calmly at this point, "No need to go through all that trouble. I can see it." Hearing this, Han Bing asked excitedly, "What does it look like?" "It's a rose. A blood-red rose growing right out of a body." Standing before it, Lu Xun felt an extraordinary sense of bizarreness. In an instant, countless illusions of seductive girls materialized around him, surrounding him completely. "Come find me. Quickly come find me." The more Lu Xun thought about it, the weirder he felt. He clearly had no taste for this kind of thing. He quickly reached out to touch the giant flower tree before him, and those illusory girls instantly shrieked, "No, let go of us." However, the moment he violently snapped the flower tree, those illusions instantly dissolved. Beside him, little 17's eyes lit up. She opened her mouth, about to swallow it whole. Lu Xun quickly reached out to stop her. "This rose looks incredibly filthy. Can you please not eat random things?" Hearing this, the little girl pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. He looked down at the man collapsed on the ground, still holding the girl tightly in his arms. The pollution source had been resolved. Ones of this level were indeed quite easy to deal with. On the other end, Han Bing praised, "Outstanding job, Mr. Solo. Next, the most critical task is to stop the pollution from spreading further." Meanwhile, on the side, Tai Kui barked irritably at Gecko. "Shut up, Gecko." Lu Xun looked up toward the upper levels of the mall, feeling somewhat troubled. "Then things might get a bit problematic next." Han Bing continued, "The city patrol has already deployed and locked down all major thoroughfares. They will open fire the moment they spot any polluted individuals approaching. So we must do everything in our power to stop the pollution from spreading further. Once a Class 2 pollution emerges in the crowd, the impact will multiply and accelerate the mutation. Please use any means necessary to disrupt their movements. Once the situation is brought under control, the rescue team will move in for centralized treatment." Grabbing a flagpole nearby, Lu Xun's figure instantly darted forward as he replied, "Understood." With a single strike, he easily swept a crazed woman to the ground. He then turned to the people behind and warned loudly, "No one is allowed to get near her until the alarm is lifted." Then he looked toward the crowd on the other side. "All right, next." In no time, he fractured and incapacitated many people in the mall. Watching from the other end, Han Bing found it increasingly unbelievable. "Mr. Solo, what kind of method is this?" Lu Xun replied calmly. "An energy has built up in them that I cannot directly neutralize, so my method is much more direct. I'll just break their legs now." The crowd collapsed on the ground, instantly wailed in agony. A few minutes later, he had incapacitated everyone. "The inside of the mall is basically taken care of. I was quite restrained. Once this is over, they can just go get their bones set. Even though I broke the legs of quite a few couples, thinking about how I'm saving their lives makes me feel much more refreshed." On the side, little 17 mocked with a hint of schadenfreude. "Isn't it just because you don't have a girlfriend yourself, brother?" "Of course not." Soon after, the two quickly set off. "Let's go, our mission isn't over yet." The moment he stepped out the entrance, he saw two people not far away tightly clutching each other. "There's another one here." Launching himself with both legs, he leapt violently over. Seeing this, the man shrieked in terror. "What do you want?" Lu Xun was also slightly dazed at the sight. "You two aren't polluted?" "Polluted my ass. The end of the world is practically here, and I'm just kissing my girlfriend goodbye. Where on earth did you spring from?" Lu Xun smiled awkwardly. "Kissing goodbye is fine, but why are your hands being so handsy?" The other party blushed furiously and roared, "Is that any of your business?" Then, under their dumbfounded gazes, Lu Xun scaled straight up the wall with his bare hands. "That guy can actually climb walls? Is he a spider? But why does a spider use a stick? Is he a spider demon from the Shaolin Temple?" Soon, Lu Xun landed on the rooftop ahead. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. What on earth is going on? Ahead of him, countless couples were embracing tightly, appearing exceptionally affectionate. "To strike or not to strike?" Han Bing's voice came through the earpiece. "Solo, report the situation you see on site." They seem to have suddenly quieted down. It's a calm that defies all common sense. I see them walking toward different high-rise buildings. Then his gaze snapped toward the high-rise opposite him, and he gasped. Oh no, someone is already standing on the edge of the rooftop, no time to lose. I must get over there immediately. Before he could even finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed something was off. He saw a man and a woman gazing deeply into each other's eyes, murmuring, "I love you, and I love you too." Then, holding hands tightly, the two leapt straight off. Was this a double suicide? On the other end, Han Bing immediately issued an order. Solo, please confirm if the crowd attempting to jump are the same individuals previously infected by the Class 2 pollution. Yes. There is reason to suspect that the Class 2 polluted population of Special Pollution Source No.096 has begun to mutate. From the looks of it, dying for love is highly likely a mutative manifestation of their voluntary choice to end their lives after their emotions and mental states reach a certain limit. Our previous judgment was correct. Although the core mental power of this pollution source is not high, it has created a massive Class 2 polluted group. This is what led to such a chaotic situation. Data analysis shows that after mutation, the Class 2 polluted group has a window of about 30 minutes, which specifically manifests as dying for love. The worst part is, couples together might develop the urge to prove their love through death, while single individuals might also develop a powerful impulse to jump off buildings just to prove their love. Lu Xun had already rushed near them. He simply couldn't comprehend how the situation could suddenly become so severe. On the other end, Han Bing replied with a grim expression. This is highly likely related to the oil painting heist reported by group leader Chen Jing. It might be that the ability users from the outer city intentionally set this trap to create this massive chaos, so they can take the painting away amid the confusion. Lu Xun thought of something and asked, "Is it that Chen ran again?" Correct. It has been basically confirmed that ability users from the outer city instigated this chaos in the number 2 satellite city. The only thing we can do now is make every effort to intercept them before large-scale casualties occur. Lu Xun quickly pulled Little 17 down from his back and said, "The area is too large. Let's split up first." The siblings immediately scattered, and Lu Xun grabbed a small vase nearby, instantly hurling it at a figure who was about to jump. Beside him, Little 17 giggled and cried out proudly, "Brother, look how amazing I am. Now there's absolutely no way they can jump." However, at this moment the bodies of those two were bound tightly together. Lu Xun slapped his forehead, somewhat helpless. "Don't cause trouble." The little girl pouted, feeling slightly aggrieved, but still reached out to separate them. Lu Xun observed the situation. The two seemed to have completely regained their senses and did not undergo any mutation. How on earth did his sister do it? "All right, let's..." Before his voice could even fade, he suddenly sensed a hint of abnormality. Wait, that's what was happening. Just ahead, countless people suddenly gathered at the edge of the rooftop, staring intently at this direction with eerie eyes. In the next instant they actually leapt off in unison. Lu Xun hastily reported to Han Bing on the other end, "I see many more people on the surrounding rooftops, but I won't make it in time." Looking at the feed, Han Bing's heart skipped a beat, but she still tried her best to comfort her partner. "Human strength has its limits, Mr. Solo. Please don't blame yourself." Lu Xun stared silently at the tragic scene before him without saying a word. Beside him, Little 17 asked with some worry, "Brother, what's wrong?" In his heart, he had actually been quietly consoling himself. Save whoever he could, but if it was truly impossible, it was simply beyond the limits of his ability. He actually understood these principles. After all, the old director of the orphanage used to counsel him the same way. Yet, watching so many lives being lost before his eyes, a deep sense of powerlessness still gripped his heart. Just then, the roar of a helicopter echoed overhead, and a helicopter was flying in their direction. In the doorway of the cabin, the figure of a young girl appeared. Doll sat there, a sweet smile playing on the corners of her lips. In an instant the sky was filled with drifting rose petals. The crowd below couldn't help but gasp in awe. "It's so beautiful." Standing at a high vantage point, she looked down upon the physical world below. "She's so beautiful. I want to love her. I want to have her." Standing amidst the falling rose petals, Lu Xun's face flushed red despite himself. "It's her," Little 17 beside him suddenly said. "She's so beautiful." Lu Xun turned to look at her. "Do you like her too?" Who would have thought this little girl was thinking of something extremely terrifying? "I really want to catch her, tear her clothes to shreds and then sew her face onto my body." Lu Xun really couldn't understand this little girl's way of thinking. He sighed softly and asked, "Who is she?" On the other end, Han Bing heard their voices and replied with a slight smile, "It's Doll. That's wonderful. She must have already resolved the pollution source in the main city and rushed over to support us." At this moment, Lu Xun remembered what Gecko had said earlier. So it was her. Gecko seemed to have mentioned her before. On the other end, Han Bing warned carefully, Please note, do not keep looking at doll, especially her eyes, otherwise your mind will be affected by her, causing irreversible changes. What? The girl on the other end of the line continued. Staring at doll for over a minute means you will never forget her face. Looking directly at doll for over 3 minutes or looking directly into her eyes will make you completely fall in love with her. Looking directly at doll for over 5 minutes or being in contact with her within a 10-meter range for more than an hour, by then you will feel that doll does not belong to this world. This world is too filthy and doesn't deserve her. She shouldn't stay here. He looked down and found that she was preparing to leave. She's leaving, I have to follow her. The few people behind him suddenly let go of each other, then quickly ran down from the rooftop. Lu Xin was somewhat bewildered. Suddenly they're not dying for love anymore. What's going on with them? Han Bing replied with a smile on the other end. Doll saved them. These people saw doll and were affected by her as well, distorting both their attention and their love. Now they definitely don't want to die. They're just trying everything they can to get closer to doll. Gecko, have you reached South City? The danger at Wanzhong Mall has been resolved. There are still 3 locations, Tianshui Square, Qingye Bridge and the old Qingmian textile factory, where pollution is occurring. You and doll can quickly head over to support them. Lu Xin quickly caught up to doll and said, you go to Tianshui Square, it's closer for me to rush to Qingye Bridge now, and besides you can fly. Doll looked at him without saying much, then actually nodded and replied, okay. On the other end, Han Bing was astonished to hear this response. Doll actually spoke to him. The pollution site was located between Wanzhong Mall and Pengul Road. 10 minutes ago, the security guard hall and the city defense patrol had already arrived at Qingye Bridge to establish a blockade to prevent the pollution from spreading further. However, they had just received word that the number of infected individuals was increasing rapidly, reaching a breaking point. Lu Xin had also arrived at the scene by now. They had received orders to restrict fire, but if the blockade failed, Lu Xin looked down from a high point. Has the crowd below already begun to mutate? Then he turned to the little girl beside him and asked, are you tired? Little 17 replied with a haughty pout. Tired or not, don't I still have to work for you anyway? On the other end, Han Bing heard this and, assuming he was expressing concern for her, replied, thank you for your concern, Mr. Solo. We are fine. You are the ones working the hardest. Hearing this, Lu Xin could only give a non-committal hum before he and his sister quickly leapt into the air. There are a lot of them, but their movements are somewhat sluggish, so they can still be saved. The problem is, I need to find a way to make all of these people lose their ability to move at the same time. Suddenly, he realized something was off. He had actually entered a bizarre state. Have I entered an alternate world? An old man walking toward him muttered. I'm so happy. Nearby, a couple was hugging tightly. Come, let's go, let's follow them. Lu Xin suddenly felt an indescribable bizarreness. What on earth is this? His sister was nowhere to be seen either. On the other end, Han Bing realized something was wrong and shouted, Solo, what happened? I seem to have accidentally entered a very strange place. Can you see it? Everything looks perfectly normal on my screen. Is there anything strange? Before her voice even faded, an old man walked up to strike up a conversation. Young man, you clearly aren't polluted. Why have you entered my world? I met a bald uncle. Hearing the description, Han Bing had a faint guess. A bald uncle? Could Ghost Kid have arrived? I am Solo from the 2nd satellite city. Oh, a colleague, the old man continued. I came over from the 4th satellite city. The situation here is already under control. Once these people run out of here, they will definitely enter the range of my ability. As long as they come in, they can forget about leaving, and they can forget about dying. You are an ability user too. So why did you run into this place? Lu Xin asked back, somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't you be the one telling me why? If I knew, why would I be asking you? The old man continued, how bizarre. Then the surroundings distorted slightly, and he seemed to return to the real world. The old man from just now had actually turned into a young girl with a single ponytail, holding a thermos as she looked at him and said, the range of the ability I deploy is, logically speaking, only accessible to ordinary people. Lu Xin couldn't help but marvel in his heart, not expecting such an ability to exist. Ghost Kid just waved her hand and said, all right, young man, go somewhere else. With me here, everything is under control. How could it be a young girl? And is that actually white liquor in her thermos? At this moment, as he looked at the girl before him, a sudden pain shot up from his foot. He looked down and saw little 17 biting his leg hard. Ouch, sister, what are you doing? Little 17 was lifted up by him, replying with a giggle. I saw you spacing out just now, so I wanted to help clear your head. Then your bite came way too late. Lu Xin asked in his mind, what on earth is her deal? Ghost Kid is actually a female student, just turned 18 this year. Tai Kui suddenly chimed in. What did she mean by tens of thousands of people? Han Bing then explained. but her method of manifestation is something even I cannot fully explain or prevent. In her subconscious she has always believed herself to be a 60-year-old uncle. So every time Ghost Kid deploys her ability, she drags the surrounding people into an illusory dream. In the eyes of others, she appears as an old uncle. Lu Xun sighed silently in his heart. Whether it was Doll, who was so beautiful she didn't seem human, or this ponytail-wearing old uncle, his colleagues all seemed to be more or less abnormal. Han Bing on the other end continued, "Since Ghost Kid has arrived at Qingya Bridge, there shouldn't be any problems here. Of the 4 major pollution sources, Mr. Solo just resolved one, Ghost Kid arrived and controlled another, and Doll resolved the third at Tianshui Square. Doll is currently rushing to the 4th location and is expected to arrive in 5 minutes. However, we just received word that there is still one location that hasn't been controlled. The south wall where Gecko is. The situation is extremely critical." Lu Xun immediately sped toward that direction with his sister. "How is the situation over at the south wall now?" "People are storming the wall. After Colonel Chen reported that the painting was stolen, the second satellite city went into defensive mode. However, about 20 minutes ago, a massive crowd suddenly surged toward the south wall. Some are even trying to scale the wall to escape amid the chaos beside them." Tai Kui snapped irritably, "What are you crying for?" Lu Xun continued to listen to the report on his end, learning that a massive crowd was surging toward South City. South City was precisely the area where teacher Xiao Lu's orphanage was located. Han Bing said seriously, "Whether mental pollution has broken out there remains unclear." Lu Xun immediately replied, "Understood, I'll head over right away." He then found a car nearby. "Sister, rest for a bit. We'll drive over." The siblings drove rapidly down the empty streets. Although the surroundings were as silent as usual, Lu Xun keenly detected a trace of a bizarre aura. Suddenly he raised his head to look ahead, and actually saw countless people standing in long queues before the city wall. What on earth is going on? They all seemed to be unconsciously gathering toward the wall. High up, Gecko was waving at him. "Brother, I'm here, climb up quickly," Lu Xun responded from below. "Sister, let's go up." "Sure thing, brother." In the blink of an eye he leaped up the high wall, his movements so fast they made several nearby guards shudder in fright. Gecko walked over and patted his shoulder. "Brother, you're finally here. We saw you from up here just now. Your driving was like a joke." Lu Xun didn't waste words, instead pulling out his credentials to introduce himself. "Special Operations Group Member, Solo. Here to support." Gecko pointed down the wall, his expression a bit strange. "Brother, the current situation is simply too bizarre. I've seen others cry, and I've cried for others too, especially when I first joined and had a dozen guns from the security guard hall pointed at my head. I cried louder than anyone. But look down there. Have you ever seen tens of thousands of people staring at us, weeping out loud at the same time?" The crowd below indeed all had red eyes, weeping in an extremely pitiful manner. Lu Xun was also somewhat shocked to see this. "What on earth is going on?" Gecko took a deep breath and answered with a difficult expression. "I don't know either. I originally came to assist, thinking I was going to deal with some powerful pollution source. Who knew I'd see this scene as soon as I got here? They're standing down there completely motionless, being stared at by them like this. I feel like I'm about to cry along with them." They had already searched the surroundings earlier but found absolutely no abnormalities. Lu Xun recalled the scenes he had experienced. Compared to the dark mass of people below, those indeed seemed somewhat insignificant. Han Bing's voice came through the earpiece. "We advise against acting rashly. Under the influence of some unknown will, the crowd gathered under the south wall is silently shedding tears at the guards on the high wall. For now they have not shown any signs of aggression, but potential threats still cannot be ruled out. No obvious mental fluctuations have been detected on the citizens, yet they cannot be communicated with, persuaded, or deterred. We are currently unable to find the core key or conduct a logical analysis." Hearing this, Gecko complained, "We don't know this, we don't know that. Are we supposed to just stand here staring blankly? Can't we just use high doses of sedatives on them?" Beside them, Tai Kui snapped irritably. "Why don't you just pass out yourself?" Gecko replied with his usual glibness. "I don't need to pass out myself. I was already dazed by your charm long ago." Tai Kui rejected him with her classic line, "I already have a child." Hearing this, Gecko became even more excited. "Even if you have a child, I'll accept it. Even if it's a 20-year-old 300-pound giant of a boy, I'll still accept it." Han Bing chose to ignore him, asking, "Mr. Solo, did you see anything?" "Nothing. Can we ask Doll to come support us?" "There are currently no plans to deploy Doll for support, and we do not advise her coming. Doll's power is too strong, even she cannot precisely control her radiation range. If she comes to the scene it might not resolve the problem and could instead stimulate the crowd below, causing them to suddenly mutate. Therefore investigating the logical chain is currently the most secure plan." Lu Xun felt that made sense. Seeing him prepare to go down, Gecko asked, "What do you want to do? We can't just stand here like fools forever." I'm going down to investigate. Gecko looked at him, warning with some concern. There are too many people down there. Going down will be extremely dangerous. Lu Xun replied calmly. It's fine. After all, I am getting paid for this. Watching him walk down step by step, a sense of respect surged in Gecko's heart. Is this really just a matter of money? Brother, you are truly someone destined for great things. Before heading down, a smile played on the corner of Lu Xun's mouth. Not at all. I just want to get promoted faster than you. Beside him, little 17 couldn't help but tease. Brother, you're going to do something foolish again. With that, the little girl leaped straight onto his back. Oh, I'm so tired today. You must carry me, and you have to buy me some fun toys. Afterward, he quickly leapt down, landing in the middle of the crowd, but the surrounding people remained completely motionless from start to finish. Lu Xun spoke up. It's very quiet. I can only hear their faint breathing. I can tell they are all living people, but none of them are making any movements. He walked carefully over to a pink-haired girl, waving his hand in front of her eyes. I'm preparing to contact one of them now to observe their reaction. Be careful. Just then, the girl who had been standing there dazed suddenly moved. She rolled her blood-red eyes, staring straight at Lu Xun, appearing somewhat grotesque and terrifying. Sitting on the other end, Han Bing was also a bit shocked to see the girl's face on the screen. Lu Xun's voice then came through the earpiece. My test subject is an adult female, looks to be in her early 20s. Her gaze moves with me. Now I'll try to knock her down. Before his voice even faded, a sweeping kick from him tripped her straight to the ground. Caught completely off guard, the noise of the girl crashing to the ground instantly drew the attention of the surrounding people. Lu Xun looked around. Great. Now they've all started turning their heads to stare at me. The test results are highly ideal. Okay. Seeing this from high up, Gecko. What on earth is he doing? Did he go down to investigate, or is he testing to see how much force it takes before that woman fights back? Beside him, Tai Kui felt Gecko was being useless. He is investigating, so don't stand there making sarcastic remarks. If you're so tough, why don't you go down yourself, Mr. Solo? What are you doing now? Lu Xun looked up and replied. Aside from staring at me, that woman didn't have any other reaction. I feel like continuing to test would just be knocking her down repeatedly, and we don't need to act so aggressively for now. Now I plan to try to blend in with them first. Hearing this, Han Bing replied cautiously. Blend in with them, Lu Xun explained. If our methods and routine testing can't detect any abnormalities, then directly, blending in with them to experience it myself is reasonable, right? Han Bing replied cautiously. Yes, since we can't find the source of pollution through routine means, the reason might be that it is hidden too deeply, or it is some new type of pollution. If the target of this pollution source is only ordinary people, then ability users might not be able to perceive it. Under these circumstances, even if you blend in, it might not have any effect, Lu Xun then said. In other words, only ordinary people can perceive it. Then I really should give it a try. Actually, I've always felt that I'm just an ordinary person. On the other end, Han Bing found it hard to comprehend. Solo actually claimed he was just an ordinary person? High up, Gecko shouted loudly, Hey brother, but Lu Xun ignored him, standing in place and thinking calmly. Since some mysterious force was affecting these people and making them react the same way, attempting to blend in with them and directly perceive that force might lead to the source and the most critical clue. High up, Gecko was still waving his hands frantically, shouting loudly, What on earth are you doing? Do you feel that our side's win rate is too low, so you plan to directly defect and join the enemy camp? Linda, I have truly never heard of this kind of investigation method. Could it be some new special training he just received? On the other end, Tai Kui replied, I just looked at his file. He is indeed undergoing systematic training for special pollution and mental abilities, but currently it's been less than a week. In other words, besides having a preliminary understanding of the general classification of pollution sources and the relevant allowance and compensation standards, his other systematic training hasn't even started. Hearing this, Gecko muttered thoughtfully, Allowance and compensation, although my understanding of him is limited, looking at it now, him knowing this seems to be more than enough. Meanwhile, down below, he was blending in with the crowd quite naturally. However, an hour later, Lu Xun felt like an absolute idiot. Heavens, he was so sleepy. No, something was definitely wrong. As someone so ordinary with completely mundane strength, why couldn't he feel anything at all? Maybe it's because I'm by your side affecting you. I'll stay a bit further away from you, little 17 beside him asked with some worry. If I go, aren't you afraid of being eaten by someone else? Lu Xun smiled and replied, Don't go too far either. The moment you spot an abnormality, come help me right away and I'll compensate you then. I want a super big toy, one that cries and screams, and it has to be alive, Lu Xun patiently reminded her. Then you'd better keep a sharp eye out, otherwise no one will buy you toys anymore. The little girl quickly spun around and left, saying, It's a promise. Subsequently, Lu Xun closed his eyes to continue sensing. He had to let himself relax completely next. like a drop of water silently falling into a calm pond sending out ripples. Lu Xun stood in the crowd like an outsider, sensing everything around him. Vaguely he seemed to hear some kind of sound, a sound that made him feel blurred, dizzy, and unsettled. He finally detected something. It was actually a child's crying. The child cried out loudly, "No, no," yet before him was a scene of countless doctors surrounding him. A child huddled in the corner of a room, shivering violently, clutching his own body tightly and crying out, "No, please, no." Faced with those hideous doctors, he could only beg in despair. No, from beginning to end, that child could only weep in agony. No! He had already sensed that familiar mental space. Just then a voice suddenly echoed from beside him. "Brother, you're crying." Little 17 had appeared out of nowhere, hugging his leg like an obedient child. Lu Xun hastily reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. "I'm not," he replied. Subsequently, he quickly reported to the other end, "I've found traces of the pollution source. Get ready." On the other end, Han Bing quickly asked, "What form is it in?" "It's a crying sound. A little boy's crying, extremely hard to detect. But once you hear this crying, it induces a feeling of extreme sadness, and even hallucinations. This crowd has probably all been affected. I suspect the pollution source might be a little boy hiding in the center of the crowd, watching the scene through video surveillance," Han Bing said. "Understood. I will notify the investigation team immediately. Don't let the investigation team enter rashly for now, they might not be able to withstand it." The investigation team members are all wearing protective suits, which affects their perception. So the probability of them detecting this pollution source is extremely low. If they take off their helmets, they will be directly polluted by the crying and become one of those weeping people. Step by step, it was actually designed so exquisitely. This was far too similar to the deceased special pollution source number 72 they had encountered in the apartment before. But this pollution source was not only stronger but also much harder to detect. Was this merely a coincidence, or was special pollution source number 72 originally just a test run? Up high, Gecko spoke up to ask, "What on earth is he doing?" Tai Kui gave a slight smile and replied, "According to the analyst in charge of single-line contact with Solo, Solo has already discovered traces of the pollution. Currently he is searching for the root of the pollution source. That actually works. Is he a walking living neural detector or something?" Hearing this, Tai Kui snapped irritably from the other end, "Shut up, stay alert, and help him scan the surrounding area for danger." Gecko sluggishly opened the case beside him and retrieved his sidearm. "Got it, but I have a question. Is the analyst responsible for single-line contact with Solo pretty?" Tai Kui replied calmly. "She is the belle of our information analysis group. What do you think? Going by what you said, she definitely doesn't have a kid yet, right? To be precise, she actually still seems like a child herself." Gecko instantly burst into a smug laugh. "Now I feel much better." Pointing the muzzle forward, he said, "I have to play it safe this time, so I've installed the scope." Down below, Lu Xun had already locked onto a person radiating a bizarre aura, found him. It was this guy, but looking closer, the other party actually bore a striking resemblance to Chin Ran. Subsequently, he reported to the other end, "I've locked onto the pollution source and can take action to resolve it at any moment." Sitting before the large screen, Han Bing said, "Analyzing the target's data. Mr. Solo, it is recommended that you step back first and maintain a high state of alertness." Lu Xun obediently began to slowly back away. Suddenly, a mutation seemed to occur in the other party's body. His head actually split open down the middle, revealing an extremely bizarre mechanical brain. The ring-shaped device quickly soared into the air, separating from the skull cavity. Lu Xun could hardly believe his eyes, hastily reporting, "It's not a little boy. It's just a device playing the sound of crying." The crying was actually recorded. "What on earth is this thing?" On the other end of the line, Han Bing warned loudly, "Mr. Solo, watch out. That is a product of the Church of Technology." The mechanical brain emitted several piercing screeches. Anomalous target detected approaching. Initiating Phase 2 of the experiment ahead of schedule. Immediately after, its entire body underwent a violent transformation. The device released an extremely powerful radio wave, impacting everyone present. Meanwhile, in the wilderness ruins 30 miles outside Qingdong City, on the roof of a towering building, 3 people were sitting around a small table playing cards. Those 3 were actually Chin Ran and his parents. Dangling a cigarette, Chin Ran played a pair of 2s. A little boy wearing a mechanical helmet sitting beside him threw down a bomb. Sitting there, Chin Ran watched calmly. The mechanical boy then quickly played a series of cards, sweeping the board. Afterward, he gestured triumphantly, "I only have 1 card left," and yet the guy opposite actually threw a bomb first. What the hell? Watching this from the side, Chin Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud happily. The guy who lost still yelled stubbornly, "No way, no way, another round, I want to call landlord again." At this moment Shinran suddenly stood up and said, "No need. According to the rules of our knights, we can now confirm that there is absolutely nothing wrong with our logical nerves." Quickly checking his phone, Shinran turned to look in a certain direction, murmuring, "Looks like it has already begun." The masked man standing behind him said, "A bit earlier than scheduled. Perhaps we were detected by the other side. After all, there are quite a number of ability users in Qinggong City," Shinran said with a solemn expression. "Still, the number of people gathered there now should be more than enough to conduct the experiment." The three looked at one another, smug smiles appearing on their faces. "Our operation this time went quite smoothly." The spherical device seemed to be controlled by the mechanical boy, having completed the commission regarding that painting. This was the latest technological product of the Church of Technology, which should be more than enough to help us. Most importantly, it recorded the experimental data of tens of thousands of mental pollution bombs exploding. The Crying Boy device can also be considered a success. This way, we have already completed 2 of our 3 tasks. The only regret is that when we left, the laboratory was accidentally destroyed by some guy. Hearing this, the masked man gave a slight smile and replied, "You can't blame me for that. I'm just a puppet, specifically used to coordinate the boss's missions." Standing in front, Shinran said, "No need to force it, the painting is the key. Besides, completing 2 out of 3 tasks and still getting away scot-free is already quite good. Qinggong City is not as simple as we imagined. Greedy pigs are always the first to be sent to the dinner table. Pack up, record the number of bombs, and retreat immediately." Meanwhile, on the other end, the massive sphere was releasing waves of mental fluctuations toward the surrounding crowd under control. Lu Xun was on high alert. This was far too dangerous. But what on earth was going on? Turning his head to look at the people beside him, he could vaguely see their souls being stripped from their physical bodies bit by bit. That device seemed to be doing something extremely terrifying and bizarre. This was bad. Anomalous mental fluctuations were detected gathering, and then they were actually forcibly mashed into an extremely distorted and bizarre body. A massive monster with multiple heads and arms emerged, roaring madly at them. All units on alert. A mental monster is confirmed to have appeared at the south wall of number 2 Satellite City, strongly suspected to be associated with the Church of Technology. Up high, Gecko said with a grim expression, "The main player has finally shown up. We aren't afraid of its ferocity. We're only afraid of it staying hidden." "Linda, can I use special bullets?" "You do not need to request permission from me to use special bullets in critical moments." Hearing this reply, Gecko's lips curled into a smile. "I wasn't asking for permission, I was just reminding you that I'm going to use special bullets now. Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. I'm about to look incredibly cool." Standing below, Lu Xun watched the crazed monster. "Mr. Solo, the mental monster has appeared. It is recommended to eliminate it immediately." "Understood." Beside him, Little 17 laughed happily. "Brother, looks like you need my help now." The siblings quickly gripped each other's hands tightly. Carrying the little girl on his back, Lu Xun said in a light tone, "Then let's deal with this mental monster first." Meanwhile, the monster down below was still frantically devouring the souls of the surrounding crowd. Lu Xun's figure appeared behind it like a flash of lightning. Accompanied by a furious shout, he relied on his terrifying strength to tear the monster's body to shreds. However, the second after being torn apart, the monster's body actually split itself. Lu Xun was greatly shocked. He hadn't expected this guy to turn into 2 monsters in the blink of an eye. Up high, Gecko shouted loudly, "Brother, leave the one on the left to me." "No problem," Gecko smiled smugly. "Come to Papa, baby." The special bullet instantly left the barrel, and in an instant the scorching energy burned the entire monster to ashes. Gecko laughed smugly. "The plasma bullets invented by the Eclipse Research Institute are indeed powerful, but it's a pity they're too precious to request casually. Linda, write a report for me later. I fired 2 shots, so I'm applying to replenish 2 bullets. That should be fine, right?" Tai Kui rejected him in a cold, stern voice. "Don't think about taking advantage of the newcomer, and don't even dream of swindling that underage girl's allowance." Hearing this, Lu Xun blushed slightly and asked, "Who is the underage girl?" "Ability users of the spider system really do love guns the most. Unfortunately, my sister doesn't like them." Little 17 sat there saying in a proud, haughty tone, "I just don't like them." Meanwhile, on his side, Lu Xun also completely tore the other monster to shreds at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the fragments of the monster dissipated into the air. However, the points of light the monster turned into scattered in all directions, frantically gathering more souls. In an instant, they seemed to be dragged into that bizarre mental magnetic field again. Lu Xun immediately detected the anomaly. Hearing the noise, Han Bing on the other end quickly asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Solo?" Lu Xun voiced his concern. Why is this monster continuously growing larger? It seemed capable of directly devouring the mental energy of the surrounding ordinary people, and at this moment the bodies of those monsters were indeed expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye. Up high, Gecko also said warily. All indexes on the detection instrument are skyrocketing wildly. At this moment, Lu Xun and his sister once again tried to forcibly tear the monster apart, yet in the blink of an eye, those split parts actually sucked all the attracted surrounding souls into their bodies, before immediately merging back into one, with even the gashes on their bodies vanishing silently. Lu Xun couldn't help but cry out in surprise. It can actually reassemble and heal indefinitely. On the other end, Han Bing was also shocked. If it can infinitely absorb the mental energy of the crowd below the wall to reassemble, wouldn't that mean, beside her, Tai Kui interrupted. Impossible. No mental monster can absorb others' mental energy so quickly. Even a Class A pollution source absolutely cannot do that. Gecko chimed in. After all, it's something rigged up by the Church of Technology, so it's normal for it to be a bit sinister. Still, we had better find the cause as soon as possible. I have a rather bad feeling about this. In an instant, Lu Xun charged forward again, relying on his terrifying strength to forcibly tear the monster's body apart once more. However, this was like an infinite loop. The monster continuously absorbed the countless surrounding souls before unleashing piercing, terrifying roars one after another. All the souls were being frantically sucked into it. Mental magnitude reached 300, reached 500, broke through 1000 in an instant. A piercing alarm echoed in the earpiece. Oh no, this mental monster's magnitude has already broken through 2000. Calculating on the basis of an average ordinary person's mental magnitude being 10, the total mental magnitude of the crowd under the south wall has already exceeded 10,000. Once a mental monster with a magnitude of over 10,000 emerges, it will be a Class B or even higher level catastrophic threat at this point. Other than Lu Xun and his sister frantically tearing at the monster and Gecko continuously shooting, they were completely helpless. Was there really no solution? Damn it, that monster had taken countless bullets but was still expanding. Gecko shouted anxiously. My special bullets are all gone. Have you guys come up with a solution? On the other end of the line, Han Bing and Tai Kui were also doing everything they could to find a countermeasure. I have already sent a special grade assistance request to headquarters, but help won't arrive in time to resolve an immediate crisis. To stop this monster, it must be forcibly isolated from the polluted crowd immediately. So, regardless of whether headquarters support arrives, we must find a way to handle it ourselves. Besides, by the time headquarters support gets here, it will be far too late. Looking at the mountainously massive monster before him, Gecko couldn't help but curse. Damn it, what's the worst-case scenario? Tai Kui analyzed calmly. This mental monster currently hasn't displayed strong aggression or infectiousness. It is just continuously devouring. Furthermore, as it is highly likely associated with the Church of Technology and Creation, I suspect its ultimate purpose of creation is to execute a mental self-detonation. Once a mental monster with a magnitude of up to 10,000 detonates, the mental radiation it releases will instantly wipe out all life within a 10-kilometer radius, and even the satellites in the sky will be disrupted. Lu Xun clearly hadn't expected the consequences to be so severe. On the other end of the line, Tai Kui said heavily, So we are left with only one choice. I recommend immediately eliminating all polluted people to cut off the monster's source of mental energy. Hearing this, Lu Xun fell into deep thought. On one side was the safety of over 1 million residents in the satellite city, and on the other were these polluted ordinary civilians. The weight of each option was obvious. But was it really all right to directly eliminate all the polluted people here? If they really had to do this, hearing this suggestion, the defense team members on the high wall also changed expressions drastically, muttering among themselves, What? Eliminate all of them? How are we even supposed to bring ourselves to do that? On the other end, Han Bing shouted, Solo, headquarters demands that you evacuate immediately and abort the mission. Standing amidst the ruins, Lu Xun's expression was calm as he spoke slowly. No, I'm not leaving. You all leave, evacuate completely. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but cry out in shock. What did you say? Lu Xun repeated word for word with absolute seriousness. Right now, everyone evacuate immediately. The further from here the better. Don't get close to me, and don't observe me in any way, including surveillance cameras, because it will be extremely dangerous. On the other end, Han Bing took a deep breath and said, I must report this to the superiors first. Lu Xun's tone was calm. Sure, be quick. Very quickly, a red urgent application report was generated, briefly and clearly explaining the critical situation before them. Han Bing swiftly connected to the command center to report, A major anomaly has occurred in the incident of the weeping crowd gathered outside the south wall of Number 2 Satellite City. A supersized mental monster has appeared on the scene. Number 2 Satellite City Special Agent Solo requests the evacuation of all personnel on site to handle it alone. Requirements: no testing, no approaching, no video monitoring. Please advise at this moment inside an office building in the downtown area. Chen Jing, still carrying injuries on her body, also heard this report. Solo proposed this himself. What on earth did he plan to do? At the same time, inside the headquarters building, Minister Shen of the Qinggong Defense Department was so enraged upon hearing this request that he slammed his hand on the desk and roared, "What on earth does that lunatic want to do? This is our latest investigation report regarding the Red Moon Orphanage explosion 10 years ago. Although the investigation has progressed slowly due to the long time past, the clues currently in hand can already confirm that regarding the disaster 10 years ago, Solo lied." And at this moment Professor Bai of the Qinggong Special Pollution Research Institute was also holding a top-secret report that had just been delivered. Should we follow Solo's recommendation to evacuate the personnel on site? Please instruct. Professor Bai put down the stack of unread reports in his hand and replied calmly, "Approved." On Chen Jing's end she also made her stance clear. "I trust Solo." Seeing this, Minister Shen sighed and said, "No matter what Solo intends to do, the situation can't possibly get any worse than our plan to deploy super-heavy bombs. Besides, the casualty toll is still climbing." Left with no choice, Minister Shen relented. "I agree, but the special forces must remain on standby, ready to neutralize the threat at a moment's notice." Lu Xin received the word. With headquarters approval, everyone, including the defense forces and the tactical action groups, began to withdraw. The teams executed the order immediately. Chen Jing added a warm, caring warning, "Solo, you must be careful." Lu Xin slowly unclipped the camera from his collar, replying with a soft, "Okay." A subtle shift seemed to take place within him, just as the colossal monster began to lumber forward. High above, Little 17 was desperately trying to tear the massive entity to shreds. The aura surrounding Lu Xin transformed entirely. An arrogant smirk played on his lips as he said, "Sister, facing this giant, are even you a bit out of your depth?" Hearing her brother call her from behind, the little girl turned her head. The red moon hung high in the night sky, and a strange tension seemed to ripple through the home where they lived. Inside, his father was roaring in a violent rage. Damn it, let me out." Just then, his mother materialized silently beside Lu Xin, asking with a smile, "What do you want to do?" Lu Xin replied calmly, "I want to eliminate that monster, and I want to find the masterminds behind this, to ask them why they did it. Once I get my answers, I'll put an end to them as well. Mom, you won't stop me, right?" She gazed at him, her smile warm. "Of course not, silly child, Mom supports you all the way." Lu Xin turned back to face forward, replying, "That's wonderful, thanks Mom." From behind, his mother suddenly asked, "But tell me, besides neutralizing that monster, is there anyone else you wish to eliminate?" "No," Lu Xin replied flatly, yet his mother said with profound meaning, "Oh, but there is. I know you have always wanted to let him out. Even your father's colossal form has begun to roar restlessly at home. But once you release him, the list of those who must be dealt with might be far longer than you think. For instance, those who are still breathing right now. For instance, every single living soul in this entire satellite city." Lu Xin's gaze hardened. "Then what do you think we should do, Mom?" she suddenly asked. "Do you trust your family?" The question made Lu Xin hesitate. One day, shortly after the orphanage was destroyed, they had suddenly appeared in his life, as if they had been with him all along. They all carried their own vices and would often egg him on to do bad things. They seemed to harbor their own secrets, keeping only him in the dark. They all possessed terrifying power, while he was the only ordinary person among them. How was he supposed to trust a family like this? Standing before him, his mother calmly continued, "You always tell yourself you are just an ordinary person, but have you ever realized that when you enter another mutant's area of influence, you remain completely unaffected and lucid? You can even hear the crying that only ordinary people can hear. Is that because your psychic magnitude is as low as an ordinary human's, or is it because you are actually far above other mutants? You have always borrowed your sister's power, but have you ever thought about lending your true power to her? True, she can be mischievous, malicious, and eccentric, but she genuinely depends on you. Yet you always worry she will go astray, keeping your guard up against her at all times. Do you choose to believe in her?" Lu Xin fell silent. His mother looked at him and murmured, "I trust you, and I trust your sister." A relaxed, brilliant smile broke across Lu Xin's face. "Sister, didn't you always want a toy? How about brother gives you that giant over there?" The little girl spun her head around, crying out in her crisp voice, "Brother!" She lunged forward, giggling with pure delight as she clung tightly to him behind them. Their mother smiled in approval. "That's more like it." Clinging to his back, little 17 cheered with glee. Thank you, brother, giving me such a huge toy. Just then, the grotesque monster unleashed a series of bizarre, ear-splitting shrieks. Gecko's expression shifted drastically on the wall. I felt that, he gasped. Carrying an incredibly menacing aura, Lu Xun slammed violently into the center of the massive monster, unleashing wave after wave of devastating psychic shockwaves. A manic, near-frenzied light flashed in his eyes as he locked his gaze onto the beast. On the other end of the line, Han Bing and Tai Kui were locked in a tense discussion. A mental distortion field was the most devastating type of area of effect hazard. Any ordinary person caught in its radius would instantly go mad or be reduced to a vegetative state. Even for mutants, if there was a vast discrepancy in psychic magnitude, they would be severely affected within seconds if not driven completely out of control. Gecko couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Please don't go berserk. I really don't want to put down an out-of-control teammate. When you guys recruited me, you said the job was saving lives, not taking down my own colleagues." By now, Lu Xun had already successfully locked onto the monster's colossal form, beginning to violently warp its psychic structure. Brother Solo doesn't strike me as a braggart, but I still can't wrap my head around how he intends to fight that mental monster. The thing is colossal, practically unkillable. How is a spider system mutant like him supposed to take it down? Lu Xun kept his eyes fixed on the towering behemoth. So that was it. His sister was reverse contaminating the mental monster. This was no longer just a mutant's basic ability. It was a form of pure, unadulterated psychic pollution. Whipped into a frenzy, the monster swung its massive arm, slamming it down toward Little 17, yet though the blow struck with thunderous force, it met only empty air. Little 17 giggled gleefully, darting through the air with mind-boggling agility. "Ha, this is so much fun," Lu Xun murmured as he watched. The monster's body seemed to undergo a self-fracturing process, a tidal wave of terrifying energy erupting from within. Standing below, Lu Xun was startled. The mental monster had actually chosen to violently sever and discard the polluted portion of its own body. Roaring, the beast prepared to crash down upon Lu Xun, but his mother stood quietly in its path, her expression icy. She uttered a few cold words. "Come here, little one." The moment it locked eyes with his mother, absolute terror flooded the colossal beast's eyes. In a state of sheer panic, it doubled over and began to frantically claw and tear at its own flesh. Lu Xun and Little 17 stood side by side atop the monster's head, watching cold-eyed. His sister chirped happily. "Brother, look, I've taken control of the part it split off and scared it half to death. What a coward!" With that, the little girl leapt excitedly onto the head of the other severed half. "Brother, come play with me." Under the control of the two siblings, the two colossal monsters began to violently tear and wrestle with each other. Grins of manic excitement on their faces, a brutal civil war erupted. Meanwhile, amidst the wilderness ruins outside the city, Chin Ran stared at the real-time feed on his phone screen and cried out in disbelief. Something is wrong. The psychic magnitude shouldn't have reached the target threshold yet. Why are the readings fluctuating so wildly? Beside him, the crow-masked man offered some reassurance. "It's just a field test for the bomb's yield, boss. No need to be so tense." Chin Ran shot him a cold glare. "Just watch. Once this is over, cut all links immediately." The masked man smiled and agreed. "You're overthinking this, boss. Against the raw devastation of a psychic bomb, I highly doubt any mutant can survive the blast." He then quickly projected his mental energy to commandeer a puppet in the distant crowd. The puppet turned its head, its eyes locked onto the brutal civil war between the two colossal entities. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, a camera lens quietly slid out from the shadows. A man holding a video camera was recording the spectacular carnage with rapt, meticulous focus. "This is absolutely magnificent." Farther away, a high-powered telescope was trained on the scene. A short-haired woman peered through the lens and ordered in a low voice, "Relay the telemetry to headquarters immediately." At another corner of the battlefield, another woman was using a unique sensory technique to monitor the situation. "I'll begin probing the south wall with my ability now." However, Lu Xun's elegant mother had already sensed every single prying eye in the vicinity. She slowly produced her cold, sharp scissors, a beautiful yet lethal smile playing on her lips. "Naughty children must be punished, you know." Before the words had even fully left her mouth, she gave a graceful snip in the air. Miles away, the video camera held by the covertly filming reporter instantly imploded into fragments. Before the reporter could even comprehend what had happened, an urgent voice crackled in his earpiece. "What status? Respond, can you hear me?" But he would never answer. His entire body suddenly ruptured, scattering across the ground. Miles away, Chen Jing's face paled in shock as the binoculars in her hands were sheared cleanly in half. A long, clean slice appearing across her jacket, she let out a sharp gasp, unable to utter a word. At the same time, the woman who had been spying using her optical ability was frantically reporting, I see Solo engaging a terrifying psychic entity. The creature's mental magnitude is off the charts. I don't dare get any closer. And what's truly bizarre is that Solo doesn't even look human anymore. There seems to be a cloud of highly warped psychic radiation hovering around him. Suddenly, she began to shudder violently. The voice on the receiver pressed urgently, "Keep going, what is that warp?" But she, too, was silenced forever. Her body instantly ruptured into pieces, her life snuffed out in a heartbeat. At the same exact moment, the crow-masked man was horrified to find his puppet threads snapping simultaneously. "No, something's wrong," the robot head beside him asked frantically. "What is it? My puppets over there just went dark too. It's like my psychic connection with them was cleanly severed by some monstrous force." Shinran's face darkened as he pressed. "Which one went dark?" "All of them, one after another." The crow-masked man shook his head in disbelief. "This makes no sense. Could we be out of range? Has it exceeded my maximum control limit?" "Impossible," the robot head retorted instantly. "I've tested our 30-kilometer broadcast range hundreds of times. It's foolproof." Shinran stared at them, his voice dropping to a low register. "What did you see right before you lost the feed?" The masked man raised a hand, trying to piece his thoughts together. "Because the neural structure and mutation grade of each puppet vary. There's always a high level of sensory feedback interference when projecting our consciousness, but just now, a fraction of a second before the snap, there was a sudden burst of static. In that split second, I thought I was hallucinating. I could swear I saw an elegant woman standing amidst the rubble, staring right at me with a cold, mocking smile." The robot head rolled his eyes. "You've been single too long, mate. You're seeing things." Ignoring their bickering, Shinran ordered flatly, "Pack up, we're pulling out immediately." "But boss," the masked man protested, "if we don't bring back the complete telemetry from this test, we won't get paid." Shinran didn't even look back as he turned away. "The data harvest for this psychic bomb test is officially aborted. It's a failure." "Boss, why?" Shinran replied with a calm, level gaze. "Do you know how I have managed to survive to this day? The fundamental reason is that despite having formidable superpowers, I have never lost the caution of an ordinary man. When it is time to run, I never let greed cloud my judgment." With that, he reached out and snapped off the monitor. The last image on the screen had been the two siblings violently tearing and destroying the beast. "The little sister is terrifyingly strong." The monster, now reverse polluted by her, fought with an even more frenzied savagery. The battlefield had devolved into absolute chaos, and the puppet-controlled monster had been utterly defeated by the girl's relentless assault, crushed and devoured in sheer despair. Witnessing the carnage, Lu Xun muttered with a grim look, "Oh no, the mental monster is going to unleash a psychic shockwave and self-detonate." At that moment, the creature's body began to pulse with a blinding, violent crimson light. Lu Xun screamed his sister's name in panic, but the little girl clinging to his back only gave a mischievous grin, replying sweetly, "It's okay, brother." In the next heartbeat, she launched herself high into the air. Mid-flight, her body split into countless writhing, eerie tentacles. Little 17 looked back at him, giggling with pure delight. "Look, brother, I can make so many of me." With a swift motion, the massive tentacles coiled around the unstable beast, binding it in an airtight grip. Lu Xun realized her plan in an instant. She was going to use her own body to contain and smother the impending explosion. She didn't let even a fraction of the violently flashing energy escape, turning to grin proudly at him. "Look, brother, I've got it locked down tight." Lu Xun clutched his chest, a sudden suffocating weight pressing down on him. This was likely his sister's true unbridled power, yet for some reason, a sharp pang of sorrow and unease pierced his heart. Meanwhile, amidst the distant ruins, the three knights of the Church of Technology were sliding down ropes to flee their high-altitude platform. "Move out," Shinran muttered, looking up at the pitch-black sky. "The waters of Qinggong are terrifyingly deep." Suddenly, his entire body stiffened, a paralyzing chill rushing down his spine. From across the vast expanse of the city, he felt a pair of elegant yet monstrous eyes locking onto him through the void. What kind of terrifying entity was that? In the shifting shadows of the night sky, the elegant silhouette of Lu Xun's mother flickered momentarily. Clutching her cold scissors, she gave a seductive yet bone-chilling smirk. He. In the distance, Gecko detected a faint, dying trace of psychic activity. He quickly adjusted his optical zoom to peer through the wreckage. At the tactical hub, Han Bing and Tai Kui received a rapid telemetry update. Warning, psychic magnitude at the No. 2 satellite city south wall is plummeting. Radiation levels have hit 0. Requesting permission for ground sweep, granted by command. Gecko, move in immediately and investigate. Understood. Tai Kui suddenly murmured through the comms. "Be careful," Gecko chuckled, feeling a rare surge of pride. "Are you actually worried about me?" With a smug grin, he leapt down. "On my way, Lena." Tai Kui snapped back, telling him to shut his mouth. When Gecko reached ground zero, he found himself amidst a desolate wasteland of shattered concrete and twisted metal. He spotted Lu Xun sitting quietly on a pile of rubble. "Hey brother," Gecko called out, waving. Getting no response, he swallowed hard, slowly walked over and hesitantly poked Lu Xin's back with a small stick. "You good?" But when Lu Xin slowly turned his head, the absolute chilling void in his eyes made Gecko stumble backward. Lu Xin's voice was flat. "You're here. The situation is contained. Tell the cleanup crew to move in and wrap things up." Gecko hesitated, scanning the wreckage. "What the hell did you even do here?" Lu Xin looked slightly downcast as he replied, "My comms broke and I accidentally ruined the detector too. Do you think headquarters will deduct it from my pay?" Gecko patted his own chest reassuringly. "As long as you don't write down that you broke it yourself in the field report, they won't charge you." Looking around at the devastating blast radius, he couldn't help but ask, "Seriously though, how did this massive crater get blown into the ground?" "The mental monster detonated like a bomb," Lu Xin replied. Gecko stared at him suspiciously. "Then how did you survive the blast? In such a confined space you don't even have a scratch on you." Right then, little 17 wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Xin's neck, her eyes sparkling as she fished for compliments. "Brother, wasn't I amazing?" Lu Xin smiled to himself. In truth, the moment the monster began its psychic detonation, his sister had used her massive tentacles to compress and smother the explosion entirely within that pocket of space. What a terrifying display of raw power. Lu Xin casually shrugged it off. "It's simple. You just wrap up and compress all the expanding psychic energy the instant it goes off, keeping it from leaking out. Can't everyone do that?" Beside him, little 17 was still hopping around proudly. "Praise me, brother, am I not super-duper awesome?" Gecko's jaw dropped. "How on earth is anyone supposed to do that?" Lu Xin opened his mouth to deliver his signature response, but before he could say a word, Gecko cut him off. "Spare me, brother, I know the drill. You were about to say, then that must be your problem, right?" "Exactly." Right then, the deafening thrum of rotor blades echoed above as a medical rescue helicopter slowly touched down on the cleared rubble. "Attention all personnel on site, this is a mass mutation incident triggered by severe psychic contamination. Medical response teams are deploying. Please stay calm, remain on the ground, and do not move. Anyone who flees and delays their decontamination process will be held solely responsible for the consequences." Nearby, an orderly was shouting through a megaphone. "And if you insist on checking yourself into a regular hospital, out-of-pocket treatment to purge residual psychic taint will set you back at least several hundred yuan." Lu Xin gave a strained smile, thinking to himself that whoever came up with this idea was incredibly wicked. He then looked down at the communicator in his hand. "Have the problems been completely resolved now?" Han Bing replied calmly. "Just about. The 4 major areas in the second satellite city experiencing special pollution have been well controlled. The support team is currently conducting monitoring. A pollution event of this scale is actually quite rare, but we have run drills for it many times. Moreover, with the heads of other satellite cities arriving to support us, the work is progressing very smoothly." Nearby, people were still searching and asking, "Are there any survivors here?" Lu Xin gave it some thought. This could be considered a success. After all, more than half of the people had been saved. But what about the other half who had died? Those who died under the influence of the red roses, and even those who stole the painting and perished in the crossfire. Just how many people was that? He then asked, "So are there any clues now? Where on earth did this chaos come from?" Han Bing replied from the other end. "Experts are currently investigating the matter, but there is no official report yet. However, judging by the intelligence we currently have, this incident is definitely connected to the Church of Technology and the knights outside the city. Aside from stealing that painting, they likely have other motives, and they have very likely already achieved them." Hearing this, Lu Xin frowned and asked in return, "Just to achieve their own goals, they had to sacrifice so many lives. How does headquarters plan to handle this?" Han Bing thought for a moment before replying, "The countermeasures against that order of knights fall under the jurisdiction of the City Defense Department. I'm not sure how they will arrange it yet. Even if the other party has already left the satellite city, professional personnel will track them. Please rest assured, Mr. Solo, I will notify you immediately as soon as there is any news. We also take this matter very seriously. After all, someone must be held responsible for those who lost their lives in this chaos." Lu Xin sat there patting the little one's head beside him. "That's right, with so many dead, they must pay the price, no matter who they are, and no matter where they try to flee." Standing below and hearing this, his mother looked up at him with a smile. "Well said, but once your work is done, you must come home early this time. Your father has a terrible temper right now. I think we need to seriously consider holding a small family meeting." Afterward, Lu Xin and Han Bing had a brief conversation. "Mr. Solo, you can go back and rest now. I will contact you again if anything comes up." "I understand, thank you. I should be the one thanking you on behalf of the citizens of Qinggang. You are the one who protected us ordinary people. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to achieve any of this. No, not at all. I only helped with minor things. You are the one who is truly incredible, Mr. Solo. Gecko, who was sitting to the side, was utterly speechless as he listened to their exchange. He then walked up and asked, "Do you two always chat like this? Of course, is there something wrong with that?" Gecko flashed a sly, suggestive grin and replied, "Oh my god, of course there is." His mind was already cooking up some NSFW scenarios. "Look at how intimate Linda and I are when we chat. Now that's what you call being on the same team. I have a feeling she'll be mine very soon. By the way, brother, I can let you in on a little secret first." "Whose secret is it?" "Naturally, it's about your dutiful little secretary. Brother, I did some digging for you. Your little secretary is gorgeous, the absolute belle of the information analysis group." Only then did Lu Xun realize what he meant. "Han Bing, she's not my secretary. For all I know, her rank might be higher than mine. How did you dig all this up so clearly?" Gecko replied smugly. "I got it out of Linda. You could also help me ask Han Bing about Linda's situation, especially the question I care about most." Lu Xun smiled and asked in return, "Ask her if she has a child." "No, I care more about whether she actually weighs 300 pounds. Lu Xun was thoroughly speechless. "Fine, I'll do my best to ask for you." Meanwhile, back at the second Satellite City Security Guard Hall, they had returned and eaten a hearty meal. Everyone was hunched over writing something on a sheet of paper in their hands. "We have to fill out this garbage after every mission. You can just throw something together to get it over with. But how do you plan to write your mission report?" Lu Xun tilted his head and said, "Didn't I tell you what happened earlier? Just write it the way I described it before." Hearing this, Gecko thought it over seriously for a moment, but ultimately shrugged and replied, "I'll help you with it. Thanks." Lu Xun, of course, was well aware of his current situation. Gecko was being quite vigilant now, which was understandable. After all, many people wanted to know how the mental monster had been resolved. The fact that Gecko was staying by his side now was likely because someone had assigned him to keep an eye on him. Mischievous little 17 appeared from high up and asked, "Brother, when do you plan to go home?" Thinking of what her mother had just said, she added, "That old monster is throwing a fit. I don't dare go back right now." Lu Xun smiled upon hearing this. "So you actually know how to be scared? I'll take you back in a bit." Then he pulled a large handful of candies from his pocket. "These are all for you." As soon as the little girl saw the candies, her eyes lit up and she quickly pounced on them. Lu Xun then spoke up, "I have to go home today. Go back if you want to. Since we achieved such a massive success this time, would they really force us to stay here?" Then Gecko said very happily, "How about I go back with you? I wanted to visit your place last time." Hearing this, Lu Xun thought about it carefully. This seemed a bit inappropriate. Seeing his expression, Gecko was somewhat bewildered. "What's wrong?" Lu Xun then smiled. "I was just teasing you." Gecko breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't make those kinds of jokes in the future, it's quite scary. You know me. I'm a very serious person. I never joke around." Lu Xun stood up and replied, "All right, but I really can't invite you over this time. Stay here and cover for me for a bit. Call me if anything happens. I should be back soon." "Sure, go ahead. There's a car downstairs that can take you straight home." After getting in the car, he told the driver his destination. Sitting to the side, little 17 suddenly said happily, "Brother, someone is tailing us." Lu Xun felt a bit weary. While he could understand their curiosity and vigilance, he was currently rushing home for a family meeting. It would be bad if it triggered his bad-tempered father to fly into a rage. He immediately contacted Chen Jing on the other end of the line. "Is there something I can help you with, Colonel Chen? The affairs on the Satellite City's side have been wrapped up and I want to go home." "Then go home. You don't need to report this to me. But there are many people following me right now, and I really don't like it." Chen Jing thought for a moment on her end and replied, "I understand, I'll arrange it." The little one in the car quickly beamed with a happy smile. "Brother, the people tailing us are all gone," Chen Jing said on the other end of the call. "The people tailing you weren't arranged by headquarters, but I've already had them all withdraw. You don't need to pay attention to them for now, or even, you can go a bit easy on them." Hearing this, Lu Xun asked, "What are you doing right now?" Chen Jing said calmly, "I'm undergoing surgery. I was attacked earlier and sustained some injuries and only have time to address it now." In front of her, a team of doctors was busy performing the operation. Hearing this, Lu Xun asked out of genuine concern, "Is it serious?" "I'm fine. My abdomen was sliced open, injuring my internal organs. It just needs to be patched up. I've already used my ability to anesthetize myself so I can't feel the pain. Your matter is quite important. You did an excellent job handling the mental monster, but it's precisely because you did too well that you scared some people. However, this isn't just targeted at you. Back then, Doll, Ghost Kid, Gecko, and even when they first faced me, they all had similar reactions. Our Special Operations Department has its own rules, so you don't need to pay attention to these trivial troubles." Lu Xun nodded and replied, "All right, then focus on your surgery. but in his heart he was pondering. My boss is having surgery. Should I buy some fruit to send over? By this time, he had already quickly stepped out of the car. The driver in front had also received an instruction, ordering them to stop tracking Solo, as Chen Jing of the Special Operations Department was personally vouching for him. B3 copy, please respond. I hear you, but didn't they say his danger rating has already reached Class A? The other party replied upon hearing this. This is for your own safety. The higher-ups just received notice that during the operation to handle the limit-breaking mental monster in the second satellite city, several people who investigated him paid the price. This included a senior investigator, an A-class elite agent, and even an ability user, and their causes of death remain completely unknown. Hearing this, the man was so startled he wanted to flee the scene immediately. Got it. I'm pulling back right away. After returning to her neighborhood, little 17 happily ran around everywhere singing a nursery rhyme. Little baby goes barefoot to find mommy. Mommy is hiding under the bed, but we won't tell her. Little baby is hungry, lying on the bed without a word. Daddy is getting ready to cook, looking at the baby with a big grin. Lu Xin, walking ahead, spoke up. Sister, stop singing. Hee, does brother not like it? Lu Xin jokingly teased. You're singing completely out of tune. Soon, they returned to that familiar room 401. Lu Xin, walking ahead, said calmly, Sister, don't be afraid. Then he opened the door and walked in. The inside of the apartment had long been smashed into a complete mess. His mother stood to the side holding a phone. Miss Chen, what are you worried about? It's fine, it was just some complicated little trouble in the city and now it's all been resolved. My son works in the relevant department, so don't worry and get some good rest. The heavily built man slammed his palm heavily on the table, instantly shattering a small coffee table to pieces, and then roared in extreme rage. Useless, they are all useless trash who got themselves killed by others. He pointed at Lu Xin and cursed. Tell me, aren't you a piece of useless trash? You ran around outside all night only to let them all escape. You were played like a fool, and breaking a leg didn't even bring you any benefits. Hearing these words, little 17 had long since shrunk back in fear. His mother pacified him from the side. All right. You've been throwing a tantrum all day without end. Didn't our son return safely? Since everyone is gathered now, shouldn't we hold a small family meeting? Immediately after, the small round light bulb overhead was switched on. The family of 4 sat in a circle. Mom is right. We indeed should sit down and have a proper talk. Lu Xin then spoke up. I don't think I did anything wrong. Since I took that salary, I should help them solve their problems. Just like what the old director used to say. Only when everyone does their own job properly can this society function normally. Besides, she helped me protect the people at the orphanage, so of course I have to help her guard the safety of the satellite city. However, his father still roared in anger. Even at a time like this, you're still speaking such nonsense. You protect others, but who will protect us? What garbage job, they are just using you, and you've done so much for them. Their first reaction was actually to guard against you and monitor you. You might as well just let them all die. Otherwise, this family of ours will be ruined by you sooner or later. Sitting there, his mother looked remarkably calm instead. If they all die, who will pay our son's salary? Who will keep this city running? Would it really be interesting if the entire city were completely empty? Actually, speaking of which, since we did things others couldn't, people naturally have the right to feel afraid. Not everyone is like you, staying at home all day, unwilling to go out. It's better for this world to be a bit lively. Of course, Mom is reasonable. But speaking of which, you indeed acted a bit weak this time, son. When those people were fleeing, you chose to save them, which Mom can understand. But what should we do now? The old monster of a father still roared in anger. If you don't want to be killed by others, you can only strike first before they do. You have to let them know not to mess with you. Little 17, sitting to the side, suddenly shouted. Brother is not wrong. This sentence instantly startled both parents. What? Her father was so angry he was going mad. You brat, you idiot, you don't understand anything at all. Little 17 showed no fear and retorted loudly, what brother did is simply not wrong. Lu Xin pulled the little girl into his arms and said, Dad, don't scare my sister. His mother walked over and patted the little one's head. Your brother is of course not wrong, and he did the right thing. Now we need to discuss what comes next. Those people did bad things and stole that painting. Although others think they were just after the painting, is it really that simple? If it was just to steal the painting, why did a neurocyborg come looking for you in the first place? Why was the bomb's explosion site chosen specifically in the south of the city? And it seems quite fun outside the city. We've never been outside the city before. Lu Xin lowered his head and thought deeply. What everyone said made a lot of sense. His father suddenly asked, Do you agree this time? Immediately after, Lu Xin stood up and said seriously, I had already decided before coming home this time. I am asking everyone just because I wanted to confirm if you all support me. His mother showed a beautiful smile and said, What a straightforward decision. Then let's go find them. The family reached an agreement. All right. Meanwhile, at the research institute, someone told Professor Bai that Chen Jing had arrived. Professor Bai asked with concern, "How are your injuries? You still need to pay attention to resting. Don't let any problems arise." And right now I simply can't afford to rest. This incident is far too serious, and I won't be able to put my mind at ease if we don't get to the bottom of it. The statements of the Shu father and daughter, the reports on the art collection sites and the search team's files were all here. There is reason to suspect that the ability user who appeared at the city wall had likely been searching for that painting in the city for a while. It was only when Shu Xiaoxiao left the main city and exposed the painting that they found an opportunity to strike. Professor Bai gestured for her to sit down and said, "Actually, things have gradually become clear. Special pollution source number 41, let's call him Qin Ran, is likely a very powerful ability user. This person is bold yet cautious, and he understands the defense work of the satellite city very well. Judging by his application of abilities, he has reached at least the second stage, and we can't rule out that he is already fully in the second stage." Hearing this, Chen Jing raised her eyebrows and asked in return, "If he's just a robber, it's one thing, but if it's the Church of Technology," Professor Bai continued, "I don't think so. According to the Church of Technology's usual style of doing things, if they had arranged it, there would definitely be more than one mental bomb in the city. Of course, we can't rule out that the Church of Technology secretly plotted and deliberately detonated this bomb to use them to test data. If this bomb had really exploded, the consequences would have been catastrophic." Chen Jing, sitting to the side, expressed her thoughts. This was actually thanks to Solo. But Minister Shen's side still sent people to monitor Solo. You must be familiar with old Shen's style of doing things. For him, this is normal. Actually, the reason I called you over is because of a suspicious point in this matter. Previously, they had arranged for a neuro-cyborg to appear near the orphanage and attempt to approach Solo, but it was quickly driven away after Solo taught him a lesson. According to the test report, this neuro-cyborg and the neuro-cyborg who attacked you were both made by the same puppet system ability user. So the members of this Order of Knights began contacting Solo very early on. Do you know why? Take a look at this document. This is the information we have gathered so far regarding the Red Moon Orphanage explosion back then. Chen Jing took it, read it carefully, and couldn't help but gasp. You suspect that person? 20 years ago, during the early days of the Eclipse Research Institute's official establishment, there was a period of upheaval. That upheaval originated from a laboratory director who fled with a portion of important resources and experimental products. For many years afterward, the Research Institute was looking for him. Many people know about this. The code name for this event is the Escaped Laboratory. There is reason to suspect that this is one of the objectives of this Order of Knights this time. Hearing this, Chen Jing frowned and said, "But this information is too old, it doesn't prove anything," Professor Bai continued. "Indeed, many things seem to have been intentionally tampered with, making it hard to find key evidence. Currently, we can only speculate. But if the orphanage and the escaped laboratory are indeed connected, then at least one person knows the truth of what happened back then." Chen Jing immediately uttered a name. "Zheng Xiaolu? So, if you want to handle this matter now, I suggest you do one thing. As for the rest, like investigating how the ability users from outside the city smuggled weapons into the city, or looking into the news about the Shu father and daughter. Old Shen handled that very decisively, and his methods are harsher than yours. But when it comes to the orphanage, it must be handled by you personally. I wouldn't feel at ease leaving it to anyone else." Chen Jing immediately replied, "I understand. I'll go to the orphanage tomorrow to talk to Zheng Xiaolu." Outside the window, the red moon seemed to shift slightly, portending an impending storm. At this moment, Zheng Xiaolu, sitting in her wheelchair, was staring out the window with a gun resting conspicuously on her lap. The next day, Chen Jing arrived at the new location of the orphanage. Fortunately, the orphanage had not been affected by the recent unrest. Initially, deciding to relocate them here for protection was indeed a wise decision. As she walked in, she saw an old man sitting not far away reading a newspaper. "I'm from the security guard hall, here to see Director Zheng." "Wait a moment, class isn't over yet." Not long after, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. She walked into the courtyard and saw a girl in a wheelchair playing with the children. Chen Jing stepped forward to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Chen Jing. I'm Lu Xin's colleague." "Colleague, are you the one who paid him so much money?" Chen Jing smiled slightly at this. "The work he does is well worth that compensation." Soon the children dispersed. Xiaolu looked up at her. "All right, is there something you need this time? There are some things about the past I'd like to ask you about. Let's talk over there." Subsequently, they went to Xiaolu's room and sat down. Chen Jing casually picked up a few exam papers, looked them over and chuckled. Are the children here also ambitious? Would you like some tea? No need to go to any trouble. I'm just here for a chat. You and Lu Xin grew up together in the same orphanage back then, didn't you? Recalling those days, Xiaolu nodded and replied, yes, he left when he was about 13, but he often came back to help me. He's very foolish too. He hates to spend anything on himself, yet he always sends his salary to me. If it weren't for him, this orphanage probably wouldn't have survived, and we might have starved to death long ago. Sitting opposite her, Chen Jing deeply agreed. He is indeed a very good person, but what I really want to know about are some of the earliest events at the orphanage back then. Hearing this, Xiaolu's face instantly darkened. He was just a child at the orphanage back then. What do you want to ask? For example, what was Lu Xin like back then? And when the explosion happened, what exactly did you and Lu Xin? Before she could even finish, Chen Jing was greatly shocked, because Xiaolu had actually pulled a gun from her clothes, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. I don't know what you want to ask. I know nothing about what happened back then. But I will never let anyone hurt Lu Xin again. He is such a good person, and everything he has now is what he deserves. If you force me, I would rather shoot myself dead. Seeing her attitude, Chen Jing sighed and said, this gun hasn't been maintained in a very long time. It can't fire at all. I don't know what makes you so wary of everything, but not everyone in this world is a bad person. You deeply cherish your quiet life now, and what I want to do is protect that life as well. My goal for today has already been achieved. I needed to confirm Lu Xin's safety and reliability before I could truly trust him. And you have shown me in this way. He is a person worthy of your trust, even with your life. This is my number. You can call me directly if anything comes up in the future. Before leaving, she also left behind a few words. By the way, I saw the utility bill downstairs. It's time to pay for the water and electricity. For Lu Xin's sake, I'll help keep your possession of a firearm a secret. But you still have to pay the utility bills and rent yourselves. A few days later, the news and newspapers quickly reported the cause of this unrest was that someone privately harvested toxic fungi in the wilderness, which led to these toxic fungi flowing into the city, ultimately triggering a mass food poisoning incident. Currently, the Administrative Bureau has established 4 medical zones to provide free treatment to all poisoned patients. At the same time, the Administrative Bureau will impose severe penalties on those responsible. Walking on the street, Lu Xin looked up at the announcement and couldn't help but sigh. Can it really be explained that way? On the other end, Han Bing said, the Defense Department and the Special Pollution Cleanup Department are very experienced in handling these types of incidents. Lu Xin then asked, is there any news about those ability users who stole the painting and escaped the city? Han Bing replied on the other end, Headquarters has already dispatched a Class B task force to track them down, but the other party's counter-tracking measures are highly professional. However, the Defense Department has already begun offering a massive bounty across the entire alliance for the ability user named Qin Ran, hoping to capture them with the help of the entire alliance's resources. Hearing this, Lu Xin quickly asked, how much is the bounty? Han Bing said. The official announcement hasn't been released yet, but the preliminary estimate is over 3 million. After all, they crossed the line with the high-level officials this time. Hearing this, Lu Xin gasped, 3 million? That much? Han Bing replied. Yes. Additionally, regarding the reward for Mr. Solo, this time Mr. Solo resolved the Wanzhong shopping mall incident, and before she could finish, Lu Xin interrupted her. Those aren't important. The main thing is that I have to do something else now. Just as you said, it's not easy for the Defense Department to track those people, but they committed so many crimes in the city. We absolutely cannot let them off so easily. Therefore, I want to apply to headquarters. Inside the high-level administrative bureau of the Qinggong main city, Minister Shen slammed his hand on the desk in anger. He wants to go out of the city alone to track down those ability users. In this incident, he exposed too many secrets that we knew nothing about before. Just when we are planning to conduct an investigation and inquiry on him, he suddenly applies to leave the city. There is definitely something wrong with this. The others in the conference room looked at him one after another. He glared back. What are you looking at me for? I know he performed remarkably well this time and saved a lot of people. I have no complaints about his performance, but let's keep things separate. The violent power he displayed has always been our main concern. It's a potential threat, which is why I suggested questioning him. But several professors who had previously tested him retorted, so it's questioning, not interrogation. It would have been better if you had said so earlier. Indeed. Sitting in the host seat, Su Xinjiang, the director of the Qinggong Administrative Bureau, smiled and said, I also find it a bit strange. What exactly is his real purpose for wanting to leave the city? Additionally, what are the results of the research on his ability? How much can we explain? The person opposite replied. It cannot be explained. At the most critical moment we all evacuated, so we failed to see the specific process of Solo dealing with the mental monster. We only know that the psychic explosion magnitude at that time was close to 3,000. Sitting to the side, Chen Jing spoke up. Solo's purpose for leaving the city is definitely not to run away, that I can guarantee. I have always trusted Solo. But I can also understand Minister Shen's concern. However, up until now, every mission Solo has participated in has fully complied with the regulations. For an ability user who is doing his best to help us, being overly guarded is what I consider truly dangerous. So my opinion is, why not treat this application as a genuine leave request? Besides, if he insists on leaving the city, we can't stop him anyway. Beside her, Professor Bai also spoke up. I agree. Where is Solo now? At the guard hall of the second satellite city. Lu Xin picked up the phone to answer. On the other end, Chen Jing spoke first. I've already looked at your application. You want to leave the city? Yes. Chen Jing continued. I suggest you don't go. We have already launched a preliminary investigation into that order of knights you are tracking. Although we still don't know their background, origins, or even how many people they have, it is currently confirmed that there are at least 3 ability users among them. The first is Qin Ran, the core figure of Special Pollution Source number 41. His specific ability has not been determined yet, but he is suspected to possess an ability similar to Rebirth. The second is an ability user of the puppet system. He previously controlled neurocyborgs to attack us. You saw with your own eyes how dangerous the situation was at that time. There is also another person who is the mastermind behind the Special Pollution Incident number 93, triggered in the second satellite city this time. It has been preliminarily determined that he used a specific source of pollution and created such a large-scale chaos with his own ability. This proves that his psychic magnitude is much higher than that of ordinary ability users. You have only been recruited for a short time, you haven't even completed your basic training, and you have no experience fighting against other ability users. So it will be extremely dangerous for you to pursue them. Having heard all this, Lu Xin replied calmly. I indeed have no experience fighting against other ability users, but they probably don't have experience dealing with me either. Sitting in the conference room, Chen Jing then asked, Tell me, what is making you insist on leaving the city to pursue them? Lu Xin looked out the window and said, Isn't this what you said before? No matter who does wrong, they must pay the price, even if they flee to the wilderness. Chen Jing asked, Did you hear about the bounty? Lu Xin explained with some embarrassment. No, really not. I just think it's far too much for them to have caused the deaths of so many people, which is why I want to go bring them back and make them pay the price. As for the bounty, isn't that something that came up afterward anyway? On the other end, Chen Jing replied, I can approve your leave, but before you set off, give me a specific time frame. This is a necessary procedure of the job. Lu Xin gave this request some careful thought and replied, It should take about 10 days or so. It's mainly because I'm not very familiar with the routes and conditions in the wilderness, and I'm worried about wasting time during the pursuit, so I gave myself some extra buffer time. On the other end, Chen Jing said, I'm hanging up first, wait for me for a bit. Subsequently, the people over there began to discuss in whispers. Is he usually this good at bragging? I've never seen him brag before. He seems like a pretty normal guy, right? Mr. Su, I'm serious. Have you ever considered letting Solo join our research institute? That's out of the question. This is for your own safety. Beside them, Professor Bai spoke up. I only have 2 opinions. First, starting today, the security clearance level of Solo's files will be upgraded to Class A and must not be leaked. Any investigation or probing regarding him must be approved by at least 2 high-level officials of Qinggang. Su Xinjiang, sitting in front of them, nodded in agreement. In addition, we must also fully support his application this time. Not only material support but also our official permission and attitude. Meanwhile, in the guard hall of the second satellite city, Gecko turned his head and asked, Who were you on the phone with just now? Applying for a business trip with Section Chief Chen. Curiously turning his head, he asked, Where to? Outside the city. Hearing this, Gecko was shocked. Brother, are you crazy? Only a fool would leave the city. Do you think the wilderness is like the city? There isn't even anything to eat, let alone a decent place to sleep. It's absolute torture. There's a reason why those wilderness transport teams make so much money. Everyone wants to hide in the city, but here you are, voluntarily applying to head out? Just then, Chen Jing called back. This business trip mission is highly exceptional and is designated as Class A. Aside from transportation and intelligence support, I have also arranged 2 investigation teams and a logistics squad for you. If you have any special requirements, feel free to ask at any time, Lu Xin said. No need, there's no need to arrange those teams you mentioned. I only need a driver. I hope to have a high-performance vehicle, 10 days' worth of food and water, and a driver with decent skills. It would be best if they have some self-defense capability in times of necessity. It would be even better if he's someone I'm familiar with, so we can talk on the road. Chen Jing continued. The driver you're referring to, is it Gecko? Lu Xun very calmly admitted. That's him. Hearing this, Gecko, who was standing beside him, was utterly dumbfounded. Chen Jing asked over the phone, Is he right next to you now? Yes, she then calmly instructed. Then just have him go and prepare directly. Hearing this, Gecko practically went mad. Wait, what do you mean just have him prepared directly? Did I agree to this? Did you forget to ask for my opinion? Wait, hey, Lu Xun patted him with a smile. Your name has already been submitted. Haven't you always wanted to meet my family? Isn't this perfect? Gecko simply couldn't comprehend this. Are you kidding me? I agreed to be recruited to make some money, so I can marry 3 wives and have a bunch of kids in the future, not to go and die. Lu Xun sat there drinking tea with his sister. The little girl said with a smile, Brother, that person on the phone looks really scared. He's talking bad about you right now. Do you want me to teach him a lesson? Lu Xun smiled slightly and asked, What did he say? The little girl thought for a moment and said, The person on the other end of the phone changed. Someone is reasoning with him, and someone else seems to be threatening him. But this guy won't budge for anything, yelling that even if he jumps from the 4th floor he will absolutely not leave the city. At this moment, Chen Jing spoke up on the other end. How about this? Once you get back, I'll arrange for you to attend training in the main city. Lena is going too. Gecko's heart immediately thudded violently. Really, my dear Lena is going too? Chen Jing felt a wave of mental exhaustion. Yes, as long as you cooperate with Solo to successfully complete this mission. Then Gecko spun around, his face written all over with excitement. Lu Xun asked with concern, You're back. How did it go? Gecko spoke with a deadpan serious expression. Headquarters has already made a decision to form a special team with the 2 of us. I'm the deputy leader, and you're the leader. The intelligence files are being transmitted over, and the equipment we need is also being prepared. We are expected to set off in half an hour. He leaned in close to Lu Xun and whispered, Brother, you have no idea how much effort I put in for you. Just now I had almost convinced the higher-ups to change your driver, but then I thought about how dangerous it is outside the city, so Lu Xun knew exactly what was going on but still replied with a smile, Then thank you so much. Little 17 sat in the front and said happily, Is this guy coming with us too? Can I treat him as a toy? Lu Xun immediately lectured his sister solemnly, Absolutely not. Our primary rule for leaving the city this time is that we must never harm him, or at least do our utmost to avoid harming him. Hearing this, Gecko was instantly left a bit dazed. Half an hour later, they had the vehicle prepped and ready to go. Aside from essential survival supplies like canned food, drinking water, and a medical kit, they had 10,000 coalition dollars circulating in the northern region, as well as 2 gold bars. There were also 4 sets of restraints specifically designed for ability users, complete with weapon mounts and a standard-issue handgun, 4 magazines, a 14.9mm large-caliber long-range sniper rifle, 50 rounds of regular ammunition, 20 rounds of special ammunition, and 3 military daggers. In addition, there was a flare gun, flares, a radio, walkie-talkies, changes of clothes, simple tableware, and even 3 magazines to kill time. Looking at the pile of gear before him, Lu Xun couldn't help but ask, Is all this really necessary? We're only going for 10 days, Gecko replied. I actually think we didn't bring enough. Who knew what kind of emergencies they might encounter out in the wilderness? Still, it was clear that Colonel Chen was indeed taking very good care of him. One look was enough to tell that this was a military-grade Hummer off-road vehicle modified by a special research team. It had a high chassis and a bright red body, powered by a naturally aspirated V10 engine boasting a monstrous 1,044 horsepower. It came complete with bulletproof glass and a 6-barrel heavy machine gun. This damn steel beast could probably fly, Lu Xun thought. Afterward they got into the vehicle, and Lu Xun handed Gecko a piece of paper. Lu Xun asked casually, Don't you need to go home to say goodbye? No need. I'm a lone wolf, nobody cares about me except Linda. Let's head straight out of the city. Okay, but before we leave the city, let's stop by Moon Platform first. You know my address. We need to pick up my family. No problem. Before long, they pulled up and parked the off-road vehicle downstairs at Lu Xun's apartment building. His elegant, beautiful mother was already waiting there. Gecko, naturally unable to see her, felt a bit creeped out and asked, Do we need to go to upstairs to get them? Help them with their bags or something? But Lu Xun replied, No need, they're already in the car. Sitting in the back, his mother smiled happily and said, We can set off now. All right. Staring at the empty back seat, Gecko was plunged into absolute terror and deep bewilderment. After all, there was absolutely nothing back there. Let's go then. Gecko still felt it was only polite to greet them, saying, "Hello, uncle." "And hello, little sister, my name is Gecko, and I'm Solo's best buddy. It's a pleasure to meet you all, and I'm sure you're all thrilled to meet me too, right? He, no need to be so polite." Sitting in the back, his mother covered her mouth and giggled, finding the kid rather amusing. "This little guy is quite nice, though he's a bit of a chatterbox. Should I have your sister stuff something in his mouth?" With that, they officially began their journey. The massive off-road vehicle roared toward the wilderness, heading out of the city. Even after they crossed the city line, Gecko, sitting in the passenger seat, kept chattering away with his guesses. "Come on, let me guess. Right now in the back seat, Uncle must be on the left, Auntie on the right, and your cute little sister in the middle, right?" "You guessed wrong," Lu Xin replied calmly. "Father thought riding in a car out of the city was too tiring and boring, so he didn't join us today." However, seeing how incredibly tense Gecko already was, Lu Xin decided it was best not to tell him the actual truth. Lu Xin then added, "This is the dossier provided by the Defense Department. There doesn't seem to be a lot of information in here." "Yeah," Gecko replied. "The files say that 2 of our tracking agents followed them to this point. The Knights once holed up in an abandoned town south of the city, but after the agents pursued them there, they vanished without a trace, their fates unknown. Since then, the investigation team has only been able to track them up to that abandoned town, and they're still searching for the missing agents' bodies." Lu Xin turned his head to ask his mother's opinion. "So should we head over and take a look first?" "Go ahead." "All right, let's head to the place where the Knights holed up and our agents went missing first, to see if the investigation team found any clues." Lu Xin, sitting beside him, said, "They've been on the run for a whole day now. No one knows how far they've gone. If we want to catch up, we have to move fast." Gecko grinned and said, "All right, my friend, it's time for me to show you what I can do. Let a spider system ability user get behind the wheel and you'll see just how fast we can fly." He slammed on the gas and shifted gears. The vehicle's speed shot up instantly, so fast that even little 17, who was sitting on the roof, was nearly thrown clean off. Gecko shouted excitedly, "How's that, buddy? Pretty good, right?" Lu Xin couldn't help but marvel silently. "Can this car actually fly?" Just then, he glanced out the window only to see his sister running at an incredible speed, desperately trying to catch up with the car. Raging fire seemed to spew from the little girl's eyes as she glared at the vehicle, muttering through gritted teeth in her heart, "I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. I'm going to tear you to shreds." 20 minutes later, they arrived at the abandoned town 30 miles outside of Qinggong City, both men lost in their own thoughts. The moment they pulled up, someone waiting on site stepped forward to meet them. "You're finally here." He then handed them a directive from the Defense Department. "This is the intel handed down from the higher-ups. At 4 o'clock this morning, we lost contact with the 2 tracking agents. Our preliminary investigation confirms that the targets stayed in this building for at least half an hour. Judging by the tire tracks and road marks around the building, the targets are a squad of 7 equipped with 5 motorcycles and an off-road vehicle, fleeing south. Because of the complex terrain out in the wilderness, we can't lock onto their exact route, and our 2 missing colleagues remain unaccounted for." Gecko frowned as he looked over the pages, thinking that it would be practically impossible to find anyone with just these clues. Just then, his mother, sitting in the back row, suddenly spoke up. "Take the road to the left." His mother offered an elegant smile and said, "Since we are going to visit guests, how can we not even know where they are hiding? One of them peeked at you earlier." So Mom also followed that look right back to him. Lu Xin silently noted his mother's words, realizing she could actually track them by tracing the path of a previous glance. He immediately pointed out the direction to Gecko. "Take the road on the left." "Whoa, buddy, you actually know how to track?" "I don't, but my family can help." Hearing this, his mother in the back row smiled warmly, thinking her son was really sweet-tongued. Under her precise guidance, they constantly adjusted their course. "We should head south now." "All right, head west, then make a right up ahead." After 2 hours of bumpy, high-speed driving, they finally reached their destination. Gecko couldn't help but marvel, "These guys can really run, but we can preliminarily confirm that they don't belong to the local Knights. The active areas and gathering points of the Knights around Qinggong are mostly under our surveillance. The fact that these guys are desperately fleeing outward shows their base of operations isn't around here. They're highly likely outer-city mercenaries who came to Qinggong specifically to do dirty work." Just then, a figure suddenly appeared ahead, startling both men in the car. A man was roaring as he charged straight toward their off-road vehicle. Instead of braking, Gecko slammed on the gas and rammed right through him, loudly bursting into song to shake off the sudden scare. "Though I am but a little sheep, the green grass becomes sweeter because of me," Lu Xin asked, slightly puzzled. "Why do you keep singing?" "No one's talking, so I'm singing to keep myself awake." Lu Xin asked with some concern, "You've been driving for several hours now. Want me to take over for a bit?" "No need, I can handle it." What, are you worried I can't drive? Gecko turned his head and mumbled under his breath. No, it's not that. I'm just worried that once I'm no longer useful, your family will casually bump me off. Why do you think my family is so unreasonable? Lu Xun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking this guy was really courting disaster. Just then, the little girl sitting on the roof suddenly seemed to catch a scent, an excited expression spreading across her face. Gecko also seemed to catch the strange odor. What is that smell? His mother in the back seat said with some excitement. Found them. They are right here. The bushes not far away rustled, as if wild dogs or some other creatures were moving inside. Gecko got out of the car, drew his gun, and fired a shot directly into the brush. Several pairs of crimson, savage eyes instantly lit up in the depths of the brush, staring coldly at him. Lu Xun, however, stepped forward with a calm expression. Gecko behind him called out a warning, "Be careful, there are all kinds of monsters in the wilderness." But Gecko quickly laughed at himself, thinking, this is bizarre. Who's the rookie here anyway? Lu Xun carefully examined the remains of the corpse and came to a conclusion. These are internal organs. They look human, and they belong to more than one person. Gecko squatted down to examine them closely, wondering why human internal organs would be discarded here. There were no other limbs or body parts around, indicating only organs had been left behind. Lu Xun asked, is there a puppet system ability user in that knight's group? Gecko turned his head and replied, that's right. A puppet system user's specialty is modifying human bodies through mental control. Could they be creating psychically modified humans? In the files from the Research Institute, there was a report about modified humans attacking the second satellite city. Those modified humans had their redundant internal organs removed, leaving only the heart and brain. It seems to be a standard modification process. He lost quite a few modified humans in the second satellite city, so he's probably desperate to replenish his stock. Look closely around us. This fabric is exceptionally thick, which is only used for high-wall city agent uniforms. I think we can report to the higher-ups now. Our 2 missing agents have been found, Gecko asked in surprise. How did you make that connection so quickly? I don't recall the files being that detailed. In truth, the files did contain those details, but Gecko had been too busy driving to notice them. What do we do now? Lu Xun replied calmly, since they are our own people, let's bring them home. What? Bring them back? Can't we just bury them here in the wilderness? There are many wild beasts in the wilderness. Even if we bury them here, they'll just be dug up. Besides, in this special action squad, I'm the captain, and you're the vice captain, right? Yeah, so what? Then I'll have to trouble the vice captain to gather our colleagues' remains. Once the job was done, Gecko finally couldn't help but lean against the car and throw up violently. Lu Xun stepped forward and thoughtfully handed him a bottle of water. Here, have a drink. Are you sure it's this place? His mother in the back seat nodded with absolute certainty. Meanwhile, Gecko, who was behind the wheel, had still not recovered from the trauma. Driving with a half-dead expression, he couldn't help but ask, seriously, how on earth did you find those 2 guys? Lu Xun pointed ahead. Not only did we find the bodies, but those targets must be nearby as well. Are there any settlements in this direction? That way. I'm not entirely sure. Buddy, are you really spider system or mental system? But if they're holed up in Inktown, things might get a bit tricky. Inktown is one of the largest wanderer settlements around Qinggong. It used to have abundant oil resources, and though they've been depleted, there are still a massive number of people trading goods there due to its reputation. If the knights fled there, we must be fully prepared. The armed forces in that godforsaken place probably exceed our city defense patrol. Under normal circumstances outside the city, they nominally obey the high wall city's directives. But right now there are only 2 of us, and we're hauling so much good gear. In their eyes, we're basically a prime piece of meat. Lu Xun asked, will it be dangerous for us to go in? Gecko replied, don't worry, the name Qinggong still carries plenty of weight. Just to be safe though, I should report to the higher-ups. Gecko then dialed the main city headquarters, reporting that they had recovered the remains of the 2 missing agents, and confirmed they have died in the line of duty. We suspect the remnants of the knights have slipped into Inktown, and we are preparing to head in to investigate. If there is no update in 3 hours, assume we've run into trouble. Meanwhile, in the Qinggong headquarters conference room, the high-level officials were still gathered around the table. He was actually investigating seriously, and he's been out of the city for less than a day. Recovering the remains of 2 missing agents in such a vast and desolate wilderness with almost 0 intel support was a 1 in 1,000 long shot. To have already pinpointed the knight's location on top of that was simply absurd. Professor Bai spoke up from the side, we should think carefully about how on earth he managed to find that place. Another official spoke up, the distance from Qinggong to Inktown is at least 700 kilometers. Getting there within a single day shows he went straight for the target from the very beginning. Either he knew beforehand that the knights were hiding in Inktown, or he deduced that after their raid on the second satellite city, supplies would be a massive issue for them. Since they were traveling a long distance, they would need food, water, and gasoline, making Inktown the only logical choice for resupply south of Qinggong. Someone else added, "Let me add another point. There is also a puppet system ability user among them. A Phase 1 puppet system user can control 10 modified humans at most. During the ambush on Colonel Chen and Solo, they lost 6. Later we found another 3 at the south wall. This means the user's puppets are almost completely depleted, so they would naturally choose a place where they can replenish their materials, meaning a labor market, and in Inktown there happens to be a large-scale market that perfectly meets all their requirements." After hearing this, Minister Shen snorted coldly. "Deploy the task force immediately to stand by 10 kilometers outside Inktown. The moment they receive a distress signal, they are to attack. In an emergency, support from long-range electromagnetic weapons is authorized." Soon after, they drove up to Inktown. There were guards stationed ahead. Gecko stepped forward to strike up a conversation. "We're here to look for some deals and take a quick break." The guard swept a glance over them. "Deals? You don't look the part. You two are way too clean." Gecko grinned. "We're here to buy goods, not dig through trash." "Of course we're clean. What, do we have to roll around in the mud first?" The guard stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Same old rules, you can enter, but you're only allowed self-defense handguns. Firing a gun in town for any reason carries a flat fine of 1,000 coalition dollars. As for parking, you have 2 options. Parking inside is 100 coalition dollars or 10 cans of food a day, and there's a limit on weapons and ammo. We have people to watch the vehicle, but you have to carry your valuables with you. If you park outside, it's unguarded, and you're on your own if anything gets stolen." Gecko smirked and replied, "Do you even need to ask? Inside, of course. I'd rather not have someone make off with our tires." The guard turned and barked an order to the inside, and the heavy iron gate slowly ground open. The guard gestured to them. "Come on in, drive over here. Watch your head. Yeah, park right here. Kill the engine." They got out of the car, and Lucien asked, "Is it really fine to just leave it here? Aren't you worried someone will mess with it?" "Don't worry about that." Gecko patted the off-road vehicle. "An ordinary person couldn't drive this thing away even if they tried." His mother and sister following behind suddenly spoke up. "You'd better get ready." Bizarre smiles appeared on both their faces because the target was already very close. A moment later, a man who looked like a local guide stepped forward, warmly leading them into the town. "Gentlemen, what business brings you to our town? We have just as many fun spots in Inktown as they do in the high-walled city. Whether you need lodging, food, or drinks, I can lead the way. If you're looking to buy other goods, we also have our own channels." Gecko raised an eyebrow and teased, "Can we buy people? Of course. We are the largest labor market within 100 miles. Strong young men go for 10,000 coalition dollars, with a discount if you buy at least 3. Female slaves are more expensive, about 50 to 60,000 each, though the older ones can be bought on the cheap." Gecko spat in annoyance upon hearing this. "Who wants to buy that? Absolutely heartless." "I wanted to ask." Seeing this, the guide quickly bowed and scraped with a servile smile. "Ah, you're asking about that? You really are cautious, sir. There are plenty of channels for that, and I guarantee you'll find what you're looking for." This was Lucien's first time witnessing such a scene. He had never imagined that such a human labor market actually existed outside the city. Gecko turned to walk ahead. "I'll come find you in a bit." "Sure, I'll be waiting right here by the main gate." The man suddenly flashed a bizarre smile. Shortly after, they arrived at Inktown's labor market, which was packed with countless people. Nearby, someone was hawking, "Our guns are top-notch, guaranteed never to jam." On another side, someone yelled, "Come take a look, tickets are only $10 apiece, mutant creatures, human-headed snakes, all kinds of monsters, all yours to behold for just $10. On yet another side, countless scantily clad men and women waved to attract customers. "Want to give it a try? The service is absolutely top-tier. Want to go?" They even throw in a fruit platter. Lucien asked, somewhat puzzled, "What is all this for?" Gecko replied rather awkwardly, "Legitimate business. Selling newspapers." At this point, Lucien asked, "What protocol should we follow if we find the knights later?" "We should notify the town's boss first. I heard the boss here is called Lord Snake, and he has a decent-sized armed force under him. He does quite a bit of business with our Qinggong, so he's somewhat of an acquaintance. I'm not sure if they are in league with those ability users. If we openly declare our identities now, we might alert the enemy. Besides, we were only allowed to bring our sidearms into town." At this moment, he turned his head and looked at the casino in front of him. "Then we'll talk once we find them." His mother pointed at the casino and said with a smile, "They're right in here. Let's head inside and have a look." The moment they walked in, a cacophony of noise washed over them. "Hurry up, place your bets." "No more bets." People of all descriptions and walks of life were gathered here. Gecko walked in, somewhat lost, and turned to ask the person behind him, "In here? "Do you have a plan?" His mother stood there, still smiling. Naturally, Lu Xun believed her completely, saying in all seriousness, "No plan needed." With that, he kicked the door open and charged straight in. As soon as he entered, he saw the 3 members of the Knights sitting inside, eating, drinking, and making merry. Looking incredibly happy, the crow-masked man looked at him, appearing somewhat surprised. Lu Xun, however, was exceptionally calm. "Finish your hand first, I'm in no hurry." A square-faced burly man sitting at the table suddenly roared in anger. "Who let you in? Can't you see we're playing cards?" As he spoke, he reached into his pants pocket for a gun. Gecko moved with lightning speed, instantly closing the distance and pressing his dagger against the man's throat in a flash. "Don't move. What do you think you're doing?" The man threw down 3 cards and continued, 3 aces. "I win." He looked at them, appearing exceptionally calm in the end. "Who are you?" Lu Xun stood there and said calmly, "I'm sure you know who I am, so I won't bother answering that. I'll just state my purpose. I'm here to take you back. It's best if you don't resist because I plan to capture you alive. It's only meaningful if I kill you after interrogation. But since I've never fought an ability user before, I lack experience and might accidentally end up killing you if we fight. I'm worried that by the time I capture you, you'll already be a corpse." Hearing this, the other party flashed a cunning smile. "You make a lot of sense." At this moment, they also began to draw their guns. The 2 guys sitting beside him also aimed their gun muzzles at them. Gecko was already fully confident, a proud smile playing on his lips. These dishonest scoundrels, once he fired, he could definitely take all of them down. The crow-masked man smiled with delight. He could already control those puppets to deal with them. Only then did Gecko sense that something was wrong. "This is bad." The man unleashed his ability once more, forcing the muzzles of everyone's guns to aim directly at them. As a puppet system ability user, the defining trait was that the higher their psychic magnitude, the more proficiently they could control their puppets, turning illusions into reality. Lu Xun sidestepped to dodge several incoming bullets, recalling the knowledge he had learned in his puppet system training. Crucially, ordinary people could also be controlled by puppet system ability users, but they would exhibit a certain degree of resistance. Only puppets with 0 mental power who had undergone brain modification and mental baptism would be completely controlled by the ability user. The weakness of a mentally modified puppet was destroying its spine, while the weakness of the puppet system ability user was getting in close quarters to destroy their host's actual will. The limit for a Phase 1 puppet system ability user was controlling 10 puppets, and the weakness of mentally modified puppets was to destroy their spine. Little 17, following her brother, cheered happily. "Brother, here I come." 1 down. The gun in one of their hands was knocked flying. Immediately after, the man's joints were instantly crushed, his entire body contorting, completely unable to withstand his terrifying strength. A proud smile played on the corner of Lu Xun's mouth as he completely destroyed the thing's spine. The crisp sound of snapping bones rang out. Lu Xun looked down at the man struggling to escape, smiling with amusement. Behind him, Gecko also successfully neutralized another guy trying to ambush them from behind. The opponent was quickly rendered unable to move. Standing there, the crow-masked man laughed. To think they were dealt with so quickly. "Come on." Gecko fished out a neck collar from his person, an inhibitor meant for ability users, which seemed perfect for the situation. However, his mother, standing in the back, softly warned, "It's not over yet." Right after, Lu Xun saw a red flash light up inside the man's body. What the hell? The guy actually had a bomb concealed on him. Neither of them had expected this turn of events. Little 17 on his back quickly took control of his body, binding the man tightly. In the distance, Gecko screamed anxiously, "Brother, run!" In the blink of an eye, the opponent was bundled into a tight ball, and the siblings quickly retreated to a distance. Immediately after, a muffled bang echoed as a small-scale explosion occurred. The opponent was blown to smithereens. Seeing this, the crow-masked man in the distance smirked triumphantly. Gecko's eyes widened in utter shock. Just what kind of terrifying psychic magnitude was this? He had actually managed to fold the opponent in an instant, even forcibly sealing off the blast force of the bomb. Lu Xun swiftly hurled a dagger forward. The mentally modified puppet had a bomb in its abdomen, and the other one was likely unsafe too. The dagger struck the man in front with pinpoint precision. Pinching his nose, Gecko reluctantly walked over to pull the dagger out. However, something was off about that bomb. Strange, there was no sign of the bomb exploding. The man on the side suddenly cried out in surprise, "What on earth is this thing?" Lu Xun glanced at them. On the surface, the 4 of you were playing cards, but actually, you were controlling the other 3 all by yourself. You lost pretty badly, didn't you? However, the man had already vanished without a trace. The bomb inside the mentally modified human's abdomen wasn't very powerful. Its purpose was likely just to create chaos to cover his escape. Just then, the sound of smashing tables and chairs echoed from outside, and a fierce-looking man was led inside. "Sir, someone is making trouble here. We could tell they were suspicious the moment they walked in." Beside him, Gecko whispered, "We've made too much noise. We've even drawn the town's militia. Let's not make any rash moves for now. These guys really will open fire. It was someone causing trouble here, right?" Lu Xun looked around, finding his mother had already disappeared, likely stepping aside during the explosion earlier. Maybe she was worried about getting blood splattered on her clothes. After all, she was extremely clean. Lu Xun and his sister quickly jumped down. "You stay here and explain to them. I'm going after that guy." Gecko was utterly helpless. Hey, there are 3 ability users on their side. I really can't do anything with him." "My team leader gets into character way too fast." He then turned to glare at a subordinate beside him. "Behave yourself. Move again and I'll blow your brains out." The man practically wanted to cry. "Bro, look at the state I'm in. How would I dare make a move?" "True." Immediately after, Gecko looked at the 2 scantily clad beauties cowering in the corner, his eyes instantly turning into hearts. "How old are you 2 beauties? You look very well developed." Just then, someone kicked the door open from outside. Gecko noticed it as well, quickly raising his hands high and saying with a grin, "Haha, don't be rash. Absolutely do not be rash." As soon as Lu Xun dashed out the door, he saw his mother waiting at the intersection. "Are they on the right?" His mother smiled slightly and continued, "No, they're on the left. The right is a decoy." Watching her son and daughter depart, she carefully reminded them, "Be careful." Just as he caught up, Lu Xun saw those guys pointing their guns in this direction. They were clearly waiting for him. Little 17 had already charged into the building with her brother. "Brother, are you in?" Seeing him burst in, the crowhead smirked with interest. "You got here pretty fast." Before his voice even faded, countless bullets whistled toward them. Back when he was ambushed on Juzhong Road in No. 2 Satellite City, he had only dodged them thanks to his mother's protection. This time he was fully prepared. The siblings moved like the wind, dodging every single bullet aimed at them with blinding speed. The enemies on the other side also noticed the abnormality. "It's a spider system. He's too fast, we probably won't shake him off easily." At this moment the crowhead suddenly grinned eerily. Immediately after, he used his own hands to strangle his neck in a death grip. Bizarrely, Lu Xun ahead actually mirrored the exact same movement, strangling his own neck with his body completely out of control. This was a puppet system ability. Forced imitation. According to the files, when a puppet system ability user highly concentrated their mind, they could forcibly control others to mimic their movements. The range of influence was between 5 to 10 meters, and they could control up to 3 people at once. He quickly cried out to his sister on his back, "Sister, help me break it." Little 17 easily neutralized this move, happily pushing her brother forward. "I'll help you, brother." In an instant, he ghosted behind a shooting puppet. Working with his sister, they easily subdued him. Using this puppet as a shield while manipulating the gun in its hands to spray bullets ahead, he had neutralized them in a single move. Wasn't this just controlling them right back? The puppets ahead didn't even have a chance to flee. They were all shot down in the blink of an eye. Lu Xun quickly dashed through the gun smoke, finally putting an end to these 3 pesky puppets. The crowhead's face was filled with disbelief as he shrieked, "This is absolutely impossible." Lu Xun stood there and smiled proudly. "You can't control me this time, can you?" The guy tried desperately to escape on a motorcycle but couldn't get it to start. Damn it, why won't it start? He would have to use that move. He violently raised his hand to throw out several mental threads, but his expression instantly changed as he sensed something amiss. What the hell? Just as he tried to use the threads to escape, Lu Xun grabbed his right leg in a deathlock. "Don't even think about escaping." In the blink of an eye, Lu Xun slammed him heavily against the ground. At the same time, several bizarre mental tentacles sprouted from his body. Unfortunately for him, Lu Xun behind him had long since seen right through his tricks. "Did you really think you could escape using mental threads?" Mental threads could wrap around objects, allowing one to swing and scale walls within a certain distance. He had witnessed this near the orphanage before. Paralyzed on the ground, the man could only gnash his teeth in frustration. The 7 modified puppets he had prepared beforehand were all dead. In such extremely close quarters, mental threads were completely useless. His only choice left was a desperate final struggle. He pulled a handgun from his chest and aimed it straight at Lu Xun, firing, "Die?" However, Lu Xun dodged the bullet with an extremely bizarre contortion of his body, locking onto the man's wrist in a split second. He easily snatched the handgun and threw it away, then twisted the man's arm back, crippling it in the blink of an eye. The man collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. "My arm," Lu Xun looked at him and said seriously, "You'd better stay still now and come back with me quietly." But in the next second, Lu Xun realized something was wrong. The opponent showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, a playful smirk appeared on his face. Dragging his broken arm, he slowly stood up, staring at Lu Xun. You don't look like a spider system user. I recall the spider system shouldn't be this terrifying. Hearing this, Lu Xun smiled slightly. You aren't the only one who has said that. All right, where are the others? The opponent was surprisingly candid, replying, they aren't here. After gathering the data from the failed psychic bomb experiment, the boss felt something was off. To be safe, we split up and retreated early on. I didn't take it too seriously at first, only wanting to rest up here. I really didn't expect you guys to catch up so fast. The boss was right. Qinggong City is indeed a tough nut to crack. Lu Xun stared at him and asked, where did they escape to, if you don't want to tell me voluntarily? I have other ways to make you talk. However, the other party laughed heartily, casually taking off his face mask. Looking at Lu Xun, he smirked. Friend, you underestimate me way too much. Lu Xun scrutinized him. Is this your real face? The man continued. Out in the wilderness, rules and promises are everything. If I lose my reputation and credibility, my end will be worse than death. Just a friendly reminder. I'm a puppet system ability user, meaning I can control myself just like a puppet. So no matter how much you torture me, I won't feel any pain. Lu Xun replied calmly. That's fine. We can always find a way. Just then, his mother silently materialized, saying gently, it's not over yet. Immediately after, a noisy clamor echoed from the distance. Hurry up, stop pushing me. A dark mass of people crowded around. Brother, let's talk this out. Gecko was currently being escorted over by them, shouting, let me tell you, I'm a big name back in Qinggong City. Lu Xun didn't react, only watching cold-eyed. Damn it, are you here to look for trouble? The burly man in the lead cursed. Do you know shooting is banned in Inktown? I don't care where you came from. If you dare stir up trouble in Inktown, you'll pay a heavy price, Gecko quickly defended. Don't misunderstand, we're from Qinggong City with all the proper papers. We only came here to apprehend a wanted fugitive. The guy has been caught now, and he was the one who fired first. The other party raised an eyebrow and snapped crossly. I don't care where you're from. What if you're from Qinggong? This isn't Qinggong. In Inktown, whatever Lord Snake says goes. And if Lord Snake isn't around, then I make the rules. Don't you think you should have given me a heads up before coming here to arrest someone? Seeing this unfold, the crowhead behind them sneered in delight. The burly leader pulled the crowhead behind him. Inktown has its own rules. Even if he committed a crime, it's up to me to deal with him first. Besides, you keep claiming you're from Qinggong, but who can prove it? Believe it or not, even if I kill you both and throw you to the wild dogs, no one would dare say a word. Standing to the side, his mother smiled happily. Lu Xun finally saw through the situation. I see, he looked at the burly man. You seem a bit abnormal, the man snarled. What did you say? Lu Xun continued unhurriedly. This man committed a crime in Qinggong, and we are arresting him according to the law. Yet you want to let him go privately and even harbor ill intent toward us. Are you simply ignoring Qinggong altogether, or is there really something wrong with your head? The burly man instantly flew into a rage, roaring. What absolute bullshit, how dare you talk to me like that? Lu Xun remained as calm as water. Did you take something from him? A red rose, perhaps? After you got it, did you become exceptionally protective of him, even developing a morbid obsession with him? A flash of realization hit Lu Xun as he linked this to the previous case. This was exactly what was happening. This crowhead was an accomplice of the gang that had spread the red rose pollution back in Qinggong, so it made perfect sense that he would have a red rose. He must have given something to the town's security officer when entering the town, causing the officer to develop a favorable bias toward him and start desperately protecting him. So this was his final trump card. The few people surrounding Lu Xun clamored, is this guy crazy? Just shoot him dead, it's absolutely ridiculous, how is that even possible? The tall burly man also flushed red with anger and roared, what nonsense are you talking about? Shut your mouth right now, believe it or not, I'll kill you right here. If you dare to babble any more nonsense, I'm really going to lose it. Nearby, Gecko quietly pondered, feeling that the situation was off. Looking at this huge, rugged and aggressive brute, who would have thought he had such a peculiar preference? Stop pretending, I'm laying my cards on the table. The two men behind holding guns were also quickly dealt with, and Gecko easily snatched their guns, pointing them at the leading brute and said loudly, all right, stop playing around, buddy. Whether you're being controlled or you actually like him, stop now and start cooperating with us. The guy remained furious. Who are you trying to scare, asshole? This is our turf. Do you think you can terrify all of us with just those two guns? Gecko's lips curled into a smirk and he laughed. Do you really think these are the only two guns I have? Just then, a car in the distance crashed straight into the town's perimeter wall. Everyone standing there was shocked. What was going on? Meanwhile, a megaphone in the hands of a nearby young man was casually snatched away by Gecko. We are the Special Operations Group of Qinggong City. He is the captain, and I am the vice captain. ordered to capture a wanted fugitive outside the city. Our special forces are stationed right outside your town, and a missile with a range of 100,000 meters is already locked onto this place. So if you don't want to watch a spectacular display of destructive fireworks, get the person in charge here to get their ass out here and talk." For the first time, Lu Xun felt that having such a chatterbox for a vice captain was actually a good thing. At this moment, a car was driving toward them. To be precise, several cars were speeding in their direction. Once the cars came to a halt, a woman stepped out, cradling a yellow cat in her arms. Everyone respectfully addressed her as Sister Snake. Sister Snake had arrived. The moment she stepped up, she quickly ordered, "Put your guns down. The people from Qinggang are not our enemies, and naturally we are not enemies of Qinggang either." Gecko glanced at the woman and greeted, "Hello, Sister Snake. Gentlemen, what is this all about? If you wanted to come in and make an arrest, you should have at least given us a heads up. In fact, if you had just told us who you wanted to catch, my men would have caught them for you. Why put on such a massive show?" Gecko smiled awkwardly. "Well, about that," standing beside him, Lu Xun spoke up. "My apologies, Sister Snake. We came in to investigate first because we were worried about alerting the target, which is why we didn't notify you in advance. We were indeed in the wrong on this. We know the rules. My friend fired 2 shots just now. It's a fine of 1,000 for every shot, and we will pay the full amount." Hearing this, Sister Snake tilted her head slightly and asked back. "Oh," Lu Xun continued, "just now we discovered that this subordinate of yours indeed has a problem. He is under a strange influence driving him to protect the target we're after at all costs. So this fine?" Before he could finish, the burly man beside them shouted anxiously, "Sister Snake. Sister Snake, don't listen to his nonsense. He's talking complete garbage." Sister Snake merely asked calmly, "What kind of influence?" Lu Xun felt this was a bit hard to talk about, but in the end he calmly uttered 4 words. He fell in love with him. The crow-faced man also felt that having this happen to him was utterly humiliating. Sister Snake's eyes lit up instantly. "Oh, you like this guy? How come I didn't know? You can test it out." She then gestured to the person behind her. "Go." "Yes, ma'am." The subordinate immediately aimed their gun at the crow-faced man. Seeing this, the burly man cried out in a panic, trying to stop them. "No!" He then shielded the crow-faced man completely with his body. "Sister Snake, I beg of you, please let him go." Standing to the side, Lu Xun couldn't help but tease, saying something like that, "Don't you feel you're doing him a disservice?" Seeing this, Sister Snake more or less understood the situation. She hadn't expected something so amusing. "This is far too absurd. I'll have to investigate this thoroughly. Once I've cleared things up, I'll send him back to Qinggang. How about that?" "That won't do. We must take him with us immediately, and for safety reasons we cannot let him contact anyone before we confirm a few things." Hearing this, Sister Snake asked back seriously, "Oh, then what kind of trouble did he actually cause? Could you disclose some details?" Lu Xun replied with some embarrassment, "We've signed a confidentiality agreement and can't disclose that information casually. If you really want to know, I can consider applying to headquarters once we return. I hope Sister Snake can understand our difficult position." The woman before them laughed with enchanting grace. Lu Xun suddenly noticed the cat in her arms and said subconsciously, "That cat is really fat." The cat seemed to understand that he was calling it chubby. Its eyes instantly widened as it glared at him. Then it jumped up angrily and hissed a few sharp meows at him. For a moment everyone felt a bit bewildered. Sister Snake gently patted the cat in her arms. "It's fine." Then she brought her lips to a wound on her hand and licked it gently. Nearby, Gecko also sensed a trace of something off. He then pulled out an ID. "Sister Snake, it's not that we're being unreasonable, but the higher-ups have strict rules. Look, do you recognize this badge?" Sister Snake didn't answer directly, but turned to the people behind her and said, "For you to travel so far to capture him, the crime this guy committed must be quite serious. Tie him up for me." Seeing his dream lover about to be taken away, the burly man cried out in desperation, "Please don't take him, Sister Snake, I beg you. For the sake of all the years I've risked my life for you, let him go. You have to help him." Sister Snake turned around, clearly having no desire to listen to his nonsense anymore. "Speaking of which, our Inktown and Qinggang are practically family. We rely entirely on Qinggang's food supplies to survive the winter, and it's thanks to Qinggang's alcohol that we can live like decent human beings. As for today's matter, I apologize to you 2 brothers, and I hope you can understand. I have too many men under me and many of them don't know any better." "How about this?" Lu Xun replied with a slight smile. "It's fine, I understand. Thank you, Sister Snake." Meanwhile, the bystanders couldn't wrap their heads around how the usually ruthless Sister Snake had suddenly become so reasonable. Lu Xun turned around to look at the crow-faced man behind him and asked, "Now is there anything else we can help with?" "Yes, I'd like to borrow this warehouse. I need to interrogate him on a few matters," she offered very generously. "Feel free to use it. Do you need me to have someone bring over a chainsaw? Iron nails and chili water are fine too, and we even have barbed whips. Hearing this, Lu Xun felt his skin crawl. No need, that's too much trouble. We're already incredibly grateful that you waived our fines. Hearing this, Sister Snake shot him a sidelong glance and asked back, what fine? Immediately after, they walked into the warehouse. The crow-faced man with one hand cut off still stood there with absolute composure. I already told you it's useless. I can make myself completely immune to pain. Even if you use any kind of torture, it won't mean a thing to me. And looking at you, you don't seem to be from either the Dreamweaver system or the hypnosis system. Lu Xun merely smiled and turned his back to him. I already told you, it's fine. I have no intention of torturing you. Hearing this, the man felt a bit suspicious in his heart, but still forced himself to stay calm and asked back, then how do you plan to interrogate me? Lu Xun replied, I'm just an ordinary office worker, how would I know anything about interrogation? I hope you will speak up voluntarily. Only when you come clean of your own accord will things end on a good note. Just then, a pair of fair, tender little hands silently emerged behind him. In the blink of an eye, little 17 had already crawled onto his body, flashing a bizarre and terrifying grin. Let's begin, hee. Meanwhile, outside the warehouse, Sister Snake was chatting with Gecko. Puffing on a cigar, she asked, Hey buddy, I still don't know your name? Gecko took the offered cigar and said calmly, I'm Zhang San and he's Li Si. Taking a single drag, he couldn't help but cough violently. Sister, is this stuff of yours moldy? Sister Snake replied calmly, These are vintage goods aged from before the Red Moon event. I used to hear a bit about your department and thought it was somewhat exaggerated, but seeing it with my own eyes today, staring down so many gun barrels without even blinking. Buddy, are there many people like you in Qinggong City? Today you must have been highly confident, feeling that no matter what happened you could take down a weak woman like me. Gecko sized up the woman before him and replied slowly, Highly confident, I can't say for sure, 50-50 at best. Since they were standing very close, his gaze couldn't help but wander down toward her voluptuous and proud curves, and then he pointed inside, but if it were our captain instead, he wouldn't just take you down, he'd take down absolutely everyone here. Sister Snake could tell as well. He was someone who absolutely couldn't stand it when people were unreasonable. Just then, a nearby man bowed respectfully and reported, We got the truth. Black 3 took a gold bar from a man wearing a red suit and then went completely mad, helping him buy off men and cover his tracks. Even now, he keeps insisting that he has found his true love. Sister Snake simply waved her hand with a cold snort. Taking bribes and falling for a trick, he got what he deserved. Make him swallow that gold bar back down. These people's methods are indeed quite terrifying, but clearly the two of you are even more formidable. Capturing someone so effortlessly, people like you must be highly valued in Qinggong City, right? Gecko smiled slightly upon hearing this and replied, Not necessarily. We do have some privileges in Qinggong which will make it easier to look out for your business in the future, big sister. Is that all? Gecko slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. That's only one of them. More importantly, we like staying in the city where we can work normal hours and buy groceries on the way home. When we feel like working, we take on some thrilling jobs. When we don't, we can just laze around at home all day, without having to stay as tense as fighting cocks every single day. Crucially, the girls on the streets won't be too scared to wear short skirts when going out. Sister Snake, this place of yours is indeed quite lively, but there is one bad thing about it. It's just too crazy. Just then, Sister Snake heard the report from her subordinate beside her. She turned to look at Gecko and questioned, What's the deal? Were all those things you shouted through the megaphone just now true? Gecko grinned upon hearing this. What are you thinking? That was all just to bluff you. Sister Snake stood in place, exhaling a thick puff of smoke. Just now you said we are too crazy. Aren't you people from the high-walled cities crazy too? For a moment, Gecko was a bit bewildered. What is she getting at? Does she not like hearing people boast? Right at that moment, an extremely painful shriek echoed from the warehouse, startling both of them. Gecko carefully stole a glance inside and said, Of course, we have some abnormal people over there too. Lu Xun mumbled as he walked out, dabbing at some wet blood with a small handkerchief, whispering under his breath, That really scared me to death. Gecko genuinely couldn't comprehend what this guy was actually afraid of. With such a horrific shriek, who was the one who should be terrified? Weren't you the one who tortured him into that state? Lu Xun walked up to them and said, I've asked everything I needed to. It looks like we have to set off immediately. We don't have time to take him back to Qinggong City. Can we lock him up here for now? Qinggong will send people over to pick him up. Sister Snake looked at him and said with a slight smile, Brother Li Si, do you trust me that much? Of course I do. However, Lu Xun actually had a question he desperately wanted to ask in his heart. Who on earth is Li Si? Sister Snake stood outside and peered into the warehouse saying, Brother, it's a good thing to trust me. But this guy looks abnormal now. Will I be able to keep him locked up? Inside, the man was shivering violently, crying out in sheer terror. Monsters! Monsters, they are all monsters, Lu Xun assured her with a deadpan expression. Don't worry, he's very normal now. Afterward, they climbed back into their familiar off-road vehicle. Sitting to the side, Lu Xun sighed with emotion. Sister Snake is really nice, so generous. I used to hear that folks in the wilderness were remarkably bold and generous. And sure enough, everyone is as reasonable as Sister Snake. Doing errands outside the city will be much smoother from now on. Gecko tilted his head and asked back, Are you praising Sister Snake like this just because she gifted you a motorcycle? Lu Xun sat to the side and replied, It's not just that. Sister Snake also stuffed all the valuable coalition dollars that guy had on him into our hands, enthusiastically promised to help send him back to Qinggong City, and even waived our fine for firing the gun. She filled our gas tank, replenished our food and water for free, and even gifted us some local specialties. Plus, she said she'll definitely partner with me when she goes to Qinggong City for business in the future. It's just a shame that due to the regulations I couldn't leave my number with her. Gecko chimed in from the side. Yeah, that's indeed a bit of a shame, Lu Xun suddenly said. You finally decided to speak up. Seeing how you've been completely silent since we left that town, I thought you were under some sort of influence and was quite worried about you. Gecko asked back, You care about me that much? Lu Xun replied with a serious face. Of course, you're the first peer colleague I met in the special department, my most frequent partner, and you've taught me quite a few things. It's only natural that I treat you as a friend and care about you. Honestly, back when I worked at the company, I didn't have this many friends. Afterward, the two continued chatting like close friends. Deeply moved, Gecko said, I really didn't expect that at first, but we're not just friends, we're brothers who have each other's backs. Exactly. Though I already have my family guarding my back, you can still leave yours to me. Gecko recalled something and asked, Your uncle, aunt and little sister, they won't mind, right? In the back seat, his mother softly advised, When spending time with friends, you shouldn't spill all your secrets at once, otherwise it might create a sense of distance instead. Lu Xun smiled and replied, Actually, it's quite funny. My ability is just slightly strange, that's all. I also know that sometimes people find me a bit abnormal. Hearing this, Gecko smiled slightly and replied, Don't worry, I've already heard about that. Previously at the Research Institute, a professor kept saying that your ability isn't the spider system at all, but rather family reunion. But I think you're actually quite normal on regular days. At most, it's just some of your family members who are a bit abnormal. The moment those words left his mouth, a sudden chill ran down Gecko's spine as if his life were facing some sort of fatal threat. Beside him, Lu Xun spoke up in warning. Don't mention this topic again in the future. All right, Gecko spoke up again to ask. By the way, what exactly did you interrogate out of him back in Inktown? Tell me quickly. Why are we in such a hurry to set off? Lu Xun also told him the details he had gathered with a serious face. That puppet system ability user is named Chen Zhang, 34 years old this year. He has been with 3 women but has no children yet. He was originally a resident of the high-walled city, but after awakening his ability, he made a fortune in the wilderness and has done plenty of shady deals in the West over the past few years. 3 years ago, he caught Qin Ran's eye. He usually calls Qin Ran boss. The two fought once, and he lost to Qin Ran, but Qin Ran didn't kill him. Instead, he invited him to join the Knights with Qin Ran as the captain, specifically tasked with executing various commissioned missions. Every time they receive a commission, Qin Ran sends them a telegram, and then they agree on a location to assemble. The tasks include assassination, escorting, searching for specific items and so on. This time they came to Qinggong specifically to obtain that painting, but he doesn't know who exactly commissioned it. Their squad has 100% trust in Qin Ran. This time they had 2 tasks. One was to record the procedural data after the Crying Boy's psychic pollution bomb detonated and submit it to the organization. As for the other task, he went mad too quickly before I could ask. According to his account, their squad has a total of 3 ability users and 4 experienced mercenaries. It could be confirmed that the Red Rose incident was caused by a member named Big Head Ghost. As for Qin Ran, he had only uttered 3 words, he can't be killed. Hearing this, Gecko couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, unkillable, does Qin Ran really resurrect like our internal speculations suggest? Are you sure he didn't lie? Lu Xun flipped open his notebook. According to that man's account, when he fought Qin Ran, before he could fully control the energy released by Qin Ran, he had already failed. However, fortunately, I managed to get another piece of information. I have found out Qin Ran's whereabouts, Lu Xun continued. Chen Zhang said, although Qin Ran didn't tell him where he was going this time, he knows Qin Ran has a persistent habit. Whenever this boss encounters danger, he always chooses a place to hide out for a few days until the heat dies down before taking action again. Where is it? At the end of National Highway 85, not far from the tobacco market. He said that place is called Happy Town. The car screeched to a sudden halt. The abrupt stop even threw little 17, who was sitting on the roof enjoying the view, right off. She scrambled back to her feet, while Gecko, completely blind to her furious glare, asked with a tremble, "Brother, are you sure it's that place?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Gecko reached out and pointed at the map. "Here." Lucien looked at the markings on it, somewhat puzzled. What did all those skull and crossbones drawings mean? "It means that you must absolutely never go near this place. Once you go in, you don't come out. Brother, although our Qinggang city has explored the surrounding major factions and ruined towns, there are still some extremely mysterious regions. To this day, we only know them as mysterious forbidden zones. Once you step into a forbidden zone, you either go mad or vanish entirely. Countless lives have been sacrificed for this, yet they couldn't even bring back a single shred of useful information. This happy town can even be considered one of the most dangerous places among them." Sitting in the back seat, his mother said happily, "I hear it's a wonderful place for a vacation. Am I right, dear?" Little 17 nodded happily in agreement. Sitting in the front seat, Lucien spoke up, "Then let's set off. Forbidden zone or not, we have to bring him back." Hearing these words, Gecko felt as if the end of the world had arrived. Instantly filled with despair, he thought to himself that he was absolutely doomed this time. The high-hanging red moon quietly watched over them. By now the two had gotten out of the car to rest and regroup by the roadside. Gecko dialed the headquarters number to report the latest situation. "We have cleared up the investigation. The prime suspect of the 818 incident in Qinggang's second satellite city, Qinran, is highly likely hiding in Happy Town. The members of the Special Operations Group suggest entering Happy Town to continue the investigation. Yes, as the deputy leader, I expressed strong opposition and even severely criticized him. But it was useless. He's the captain and insisted on having his own way. What do you mean by 'then you guys be careful'? Shouldn't you help me persuade him some more?" "Fine, I got it." Lucien, standing to the side, asked, "What did they say?" Gecko felt like he was about to lose his life here. "They said they'll transmit the dossier over, and added that investigating those mysterious regions along the way is actually quite good. As long as we bring back the records, it counts as a completed mission." "Wah!" Seeing his companion so pessimistic, Lucien offered some encouragement. It's fine. Let's get on the road quickly. I can read the files in the car." The vehicle sped forward once more. The files stated that this was an extremely dangerous area spanning roughly 50 square kilometers. Nearing the zone would reveal a powerful mental force field, causing symptoms like dizziness, nausea, fainting, auditory hallucinations, and limb convulsions. If one ventured deeper into the force field, their mind would be unable to return and would completely vanish. Lucien carefully read the files and pondered. To think such files actually exist, but they didn't look professional at all. He looked at the photos attached. The residents of Happy Town all had eerie smiles hanging on the corners of their mouths, but their faces were topped with a pair of dark, bruised-looking eyes. The files mentioned that anomalies in the town were first detected 10 years ago. It was isolated from the world, with minimal contact with the outside. However, occasionally, residents from the town would come out to obtain food and trade goods with the outside world. Some of these residents had been interrogated, but that very night, the personnel responsible for the interrogation and researching the Happy Town reports vanished simultaneously, never to be heard from again. Beside him, Gecko asked with extreme anxiety, "How do you feel after reading this? Do you regret it? There's too much nonsense in these files. It seems we still have to go take a look for ourselves." Afterward, they chose a spot to camp. Lucien suddenly spoke up at this point. "Since Happy Town is so dangerous, I might also face great danger, so I shouldn't drag you down. If anything really happens to you, I'll feel terribly guilty." Hearing this, Gecko grinned and replied, "Haha, look at what you're saying. If you didn't need my help, why would you bring me along?" Lucien replied with absolute seriousness, "To drive the car." Discovering he was actually just a driver, Gecko was instantly depressed. "Fine, I'll do whatever you say. Now let's hurry up and sleep to build up our strength. Sleep early." "I'll keep watch tonight." Time flew and it was soon the next morning. Gecko spoke up, "The car can't go any further ahead. We can only take the footpaths. All the necessary supplies are ready. Guns, special bullets, emergency antitoxin serum, and flares. I'll wait outside. If anything happens, send me a signal immediately." Little 17 and his mother also quickly set off. Lucien said, "All right, then I'll head over now. You watch yourself out here too." The little one walked in front, looking exceptionally excited. Off we go. Looking at the figure walking into the mist, Gecko couldn't help but admire his courage. But right after, he felt something was slightly off. Wait, no way, because he clearly saw two more silhouettes appear out of thin air beside him. How could there be two more shadows, one tall and one short? Could there be other people? Afterward, he muttered to himself in absolute terror, "Uncle, they've all walked over. Aren't you going over here?" Lucien held the little girl in his arms. Thinking the journey was longer than expected, his mother had disappeared from view after walking for a while, probably because it was hard to walk in high heels. Cradling little 17 in his arms, the little girl pointed excitedly ahead. "Brother, look!" Next, Lucien rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of exhaustion and sudden dizziness. "This place is indeed highly unusual," he sensed carefully, and the headache eased slightly. There was indeed something strange about this place. But the little one in his arms seemed exceptionally excited. "No way, I actually quite like it here." Lucien walked carefully across the grass before him. The puppet system ability user had already been captured, but the enemy still had 2 ability users and 4 fully armed mercenaries. Coupled with the bizarre nature of this town itself, they might run into trouble. Lucien thought to himself, "Before leaving home last time, we promised father to let mother come help." "Sister, are you afraid of him?" Hearing this question, little 17 smiled sweetly. "Him? When I grow up, I'll definitely turn him into a toy and beat him up every day. Actually, I've never been afraid of him." Afterward, they came to a field where many people were gathered. The little girl pointed ahead with her finger. "Brother, look, are we there? How strange." It was clearly still morning when he parted with Gecko, but now the red moon had already risen. Had he really stayed here for an entire day? He did have a headache and felt dizzy when entering, but the symptoms were mild and he easily powered through them. Night fell quite fast here. Just then, he saw a group of people ahead working hard in an extremely bizarre manner. He couldn't help but praise, "Working even at this hour, what an industrious group of people." Lucien quickly walked over to a nearby girl and greeted her. "Hello, is this Happy Town? I'd like to ask you about someone." This person, however, there was only dead silence from the other party. She completely ignored him. Lucien was at a loss. Left with no choice, he could only pull out some money, hand it to her, and ask again, "Can you tell me now? This is 50 yuan. It really hurt to part with it. But thankfully he could get it reimbursed when he returned. The other party accepted the bill but still remained silent, refusing to utter a single word. Lucien was completely out of options. "Fine, if you don't want to talk, forget it." So he quickly reached out for the bill, looking extremely reluctant as he tried to pull the money back. "Since you aren't answering, give me back my money." Left with no choice, Lucien could only turn around and leave. Although he had gotten the money back, he felt a bit annoyed. "Forget it. Since you won't talk, I'll search for him myself." Meanwhile, the other party's gaze remained locked onto him with a death stare. He walked down the streets of the town, feeling its scale was quite massive, as if it could accommodate tens of thousands of people. He reached out and grabbed the handle of a door ahead. The town was far too quiet. Were Chin Ran and his crew hiding in one of these houses? Suddenly, the familiar sharp snip of scissors cutting through something echoed from behind. His mother appeared behind him with a smile. "Just now, some filthy thing almost got on you. This town is really not bad. The houses are beautiful, the flowers are well cultivated, and most importantly, it's very clean. Compared to that messy ink town, this place is simply heaven. Yeah, and the people here are very nice and amiable." Just then, a sudden commotion came from behind. His mother chimed in. "Yes, extremely amiable." Before her voice could even fade, that group of people from earlier had actually brandished weapons, appearing behind them in unison. What was going on? Why did they suddenly turn into this? They were clearly quite polite earlier. Seeing her son look at her, his mother explained somewhat innocently, "This has nothing to do with me, you know." Lucien pondered this carefully. Even though his mother denied it, this sudden change was clearly related to her. Earlier, because she didn't want the filthy thing to get on them, she had snipped it with her scissors. Was it because some connection was cut that these people became hostile toward them? Lucien spoke up, "It looks like they won't charge at us immediately. Finding Chin Ran is still the priority, but the people here are quite hard to communicate with, so we can only search house by house." His mother smiled and said to him, "Actually, Mom arrived even earlier than you did. When you 2 siblings were robbing that girl's money just now, I had already entered the town. I remember not every house had its lights on earlier." Hearing this, Lucien raised his eyebrows and asked, "A house with lights on? Which one?" His mother smiled and pointed in a certain direction. Mom didn't see too clearly. "I was too busy looking at those beautiful flowers. It seemed to be over there. Come, let's go take a look." The group quickly walked forward. Lucien remained vigilant of the crowd behind them, though thankfully his mother and sister were by his side. Lucien noticed the little one next to him and teased her to talk. "There are so many bad guys this time. Why aren't you clamoring for toys? They are already toys." "I don't care for things other people have already played with," his mother beside them also said with a smile. "I only remember it was roughly around here. As for which exact house it was, I can't quite recall." At this moment, she waved her scissors once more, cutting some invisible things from Lucien's body. Lucien suddenly asked, "Do you smell a fragrance?" It was the aroma of meat, which reminded him of the first time he encountered Chin Ran in the second satellite city. That guy felt like he could never eat his fill. They had to be nearby. It would be best to find them immediately, otherwise the people hiding inside might take the opportunity to slip away. Just then, a dirty little boy suddenly walked up to him and called out, "Uncle!" The little boy reached out his black filthy hands and handed over 2 apples. "Uncle, have some apples." Lu Xun was slightly stunned by this form of address, thinking to himself, what an impolite child. "Who are you calling uncle? Can't you call me brother?" Lu Xun, of course, naturally accepted the apples, and a sudden spark of inspiration hit him. He said, "I know how to find Qin Ran among these houses. Those pine trees planted on the back hill burn very easily. We can pile a few of them around these houses and set them on fire. That way we won't need to push open door after door. The people inside will run out on their own." Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from the side, "You won't do that." Qin Ran pushed open the door and stepped out of a house, a faint red mist drifting in the air. Lu Xun threw his backpack onto the ground and spoke up. "I've been looking for you for days," Qin Ran replied calmly. "Since you could find this place, it means Chen Zhang has already fallen into your hands. He's a pretty good guy, and he doesn't fear pain. We had an agreement. If he falls into enemy hands, as long as he holds out for 3 days, he can confess everything. But I didn't expect you to find this place so quickly." Finally, he added, "I'm quite curious, what exactly did you do to him?" Hearing this, Lu Xun didn't hide it either. "I didn't do anything to him at all. He confessed on his own initiative. You committed heinous crimes in Qinggang and killed so many people. Did you never think we would come knocking on your door?" Qin Ran was slightly surprised. "You chased me all this way just for those few people from Qinggang? I thought you were pursuing me relentlessly because you discovered the value of that painting," Lu Xun said. "I indeed have that intention. Since the painting is in your hands, it must be brought back. But the most important thing is still you and the other 6 members." Hearing this, he burst into a hearty laugh. "Brother, surely not. You chased me all this way just for those few lives. Since you are an ability user, you are like a god in the eyes of ordinary people. The world beneath the red moon belongs to us, and we can do whatever we want." Little 17 had already crawled onto his shoulder at this moment and said, "They are all living human beings. You should read more books. Books say there are no gods in this world. Even if there were, they would definitely not be like you. At most, you're just a lunatic." Knowing what he planned to do, his mother behind him softly reminded, "Be careful." Lu Xun's pupils reflected Qin Ran's distorted face, while the other party stood with hands in pockets looking at Lu Xun with a cold, sinister smile. There was absolutely no trace of fear or retreat on the other party's face. Lu Xun sidestepped slightly to dodge the incoming bullet, hardening his resolve. "I absolutely cannot back down. If I do, Qin Ran will escape." Seeing that he had made up his mind, his mother behind him finally spoke. "Go ahead." She looked at her son gently and said softly, "Go do what you must." Before her voice could even fade, Lu Xun's figure had already charged out like lightning. What system of ability user Qin Ran actually was not written in the files at all. Although he didn't know how to completely destroy him, breaking his spine first was definitely the right move. In an instant he closed in right before Qin Ran, swiftly raising his hand to smash down. That terrifying speed made Qin Ran lose his color in shock, frantically aiming his gun forward. What? Lu Xun's palm was closing in on the target, inch by inch. In a split second, Lu Xun's arm pierced straight through Qin Ran's chest like an unstoppable force, simply and brutally aiming straight for his heart and lungs. His hand penetrated Qin Ran's chest cavity, directly gripping the still beating organ inside. However, even with his heart physically ripped out of his chest, Qin Ran still stood there as if nothing had happened, letting out a sinister sneer. Seeing this, his mother let out a helpless sigh, and Lu Xun himself was stunned, staring blankly at the bloody object in his hand. What should he do? After snapping out of it, he hurriedly stuffed the heart back into Qin Ran's chest cavity, unable to help but curse in a low voice. "Damn it, I went a bit too heavy with my hands. Thankfully I didn't crush it. It should still work like this, right?" He fell into deep thought. The previous number 041 pollution incident on the surface appeared to be Kui Wong killing someone and turning into Qin Ran, followed by people coming to seek revenge, and then discovering the source of pollution at the bottom of the lake. All of this had only begun after he was killed. This time, Qin Ran had also died here. What would happen next? Just then, 2 sprouts suddenly grew frantically from Qin Ran's dead corpse. They continuously budded and sprouted branches at a terrifying speed, growing larger and larger. Sensing the anomaly, Lu Xun leaped backward violently, shouting aloud, "Not good?" The plant writhed wildly in the air as if it were alive. Lu Xun raised his hand to chop off a branch, filled with immense shock. These severed vines actually possessed extremely powerful vitality. He suddenly realized something. No, this guy's target isn't me at all. It's the residents of the town. He whipped his head back, only to find that countless thick vines had unfurled at some point, tightly binding a crowd of nearby residents. Strangled by the neck, the trapped people struggled in agony, unable to breathe. Their eyes were filled with bloodshot veins as they looked at the scene in absolute terror. Just then, a man suddenly swung his hand to cut the vines binding his body. Charging forward, Zhang Sehuo, how dare you harm me? 17, who was clinging to Lu Xin's back, also sensed the anomaly. That guy had mistaken Lu Xin for Qin Ran, realizing that he absolutely couldn't be killed. It was just like how Kui Wang had turned into Qin Ran before, killing one only brought another, and the numbers would only keep growing. The man suddenly raised his blade, pressing it against his own neck, and roared hysterically, Zhang Sehuo, I will kill you. Even if I die, I will kill you. Lu Xin's eyes narrowed slightly. Self-destruction, the people locked in the warehouse after realizing revenge was hopeless, had begun to attack and devour each other to complete their revenge before being eliminated. Could it be that the townspeople, seeing that they couldn't kill him, were trying to achieve their goal through suicide? Just then, the bizarre tree moved again, targeting the nearby people and stretching out another branch. In the next second, countless townspeople with eerie expressions were instantly bound tightly by it. Lu Xin felt a surge of irritation. The townspeople here were too foolish, willingly becoming Qin Ran's nourishment. Had he hidden here precisely because the townspeople possessed this trait? He had to cut off this phase and tear the corpse to pieces directly. At this moment his mother did not seem surprised. Instead, she explained calmly, tearing him apart now would actually help him spread. Behind him, little 17 grew anxious as well. Brother, let's rush him. Hearing his mother's words, Lu Xin hesitated. But if he didn't tear him apart just then, the silhouette of Lu Xin's father suddenly manifested, preparing to take matters into his own hands. Lu Xin thought deeply. No, the timing isn't right. Father has no patience to hunt down those Avengers. He will only crush them quickly, which would instead crazily enhance Qin Ran's infectious capability. These two guys are a perfect match. Before long, everyone will be infected. He thought about it again. Should he just let his sister eat more and chew up this bizarre tree directly? But this Qin Ran was different from the last one. His sister might have trouble digesting him, and any option seemed troublesome. Ultimately, he murmured to himself, making a decision. Looks like I can only handle this myself first. He leapt, dodging the crowd's attacks. Qin Ran's ability was that once killed by someone else, he would turn into a source of pollution and spread to everyone, making them a part of him. As he dodged the attacks, he analyzed silently. But why are those infected people going to seek revenge on Qin Ran? Why is the rate of pollution so much faster this time? After a while, Lu Xin's mother finally couldn't stand watching any longer and spoke up. Why do you insist on analyzing this as his ability? She cast a brief glance and suggested, why can't it be the price he must pay? She looked at the townspeople who had lost their minds, single-mindedly seeking revenge. Lu Xin suddenly came to a realization. While Qin Ran transformed into a source of pollution to devour the mental energy of those around him, he also made them a part of himself. But these people hated him to the bone and desperately wanted to kill him. This was the price he had to pay for polluting others. Looking at the bizarre tree that was continuously growing and expanding ahead, the key for Qin Ran was how to eliminate these people's hatred and successfully devour them. Therefore, he had transferred their hatred onto Lu Xin, causing the townspeople to see Lu Xin as Qin Ran, which was why they were coming to seek revenge on him. Lu Xin thought as he dodged the townspeople, this was like a curse, and the most critical link of the chain was on himself. But how exactly did Qin Ran transfer the hatred to him? Just then, Lu Xin's mother somehow produced a pair of scissors and quietly walked up behind him. Found it behind him. Little 17 also laughed with excitement. In the next second, with a gentle flick of her hand, the scissors snipped with a snip. A painful shriek instantly rang out in the air, and a human face was forcibly peeled away from his body. Lu Xin was pale with shock. It was actually Qin Ran's face. When had it grown on his body? His sister, little 17, pounced onto his shoulder. Brother, it doesn't hurt anymore, his mother spoke up. Qin Ran did this precisely to shift the townspeople's hatred onto you. The crowd of townspeople was still roaring frantically. Zhang Sehuo, I'll never let you go. Die, I will swallow you alive. But right after, everyone gradually lowered their weapons. Seeing this scene, a wave of lingering fear washed over Lu Xin. The way Kui Wang had turned into Qin Ran back then followed the exact same logic. Without his mother's assistance by his side, he probably wouldn't have escaped either. At this moment, the townspeople's faces gradually shriveled up, and they stuffed the piece of human skin they had just picked up into their mouths. It seemed that once they devoured that piece of human skin, it was equivalent to completing their revenge, and their resentment dissipated with it. Paying no mind to little 17 who had already run off, Lu Xin murmured to himself, now that the pollution has stopped, what will happen? Suddenly, a human face emerged on the trunk of the bizarre tree and slowly spoke. Incredible. This is the first time I've felt myself grow so fast. My growth rate is directly proportional to the mental magnitude of the cursed target, he praised continuously. Just how powerful are you to allow me to complete pollution number 5 so quickly? You really are special. At the final moment, the escape from the laboratory mission was actually completed in such an unexpected way. Hearing this, Lu Xin's heart jolted slightly. Escape from the laboratory, his mother crossed her arms and announced coldly, "It is time for this to end." The moment her voice fell, he charged forward immediately. Yes, his face is about to disappear. Every ability system possessed 3 abilities. If Qin Ran's abilities were curse and human-shaped fruit tree, then what would his third ability be? Not far away, a dark shadow slowly poked its head out. In the next second, the person shouted, trying to stop him, "You are not allowed to hurt him." Big Head Ghost suddenly grinned, revealing a sinister smile. "Next, you must obediently listen to me." Looking at this sudden newcomer, Lu Xin eyed him sideways, thinking this big head actually looked quite cute. Suddenly, Qin Ran's face on the tree trunk spoke, "You seem to have taken a fruit you shouldn't have taken." Before he could even finish his sentence, a hand shot out with thunderous force, locking onto his neck in a death grip. Qin Ran clearly hadn't expected Lu Xin to strike directly, roaring in terror, "What on earth is going on?" Lu Xin deduced unhurriedly, "You must be the guy who spread the red roses in Qinggang, right? Once someone accepts your things, they will start to develop a favorable impression of you." Chen Zhang used the same trick. A flash of realization crossed Lu Xin's eyes. "My sister has already gone to find him." Little 17 had already gone to approach the target. "You probably don't know what my sister does when she encounters something she likes." Hearing this, Qin Ran cursed with difficulty. "Screw your sister, your ability is definitely spider system." Just then, Lu Xin seemed to lose his patience completely. Applying force with his hand, he violently dragged the person hidden in the tree trunk out. "It seems you know nothing either." Showing no mercy, he slammed Qin Ran's body hard onto the ground. Looking at the lifeless tree man, he murmured, "This Qin Ran is dead." Suddenly, countless different tree men poured out continuously from the trunk, staring dead at him with crimson eyes. They charged frantically toward Lu Xin, who cursed inwardly. Shoot! Qin Ran was dead, and all these human-shaped fruits would transform into him. He dodged the attacks agilely. Since his sister wasn't here, his own body wasn't flexible enough to completely avoid all the onslaughts. When he rolled up his sleeves, he discovered that a human face had already grown on his arm. Every spot that had been touched now grew Qin Ran's face. Meanwhile, the human-shaped fruit tree became increasingly massive over time, its branches continuously extending to grab the corpses of nearby townspeople. Countless tree men crawled out of those corpses, growing rapidly and roaring madly, "I am you, you are me, give yourself to me, give myself to you." Lu Xin was completely surrounded by them now. Would he turn into Qin Ran too? His mother gently comforted him from the side. "How could that be? It seems it's time." Her voice sounded calmly. "This trip was originally meant to let him out to get some fresh air and relax. If he is bottled up for too long, he will throw a massive fit, and that would cause a lot of trouble." Soon, the tall, imposing silhouette of Lu Xin's father appeared behind him. A blood-red full moon hung high in the night sky. The atmosphere here was eerie beyond description. In a house not far away, Big Head Ghost was filled with confusion. Unable to understand why it had no effect, he was thoroughly perplexed. "I clearly saw with my own eyes that little boy handing the apples to that ability user. He shouldn't have been able to refuse me just now. It seems I didn't help out this time. Do I need to find a new boss?" Just then, a burst of cheerful laughter suddenly echoed from behind him. When Big Head Ghost turned around, he discovered that a pair of eyes had appeared in the crack of the door at some point, silently watching him from the darkness. "Little brother," he shrieked in terror. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a crisp child's voice sounded behind him again. "I really like that person." Scared out of his wits, Big Head Ghost hurriedly backed away. "What kind of monster are you?" Immediately after, his body began to distort violently, and he crashed heavily to the ground. His face was written all over with terror as he screamed hysterically, "No, no!" By this time, little 17 had already closed in on Big Head Ghost, grinning to reveal her teeth as she laughed with excitement. "You are so cute. Now you are my toy." The little girl kept muttering, "Little doll, don't be afraid. Daddy is about to come out. He's very fierce, but don't worry. I will protect the little doll." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "So I'll kill you first. Don't be afraid. Once you have more wounds, it won't feel painful anymore." In the next second, a piercing, miserable shriek echoed through the dead silent space. "No!" Meanwhile, outside, Qin Ran, who had recoalesced into a physical entity, was standing among the crowd of human-shaped fruit trees, muttering under his breath. "Big Head Ghost," he frowned. Having used his third ability, he didn't know how many more versions of me would split and grow. Fortunately, his main consciousness was the strongest, giving him the highest hope of becoming the truest original. Given the current situation, he had to leave before that thing fully woke up. Looking at the silhouette rapidly growing and expanding in the distance, Qin Ran felt a wave of doubt. What on earth is that guy? Suddenly, Lu Xin, who had kept his eyes tightly closed, snapped them open. Almost at the exact same time, the vines tightly binding him snapped completely. Following that, a hearty and wild laugh rang out. I'm finally out. The crowd of tree men instantly sensed something was wrong. How could he forcibly expel us? How did he do it? That is my will, clinging onto him in a death grip. This is absolutely impossible. Just now I clearly had the upper hand. What on earth is going on? Before they could even finish speaking, Lu Xun, with his eyes glowing crimson, mocked with absolute disdain. A bunch of trash. Robbers who barge into someone else's home without the owner's permission deserve to die. Soon, Lu Xun's body began to move under his father's control. Those vines also thrashed wildly, preparing to launch an attack. For a moment the air was filled with low growls and arrogant laughter. In the blink of an eye, those tree men were grabbed in a death grip. Father stuffed them directly into his mouth, taking a savage bite. Similarly, Lu Xun matched the movement, grabbing tree men and stuffing them into his mouth. What, do you still feel disgusted, weak and pathetic yourself? You can't even be called a delicacy. He seemed to have his mood ruined by this absolutely atrocious taste. Lu Xun, or more accurately, the body forcibly controlled by his father, raised his arm high after letting out a deafening roar of trash. In the next second, he slammed the tree man in his hand viciously onto the ground, causing them to shriek frantically in agony. A twisted yet satisfied smile appeared on Lu Xun's face. You bunch of trash, your only value is that when you are destroyed, your screams of agony sound somewhat pleasant. Seeing this, the controlled townspeople nearby also stopped their movements, looking over in terror. Monster. Looking at the tall and massive silhouette of Lu Xun's father, his mother silently praised in her heart. This was the true monster. Then she turned her head to look behind her. What is that you're holding in your arms? Little 17 clutched Big Head Ghost's head tightly, replying with a low murmur, I like him. I don't want Daddy to hurt him. His mother quickly stepped forward. Oh dear, you shouldn't fall in love so early. That's what bad kids do. With that, she grabbed her small hand and led her away. Little 17 asked in confusion, Will brother become different? She quickly received a gentle reply. Brother will always be brother. But for now we had better stay a little further away from him. On the other side, the group of tree men felt that overwhelming, terrifying power, trembling all over in fear. We'd better run away quickly. Although we are only insignificant existences, we should unite and make him die first. With that, they charged once more. A torrent of green energy surged out, instantly colliding with the heavenly terrifying power of Lu Xun and his father. Father seemed to find it highly amusing. Is your ability immortality? I love immortal existences the most. He gripped the thick tree trunk tightly, his icy voice remaining calm as he spoke. Because only this way can you be perpetually immersed in fear. Witnessing this scene, Qin knew with absolute certainty that he was no match for this guy. He scrambled to escape in a panic. I don't care about you guys anymore. I'm pulling out first. He didn't know how long had passed when he escaped to a nearby pile of ruins. The space here was exceptionally dead silent, save for the faint deafening screams echoing from afar. This version of Qin had already disguised himself, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. Damn it, that is the true monster. Thankfully I was quick-witted enough to cut the sensory link and escape in time. However, completely beyond his expectations, two silhouettes materialized out of thin air before him, accompanied by waves of malicious laughter. Meanwhile, deep within a grand and magnificent castle, a somewhat impatient complaint echoed, too noisy. In the depths of the dim room, a monster whose lower half was covered in eyes and sharp, giant claws was grumbling irritably. It's really too noisy. Lu Xun's mother crossed her arms, asking Qin in front of her with an elegant and indifferent demeanor, Excuse me, whose commission did you accept to come investigate the fellow who escaped from the laboratory? Standing to the side, little 17 also laughed with schadenfreude. Qin suddenly leaned back, drawing his gun and firing a bullet forward. Die! Seeing this, little 17 quickly hid behind her mother. Facing the bullet tearing through the wilderness toward her, his mother remained completely unfazed, standing calmly in place. Seeing this bizarre scene, Qin, who was hiding beneath the flower bushes, couldn't help but feel a surge of panic and bewilderment. This is a specially made bullet. Logically, it should have exploded. The scattering fragments should have erupted into a blue electric light sphere, instantly destroying everything around. But now it hung suspended in midair. Lu Xun's mother reached out a slender, delicate hand with indifference, gently flicking the suspended bullet away. How did you do that? Sensing a surge of energy gathering behind her, little 17 turned her head curiously to watch. Her mother looked at the terrified Qin before her with some displeasure, adding, Can't you at least die with some dignity? On the other side, Lu Xun and his father were launching a furious assault with thunderous momentum, the air filled with sharp, angry curses. Trash, annoying pest, garbage, stray dog. The father and son seemed completely enraged by the opponent's shameless behavior, roaring frantically. We hate cowards who run away the most. The father and son seemed to fuse into one, gathering a terrifying force that cracked the ground inch by inch, sending dust flying. The messy ruins they created actually helped them discover some clues. Joyous predator-like smiles of ecstasy appeared on the faces of both Lu Xun and his father. Someone was still hiding there, having found their last prey. The two sprinted at full speed across the cracking ground, shattering pebbles in their wake. Father's giant clawed foot crushed everything on the path to pieces. In Happy Town, the townspeople holding wooden clubs with fierce expressions clenched their teeth, staring with faces full of rage. Seeing this, Lu Xun's mother and little 17 couldn't help but wear practiced smiles. On the opposite side, Ran whipped his head around, staring in sheer terror as realization suddenly hit him. I finally understand a little bit now. His eyes bulged as he roared through gritted teeth. Who the fuck are you guys? Which damn bastard gave you the codename Solo? Meanwhile, Lu Xun and his father had already stood behind him. Got you. Ran went limp as if he had long anticipated his end. He turned his head with difficulty, fine sweat already breaking out on his forehead, and said with a trembling voice, "Is he actually the ability user codenamed Tyrant? So the experiment back then." His mother's face suddenly turned solemn and puzzled. Before Ran could even finish his sentence, his father's massive arm violently reached out, locking onto Ran's neck. "But you absolutely cannot kill me." Under the gaze of the crowd, Ran's body was lifted into the air by his father with a single hand. He struggled and roared, "Do you know why I chose to hide in this godforsaken place of all places? Because this is Happy Town and the noble queen is sleeping here." The townspeople holding shovels and hoes had extremely bizarre and happy smiles on their faces. "Everyone in this town is her subject, and so am I." At this moment, father coldly swept his gaze over the surrounding desolate, ruined, and withered scenery. "You have already awakened her." The soldiers in military uniforms lay scattered on the ground unconscious, while thousands of townspeople stood lined up neatly like a mighty army ready for battle. They spat out their sharp tongues, their hollow eyes staring in unison toward a certain spot. In front of the castle gates, the bodies of the townspeople and soldiers began to gradually mutate, as if turning into puppets manipulated by some invisible force. After hearing Lu Xun's explanation, his mother gradually came to understand. "So that's how it is," little 17 clapped and cheered with innocent glee. "How fun!" Beneath the cracked glass, Ran tilted his head back in agony, letting out a hysterical wail. Above the castle, a queen with a displeased expression and noble bearing slowly emerged, her gaze cold and haughty. At this moment she was riding a bizarre, mountainously massive beast. There was no doubt that she was one of the most powerful abyss sovereigns with the widest domain of dominion in this forbidden zone. Ran suddenly let out a burst of mad, smug laughter, pointing mockingly toward the castle. "I am already her subject now. Are you sure you dare to kill me right under the queen's nose?" Hearing his provocation, Lu Xun and his father were dazed for a moment, while Ran inwardly rejoiced at his wise choice. Fortunately, he had chosen this godforsaken place for refuge from the start. He had hoped to use the queen's terrifying power to cut off all pursuing forces, but even now, he couldn't be entirely sure if he could escape unscathed. However, Lu Xun completely ignored his threat. The terrifying power within him erupted violently, and he barked coldly, "You monster, how dare you try to publicly provoke the queen?" Seeing this, the smirk on Ran's face vanished instantly, replaced by unbelievable panic. The residents of Happy Town swarmed over like a tide, brandishing agricultural tools. Meanwhile, the queen, riding the mountainously massive beast, slowly approached, followed by a dense mass of town residents. Lu Xun's family stood side by side in the center of the street, looking at him coldly. It turned out that everyone here was willing to sacrifice their lives just to become her subjects. And those houses with closed doors and no lights were where the real townspeople were hiding. Lu Xun continued to explain his deduction. The secret of Happy Town was actually incredibly simple. As the cold queen rode upon her bizarre beast, he went on, "A queen was born here who can influence everyone. They all view her as their ruler, representing a singular will. The residents here believe serving the queen is a blissful thing. She is one of the most powerful, mysterious creatures, the Queen of Happy Town." Lu Xun's gaze turned exceptionally sharp. "At a time like this, I must stand with my family." The whole family is huddled close, everyone already poised for battle, in the howling wind that threatened to blow everything away. Ran clutched his head, lost in thought. This was absolutely impossible. Could the information he had received be fake? How could this be? Shouldn't he be clashing with the queen right now? Had he already reached the second stage? The faces of Lu Xun's family materialized alongside the queen. Would they fight? Lu Xun's eyes turned crimson. He pondered, recalling the enemies he had faced in the past. The monster before him might be the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. Once again, he felt a sudden urge to flee, but in this battle he had to stand by his family and fight alongside them. He absolutely could not back down at a moment like this. Lu Xun's mother offered a slight smile as she stood before the queen. She seemed to have no fear at all as she spoke. "Hello, your little town is truly beautiful." Seeing her bewildered expression, his mother offered a few gentle words of comfort. Reaching up to tidy her hair, her cheeks slightly flushed, she continued, "Our family is just here on vacation and we're helping our child with some work along the way." She extended a hand toward the queen, while her other hand still gripped her weapon tightly, having accidentally intruded upon the queen's territory. "We are terribly sorry, but this place really is beautiful, especially these flowers." Lu Xun watched in some bewilderment as his mother conversed naturally with the queen. Just then, the queen suddenly spoke. "Thank you." His mother raised a finger and offered a few suggestions. "However, these flowers are all pink, which is a bit monotonous. I think if you could plant some blue irises in the garden, it would definitely be much prettier." The queen scratched her head in slight embarrassment. "I also think only planting pink flowers is a bit monotonous, but I can't find any other flower seeds to plant." His mother replied immediately. "Seeds are very easy to find. The high-wall cities have plenty of them." With that, she shot Lu Xun a knowing look. Lu Xun stared into his mother's eyes and called out, "Mom," she replied, "I understand." His mother happily offered a few more suggestions and the queen listened very intently. This harmonious, amicable scene left Qin Ran, who was watching from the side, utterly dumbstruck. He couldn't help but cry out in shock. They were actually just chatting. My entire worldview is about to collapse. The armed soldiers slowly lowered their weapons, and the residents of Happy Town gradually dispersed. His mother said rather apologetically, "I'm so sorry for breaking your things. It seems you'll have to repair them yourself." Finally, she concluded with, "But if there's a chance in the future, I'll come visit and play with you again." The queen turned around and replied, "All right, I will host you well." Then the queen turned and slowly walked away, leaving Qin Ran slumped on the ground in utter bewilderment. Immediately after, all four members of Lu Xun's family turned their heads to look at him, eerie grins spreading across their faces. Lu Xun swept a glance over Qin Ran and spoke slowly. "I have some things to ask you." Hearing this, Lu Xun's father objected. "He's such useless trash, what is there to ask? Kill him. Killing him is the only way to make a clean sweep." With that, his father reached out toward Qin Ran, who shrank into a terrified ball. Lu Xun grabbed his own left arm, barking in a deep voice to stop him. A violent, savage light flashed in his father's eyes. Without hesitation, he pinned his son to the ground, roaring and cursing frantically at Lu Xun. "Trash, trash, you are trash too, a cowardly, weak piece of trash," his mother spoke up from behind. "It's time for you to go back," his father shot back. "Go back? I don't want to go back this time." Lu Xun struggled to support his body. Realizing in his mind that his body was no longer under his control, he shut his eyes tightly, beads of sweat breaking out on his face. His left hand, braced against the ground, trembled violently and uncontrollably. But he still silently urged himself in his mind, "No, the more it's a moment like this, the less I can back down. I must control my left hand." Beside them, little 17 also glared at him in anger. "I won't let you bully brother." His mother looked at his father and asked seriously, "Are you actually angry or are you afraid? Where do you want to run to? We are a family. If even a family cannot protect each other, who else in this world can you trust?" His father let out a long, frenzied roar. Mingled within it was his mother's reprimand. "Do you really want this family to fall apart right now?" 17 spoke up, expressing her desire. "I want to turn him into a toy, the kind of toy that will never move." The queen, who hadn't walked far yet, spoke up once more. Lu Xun's parents were startled and turned to look at her, but she simply extended a hand and said, "Could you not argue here?" His father's towering figure stepped behind a certain door, but before leaving he still stubbornly muttered, "I won't change my mind. He is just useless trash. We are protecting him now, but sooner or later he will kill us all. By then it will be too late for regrets." Before leaving, he cast one final cold glare. The door slammed shut, hiding his father's figure. Lu Xun breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Was it over? 17 grabbed his arm with concern. "Brother," his mother turned her head at this moment and waved at the queen. "It's over." "Thank you." The other party smiled and gave a thumbs up. His mother walked over to Lu Xun's side and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Lu Xun replied, "He did a lot of bad things in Qinggang. I want to take him back, retrieve the stolen items, and hand them over to headquarters. But just now I heard him mention something related to me. I want to get a clear answer." Slumped on the ground, Qin Ran answered quite candidly, "That's right, I do know some things." "In your own eyes, what kind of state do you think you are in?" His face was covered in sweat and his eyes revealed deep terror. "But this was all an act." "Actually you?" Qin Ran cried out in terror. "But all of this was completely fake. In truth, you," meanwhile, his mother and little 17 opposite him were smiling faintly. The scissors in his mother's hand snipped an invisible thread, and Qin Ran instantly clutched his neck, thinking to himself in discomfort, "Why can't I suddenly speak?" His mother looked at her son and said, "That painting is right in his briefcase. And inside, there is also other information about that crying boy, as well as some things related to you. You can look at the documents directly. It's much more reliable than hearing it from his own mouth." With that, she smiled so widely her eyes narrowed into two slits. "But you must promise me one thing." Wait until you reach the second stage before you look at the documents in the briefcase. Finally, she concluded in a mysterious tone, otherwise you won't be able to bear it. Lu Xin's face was filled with bewilderment, not understanding his mother's meaning, but on the surface he still replied, I promise you. His mother smiled and went on, good boy, also we can't bring this guy's mental body back, and this body of his has actually already become a toy for our family. Taking it away directly would be too impolite. At the same time, 17 grinned eerily as she reached her hand toward Qin Ran. Qin Ran's face clearly reflected the shadow of 17's bizarre, sinister smile, and his mother's voice rang in his ears, so let's leave him for little sister to play with. Next, Qin Ran's body could be seen completely dissolving into countless fine specks of light. Under the crimson moonlight, 1 or 2 cars were driving along a path deep in the forest. Lu Xin stood at an intersection not far from the vehicles, muttering in a low voice, just now Mom said Dad was feeling a bit unwell again, and she didn't feel right leaving him home alone, so she already took little sister back first. It's so quiet here. It would be nice to have someone to chat with. Suddenly, the moving vehicles came to a halt right in front of him. Gecko poked his head out of the car window and asked, age, name, gender. Lu Xin gave a somewhat helpless smile. All right, stop joking. Gecko climbed out of the car. We can't be too careful. So the matter has been resolved? Lu Xin raised the briefcase in his hand. Yeah, both ability users have been dealt with. The things they stole from Qinggang are all in here. Additionally, the reconnaissance mission in Happy Town can be considered a complete success. Gecko gave a wry smile. Is this what you call resolved? Lu Xin scratched his cheek. Yes. Gecko placed his hand by his temple and reported with extreme seriousness, reporting to the captain, upon receiving your instructions earlier I immediately charged forward, and after spotting 4 fleeing mercenaries, I immediately pursued them, ultimately neutralizing 3 and capturing 1 alive. The captive is currently tied up in the back seat. Please get in the vehicle to inspect. Lu Xin said with some helplessness. No need to be so formal. The car door was then shut. Gecko sat in the driver's seat, pointing to the back row with a grin. Heh, to save some unnecessary trouble, I just knocked him straight out. Oh right, he suddenly asked. Do you need me to throw him into the trunk in the back to save the seats for uncle, auntie and little sister? Lu Xin replied. No need, but there is one more thing. Where are the items they seized? Gecko grinned, casually tossing and catching a hand grenade, showing off his spoils of war. Lu Xin watched him tossing the grenade and instantly felt a jolt of anxiety. Put that away quickly. Putting the grenade back in its place, Gecko teased, Captain, you can handle tens of thousands of mental pollutions all by yourself, yet you're afraid of this little thing? He suddenly asked with a serious face. What about their vehicles? They rode 4 motorcycles when they fled. Hearing Lu Xin's words, Gecko scratched his head with some hesitation. Brother Lu, we can't bring them back either, so we'll just have to leave them by the roadside. A spark of inspiration flashed in Lu Xin's mind and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yeah, true, but I have a way. Gecko was left a bit bewildered upon hearing this. A moment later, in the night sky dyed crimson by the moonlight, 3 helicopters could be seen circling. Shortly after, several men clad in full individual combat armor arrived to report to Lu Xin. Beside them, Gecko's jaw had practically dropped to the ground. In this middle of nowhere, where on earth did this support squad come from? Lu Xin wore an extremely bright smile as he pointed in a direction. There are 4 motorcycles over that way. Could you please bring them back for us on your way? Beside him, Gecko rolled his eyes hard, completely speechless. Brother, you are truly something else. Gives a thumbs up. Qinggang's second satellite city. Lu Xin walked in front while Gecko followed behind, dragging the newly captured prisoner. Before them a group of people was waiting. Chen Jing raised her arm to check her watch and said, from the moment you set out to your return. It only took 54 minutes and 13 seconds, which is half of the originally estimated time. If this news reaches the ears of those professors, they will probably bicker and scratch their heads raw again trying to decide what rating to give you. That exact scene immediately popped into Lu Xin's mind, and he could only laugh embarrassedly. Chen Jing stood with her arms crossed and said, All right, report on the mission's progress. Lu Xin honestly and without reservation reported all the details. Chen Jing went on to ask, Are you sure those 2 ability users are dead? Lu Xin replied, Dead as can be, not even a speck remains. Of the 3 ability users, 1 was of the puppet system. I dealt with him in Ink Town. Hearing this, Chen Jing patted his shoulder, advising him to go back and rest first, and write the follow-up report after he was well rested. At this moment, Gecko came over dragging the captured fellow. Well, is this really the same Colonel Chen who values work over our lives? Grinning, Gecko began to claim credit. The captured Special Forces soldier is right here. Captain, my brother Lu resolved 3, I resolved 4, and even captured 1 alive. My contribution is quite significant, Section Chief Chen regarding Tai Kui. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Jing replied, I will notify her. Just wait patiently for 2 days. Gecko pressed on with some confusion. Wait 2 days? Have you not told her yet? Chen Jing deliberately avoided his gaze, casually making a highly convincing excuse. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Tai Kui was holding a carton of yogurt, her expression looking quite relaxed. Chen Jing took the briefcase from Lu Xin's hands and said, "All right, I've already arranged a car to take you back. This briefcase will be escorted back to the Research Institute by us. The subsequent handover work will be handled by a specialized department. You two have a 3-day holiday. You can think carefully about how to write this mission report. I'll notify you if there are any new developments." Meanwhile, in the main city area of Qinggang, under the crimson moonlight, the entire city was shrouded in the night. In a certain conference room, Chen Jing and several high-level commanders were gathered around a long table. "This is the item Solo retrieved from the Knights." A rectangular case was neatly placed on the table. "I have already inspected it thoroughly. Solo indeed has not opened this briefcase." She glanced at Professor Bai and continued, "According to Professor Bai's judgment, this case should contain that mysteriously sourced Red Moon portrait, as well as relevant documents regarding mental pollution." The man sitting next to the professor spoke up, guessing what Chen Jing was about to say next. "It should be the documents regarding the escaped laboratory." Chen Jing furrowed her brows, organizing her words with a serious expression. "Solo's secret might very well be in this briefcase as well," the man sitting beside Professor Bai immediately said. "Then why hesitate?" Under the crimson moonlight, his voice still echoed in the conference room. "Open it." Meanwhile, Lu Xin was currently walking into a building. Gecko poked his head out of the car window and asked him, "Brother Lu, are you really not going? You bore such immense mental pressure this time. If you don't go relax, it's easy to lose control." A vision of warm, soft and fragrant company flashed in Gecko's mind, his eyes shining as he said, "Don't worry, thanks to your care this time, tonight's expenses are all on me. I'll make sure you're satisfied." Lu Xin shook his head and said, "Forget it, go by yourself." Although in truth his heart had fluttered slightly at the word free. Night enveloped the entire city with only a single room still lit. Standing on the rooftop, Lu Xin fell into deep thought. During these 4 days out of the city he had encountered all kinds of battles and mysterious monsters. Thinking back on it now, it still felt incredibly thrilling. He had better head upstairs to have a meal with his family first, though the home was surely a mess by now. Just then, Han Bing's voice rang in his ear. "Mr. Solo, I heard you've returned." He replied, "Yes, how did you know?" The other party happily clasped her hands to congratulate him. "I knew the moment you returned. I felt you should be finished with your work, so I quickly made this call. Congratulations, you completed the mission exceptionally well this time." Lu Xin replied with some embarrassment, "Not at all, I just did my best." Han Bing was about to speak, saying, "Regarding all the rewards this time," but Lu Xin interrupted her. "Wait, let's take them one by one. I like this feeling the most." She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, agreeing to it. 10 minutes later, Lu Xin muttered to himself with a bit of pride, "I really earned quite a lot this time. Besides all kinds of compensation and allowances, they also agreed to my application to keep one of the previously confiscated motorcycles. Even if father is throwing a tantrum right now, it doesn't matter. A family just needs to communicate well." Lu Xin climbed the stairs and stood before the door of room 401. His mother was holding the phone, chatting very warmly with Miss Chen. "Oh, Miss Chen, you have no idea. It really is wonderful for a family to go out for a walk together. It's good for the body and it puts you in a better mood. I even met a good friend whose flowers are absolutely beautiful." Seeing Lu Xin enter, little 17 quickly greeted him. "Brother, you guys returned really late." Meanwhile, his father sitting to the side only gave a cold snort. Lu Xin pulled back a chair, preparing to sit at the dinner table, and said, "If you are hungry, you can eat first. There's no need to wait for me." Sitting to the side with a grim face, his father continued drinking, then put down his glass and scolded loudly, "Knowing someone is waiting for you, and yet you still didn't return earlier." Lu Xin replied obediently, "I understand." The family of 4 sat around the dining table, enjoying a cozy dinner. Lu Xin silently let out a sigh of relief, thinking that his father's mood this time seemed quite a bit better than before. Meanwhile, in another place, a hand wearing a black leather glove was slowly opening a metal box. Once the box was opened, several people stared intently inside. Chen Jing looked inside the box and said it really wasn't easy to get this. She picked up the transparent square box, opened it and said, "This should be that painting. In a bit I'll take it directly to the Research Institute to determine its nature." As she held that stack of documents in her hand, her face was filled with worry. These documents must be the files regarding the escaped laboratory. Everyone knew exactly how important this file was. Even the 6 professors of the Research Institute did not have the authority to view these contents. Therefore, Professor Bai spoke up at this moment. "It doesn't matter. There's no need to worry about what's inside. Solo is already a member of our Special Operations Department now. As for how to treat him, there's no need for further discussion. What we need to do now is to understand him, so there's no need for everyone to be so tense. Open it. Hearing Professor Bai say this, she reached out and opened it too. Chen Jing let out a somewhat heavy sigh and then tipped the document bag upside down. What fell out was nothing but shredded paper, which shocked everyone present as they cried out, "What happened?" A round moon hung high in the night sky. Lu Xin's mother stood by the window turning her head to say, "We can go on trips together more often like this in the future, but there are a few things I must criticize." She walked in and continued, "With your temper being so strange, it makes the whole family very tense. If it's like this every time, it will only cause everyone to lose trust in one another, and this family will fall apart sooner or later." Lu Xin's mother warned his father again. "So I am giving you a solemn warning here. If you still don't break this bad habit, you won't be coming along the next time the family goes out." Lu Xin looked at his father with some surprise, thinking that his father seemed to have agreed. But as he sat down and thought about it carefully, why did he feel like his mother's words were intentionally directed at him? His mother turned to look at him and said, "All right, your turn." She looked at him gently. "No matter what, you've already grown up and can't go on living in such a muddled way. I know you're curious and have a lot of questions in your heart, and I support you in doing those things." With that, his mother suddenly handed Lu Xin a folder and continued, "This is for you. It's a gift we decided to give you after discussing it. Inside is what you want to know," his mother said as she walked toward the cabinet. "However, do you still remember the condition you promised me back in Happy Town? You must keep it firmly in mind." She placed the document inside the cabinet, locked it and turned around to instruct, "You can only read it after reaching the second stage, okay?" His mother handed the key to Lu Xin. "Keep the key safe." Lu Xin replied, "Okay, I promise you." The next day, in the White Tower where Lu Xin worked, he looked at a document and muttered to himself. After entering Happy Town, the Queen of Happy Town was disturbed. Although the Queen looked very terrifying, she was extremely reasonable. Therefore I left with the briefcase. Is this mission report written a bit too? Surely the leaders would really like such a detailed report, right? I'll send it to Han Bing first. At that moment he suddenly thought of Xiaolu. Come to think of it, he hadn't been to the orphanage in a very long time. Since he still had one day of leave left, he should take some time to visit. His phone suddenly vibrated, and the screen showed a call from Han Bing. She said, "Mr. Solo, I've already read your report. I didn't expect you to finish writing it so quickly, and it's written in such detail." Lu Xin asked her, "How is it?" She replied happily, "It's written exceptionally well. I will help you polish it up a bit before submitting it." Lu Xin hesitated for a moment and asked her about something else. "That's great, thank you for your hard work. However, there's one more thing." Han Bing told him to go right ahead as she was listening. Lu Xin asked directly, "Do you know what the second stage is?" Hearing this question, Han Bing was slightly stunned. At this moment Minister Shen was monitoring Lu Xin and Han Bing's call. He said in a deep voice, "He's asking about the second stage." Chen Jing replied, "The concept of the second stage is no secret. It's quite normal for him to have heard of it." Minister Shen emphasized, "We must determine his true objective. I just read his mission report. It is indeed extremely detailed. Even trivial matters like being fined 3,000 yuan for firing a gun in Inktown were documented. But the specific process is vague. For instance, the section about Happy Town only mentions that the mysterious creature codenamed Queen awakened. And then he just walked away like that. Since when was the Queen so easy to talk to? Escaping safely just by being reasonable. He must be hiding something." Seeing this, Professor Bai asked, "Have you read Gecko's report?" At the mention of Gecko, Minister Shen got a headache. "I've read it. He doesn't know anything when asked, and his reimbursement bill is even more ridiculous than Solo's." However, Professor Bai disagreed. "Rules are extremely important. They are the foundation on which we establish mutual trust. Judging from this report, Solo is an ability user who is willing to abide by the rules. This is a blessing for us ordinary people. Therefore, the last thing we should give him is privilege. Everything must be done by the book." Professor Bai continued, "My suggestion is not to reject him or make any exceptions. Approve it directly. As long as he meets the required criteria, agree to let him undergo the second stage enhancement." In the guardroom, Lu Xin was rummaging through a pile of documents, while Han Bing's gentle voice kept echoing in his ear. As for the settlement method for this mission, apart from directly receiving the remuneration and bonus, you can also use this opportunity to gain official status and promotion. Once formalized, Mr. Solo, you will be officially included in Qinggong City's Special Talent Acquisition Program. In the future, you will be able to accumulate contribution points from missions to improve your welfare benefits, if we choose the bonus this time. The bonus for completing this mission is 3 million. If you convert all of this money into contribution points, you can directly become a Tier 3 talent and enjoy the treatment of a Class 4 citizen, but correspondingly, you will only be able to get around 700,000 in cash rewards. Lu Xun felt somewhat conflicted. Did he really have to make such a choice? The pressure was too much. Han Bing quickly spoke up to comfort his wounded soul. I have a personal suggestion. We can exploit a loophole in the rules. You can choose to take a portion in cash and convert the rest into contribution points. This way, you not only get a handsome payout but also become a Tier 2 special talent according to the regulations. As long as a special talent of the Special Operations Department reaches Tier 2 or above, they can gain access to the detailed information regarding the second stage. With his hands behind his head, Lu Xun hesitated a bit and said, "Let's do as you suggested then. Thank you so much." Han Bing smiled, her face slightly flushed. "You're welcome. I told you I'm on your side." She then continued seriously, "In that case, Mr. Solo, you can receive a total of 2,221,200 yuan this time. It will be approved and credited to your account within 3 working days. Furthermore, you are now a Tier 2 special talent." Lu Xun was extremely delighted. That much, Han Bing decided to change the subject. "Now I can explain the concept of the second stage to you." Lu Xun replied. "Okay," she began to explain. "Those whose mental power mutated under the influence of the red moon but can remain stable are classified as ability users. The stage where an ability user can trigger and skillfully use 3 core abilities is the first stage. The second stage, on the other hand, is an extension of the first stage. Simply put, it is the evolution of an ability user. In the early chaotic and lawless era, many who had the means began to participate in ability user enhancement experiments, even showing no fear toward them. It's just that the fates of these experimental subjects varied greatly," he muttered to himself. "So where are those ability users who underwent the second stage enhancement now?" At this moment, Lu Xun suddenly felt a slight wave of dizziness. Why did his head suddenly hurt? Han Bing continued, "At present, this technology has become highly mature, and we in Qinggong also have the capability to perform this enhancement. But rest assured, Professor Bai set red lines right from the beginning, so Qinggong will not conduct any forbidden experiments. Now, even if an ability user applies for enhancement, the Research Institute will carry out rigorous screening to assess their mental stability." She chuckled softly and added, "Therefore, although we have mastered this enhancement technology for a long time, the number of ability users in Qinggong who have actually undergone the enhancement experiment is virtually handful. However, among the people you know, Mr. Solo, there is actually one person who has met the criteria for the second stage enhancement." Han Bing couldn't help but picture the image of Gecko shouting and screaming while hugging a salted fish. "I just want to be a slacker who gets by day to day. I am absolutely not going to any enhancement. If anyone forces me to go, I'll lodge a complaint with the coalition. That would be Mr. Gecko. He is publicly recognized by the Research Institute as the ability user with the most stable mental state." Lu Xun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was indeed very much in line with Gecko's style. He pondered silently. His mother had told him to wait until he reached the second stage before reading the files locked in the cabinet. Did she know he would definitely reach the second stage, or did she actually hope he would never see those documents? He spoke up. "I've made up my mind. Please sign me up for the second stage enhancement." Han Bing hesitated for a moment, and then turned him down with some apology. "I'm very sorry, but not just yet. Your current tier is not high enough, Mr. Solo. Only Tier 3 special talents can apply." Lu Xun was stunned. "Then when will I reach the application standard?" Han Bing flipped through the records to check. You are currently 55 contribution points short." Hearing this, a strong surge of desire welled up in Lu Xun's heart. "Are there no missions that need handling right now?" she replied happily. "There are. Since you are so determined, I'll take one on for you." Meanwhile, outside Li Mengming's apartment, the night sky was gloomy, and the full moon glowed a bizarre crimson red. "That person has been pestering me. I clearly said I have a boyfriend, but this kind of strange thing has happened many times already. I'm going crazy," her best friend responded half-heartedly. "All right, I believe you. Let's drink." This left Li Mengming somewhat surprised. The bottle of wine that her friend treasured the most was actually being opened today. Staring at her full bust, the other girl wore a somewhat perverse and eerie expression. "Wine is meant to be drunk after all. My treat. The consequences of rejecting me are very severe, you know." She deliberately emphasized the last few words, her gaze subtly shifting toward Li Mengming's thighs. Li Mengming felt something was off. "Your look seems a bit perverted, you know." She felt a bit creeped out. What was going on? Was it an hallucination? Why did her friend seem a little abnormal? A moment later, she was drunk by her best friend, lying unconscious on the bed. Her friend wore a devilish cold smile, preparing to pounce. Suddenly, Li Mengming snapped her eyes open, instantly falling into a panic upon seeing the scene before her. "What are you doing?" Her friend pinned her down tightly, her face twisting and distorting as a long tongue slid out like a starving wolf that had finally found its prey. "You're so pretty, and your body is so good. It's so hot. Let's go take a bath together." Furious, Li Mengming scolded, "Are you crazy?" "I'm not going." The other party's smile grew even more bizarre. This pervert who had hijacked the girl's body to pester her kept repeating that strange phrase, "not going." "The consequences of rejecting me are very severe, you know." "No." In the silent night of the red moon, a despairing scream echoed inside the cramped room. A few days later, on an afternoon even gloomier than that day, inside a psychological counseling office, her face weary, Li Mengming complained to the doctor, "Since that day I haven't dared to see my best friend again. I always feel like something is staring dead at me from the shadows. That person is really too terrifying, really too terrifying." The doctor comforted her perfunctorily. "A situation like yours is actually quite common. Looking at your age, you should be graduating soon, right? Facing issues like finding employment and starting a family, it's normal to have some psychological pressure. You need to focus on managing your emotions." Li Mengming desperately pleaded for help. "Doctor, you have to help me. Now my family all think I'm a lunatic, but I really saw it, and more than once. Even my parents have started saying those words to me," the doctor comforted. "Oh, don't be tense. Like I said, you just have too much psychological pressure and need professional psychological guidance." At this point, a bizarre cold black mist began to emerge behind the doctor. "How about this? My treat for dinner tonight, and then we—" Before he could finish, Li Mengming instinctively resisted. She never wanted to see that kind of smile again. Immediately after, that hair-raising voice rang out, "If you reject me, the consequences will be very severe, you know." Lu Xun walked out of the security building in high spirits, turning a plan over in his mind. Han Bing was indeed a good person. Not only had she helped him apply for a new uniform, but she had also found him a mission worth 10 contribution points. He walked up to a handsome black and gold off-road motorcycle, asking in surprise, "Is this the vehicle you applied for on my behalf?" Han Bing replied happily. "This vehicle was sent to the Research Institute for some minor modifications. The front is equipped with a steel wire rope winch and a manual pull line, and the control panel integrates voice navigation and an early warning system. In addition, the iron box on the back left is equipped with an intelligent mechanical dog that can assist you in executing missions. This is a specialized vehicle designed specifically for the spider system. Mr. Gecko has always wanted to apply for one before." Lu Xun tried sitting on it, playing around with it, and asked curiously, "Then why wasn't it approved for him?" Han Bing recalled Gecko's dark history of offending the Weapons Research and Modification Department director's ex-girlfriend and slipping away early in the morning, explaining, "Because he offended the ex-girlfriend of the director of the Weapons Research and Modification Department." Lu Xun smiled speechlessly and tried twisting the throttle. The roar of the engine was extremely pleasing to the ear, drawing envious and admiring glances from the nearby guards. Han Bing asked with a smile, "How do you feel, Mr. Solo?" Lu Xun started moving slowly, saying as he rode, "It's quite nice. But it's a bit different from what I imagined," he said somewhat naively. "I originally thought it would be an electric scooter. The kind where you just twist the key to go, pedal a couple of times, and it has a built-in battery." Han Bing covered her forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Mr. Solo, what you described is an electric bicycle," Lu Xun said excitedly. "All right, I'll set off now to catch the ghost." Subsequently, he rode the bike, moving slowly at a snail's pace. At this moment, on the streets of the city where Li Mengming lived, she wandered in a daze, wearing thin clothes. What was she to do? Even the doctor had turned into that state. Where else could she go? All around her were cold, bizarre, and unfamiliar faces. Just then, a petite and cute little girl walked up to her. "Hello, sister." The little girl's face suddenly distorted, and a bloodshot crimson head emerged behind her. "Now do you know the consequences of rejecting me?" Li Mengming screamed in terror. "Ah, don't come near me." The surrounding pedestrians also pounced on her frantically, shouting, "Do you know the consequences of rejecting me?" Countless bizarre faces and accusatory voices pierced her fragile mind like sharp knives. "You bitch, still don't understand? You have absolutely no right to reject me. From the moment I set my eyes on you, you became mine. I want you to submit to me. Put away your disgusting arrogance and get down on your knees to beg me." Li Mengming knelt on the ground in agony, clutching her head as she cried out in collapse, "Who on earth are you? Please let me go." Just then a hand rested on her wrist. Li Mengming screamed hysterically in terror, weeping and shouting. Lu Xun comforted her gently. "Don't be afraid." He handed her a tissue, attempting to calm her down. "I'm here to help you. It's safe now." At this point, the surrounding pedestrians who had been hideous returned to normal. Lu Xin helped her up and Li Mengming asked, still deeply shaken, "Can you really help me?" Lu Xin suddenly let go of her hand, lunging sharply to the side and grabbed another person's arm in a death grip. The man instantly flew into a rage. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, my apologies." Lu Xin brushed him off perfunctorily. The man muttered curses as he walked away. "Lunatic." Li Mengming was stunned. "What did you just do?" Lu Xin patiently explained. "That guy suddenly leaned in close just now, looking like he wanted to touch you. I saw him turn into a bizarre monstrous face, which is why I reached out to grab him. However, that face vanished in an instant, changing back to that middle-aged man's appearance, but his smile just now was extremely smug and arrogant, as if he were someone truly extraordinary." As if grasping her final lifeline, Li Mengming clutched Lu Xin's arm tightly and cried out incoherently, it's him, he's a devil, he's driving me crazy. Please, please save me." Lu Xin pulled away slightly with some embarrassment. "Rest assured I will handle it, but you should still keep your distance from me for now." Seeing that her thighs were almost rubbing against his bike, Lu Xin offered a kind warning, "Don't rub against my bike. I just wiped it clean, see how it shines." Scared, Li Mengming hastily took a step back. Just then the traffic light turned green. Shivering, Li Mengming sat on his rear seat and asked, "Where are we going now?" Lu Xin gave the throttle a hard twist, and as the bike sped forward he replied loudly, "To find a suitable place where it's easier to catch him." "Rest assured, although I look." Before he could finish, Li Mengming interrupted. "Okay, I believe you, but who are you exactly?" Lu Xin introduced. "I am a professional specialized in handling these kinds of anomalous events, though it's not convenient to show you my work credentials right now. We must be careful not to let him notice us, otherwise he will hide immediately. Also," Lu Xin reminded again, "don't hold on to me so tightly. I feel a bit uncomfortable." This sentence made Li Mengming flush red, her cheeks burning hot like ripe tomatoes. Special Pollution Event Number 102. Suspected Spectre. Source: suspected pollution generated by the criminal acts of a mentally mutated ability user. Ability System: Spectre System. Danger Rating: Class B. Ability Description: ability users of the Spectre system can detach their spiritual body from their physical body and forcibly parasitize other people's bodies. The parasitized individual will temporarily synchronize with the memories and thought patterns of the ability user. Transmission Vector: contact-based parasitism and cross-dimensional void parasitism. The specific parasitism method depends on the mental magnitude of the ability user. Harmful effects: after detaching from a host, the parasitized victim will experience temporary amnesia and potential mental trauma. Parasitization duration is unknown. The weaknesses of Spectre system mutants are unknown. Based on this analyzed information, Lu Xin thought to himself, an invisible ghost that can move freely between anyone's body. How on earth do you catch something like that? A moment later, he squeezed the brakes and stopped in front of a love hotel. Lu Xin spoke up, "We're here." Mengming looked at the hotel before her, completely stunned. "This place is..." Images of being thrown onto a bed and doing strange things involuntarily flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but shriek, "A hotel!" She cupped her burning cheeks with both hands. Lu Xin pointed at the entrance and said, "Now you need to come inside with me." Mengming asked in confusion, "Go inside to do what?" He flipped open his jacket to show Mengming the badge inside and explained to her, "See this, with this badge I'm official personnel. Now I need you to go in with me. You can act a bit relaxed so we don't scare him off. I'll help you catch him and resolve your trouble." Mengming nodded repeatedly. "Oh, I see." As they crossed the threshold, her hand still clung tightly to him, and she double-checked anxiously, "You'll definitely catch that ghost, right? Even though the books say there are no ghosts now that the red moon has appeared, what's impossible?" Lu Xin turned his head to reassure her. "Don't worry, even with the red moon there are no ghosts. But there are things far more terrifying than ghosts." Li Mengming froze, thinking to herself, what kind of comfort is that? He pulled out 250 yuan bills to pay for the room, his heart bleeding profusely inside. "I actually paid real money. If that guy doesn't show up it'll be a massive loss." Seeing his strained expression, Mengming asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you suddenly feeling unwell?" Lu Xin denied it, saying, "I'm fine, let's head up first." The two passed an elderly woman who was mopping the floor. Just after they walked past, the old woman stopped her movements and took a deep breath. Her face began to twist and contort, her eyes flushing completely crimson as if she wanted to swallow Lu Xin alive. Opening her mouth wide, she roared in anger, "Who on earth are you?" Facing the old woman, Lu Xin showed no fear whatsoever, directly demanding, "What took you so long to show up?" Meanwhile, Li Mengming beside him had long since started shivering in terror. She stammered, panicking, "It's him. I recognize that expression, it's him." Lu Xin patted her shoulder to comfort her. "It's fine." Seeing the intimacy between the two, the old woman was instantly consumed by jealousy, roaring madly, "Bitch, listen up, I don't care who you are, get lost right now, this prey is already mine." Lu Xin looked around, not bothering to pay her any attention at all. He thought to himself, why hasn't my sister appeared yet? She's getting more and more mischievous lately, running off everywhere. The kid isn't even in her rebellious phase yet. Fortunately, at critical moments he could still forcibly borrow her strength, so there was nothing to worry about. He flatly refused, saying, there is no prey of yours here, and I'm not leaving either. You've already broken the law. Why don't you come back with me before you completely cross the line into crime? Honestly, I don't have much experience fighting other mutants. If you resist, I'll have to make a move and you might die. The old woman laughed wildly without restraint. You say I'm breaking the law? Her face now looked incredibly hideous and disgusting, her eyes cloudy with pupils bulging and sinking, her voice sticky and greasy as she said, you followed me all the way from the main city, didn't you? No matter, go tell them that as long as they don't provoke me, they had better stay out of my way. Otherwise, even if it's the top figures of Qinggang, I can still slaughter them. Little 17 crawled out of nowhere, scrambling across the ceiling, giggling happily. Brother, I'm here. Lu Xun still stood toe-to-toe with the old woman. Whether you can deal with those top figures has nothing to do with my job. Little 17 poked her head down, sizing up Li Mengming standing next to Lu Xun, and suddenly froze. Huh? Seeing Li Mengming's full bust, the little girl spat sourly, filled with jealousy. Lu Xun continued, but I don't think you'll be able to leave today. The old woman flew into a rage, swinging her cane violently at him. You asked for this. Just as the sharp blade almost sliced across his cheek, Mengming beside him shrieked in terror, covering her eyes, not daring to look. Little 17 gave Lu Xun a sudden pull from behind to help him dodge. Giggling merrily, Lu Xun casually gave a warning. With one hand he locked onto the old woman's hand holding the weapon, while his other hand choked her neck. The entity parasitizing the old woman ground its teeth in frustration. Damn it! In an instant the spiritual body detached from the old woman, and she immediately snapped back to normal, regaining consciousness. The old woman looked terrified and hurriedly stammered apologies. I'm sorry, dear guests. Lu Xun quickly stepped forward to support her, gently reassuring her, it's fine, it's not your fault. The receptionist in the distance suddenly let out a bizarre sneer. He had already parasitized this young woman. See that? She spread her arms, mocking. We are simply not the same kind of people now. Or rather, I am no longer of the same species as the mortals of this world. You are just ordinary humans, while I am like a god right now. Lu Xun's expression remained calm, but he suddenly found these words somewhat familiar. He felt like he had heard this kind of talk somewhere before. Who said something similar? Little 17 chimed in from the side. It was that big tree from before that didn't taste good. The parasite felt immensely insulted and barked in anger. Do you people have any manners? Holding little 17 and accompanied by Mengming, Lu Xun walked toward the front desk. The little girl lunged forward excitedly. Don't run, I'm coming. However, before she could even make a move, the guy had slipped away again. The receptionist at the front desk returned to normal, looking completely bewildered. Why did I suddenly? The guy laughed triumphantly and parasitized a security guard who was running over with a baton. Lu Xun noticed the commotion behind him, turned around and cleanly locked onto the man's wrist. At that moment, as if playing a game of cat and mouse, the guy released the security guard back to normal again. The lights in the lobby began to flicker violently, as if short-circuiting. The bystanders instantly plunged into panic and chaos, clamoring noisily. What's going on? This is terrifying. In the next second, everyone was unexpectedly controlled by him at the exact same time. With eerie smiles plastered on their faces, he mocked triumphantly. Do you think I can't feel you rushing toward my mental power? Opposing me is suicide. No one can protect you. I could even use your father's body to take you away. Mengming cursed in a panic. You lunatic, get lost, you dead pervert, get away from me. Lu Xun watched silently from the side, thinking to himself that even though she was too terrified to open her eyes, she could still curse this fiercely. She was actually quite brave. He pulled her tightly into his embrace. The moment Li Mengming froze, he wrapped one arm around her slender waist and tightly held little 17's small hand with the other, whispering, Hold on to me tight. The controlled crowd around them pressed closer, shouting provocatively, So you're not an ordinary person either. Since we are of the same kind, why oppose me? Just hand this woman over to me, and we can join forces. This entire city will belong to us. Mengming looked back in horror, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Lu Xun comforted her gently. It's fine, don't be afraid. Although there are lunatics in this world, there are also people who protect you. The other party parasitized a young man again, shouting arrogantly. Since you insist on seeking death, before his voice could even fade, he instantly parasitized a patrol officer holding a gun and pulled the trigger. Then I'll grant your wish. Watching the bullet whistle toward them, Lu Xun was truly enraged. You have crossed the line. He settled Li Mengming in a safe corner, then turned to little 17 and instructed, Let me borrow your power for a bit. Stay here and watch over this sister. And whatever you do, do not tease her. he instructed her carefully. The other party parasitized a little girl, laughing wildly. Haha, is this still not enough? No matter, I can also parasitize the patrol officers outside and grab their guns. Lu Xun lunged forward violently, snatching the pencil grip tightly in the little girl's hand and said coldly, "Enough!" The little girl immediately burst into tears. In an instant he parasitized a man lying on the ground, mocking in a highly sarcastic tone. "Are you scared?" He stood up, walking slowly toward the man as he murmured to himself, "It should be about time, right?" The other party was utterly baffled, questioning, "Who are you talking to?" "No one, I'm just talking to myself." "But it is indeed enough. The patrol forces have already surrounded this place. You won't last much longer." The other party released the man back to normal and instantly parasitized an arrogant, powerful-looking woman. "You dare play me? You think I didn't notice the movement around here?" Lu Xun pointed out the window where the sky was still as crimson as fresh blood. He said calmly, "When I say surrounded, I don't just mean this building but the entire area. To avoid tipping you off and scaring you away, we directly blockaded this entire block." He explained his tactics with a hint of pride. "While you were shouting and screaming like a madman, the defense forces had already placed this entire area under lockdown. The defense forces have completely sealed off this area. Though I don't know how many of them have come. Given their swift and decisive style, I doubt even a mouse could slip out alive." The parasitized woman sneered with disdain. The guy laughed triumphantly. "You think you can catch me just because you have numbers. The more people there are, the more advantageous it is for me." Lu Xun refused to back down in momentum either. "Every soldier outside is wearing a mental depollution suit, and another 2,000 suits are on the way. Eventually, everyone involved in blockading this place will be wearing protective gear. I don't know how long you can parasitize someone else's brain, but the number of people you can parasitize will only get smaller and smaller." Lu Xun grew more animated as he spoke. "Until you have absolutely nowhere left to run. So you are completely finished now." The guy ground his teeth in rage, cursing, "Damn it." Immediately, he abandoned the woman's body entirely. Fleeing again to find another host, Lu Xun tracked the residual mental ripples left behind, unable to help but grumble. "Slipped away again?" He pressed his walkie-talkie to notify everyone. "Don't panic, everyone. We are just conducting a depollution drill right now. A generous reward will be distributed after the drill. Please try to keep your distance from one another and stand by where you are. Do not run around, or the defense forces outside will fire directly." After saying this, even he was slightly dazed. Will there really be a reward?" Just then, the patrol officer from earlier ran over in a rush, asking urgently, "Brother, what on earth just happened here?" He gripped Lu Xun's hands tightly, shaking them repeatedly, his eyes gleaming. "I remember now, I saw you back at the security bureau. I know you're a professional expert. Brother, just tell me, how should I coordinate with you?" Lu Xun felt somewhat speechless. "Don't call me brother, just help me maintain order here." He ordered loudly, "Disperse, everyone disperse, keep a safe distance and maintain order." With tear stains still wet on her face, Li Mengming asked haltingly, You guys, Lu Xun reassured her. "No need to be afraid," he promised resolutely. "We will definitely protect everyone's safety." Looking at the resolute, striking profile of Lu Xun, Mengming's heart skipped a beat, screaming wildly in her mind. The way he looks when he's serious is just too handsome. He really was exceptionally handsome. Seeing this, little 17 to the side curled her lip and turned her face away. From Mengming's angle, she could clearly see Lu Xun's perfect side profile, unable to help but admire in secret. So stylish. But the cool facade didn't last more than 3 seconds before Lu Xun hurriedly leaned against the window to peer at his motorcycle, letting out a silent sigh of relief. It was so chaotic just now. Luckily, no one touched his bike. Peering through the glass window, he could see the movements of the defense forces outside, praising them from the bottom of his heart. The defense forces are so efficient, blockading this area so quickly. At this moment, the defense forces downstairs were broadcasting through a megaphone. "Attention everyone, a military exercise is currently underway. Please cooperate fully with our work. Please squat down with your hands on your head so we can see your hands. If there is any behavior attacking the defense forces, we will open fire directly, with tranquilizer darts, so please do not panic. We are now distributing protective caps. The exercise will end shortly. Please stay where you are and do not move." The guy parasitizing someone in a corner was grinding his teeth in fury. "You bastards, do you have to oppose me? You think this will make me surrender?" Lu Xun walked toward him with a calm expression. "So you were hiding here, but don't misunderstand, I'm not targeting you. We have no personal grudge, right? I'm just doing my job. I can't refuse the tasks assigned by the leadership above either." Analyzing the details from the files, he said, "You have 2 ways to parasitize others. Contact parasitism and cross-dimensional void parasitism. Contact parasitism is extremely fast, but you must make physical contact. The maximum range of your void parasitism shouldn't exceed 10 meters, right? Lu Xun concluded. So in this situation, I'm afraid you truly have nowhere left to run, the other party roared with bloodshot eyes. You forced my hand. Are you trying to get everyone killed? Since you insist on opposing me, I'll kill them all. With that, he immediately controlled a muscular man to slam his head violently against the wall, then slipped away in an instant. Lu Xun was also startled by this lunatic. What? The next target was a young employee in the back. He actually controlled the employee to grab a sharp pen and stab himself repeatedly, blood spurting out instantly, combined with the blood from the muscular man who had just slammed his head against the wall. The scene was instantly plunged into bloody chaos. Next, he controlled the female receptionist, holding a sharp blade against her own neck, laughing maniacally as he threatened, "Do you want to watch me slaughter every last one of them?" Lu Xun's brow furrowed tightly. "You already broke the law. If these two people's injuries are fatal, you'll have 2 more lives on your hands. Do you want to pay a price even more painful than a death sentence?" Lu Xun was truly provoked this time. He pulled 2 specialized constraint collars from his chest, tossed them to little 17 and shouted, "Sister, catch." His sister caught them steadily, a cunning smile unique to her age spreading across her face. "Got it?" His sister smoothly unfurled the constraint collars, snapping them around the necks of the 2 people who hadn't been controlled yet with mind-boggling agility. The 2 of them were instantly dumbfounded. Seeing this, Lu Xun quickly directed, "Everyone else disperse, clear out." Then he pressed his walkie-talkie and reported, "Situation under control. The support group can move in." The parasite was stunned in place. "You, what did you do? Do you really not care if she lives or dies?" Lu Xun analyzed calmly. "I've already had the 2 people closest to you wear the forced constraint collars, and everyone else has retreated past the 10-meter mark. This means they are all out of your void parasitism range. Right now, you have absolutely nowhere to run. The moment you forcibly enter a body, you will become our sole target. If that body dies, and you can't immediately transfer your parasite target, you'll die right along with it, won't you?" Lu Xun offered the choice with kind patience. "So do you plan to fight to the bitter end or surrender quietly?" The guy ground his teeth in fury. Damn it! At this moment, the female receptionist's face was covered in a web of crimson veins, her expression twisted and filled with rage. "Damn you, you forced me into this. I'll take you down with me." Her hands pressed hard against the counter as a violent, crazed mental surge erupted from her entire body. "How could someone like me be driven into a corner by a guy like you?" The massive chandelier overhead began to shake violently, sparks flying as circuits shorted out. He shrieked hysterically, "Since you insist on pushing me, I'll drag you to hell with me." Facing this overwhelming tidal wave of mental pressure, Lu Xun remained exceptionally calm, showing no change in expression. Countless scenes from different people in various perspectives gradually manifested in his mind, all of which were tragic images of those the parasite had harmed and tortured. Lu Xun realized, are these his memories? His eyes turned completely into a cold, menacing crimson. "I see." Lu Xun began to laugh, his crazed expression virtually matching the opponent's. "The crimes you committed are far from ordinary." The other party tried to possess Lu Xun, but Lu Xun twisted his body and easily dodged it. The monster froze. "You?" This was something the parasitic monster had absolutely not expected. He was actually unable to enter the body of the person in front of him. The monster spat out a crimson tongue, threatening, "Since that's the case, I'll skin and eat you alive." Little 17 sat leisurely on the side, swinging her small feet and giggling. Lu Xun saw the problem. His sister wasn't coming over to help, apparently wanting to sit back and watch the show. Since that was the case, he would do it himself. Hardening his resolve, he leaped forward. The monster also lunged at him, and the 2 collided in midair. Lu Xun smashed a heavy punch directly into the monster's face, twisting his features in agonizing pain. Following that, Lu Xun stomped hard on the monster, making him let out a miserable shriek. A portion of the monster's spiritual body was pinned to the ground, instantly dispersing and melting away. Terrified, the monster hurriedly shrank back, possessing the female receptionist once again. The female receptionist immediately clutched her stomach and cried out in pain. "It hurts so much." Lu Xun looked at him coldly, telling him to stay put, and stated flatly, "To be honest, I don't plan on showing any mercy this time. It's just that you are too weak. I really don't understand where you got the confidence to think you are a god. Let's get down to business before they arrive." He stretched out a hand to ask the other party for money. "I didn't come here to book a room, so you should refund the room charge I just paid." "What are you doing? Why are you arresting me?" The receptionist, back to normal, was pinned down tightly by the arriving city defense force. Han Bing, who was observing everything through a screen on the other end, spoke up. "She definitely doesn't remember anything now. That specter has gone into hiding. His ability allows him to conceal himself deep within the host's consciousness without being detected. but as long as we are sure he is in there, we have ways to force him out. Lu Xun asked curiously, "How will that specter be dealt with?" Han Bing replied, "According to Qinggang's laws, he will likely be sentenced to death." This surprised Lu Xun a little. "Really? The death penalty," she further explained. "To be precise, he will be deprived of his right to life. However, whether he is sent to the research institute to cooperate with experiments or sent to the city defense department to become non-staff expendable personnel, these are good ways for them to make a final contribution." The female employee had a transparent protective cap snapped onto her head, screaming and struggling. "What on earth are you doing?" The soldier holding her down explained loudly. "Please cooperate with our work. We will ensure your safety. Afterward, you will receive at least 10,000 yuan in compensation." Lu Xun silently gave them a thumbs up upon seeing this. This support squad was truly professional. The city defense force secured the female employee and carried her out. Before leaving, the soldier did not forget to turn back and thank Lu Xun. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Solo." Lu Xun replied politely, "We're all just doing our jobs. You've worked hard too. Since everything is fine here, we'll take our leave." "Hey, are you leaving already?" Li Mengming suddenly called out to him, asking with a flush on her face. "I still don't know your name." Lu Xun was stunned, while little 17 beside him couldn't help but giggle. "Brother, she's fallen for you." Li Mengming blushed and quickly waved her hands in denial. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just worried I might run into similar weird things in the future, and I was wondering if I could call you to ask for advice." She asked softly, somewhat shyly, "Could you leave me your phone number? If I run into this kind of weird thing again, will you come protect me?" Lu Xun replied calmly, "Don't be afraid, that guy has already been caught, and nothing will happen in the future. Even if you encounter other issues, we still have to follow our leadership's arrangements. By then it might be my other colleagues coming to protect you." Though a bit disappointed, Li Mengming still said gratefully, "In any case, thank you so much, but I still feel..." Before she could finish, a soldier stepped forward and swiftly snapped a transparent protective cap onto Li Mengming's head as well. Li Mengming instantly began flailing and protesting loudly, leaving the soldier beside her utterly speechless. "Sir, do we need to help her take off the cap?" Lu Xun replied, "No need, our work here is done. I'll head back first." "Oh right, sister." He suddenly remembered something, and Han Bing on the other end of the line and little 17 beside him answered at the same time. Lu Xun asked softly, fishing for compliments, "Was my performance just now super handsome?" "Blah." Little 17 made a face, not knowing what she wanted to express. But Han Bing on the other end praised him greatly, encouraging him sincerely. "Though I didn't see the process with my own eyes, I believe Mr. Solo must have been extremely handsome just now." He scratched his head in embarrassment. "Not really." At this moment in the analysis room, looking at Lu Xun's performance on the monitor, several analysts whispered, "He handled it beautifully, taking less than 2 hours from start to finish. There were 132 people at the scene with only 5 injured, and even the 2 seriously injured are out of life-threatening danger. This should score him quite a few extra points in the risk assessment." But was this incident really only Class B? It's already quite good considering he's still a newcomer. You probably don't know, but this ability user's risk assessment for losing control is as high as 85, which technically exceeds our normal recruitment standards. The evaluation team's job is to observe him secretly to see if they can adjust his danger level down a bit. Another person suggested, "Why don't we report a lower danger level this time, and then average it out when a higher one comes next time?" That person thought about it and replied, "I think that works. Anyway, he just took on another mission." At this moment, Han Bing had already sent over the new mission and began introducing its basic details. The drunkard from Satellite City number 4 has requested a spider system ability user to assist her. A bizarre entrepreneur assassination occurred in Satellite City number 4, and the investigation team believes there is an anomaly. The case was subsequently handed over to Drunkard for investigation. Over the past month, she found some clues and is preparing to make a move on the target, which is why she applied for support. The special mission report states, "The general manager of Silver Ring Company Limited was killed under heavy security. The room's windows were perfectly intact, but his head was missing. In addition, members of the illegal local Red Vest gang were massacred, their arms and legs cut off and planted in the dirt like potted plants. This is the widely rumored Headless Spectre incident of Satellite City number 4. Lu Xun was shocked. "What kind of bizarre stuff is this?" Han Bing explained. "These are all reports Drunkard submitted to headquarters. Drunkard is a Tier 3 special talent with extremely high autonomy. She is fully in charge of this incident, which has a confirmed danger level of Tier 3. The total reward upon completion is about 1 million yuan plus 100 contribution points." Hearing about the 1 million, Lu Xun's eyes instantly lit up. However, Han Bing's voice on the other end remained extremely solemn. Logically, since Drunkard requested a spider system ability user's assistance, the first choice should have been Mr. Gecko, Lu Xun asked curiously. Then why was the mission handed to me in the end? Recalling the reason. Han Bing could only laugh awkwardly because Mr. Gecko has always been terrified of Drunkard. Considering the emotional state of the ability users during cooperation, we didn't force him. The image of Gecko being chased down the street by Drunkard instantly popped into Lu Xun's mind, leaving him no choice but to accept reality silently. All right, I'll go. Then he asked rather expectantly, will all the contribution points and bonuses for this mission go to me? With 45 more contribution points, I can advance to Tier 3. Han Bing replied cheerfully, of course, Drunkard has always been very generous with money. The next day at the highway exit of Satellite City No. 4, Lu Xun looked around for his contact, muttering to himself, it should be here, right? Just then, Drunkard suddenly stepped out from behind him, waving her hand and shouting, brother, over here, over here. She strode forward to greet him. You must be Solo, right? We actually met before, but things were too chaotic back then, so we didn't get a chance to chat much. Lu Xun also responded politely. Hello, extremely bold and casual, she said. Thanks a lot for taking the time to come all this way to help me out. Recalling that fellow Gecko saying, don't look at me, my stomach hurts like hell before leaving, Drunkard rolled her eyes weakly and very naturally picked her nose with her pinky finger. I originally wanted to get that fellow Gecko, but he used a stomachache as an excuse. Lu Xun felt a bit awkward at her unrefined behavior, but still answered seriously, it's my duty. I will fully cooperate with you. Drunkard grinned, took a swig of alcohol, and said with a laugh, not bad, I like the attitude of young people. Come on, I'll treat you to a big feast. Let me bring my car over first. Lu Xun froze, replying blankly, all right. Soon, Drunkard drove her car over. It was a beat-up vintage car, making screeching metallic friction noises all along the way, giving Lu Xun a headache. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Seeing him still hesitating on the spot, Drunkard urged impatiently, get in the car, what are you waiting for? If all else fails, just throw your motorcycle into the trunk. Feeling a bit disgusted, Lu Xun politely declined. No need, I'll just ride my motorcycle and follow behind. Drunkard didn't think much of it, and waved her hand carelessly. Fine, let's go. Following behind the jalopy, Lu Xun tightly pinched his nose the entire way. His mouth was filled with pungent exhaust fumes, turning his face pale. It felt like torture. What kind of fuel was this car burning? It was slow and spewed billows of black smoke, soot blackening the car's entire rear end. Before long, the two stopped in front of a dense high-rise residential area. Drunkard pointed ahead and said, we're here. Is this? Before Lu Xun could finish his sentence, Wu Gerger interrupted. This is my home. She made a casual gesture of invitation. Come upstairs with me for a meal. After we eat, we can discuss the case slowly. As soon as they entered, they ran right into Grandma Wang. Grandma Wang greeted with a face full of smiles. Gerger is back. Is this young man your friend? Wu Gerger waved back familiarly. Hello, Grandma Wang. This is my colleague. What delicious food are you carrying in your hand this time? Grandma Wang laughed and teased. Oh, you have the sharpest nose, girl. Lu Xun watched silently from the side, thinking that Drunkard got along really harmoniously with her neighbors. A bit of neighborly warmth in this old building was quite nice. Wu Gerger reached out to grab the doorknob of her apartment and turned it open. Dad, Mom, I brought someone back. Wu Gerger's parents had been waiting on the sofa for a long time. Seeing their daughter return, kind and amiable smiles appeared on their faces. Gerger is back, her father stood up and asked with concern. Gerger brought a friend back today. Her mother also warmly stood up to offer a seat. Sit, please sit. Lu Xun quickly greeted them politely. Hello, Uncle, Auntie, Wu Gerger casually instructed. This is my colleague from work. Dad, Mom, help me entertain him for a bit. I'm going to the kitchen to cook. Make yourself at home, peel yourself an apple to eat. With that, she turned and dove into the kitchen. For a moment, Lu Xun was a bit flustered, facing the fiery enthusiasm of Drunkard's parents' questions. Young man, what's your name? How old are you? You look so handsome and smart. He answered shyly and awkwardly. Auntie, I'm 22 this year. My name is at this point. He suddenly remembered that the department had a rule. Ability users should communicate using code names. He was conflicted about whether to give his real name, and honestly, he didn't even know Drunkard's real name. Logically, as external cooperating personnel, he shouldn't interact too much with other ability users' family members. Before he could decide how to answer, Drunkard's parents chimed in one after another in perfect harmony, nearly choking Lu Xun on the water he had just sipped. 22, great, that's wonderful. Our Gerger just turned 18 this year. Although she has a bit of a quirky temper, she has a heart of gold. What stage are you two at now? Hearing the commotion outside, Drunkard poked her head out from the kitchen and shouted helplessly, Dad, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? He's just my colleague, Solo. He's here to help me with work. This is only the second time we've met. How many times do I have to tell you? Can you two raise your mindsets just a little bit? Put your minds on work and serious business, okay? Hearing her daughter scold them like this, her mother stood up somewhat hesitantly and said sheepishly, all right, have some fruit. I'll go to the kitchen to help Gerger. However, as soon as she entered the kitchen, Lu Xun heard Drunkard lecturing her mother inside. Little Wang, oh wait, Professor Wang, how can you be so clumsy at your age? You let that fish flop all over the floor. What a waste of all those years as a university lecturer. How can you teach students well when you're so clumsy? Hearing her scold her mother so impolitely, Lu Xun froze in astonishment. Seeing this, Drunkard's father quickly laughed awkwardly to smooth things over. It's fine. That's just how she and her mother usually interact. Come eat some fruit, make yourself at home. Half an hour later, a large table of sumptuous dishes was finally prepared and served. The family gathered around the table in a lively manner and began to eat. Drunkard casually opened a bottle of alcohol and poured some for Lu Xun. Brother Solo, don't just eat the food. Come on, fill up your glass. As the saying goes, alcohol is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you get. Lu Xun quickly waved his hands and declined politely. Really, no thank you, Auntie. Don't we still have to discuss serious business and handle the case after dinner? Her father also helped to persuade her from the side. If he doesn't want to drink, don't force him. You're a girl, you should drink less yourself. Wu Gerger raised an eyebrow and retorted, oh, once you reach my age you'll understand. Since there are no outsiders at home right now, I won't call you Dad. Little Wu, no offense, but a law-abiding man like you who doesn't smoke or drink. What did little Wang even see in you back then? Just look at your social circle at school, it's practically non-existent. Just retire and let me support you. It's not like our family can't afford to feed you. Her father listened to the scolding in silence, 2 lines of hot tears streaming down his face. Lu Xun swallowed his food, feeling that something was deeply off. Is this how this family usually interacts? After eating and drinking their fill, the two sat down on the sofa. Drunkard looked thoroughly satisfied. That was incredibly satisfying. How do you feel? Lu Xun replied a bit awkwardly. Yes, the food was delicious. Tonight, Drunkard threw a curveball. You're not leaving tonight. Just sleep in my room. Lu Xun was taken aback. But her parents' eyes lit up with excitement at those words. What's the big deal? Drunkard picked her nose again, completely oblivious to how inappropriate her words sounded. What are you hawing about? You came all this way, aren't you going to sleep tonight? Lu Xun stammered. I think I'd better stay at a hotel. Headquarters will reimburse me anyway. She fired back. Stay at a hotel? Is the company's money not money? Drunkard slung her leg over Lu Xun's thigh, hooked her arm around his shoulder, and said enticingly, my bed is big and soft, more than enough for both of us. Besides, I called you here for serious business. By staying at my place, we can use tonight to discuss our plans. Isn't that perfect? What are you still hesitating for? Drunkard leaned in closer to his ear, her breath warm and sweet as she whispered, we're all adults here. Why so coy? Don't treat me like a girl. Just think of me as one of the guys. Come on, let's head to my room. The two walked into the bedroom together. Seeing this, her parents felt deeply relieved, thinking their precious daughter had finally found someone. A moment later, the bedside lamp was still lit. Drunkard shook her feet, kicking her slippers onto the floor with a sigh. Ah, my aching back. She lay flat on the bed with her legs crossed, while Lu Xun sat bolt upright, whispering, so what do we do now? She raised an index finger to her lips, making a shush gesture, signaling that someone in the next room was listening. Drunkard sat up, looking a bit weary. They don't have it easy either. They've worried themselves to death over this daughter. They took her to the hospital countless times, and even hired shamans to perform rituals. They did everything they could to decorate the house like a young girl's room, hoping it might shift her preferences. To go from being an old man to a young girl. Even though my appearance has changed, how could my old colleagues in the Special Operations Department ever understand this ghostly state of mine, let alone the exorcist that second brother Wu hired? Lu Xun silently speculated, is Drunkard actually a normal young girl who got possessed by the ghost of some middle-aged guy? However, Spectre system ability users shouldn't be able to remain inside another person's body for long periods, yet Drunkard's current state had clearly persisted for quite some time. Drunkard stood up, walked to the window, and drew back the curtains. Her tone turned dead serious. It's almost time. Lu Xun's face flushed a little at those words. What did you think we were going to do? She teased, shedding her outer coat and slipping into a fresh outfit. Drunkard pulled a heavy steel case from beneath the bed. Sitting down, she popped it open and began to assemble a firearm with practiced ease. Lu Xun stared, completely bewildered by her sudden transition. What is this? She switched off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness save for the blood-red moonlight streaming through the window. I got little Wu and little Wang completely wasted, Drunkard whispered. They're fast asleep right now. Bathed in the crimson glow, her expression was incredibly grim. Those mental monsters should be here any minute. They've been hunting for me day and night for the past few days. Drunkard raised an eyebrow, shooting him a dry look. Did you honestly think I wanted to squeeze into a room with you because I was after your body, kid? Lu Xun let out an awkward cough, quickly changing the subject. So about those monsters you mentioned, she frowned, revealing something incredibly bizarre. There are at least 2 Superclass 2 psychic monsters that show up here every single night. Lu Xun was shocked. Superclass 2, he found this highly suspect. Monsters of that caliber would normally trigger the High Wall City's defense systems the moment they manifested. How could they repeatedly and silently appear around her apartment building for days on end without raising any alarms? Drunkard sighed wearily. Given those bizarre cases, I suspect some ability user is pulling the strings. You've reviewed the files, right? In the beginning, I had no idea I'd awakened an ability. I did my fair share of reckless things back then. But after a while, I noticed that all these bizarre cases pointed toward a mysterious organization. The Hometown Association. Lu Xun frowned. The Hometown Association? Is it a cult? She explained that after the Red Moon incident, all kinds of crazed groups and bizarre cults had cropped up. Regular folk were prone to banding together in support networks. But the nature of these groups matters. The line between a normal group and a dangerous organization is whether an ability user is running it. If there is, then it's our business. I've spent the last few weeks digging up almost everything on this Hometown Association, Drunkard said. They hold secret gatherings and basically act as a cult preaching heretical nonsense, worshipping some place they call the true hometown. But I couldn't pin down who the actual ability user among them was, so I didn't want to tip them off. My plan was to flush the leader out first. She let out a self-deprecating sneer. Who knew he'd make a move on me first? Starting 3 days ago, mental monsters began prowling our neighborhood. The bastard figured out I was onto him and wanted to silence me. Lu Xun was surprised. He has that much nerve? Since he's already targeted you, with your clearance level. Couldn't you have applied for a tactical squad to lock down the area in advance? Drunkard shook her head in frustration. Before we understand the mechanics of his ability, bringing in tactical squad grunts would be useless. Besides, the bastard has locked onto my position and even traced me to my front door. I can slip away whenever I want, but Little Wong and Little Wu can't. That old couple hasn't had an easy life. I can't drag them into danger, nor can I risk the safety of my neighbors. Drunkard barked a proud laugh. I've protected Satellite City No. 4 for years. My friends and family are all here. This is my turf. No matter who that bastard is, if he dares to raise hell here, I'm going to teach him that his grandpappy will always be his grandpappy. The wall clock chimed, signaling the arrival of midnight. She squeezed her water glass tightly, her gaze instantly turning sharp. Here they come. The street lights outside flickered violently, as if hit by a sudden wave of electromagnetic interference before shutting off entirely. A chilling, oppressive aura seeped through the building. The eerie monsters had returned. Drunkard scowled. I've used my ability to mask this entire floor so they can't lock onto my exact location, but they're incredibly patient, searching floor by floor. We can't afford a head-on brawl tonight. Fortunately, they have a strict time limit. They can only manifest for about 3 to 4 minutes per visit. She leaned in. Furthermore, my observations show they have one massive difference from ordinary psychic monsters. They are highly goal-oriented, meaning they are clearly being controlled by someone. This time it's all up to you. While those beasts hunt for me, slip outside and search the area. See if you can flush out the mastermind. Drunkard analyzed optimistically that as long as they could locate the controller or dissect their ability, their mission would be a wrap. Lu Xun nodded, ready to move. Got it. Watch your back. He cracked open the door. The hallway was deathly still. He tried to call out to his sister in his mind, only to realize with a wave of frustration that she hadn't followed him. The kid is way too easily distracted. Tracing the source of 2 Class 2 monsters in a matter of minutes was hard enough, and now she was slacking off when he needed her most. With this kind of work ethic, how is she ever going to hold down a job in the future? Deciding not to waste time, he bypassed the stairs and vaulted out the hallway window, despite being over 10 stories up. Lu Xun slid down the side of the building with fluid, cat-like grace. Fortunately, he could now tap into a portion of his sister's abilities, rendering his physical movements incredibly agile. 3 or 4 minutes. This is cutting it close. The sight unfolding before him was deeply unsettling. 2 bloated psychic monsters, their fleshy glob-like bodies squirming with countless human faces, were rapidly scaling the outer walls. Lu Xun watched in morbid fascination as dozens of bloodshot eyes on the creatures rolled around, searching the building. Are they tracking Drunkard's psychic scent? He noted that they were flanking the building from opposite sides. If they were flanking, then the point where their path diverged. Their origin must be. His objective was clear: trace their trail back to the source and drag the puppet master out of the dark. A moment later, he reached the main gates of the residential complex. 2 security guards were chatting lazily. Lu Xun suspected the gate was the most likely hiding spot, but after observing them for a bit, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. The guards were completely oblivious to the psychic entities that had just breached the perimeter. If Mother were here, what would she do? When they were hunting the knights outside the city, Mother had locked onto their coordinates in the blink of an eye. He calmed his breathing, attempting to tap into and replicate Mother's sensing style. In an instant his vision sharpened to an unprecedented degree. The world around him seemed to be bathed in a faint, iridescent film of light. He could actually see the subtle, shifting hues of the ordinary citizen's mental fluctuations. The guards continued their idle chatter. The wiring in this place is ancient. Even the power grid is starting to act up again. Didn't the maintenance crew just fix it last month? Lucien could literally see the gentle, rhythmic psychic ripples of their casual exchange, proving they were completely normal and unaffected. He was astonished to find that he could decode the emotional frequencies of their minds, sensing anger, excitement, anxiety, grief, or even a current of blind faith. Is this what the world looks like through Mother's eyes? He shook his head, focusing his thoughts. No, this isn't the time to analyze sensory mechanics. I need to find the controller. He knew that the psychic signature of an active ability user was night and day compared to a normal human. If he's nearby, there's no way he can hide from me. Yet after a sweep of the immediate area, he let out a disappointed sigh and deactivated his vision. He hadn't picked up any anomalous psychic signatures. Did Drunkard miscalculate? Is there really no controller nearby? He scowled. If Mother's tracking method was a bust, he would have to use Father's direct approach, brutally beating those two abominations until they were forced to cough up their origin. But how was he supposed to channel Father's sheer, unadulterated rage on command? Suddenly, an unpleasant, sickening aura seeped from behind the heavy fire doors of the nearby emergency stairwell, hinting at a hidden threat. A sudden, sharp spike of pain shot through his temple, making him stumble. No time to overthink. Throwing caution to the wind, Lu Xun slammed his shoulder into the heavy fire door. Bypassing the elevators entirely, he sprinted up the stairs like a madman. As he bounded onto one of the landings, he came face to face with an elderly woman whose posture and vacant expression were deeply unsettling. It was Grandma Wang, the neighbor they had passed in the lobby. She stared straight at Lu Xun with dead eyes. "On your way back up, young man. I was just about to deliver some treats to the neighbors." Delivering gifts at this hour? A cold wave of dissonance washed over Lu Xun. Grandma Wang's voice was raspy and hollow. "I'm just a helpless old widow with a grandson. People will walk all over us if we let them. None of these neighbors are decent folk. They're always eyeing the groceries I bring home. I'm leaving some fruit on their doorstep so they'll stop gossiping about me." With a venomous look in her eyes, she glared at the fruit basket in her arms and began frantically spitting into it. Then dragging her feet, she shuffled away, muttering a dark mantra under her breath. "Eat up, choke on it. Choke to death, all of you." Lu Xun let out a slow breath and bypassed her, resuming his frantic ascent. He bounded up the steps, 3 at a time, whispering, "This entire apartment complex is turning into a living hell." On the 4th floor, a couple was screaming hysterically on the other side of a door. "You lying, cheating bastard, you tricked me into marrying you, and now you're constantly sniffing around my best friend." On the 6th floor, a young man was grinning maniacally, muttering through clenched teeth, "I'll burn you all. If you won't buy me that computer, we can all burn to death together." The mental radiation in the stairwell had thickened into a suffocating bloody crimson. Lu Xun gritted his teeth and pushed his legs harder. On the 7th floor, a young girl's shrill voice screeched, "You old corpse, where did you hide the cash? Your son's money is my money. Why won't you hand it over?" An elderly man bellowed back in a rage, "In your dreams, you thieving whore." Lu Xun kept sprinting, finally arriving on the 12th floor. As he stepped onto the landing, he saw several neighbors standing in the corridor. They all wore identical vacant expressions and stiff, eerie smiles. Lu Xun muttered to himself, "So this is the zone Drunkard quarantined with her power?" The atmosphere was sickeningly abnormal. A cold dread settled in his chest. Had Drunkard's parents already fallen victim? At that moment, a sharp, metallic stench of decay wafted from the open rooftop area above. Tracing the odor, Lu Xun bounded upward and was met with a massive writhing shadow. His heart sank. "It's right here." He locked his gaze onto the bloated, hideous abomination. Through his enhanced vision, a chilling light cloaked the scene, allowing him to see right through the creature's core. He scanned the roof and spotted a familiar figure, Drunkard. Relying on her raw reflexes, she was dodging the creature's snapping jaws, looking incredibly disheveled. "Thank God I work out," she yelled as she ducked. Suddenly, the face-covered monstrosity split open a massive maw, revealing rows of jagged fangs, and unleashed a deafening, bone-rattling shriek. The psychic shockwave exploded outward, shattering every window pane on the rooftop into a million pieces. The blast forced Drunkard back several steps. "Holy hell, that nearly scrambled my brains." In the next instant, a dozen thick, fleshy tendrils whipped out from the monster, lunging toward her like striking vipers. Drunkard's physical agility was stunning. She executed a sharp side flip, planting both feet onto a concrete pillar and using the momentum to propel herself high into the air. At the same time, a blinding ice blue light coalesced in her palms. "You're about to see your grandpappy's signature move." Before the words even left her mouth, a highly destructive beam of blue psychic energy erupted from her hands, tearing through the air and slamming into the pursuing beast. Boom! A violent psychic detonation rocked the rooftop, sending shockwaves of frost blue energy rippling in all directions. Drunkard rolled out of the landing gracefully, popping up with a smug grin. "Am I a badass or what?" However, while a fair number of its tentacles had been vaporized, the creature's core body remained completely intact, its flesh squirming as it regenerated at a terrifying speed. Drunkard calculated her next move. "All right, time for," just as Lu Xun braced himself to witness some spectacular ultimate technique. She spun on her heel without a shred of hesitation and shrieked at the top of her lungs, "The heat is too high, run for your lives." Watching this spectacular anticlimax unfold, Lu Xun could only let out a slow sigh. She sounded so incredibly fierce a second ago, only to tuck tail and run. In the next second the light in his eyes shifted. A wave of raw crimson bloodlust flooded his gaze, and his lips slowly pulled back into a twisted, savage grin. "Now, I am feeling angry." Right at that moment, little 17 materialized before him, giggling playfully. "Brother, I'm here." But there was no warmth in Lu Xun's response. He let out a manic guttural roar. "Get out of my way." His violent outburst startled little 17. She clutched her toy chicken to her chest, whimpering in a mix of fear and confusion. "Brother, it's father." By now, Lu Xun's consciousness had been completely suppressed. Father's terrifying presence taking full control of his body. His pupils flared with a crimson, predatory light as he glared at the bloated monstrosity. A chilling, guttural laugh vibrated in his throat. A single, icy command echoed in his mind: "Tear them to pieces." In a flash he lunged forward with the raw, explosive power of a wild beast. He reached out and grabbed one of the squirming human heads on the monster's body, the flesh feeling sickeningly cold and slimy. His fingers clamped down like steel talons, his nails tearing through the skin and sinking deep into the raw muscle beneath. Before the head could even register the pain to scream, its struggles were violently extinguished. He brutally wrenched the head from the monster's core, tearing it away centimeter by centimeter. As the flesh snapped and the skull was crushed in his grip, Lu Xun let out a twisted, ecstatic roar of laughter. The sheer savagery of the attack dealt a devastating blow to the creature's psychic stability. The remaining faces on its writhing body began to shriek in agonizing unison. It hurts so much," refusing to be slaughtered passively. Another nearby head snapped its jaws open, revealing rows of needle-like teeth, and clamped down onto the arm Lu Xun was using to mutilate its kind, even as the teeth tore deep into his flesh and blood began to spin. The manic, crimson-eyed grin on Lu Xun's face didn't falter for a second. There was no pain, only escalating madness. The monster unleashed a shrill psychic scream, the concussive mental wave forcing him back a step. As the putrid psychic wave washed over him, a cascade of pure, unadulterated fury flooded his consciousness. "Trash, absolute garbage. How dare this pathetic worm stand before me? Why haven't I ground it to dust yet?" His lips curled into a sickening, vicious sneer. "It seems you worms are quite proud of your ability to trigger negative emotions." With a sudden, violent motion, he plunged his entire arm straight down the creature's gaping maw. Channeling a torrent of raw, destructive psychic force into his limb, he began to claw and tear wildly inside the monster's inner cavity. Wherever his hands reached, the creature's mental construct fractured and imploded. Roaring like a demon, he tore the colossal beast apart from the inside out, unleashing the insatiable bloodlust boiling within his chest. Just as the frenzy reached its peak, the massive psychic entity suddenly destabilized completely, melting into a puddle of thick, glowing blue sludge. Lu Xun stared at the rapidly evaporating psychic sludge, his gaze somewhat vacant as he muttered to himself. Why did it dissolve all of a sudden? He scanned the roof. The two monsters that had been flanking him earlier had already dissolved into shimmering blue particles, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, a figure came sprinting out of the stairwell toward him, calling out in a worried tone, "Kid, are you all right?" It was Drunkard. But when Lu Xun turned his cold, crimson gaze onto her, a sudden spike of suspicion flared in his chest. No, this Drunkard is a fake too. The instant the thought crossed his mind, the figure of Drunkard popped like a bubble, vanishing into thin air. Slowly, the crimson hue faded from Lu Xun's eyes, returning to their normal black. The suffocating rage and dizziness in his mind gradually receded. He pressed his palms to his temples, thoroughly bewildered. What did I just do? Where did all that rage come from? Little 17 poked her head out from a nearby shadow, looking at him warily. "Brother," she whispered softly, "are you not mad anymore?" Lu Xun stepped forward to comfort the little girl. "It's okay, it's all over now." But little 17 still seemed to be frightened by his appearance earlier. "Brother, I won't play around anymore. I'll protect you forever. It's fine, how could I blame you? Actually, you purposely didn't come out to help so Mom would scold me, right? Seeing her remain silent, Lu Xun continued, Never mind, let's go. We should head back first. Entering the hallway, the first person who came into view was the elderly woman. He saw Grandma Wong first, then looked at her vegetable basket. The basket was completely empty. It seemed that the crazy, chaotic scene from earlier had vanished without a trace. Images of a pregnant woman and her husband frantically making a phone call flashed through his mind, along with a little boy watching water spill onto the ground. These images flickered before his eyes one after another. Climbing the stairs step by step, he muttered to himself, Fortunately, the things they did just now were all fake. The final image was of a girl staring blankly at an empty wheelchair. After climbing the long flight of stairs, he finally reached the 11th floor. Upon stepping inside, he saw the surrounding people gradually dispersing. Only then did Lu Xun realize that he had actually gone to the 11th floor instead of the 12th floor where Drunkard's home was. He pushed open a door and walked in. This was clearly not the room of Drunkard's parents. The cluttered scene inside, along with Drunkard holding a liquor bottle and drinking herself into a stupor, left Lu Xun completely baffled. What is going on here? Drunkard put down her bottle and said, It's the monster's radiation. Those two monsters that release negative emotions couldn't find me for 2 consecutive days, so they changed their strategy and started influencing the neighbors, driving them into a frenzy. Lu Xun glanced at the sofa nearby. The drunkard's parents, who had been hacked to death earlier, turned out to be just 2 throw pillows which Drunkard had obviously prepared in advance. He inquired, Why did the neighbors queuing at the door just now mistake that place for your home? How did they end up like that? She replied somewhat vaguely. Living in the same building, some friction is inevitable. Once their emotions are triggered, they easily cause trouble. Lu Xun forced a wry smile and said, So your relationship with the neighbors is? Drunkard replied as if it were a matter of course. My family has the best relationship with the neighbors in this entire building, she added. Those 2 monsters were coming for me, but they ended up affecting the neighbors. I specially set up this room to distort the perception of those around us, so that when the enemies broke in they would mistake this place for my home. The neighbors are fine too. They've been under my control the whole time. What they did just now was all fake. Once they wake up, they'll just think they had a nightmare, Lu Xun asked in confusion. But can mere radiation from monsters really drive people that crazy? Drunkard explained. You missed a point, young man. Those negative emotions are real. They were just buried very deep and happened to be triggered by that monster. Lu Xun continued his questioning. So are you saying there isn't a single good person in this building? She scratched her nose and cried out. Oh my God, you missed the point again, she countered. Is someone who can normally restrain and hide those negative emotions not considered a good person? Lu Xun replied, Your guess is wrong. I searched the entire residential area and confirmed that there is no mastermind pulling the strings nearby. Drunkard was surprised. No way. Those 2 monsters were clearly drawn here by someone and they even changed their tactics. Lu Xun asked her, How did you get targeted by them in the first place? Drunkard thought for a moment and replied, To be honest, initially I just wanted to investigate those bizarre death cases, analyze the energy signatures, and lock onto the target. But I ended up running into 2 psychic monsters instead. The victims were clearly killed by the monsters, making it hard to deduce whether this person's ability is to transform into psychic monsters or to cause mental distortion and pollution. Lu Xun proposed his own theory. If there is no ability user controlling the monsters nearby, then it's highly likely that when the enemy released the psychic monsters, they left some kind of mark on you, and the monsters tracked you down through that mark. In other words, you fell into their trap without even realizing it. Since the monsters have been tracking you for 3 consecutive days, where did you go 3 days ago? She scratched her head and said hesitantly, You're right. 3 days ago, I did feel like I had been hit, and I remember the exact location. At the time, I felt like someone was watching me from the shadows, but no matter what method I used, I couldn't find them. Lu Xun frowned and said, I'm not looking for him. I just want to know where you fell into the trap and how the opponent made their move on you. Drunkard found his words somewhat baffling and asked back, What's the use of asking this? A slightly cunning expression appeared on Lu Xun's face as he proposed a solution. I plan to directly invite them to our home as guests, Drunkard cried out in shock. Don't be rash, you can't force this kind of thing. It's incredibly dangerous that they have targeted me, and affecting the neighbors is a major crime. My ability can still handle them, but you are only spider system. Ignoring her attempts to stop him, Lu Xun continued to ponder his plan. Since we can't confront them head-on right now, why don't we try to influence them? If I help you draw their attention, it might disrupt their logic. That way they won't come back. Bureau, my advantage is that I don't have neighbors and my family should be very welcoming to them. Drunkard finally agreed to this plan. Inside the Black Rose Cafe in Satellite City No. 4, the doorbell rang. Lu Xun sat down at a table and a waitress immediately walked over and asked, "Sir, what would you like to drink?" Lu Xun said slowly, "Let me take a look first." After browsing for a while, he made his decision. "I'll have this one, the most expensive one." The waitress smiled and replied, "All right, please wait a moment." As soon as the waitress left, he fell into deep thought. Even though Drunkard was picking up the tab, why this cafe? This place looked like an illegal organization, which he had investigated thoroughly beforehand, and it was highly likely hidden around here. He recalled Drunkard's description. "I ordered a cup of coffee, mixed it with half a glass of liquor, and then had a pleasant chat with the waitress about paintings from the civilized era. Of course, there was also..." Thinking of this, he vaguely guessed some of the inside story. The reason Drunkard had brought this deadly trouble upon herself must be hidden within these details. Lu Xun then thought, "How old are you? Do you have a good relationship with your husband? Do you plan to remarry?" He thought to himself with some embarrassment. Was he really going to repeat everything Drunkard had done back then? As he was thinking, the waitress walked over with the coffee. "Sir, your coffee is ready. Please enjoy," he replied calmly. "Thank you." Lu Xun looked at the pitch-black coffee and asked with some confusion, "Where are the sugar and milk?" The waitress explained, "Our shop only serves pure black coffee. Drinking it directly is the only way to appreciate its bitterness and rich aroma, so we usually don't add sugar and milk." He was slightly surprised. "Oh, I see, but could you bring me some anyway? I don't like it if it's too bitter," the waitress continued. "Only after tasting the bitterness can you appreciate the sweetness. Life is the same. Letting go of prejudices and accepting reality makes things much easier than blindly chasing sweetness. You can order a cappuccino instead, but there are no refunds." Lu Xun frowned. "No refunds? Never mind then. I'll just drink this, but please bring me some sugar." The waitress still refused. "Sir, who adds sugar to black coffee?" After a debate over whether to add sugar, the waitress finally won the argument with an unquestionable tone. "Sir, our coffee really does not come with sugar." Lu Xun weakly replied, "Okay then." The waitress praised him happily. "You're doing great, sir." Once the waitress left, Lu Xun fished out a small candy from his pocket, thinking to himself with some pride, "Lucky I brought a piece of candy with me." Suddenly sensing something unusual around him, Lu Xun glanced out the window. Through the glass, little 17 was plastered tightly against the window, complaining, "Brother is a liar, you clearly still have candy." Lu Xun gasped in his heart. Crap, he was busted. Before he knew it, the waitress, with a dark face and a somewhat displeased expression, called out, "Sir, you really have quite the taste." Lu Xun quietly mused that he had successfully got himself targeted by them. It seemed the reason Drunkard was targeted back then was because she mixed liquor into her coffee, showing zero respect for their coffee, which perfectly mirrored his behavior just now. Now, according to the agreement, as long as he lured them to his home as guests, Drunkard could immediately launch her operation. The crimson moonlight spilled over the apartment building, making it look exceptionally eerie and gloomy. Lu Xun carried his things into the house. "I bought some ingredients. We'll add a few extra dishes tonight." Little 17 immediately pounced on him, rummaging all over his body. "Where did you hide the candy?" his mother asked in confusion. "Why didn't we just have a nice meal 2 days ago?" He replied, "I just came back from a business trip and got quite a bit of allowance. Everyone worked too hard in the past. I want to treat everyone to some good food." His mother stood up and replied, "Then I'll go prepare dinner. It's getting late anyway." Little 17 pulled at his clothes from the side, constantly pestering him for candy. "I want candy, brother. Give it to me quick." He let out a helpless sigh. "There really isn't any left." At this moment his father suddenly spoke up. "Busy all day doing those dangerous things outside. Are you in a rush to get promoted so you can investigate some secret? Is your current life really that unbearable to you? Just how unsatisfied are you that you have to work this hard?" Lu Xun avoided the topic, turning and asking instead, "Is there any unopened liquor left at home? I'd like to have a drink with father tonight." Seeing him avoid the question, his father roared in anger. "Pretending like everything is fine all day, don't you get tired?" Lu Xun replied calmly, "You can't fake this look of anticipation. I really want to accompany father for a drink tonight. Besides, we won't be the only ones tonight. I've also invited 2 friends, maybe 2 or perhaps more." Before he could even finish, little 17 excitedly interrupted. "I want one. I want to share a toy friend," his mother added. "Then we'll have to prepare food for 2 more people." Seeing that Lu Xun had successfully diverted the topic, his father was extremely irritated. He suddenly stood up and cold snorted. "Since your friends are coming," his mother chimed in, "then we must naturally host them well." The scene shifted to a roadside barbecue stall where a man slammed his hand on the table in rage. "Why did you ask that kind of question?" he roared at the waitress. "Just now you were already one of us. Only we understand what the true reality is. Those people live like walking corpses, adhering to hypocritical morals and willingly becoming slaves to them. They're all a bunch of fools," the waitress said hesitantly. I'm just a bit worried," the brown-haired man immediately retorted. "It's not worry, you're afraid," another fellow chimed in. "What's most disgusting is refusing to admit the fear in your heart. Just like back then when you refused to admit your best friend's death because of your own greed." He then turned to manipulate the girl again. "Was your best friend not good to you? She gave you gifts and helped pay the medical bills when your father was sick, but in the end you still pushed her off the building." It seemed his instigation had worked. The waitress screamed, "But I hate her, what's wrong with that? Just because she has money. She looked down on my job at the cafe and disdained drinking coffee here. Every day she kept calling me her best friend, but in reality she just treated me like a servant." Seeing that he had successfully provoked the waitress's resentment, he turned to look at another person. "And you, why did you poison your colleague?" that fellow said viciously. "I don't feel guilty at all. How is he better than me? Just because he came to the city earlier and made some money, he got to marry a beautiful widow." After successfully manipulating the two of them, he suddenly stood up somewhat hysterically and said loudly, "Sometimes even I feel disgusted. That's because their hypocrisy infects us, preventing us from being our true selves. They wear masks and mock us, but in truth, everyone is selfish. Do they represent justice? They choose to wear masks while we are real. Since we've already taken off our masks, what is there to fear?" With an ugly expression, the waitress asked. "But what if we draw the patrol force here?" the man said disdainfully. "What is there to fear about the patrol force? I know someone is investigating us, but it doesn't matter at all. They're just a bunch of hypocrites. Even if they die, it's fine. We're going back to our true hometown. The most real place of all. True hometown," constantly echoed in the minds of everyone at the barbecue stall. Clearly this fellow had used some method to forcibly control everyone present. He smiled sinisterly. "To let the people of this world see the truth clearly. Let them witness the true hometown with their own eyes." Following his command, countless branches covered with human eyes began climbing up the building walls. The vines continuously extended, blockading all entrances into the building. The siren's wail echoed persistently, as if heralding the approach of something extremely terrifying. The monster covered in human heads manifested once again. Meanwhile, Lu Xun seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. He greeted cheerfully. "They're already here, and they've even split up." The branches of those bizarre trees had already crawled up the walls to the windows of Lu Xun's home, searching for an entrance. But they didn't need to struggle at all. Lu Xun's mother threw open the window and warmly extended an invitation. "What are you waiting for? Come on in." The creepy laughter echoing from the room startled the psychic monster, and even the bizarre tree panicked. Mother grabbed one of the branches in a tight grip, refusing to let go no matter how much it struggled. Trying to run? That won't do. With her scissors, she snipped and sliced several wounds onto the branch before tossing it out. "Go on back now." Meanwhile, at the corner on the other side, little 17 was squatting, poking her head down to call out to the monster below. "Little doll, don't be afraid. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." Before her voice even faded, she leaped onto the monster. The little girl tried her best to push this massive monster into the room, but because the monster was simply too huge, she found it hard to apply her strength. Just then, Lu Xun's father emerged from out of nowhere. With a casual heavy push, he shoved the monster straight into the room. One of the human heads on the monster fell off, rolling to little 17's feet. Her sister happily picked up the head. "This is so fun." As her sister walked into the house, the iron door of room 401 slammed shut with a heavy bang. It seemed tonight would be another joyous evening for their family. Happily dragging the monster toward the kitchen, Father grinned. "Now we can add another dish." Looking at the few branches in her hand, Mother offered very amiably, "My scissors are very sharp. Would you like me to help trim your nails?" Lu Xun, watching this scene, Lu Xun couldn't help but marvel. The house had instantly become incredibly lively. Afterward, he stepped aside and made a call. "You guys can take action now. I haven't found the ability user behind this yet, but he will definitely show up. Don't worry about anything else. Arrest everyone who needs to be arrested. If anything happens, I'll notify you again." On the other end, Drunkard replied, "All right, moving out." After hanging up, she immediately ordered the patrol force to initiate the arrest, authorizing them to open fire if they encountered resistance. The squad leader shouted loudly, "Nobody move, stay where you are." "Shut up," the waitress asked in terror. "What's going on?" The fellow beside her suddenly stood up, muttering under his breath. "I feel the breath of reality. We are going home." Before his words even faded, he collapsed to the ground. A soldier said in surprise, "Is he dead?" Right before dying, his mind was still filled with ecstatic thoughts. "Everyone must die, but this is not the end. We will return to our true hometown. There is no need for masks there, only endless worship and eternity." The scene cut back to Lu Xun's home. The unconscious fellow slowly opened his eyes, staring at the warm light overhead, and muttered, "Have I returned to my hometown already?" Lu Xun mercilessly poured cold water on him. "Keep dreaming, you're in my house." 10 minutes later, By the dining table in Lu Xin's home, after interrogating some information out of him, Lu Xin summarized the situation. What they worshipped was the true hometown, not some ordinary evil deity. After awakening, the ability user claimed to have received a divine oracle and began preaching in Satellite City number 4, developing believers, opening minds, and dedicating everything. They would also eliminate those who hindered their growth or got into conflicts with them. For instance, the bank president was killed because they coveted his wealth, and his daughter was pushed off a tall building to her death by the believers. Lu Xin thought to himself with some pride, "Lucky I brought candy with me." Little 17 quickly poured a cup of water for her brother. Lu Xin continued, "To recruit believers, they usually use interest and fate, like ordering coffee at the shop, and then seize the opportunity to send psychic monsters to forcibly convert them, rather than directly killing them." After reviewing this information, Lu Xin was somewhat speechless. What kind of absolute nonsense is this? He continued to ponder. The question is, what kind of ability is that mark that attracts psychic monsters? How does it act on the targets? Why do these psychic monsters obey his commands? And that oracle they speak of, is it some kind of mental delusion, or does a powerful psychological suggestion actually exist? Most importantly, does the true hometown they worship really exist? Hearing this, the fellow completely broke down, muttering continuously, "True hometown, true hometown." Lu Xin let out a sigh. "Never mind, let's leave it at that for now." Looking at his current half-witted state, he probably wouldn't get any useful answers anyway. Then the man was casually dragged away by father. Mother walked over and praised. "You did very well this time," he asked in confusion. "Is it because I started taking the initiative to invite guests over to play?" She smiled and replied, "No, it's because you've begun to trust your family, especially your father." She looked toward the kitchen and added, "Even if it's in this peculiar way." Suddenly, Lu Xin's expression darkened, and he demanded loudly, "Then let us talk about this too. It was you who told little sister not to help me, right?" "Why?" Lu Xin was deeply puzzled. Mother explained gently, "You cannot always rely on your sister. You've grown up. If there comes a day when your family can no longer accompany you, what will you do? Though we will always be a family. You don't need to worry, but when you grow up, you will need friends and a life of your own. If your friends don't understand you and don't trust you, how can they truly want to help you?" Lu Xin felt so aggrieved he couldn't find the words. It turned out his mother was deliberately bullying them just to help him smoothly enter the second stage. Lu Xin's mother retorted, "That's not bullying at all. What they think is their own business. We are only guiding them slightly." Lu Xin replied obediently, "I understand. That's why I also told them I could directly help them narrow down the range of the monsters." On the opposite rooftop, someone was aiming a sniper rifle at Lu Xin. The man let out a sigh of relief. "How terrifying," Xiao Yuan said with some confusion. "What is he doing?" Two mental monsters, weighing nearly 2,000 pounds, had their mental radiation vanish inside his apartment, as if he dragged them into the room and ate them. The white-haired man chimed in. "The problem is he quickly analyzed their behavior before and after searching for Drunkard, as well as information about the mastermind. It was as if he had directly interrogated them." Xiao Yuan shot back, "Interrogate what? Interrogating mental monsters?" The white-haired man knit his brows in thought. He found the ability user of that mysterious organization, executed a perfect cleanup, and received an A- grade evaluation. But given his style of doing things, a cognitive system user could absolutely never pull that off. "What on earth is his ability?" he said warily. "Stop talking, senior. Do you get the feeling that someone is watching us from behind the window pane?" the white-haired man asked hesitantly. "Didn't we say last time that we should give him a higher score? Let's hurry up and just give him an A." On the other side of the window, Lu Xin's mother had already taken in all of their movements. Meanwhile, in the administrative building of Qinggang's main city, discussions were buzzing. The true hometown organization in Satellite City number 4 has been completely wiped out, and a deeper investigation is currently underway, Minister Shen complained somewhat impatiently. "Did you summon all of us here just for this trivial matter?" Professor Bai replied as if it were a matter of course. "Of course not. There is another more important matter in inviting you here. I believe the secret of Solo's ability has been solved." With that, he handed Minister Shen a report. Looking at Lu Xin's test results, he gasped in surprise. 75? How could it be so low? Professor Bai explained. "Isn't that exactly what needs to be discussed? This danger assessment gave an inflated score based on subjective feelings. In reality, he is just an exception among ability users, and no anomalies have been detected." Chen Jing thought for a moment and spoke up. "Actually, there is one," she offered her observation. "After analyzing his and Gecko's mission reports, I suspect there's an error in his accounting with discrepancies of up to several $1,000s. Yet Gecko's reimbursement claims were even higher than Solo's, he retorted. I've always wanted to figure out Solo's secret. Until we saw the danger level report, we began to suspect that he is not of the cognitive system, and that he has no family around him at all, Professor Bai pointed out with certainty. Based on the current reports from the observation team and Drunkard, the result is indeed that he has none. He continued to present other data. Solo's data and behavior indicate that he is different from other ability users. While other people's abilities are chaotic and complex, I suspect he is not of the cognitive system at all. At this point he paused and answered with a serious face. Rather, his body does not possess any innate ability whatsoever. Outside the conference room, Han Bing happily informed him, Mr. Solo, the mission to clean up the mysterious organization True Hometown has received high praise from the higher-ups. Your cooperation with Drunkard. Just then the office director timidly sidled up. Hey brother, have a smoke. Lu Xin replied warmly, Thank you, thank you. Once Lu Xin had walked some distance away, the director was still pondering what is there to be so happy about. Did he beat up some thugs or take down some gang boss? Lu Xin asked Han Bing. So I can be promoted to a Tier 3 special talent now, right? She replied excitedly. It will take effect once the leaders sign off. Because you completed the mission against the mysterious organization, Drunkard split the reward and gave you 500,000. Lu Xin almost jumped up in joy. 500,000. She then asked about registering for the second stage. I've already drafted the application for you, Mr. Solo. Are you ready? To add any special reasons, Mr. Solo? Lu Xin thought about this special reason and replied with great aspiration, Yes, I want to protect Qingdong well, protect its citizens, and strive toward building a civilized world. Seeing how enthusiastic he was, Han Bing was also very happy. Great. I'll submit your materials once the higher-ups give the word. If the application goes through smoothly, you'll still make it in time to attend the Special Clearance Department's Advanced Talent Training Conference. Lu Xin asked curiously, What conference is that? Han Bing explained. A conference held in the main city to cultivate advanced talent. If you submit the second stage application, you will attend as well, Mr. Solo. You'll need to make a trip to the main city, he gave his reply. Great. I can't believe they actually feel safe letting me go, however. He still felt a trace of worry in his heart. After all, they had always remained vigilant toward him. Minister Shen asked with a frown, not possessing any innate ability. What on earth does that mean? Professor Bai explained that while he possessed an exceptionally powerful mental magnitude, he lacked a specific direction for his ability, which perfectly explained why he could resolve the South Wall mental pollution bomb. The mental pollution bomb would create self-destructive monsters and distort everything, but Solo, relying on his superior mental power, directly overrode and neutralized it. Chen Jing thought of a possibility. If that's really the case, his mental magnitude might already be close to 10,000, Professor Bai clarified. Currently, no humanoid being can withstand a mental magnitude close to 10,000. The same goes for Solo. He likely weakened the monster first before overriding it. 4,000 to 6,000 is a more reasonable estimate. We can view Solo as a powerful source of pollution, yet he lacks the infectivity. He only possesses raw mental power and the mental traits to distort, perceive, mimic, analyze, and replicate abilities when needed. Thus he has no personality disorders, but he doesn't actually have 3 family members either. I suspect that during the awakening phase of his ability, Solo saw 3 specific people or some kind of ability, and used his immense mental strength to mimic and decode them, treating them as his own family while he was still at the orphanage. Solo's power is simulated and constructed by himself, so he cannot unleash his true mental strength. Because of this, he is a tier lower than an S-class. With that he held up a sheet of paper. He remains undeveloped, he has no record of losing control, and actively likes to abide by rules. This is a very promising sign. I believe he is suitable to enter the second stage. Minister Shen slammed the table and barked. All of this is pure speculation, Su Xin said with some hesitation. He is indeed extremely dangerous, but he questioned in return. When the Special Clearance Department was first established, didn't we set the principle of cooperating with principled ability users instead of treating them as enemies? Minister Shen also voiced his thoughts. I admit that principle. But ability users are simply too terrifying. Have you not read the dossier on Happy Town? If things turn into a hornet's nest, are you sure you can bear the responsibility? Professor Bai's expression grew increasingly solemn. I read it long ago. To be honest, I wasn't surprised at first. Do you still remember what that despairing genius researcher said when he jumped from the 100th floor of the Eclipse Research Institute? Chen Jing gasped. Those 3 curses, Professor Bai corrected her. saying they shouldn't be called curses, but rather warnings or prophecies, two of which were, he lowered his face, continuing with a heavy expression, we must prepare ourselves to welcome the gods. Su Shin burst into laughter. There's no need to discuss a madman's last words, but we must admit that old Shen's worries are not without merit. We indeed need to be more cautious when doing these things. Professor Bai stood up abruptly. The 2 sentences I prepared aren't just for you to hear. Did you know that the maritime nation of Tianlun is currently in contact with the Deep Well Company, negotiating over the cultivation fluid? Minister Shen was taken aback. This, Professor Bai pressed his hands onto the table, emphasizing in a deep voice. The 2 sentences I want to say to you are, he continued, given his current mental magnitude, do you think he even needs reinforcement? What second-stage ability users do is reinforce and stabilize their mental power. Currently, he doesn't need it. What we need to do is help him become more stable, Minister Shen pressed with some skepticism. I have one final question. How can you guarantee that once he enters the 2nd stage he won't become our enemy? Professor Bai blinked and replied playfully, I've thought about this question long ago, and I've come up with the most perfect solution. He beamed, sharing his well-thought-out plan, and that is to sign a contract with him. Meanwhile, in the Qinggong Administrative Building, a voice came through Lu Xin's phone. Mr. Solo, please rest assured we will do everything by the book. The other end of the line continued. Once the information is updated, we will first send you the pass to the main city. You will immediately gain the eligibility to purchase property in Satellite City No. 2. Lu Xin was taken aback. Buying a house, he hurriedly requested. Then could you please help me inquire about the housing prices near the first ring road of Qingyin Mountain in the East District of Satellite City No. 2? Roughly how much does it cost, and are there any discounts? On the other end of the line, Han Bing beamed and readily agreed to keep an eye out for him. After hanging up, Lu Xin let out a sigh of relief. They no longer object to me entering the main city, nor did they reject my 2nd stage application. It seems Mother's guidance was successful. He had a faint feeling that his mother seemed to be deliberately arranging something. Ever since we caught the specter, my family members have rarely shown themselves around me. Even my little sister has become quite playful. Lu Xin couldn't help but sigh. In the eyes of others, almost every one of his missions was completed by borrowing his family's abilities. They probably thought he accomplished those tasks using telekinesis, right? But Mother must have her deep reasons for arranging things this way. Seeing his phone vibrate, he was startled. Did Han Bing get the information so quickly? As soon as Lu Xin answered the phone, Gecko's cheerful voice rang out from the other end. Awesome, headquarters approved my attendance at the Advanced Talent Training Conference. And Linda will be there too. Oh my god, we're finally going to meet. Stay calm. Our relationship was basically established last time. After that, if I stay for another year I can buy a house in the main city to settle down, marry Linda, and have 3 kids. Gecko shared excitedly. I'll protect my wife and kids, and when there's nothing else to do we'll go on trips. Although Lu Xin got a whole body of goosebumps, he still happily congratulated his friend. That's great, that's great. I might go there too when the time comes. Gecko asked curiously. Then won't we be able to go together? What about that good sister of yours? Lu Xin's cheeks suddenly flushed bright red and he muttered in his heart. Did Han Bing mention this conference on purpose to hint that she and I would also meet? If that's really the case, then what should I wear when the time comes? Lu Xin walked back to his desk, happily packing his things. The office director behind him called out to stop him. Xiao Lu, don't rush off after work. There's something I need to tell you. Startled, Lu Xin quickly asked what it was. The director said, the company's vice president Xiao is coming for an inspection. As our company's model employee and a candidate for supervisor, how about we have dinner together? Upon hearing this, Lu Xin readily agreed. The director added a bit awkwardly, but I only have one tiny request. After all, he's the corporate vice president. When we have dinner, could you please not bring your gun? The scene shifted to a restaurant named Old Timber Hand, which exuded an air of luxury just by looking at it. Lu Xin observed for a moment, thinking to himself, the leaders have all arrived. It seems tonight's banquet is extremely important. Xiao Yuan said with a face full of smiles, you are all veteran employees, please go ahead. Lu Xin was slightly surprised. He was so young. The girl sitting next to him whispered, I heard he is incredibly capable. He was taking charge of million-dollar projects at just 20, and even got admitted to a school in the main city. Her eyes shone with admiration as she praised. Of course, the best part about him is that he is our big boss's son. Ah, a man like him is simply the perfect marriage partner. Lu Xin's eyes instantly widened in astonishment. He already has children, the girl next to him explained. Those are his younger sister and brother. Our junior president Xiao's biological mother passed away in a car accident years ago. She patted Lu Xin's shoulder and continued, his father remarried and had a boy and a girl. but Vice President Xiao is exceptionally good to these two step-siblings. It's probably because President Xiao agreed to hand the conglomerate over to him, and he is a very sentimental person. Noticing the way Xiao Yuan looked at his younger brother and his action of swallowing hard, Lu Xun silently pondered. However, this Vice President Xiao looks a bit bizarre. He closed his eyes and began trying to observe using his mother's ability to perceive the emotional states of surrounding spiritual entities. Let's give it a try. First was the girl sitting next to him. This sister currently had some desires in her heart. Then there was the male colleague sitting next to her, who was trying his best to remain calm so he could perform well when Vice President Xiao came over to offer a toast later. Lu Xun turned his analysis to Xiao Yuan. What exactly was this Vice President Xiao thinking in his heart? In Lu Xun's current field of vision, Xiao Yuan was staring at his younger brother with a sinister gaze, a single word repeatedly flashing in his mind: meat. Immediately after, he stared straight at his brother's chubby little arm and brought it to his mouth. When his lips touched the arm, he exerted extreme self-control, and in the end only gave it a gentle bite. Sweating profusely, Xiao Yuan violently pushed his younger brother away. Lu Xun was greatly shocked. He actually resisted. He pulled out his notebook and began writing something on it, thinking, I know how to curry favor with him along with everyone else now. After finishing his notes, Lu Xun decisively tore the page out. Just then, Xiao Yuan walked over and explained apologetically, Sorry, I wanted to come over earlier, but my father and stepmother are in the main city. These two kids were just brought over, so I was delayed for a bit. Please don't mind. Everyone politely expressed that they didn't mind. He stepped forward, clinking glasses with Lu Xun. Hello, you look quite young. May I ask how to address you? He introduced himself. My name is Lu Xun. I work at Shenhuo. Then he swiftly handed the note he had just written to Xiao Yuan. After reading it, his face instantly fell, and he gasped. This, Xiao Yuan stood frozen like a clay statue. After reading the note, his entire face became incredibly unsightly. The wine glass in his hand slipped unnoticed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Xiao Yuan's legs buckled and he slumped to the ground as if all his strength had been instantly drained. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded, yet Lu Xun remained perfectly composed, asking in a calm tone, Are we still drinking? Once Xiao Yuan calmed down, he picked up a glass and asked, How should I address you? Lu Xun retorted, Didn't I just tell you? He then introduced himself. My name is Lu Xun and I work at your company. The two then clinked their glasses cheerfully. On the way home, the office director asked Lu Xun hesitantly, Xiao Lu, just now, what on earth did you do to him? He squinted and smiled, replying, Nothing. I just had a little chat with him about food. The director was shocked. Food? He secretly pondered, what on earth is this guy's background? There are rumors in the company that he has an underworld background, but how did a single slip of paper terrify President Xiao like that? The Xiao family has such a massive business, they might even have their own private militia. How could he be so afraid of him? After driving for some distance, they finally arrived back at Lu Xun's home. Lu Xun waved his hand. Thank you, sorry for the trouble. The director immediately stepped on the gas and sped away, calling back, No need, please don't say thank you to me. He silently marveled. The director is getting on in years and isn't even an ability user, yet his driving skills are incredibly slick. Lu Xun fell into thought. This dinner was quite successful. He was indeed a core employee and had caught the vice president's attention. However, this Vice President Xiao's behavior clearly showed he had a guilty conscience. This was a major issue and had to be reported to the higher-ups. Meanwhile at Han Bing's home, she was brushing her teeth when she received a call. Han Bing asked indistinctly, Mr. Solo, good evening. Lu Xun said, Good evening, what are you doing? She replied that she was brushing her teeth. Lu Xun felt a bit embarrassed. I'm so sorry, truly sorry for disturbing you so late. She smiled slightly and replied warmly, It's fine. Since Mr. Solo is calling, you must have something important to ask. Is it about buying a house? Lu Xun smiled and said slowly, Actually, it's not that important. 10 minutes later, Han Bing had a look of shock. Is he an ability user? Lu Xun replied with absolute certainty. He definitely does not possess any ability. Han Bing sighed and said with some difficulty, If that's the case, then it's a bit of a problem. If he simply has a desire to eat people, it can only be classified as a potential criminal case that hasn't happened yet. This doesn't fall under our Special Clearance Department's jurisdiction, so I can only forward the report to the Security Bureau. But she continued with some worry, if the other party hasn't actually done anything, I'm afraid the Security Bureau won't be able to do much. Lu Xun replied, I understand. Han Bing comforted him. Don't worry, I'll ask the Security Bureau to investigate. We'll definitely find an excuse to question him tonight. At least that way, we can ensure the safety of those two children. Also, please be careful, Mr. Solo. She furrowed her brows and continued. If this person really has a problem, I'm worried he might. Lu Xun replied, I know, I'll be careful. Afterward, the two pleasantly wished each other good night and hung up. Lu Xun let out a sigh. He seemed to have changed from how he used to be, even though he was potentially facing a psychopathic cannibalistic killer. He had shown absolutely no reaction just now, as if he had merely run into a scary jerk without feeling any actual threat. He suddenly remembered, shoot, he had forgotten to ask her if she was going to that advanced talent training conference. The next day in the office, a man whispered to a girl nearby, "Have you heard? Word is Lu Xun's backing is even bigger than Vice President Xiao's family." The girl was stunned. Really? No wonder he carries a gun to work every day. Just then, the director suddenly walked over, stammering to Lu Xun, Little Lu, Vice President Xiao is in his office and says he wants to see you." Lu Xun blurted out in surprise. "See me?" he thought to himself. "I just warned him yesterday. Why is he suddenly coming to the company to see me today? What does he want? But this psycho-killer business isn't under my jurisdiction, so there shouldn't be any need to call little sister over." He stood up, pulled out his gun and replied with a smile, "Let's go." The director's eyes rolled back in sheer terror, thinking to himself, "Vice President Xiao, run for your life." The scene shifted to the manager's office, where Xiao Yuan was waiting for Lu Xun. The moment Lu Xun walked in, Xiao Yuan asked with a serious expression, "Are you Lu Xun?" Lu Xun greeted the vice president politely. Somewhat losing his composure, Xiao Yuan stated that he had already looked into Lu Xun's background, saying his father's secretary had called about a project, and questioned Lu Xun on whether he had used a gun during that transport business discussion. Lu Xun admitted it. Trembling all over, Xiao Yuan pulled out the slip of paper and demanded, "Who on earth are you? What did you mean by giving me this yesterday?" The note read, "You shouldn't eat it, and you certainly shouldn't want to eat people." Lu Xun asked back with interest, "You actually kept that note?" He then explained that it was meant literally, "You must never try that taste. It is absolutely forbidden both by law and morality." Xiao Yuan roared hysterically, "I'm asking you, how could an ordinary person suddenly write me a note like this? That was a nightmare that tortured me for an entire month. Does it have something to do with you?" Lu Xun was highly surprised. "A dream? What dream?" he said with keen interest. "It's fine, you can tell me. I'm quite curious about these strange things," Xiao Yuan bellowed. "Tell me first, why did you write me this note?" Lu Xun stared at him, explaining calmly, "Because I could tell you really wanted to eat back then." Xiao Yuan was drenched in sweat, his facial muscles twitching. "I really did. In other words, I've already eaten. And I've been doing it for a month straight." Then he began to tell his story. "Starting about a month ago, I began dreaming of some bizarre images. In my dreams, someone killed my little sister and brother and then made them into. He served them to me on an exquisite silver platter, then forced my mouth open and made me swallow them." Lu Xun sighed calmly. "How terrifying." Xiao Yuan was somewhat surprised. "You don't seem scared at all," Lu Xun replied. "I'm used to it." Xiao Yuan lit a cigarette and continued, "That day I felt so disgusted that I threw up for a long time. At first I specifically ran to check on my brother and sister, and thankfully they were fine. At the time I thought it was just too much stress. But on the second night I dreamed of that scene again. It was the same person. He killed my brother and sister, then walked up to me carrying a red plate. If I didn't eat it I couldn't wake up at all. Since then he came every single day." Lu Xun asked curiously, "Is that all?" Xiao Yuan ran his hands through his hair in frustration. "Yes, just a repeating nightmare. The exact same thing every day. My brother and sister are fine, and aside from insomnia I haven't had any other issues. Except there's one thing. I became addicted." As he spoke, the image of himself turning into a cannibalistic monster surfaced in his mind. Lu Xun was somewhat puzzled. "Addicted?" Xiao Yuan described his experience. "Yes, tortured by that nightmare. My appetite was forcibly altered. Everything felt incredibly real. It was prepared in different ways every day, and the taste was just indescribably delicious. Once I woke up I couldn't forget it. Normal food in reality couldn't compare to what was in the dream at all." He clenched his hands in terror, his eyes horribly bloodshot. "One day I went home for dinner, and my brother and sister ran over to play with me. I picked them up and suddenly a terrifying thought popped into my head. A very powerful urge to eat them. I was terrified. Ever since then I've tried to avoid going home as much as possible to keep away from those two kids." Lu Xun furrowed his brows in thought. Could this be some kind of source of pollution? Is it just him being affected, or is the entire family potentially? After finishing, Xiao Yuan asked anxiously, "Why aren't you saying anything? Am I beyond help?" Lu Xun stood up and replied, "No, I was just thinking about something else. Wait here a moment, I'm going to make a phone call." On the other end of the line, Han Bing answered Lu Xun's call. "Good morning, Mr. Solo." Lu Xun greeted politely. "Good morning. Have you had breakfast?" She replied, "I've already eaten." Lu Xun discussed with Han Bing, "Great. Oh right, about Vice President Xiao whom I mentioned to you yesterday. It seems he isn't some psycho killer after all. He says he's been having some strange dreams lately, being forced to eat things every night. What do you think about this situation? Han Bing analyzed. A Dreamweaver system ability user. It sounds like he has received a powerful psychological suggestion which has created a distorted desire. If that's really the case, then the situation is quite serious. Dreamweaver system ability users are the influencing type, and they are very difficult to deal with. Lu Xun asked, puzzled. Are they that hard to deal with? Regardless of that, if I take on this case, does it count as completing a mission? What is the reward? She indicated that if these law-breaking ability users weren't caught, they would cause massive chaos in Qinggong City. Therefore, the reward for handling cases related to them was at least 50,000. Lu Xun quickly accepted the mission. Beside him, Xiao Yuan looked quite nervous, smoking a cigarette to ease his anxiety. Just then, Lu Xun finished the call and said to him, I can help you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan stood up in sheer ecstasy. Really? That's wonderful, he hurriedly offered. If you can help me, then I'm willing to pay you 50,000, no, 100,000. Hearing this, Lu Xun froze like a stone, asking back, how much? He calculated in his head. That's 100,000. The reward Han Bing mentioned was only 50,000. Besides, he had already called Han Bing to report this as official business, so he couldn't privately accept money from someone else now. His heart bled instantly. Thinking the price wasn't right and wanting to add more, Xiao Yuan was stopped as Lu Xun raised his hand to refuse, though his heart was in absolute agony. No, we have our own principles. We cannot accept money privately. Xiao Yuan secretly marveled in his heart. What a legendary master of supreme skill who treats money like dirt. He quickly asked, then when do we start now? Lu Xun turned around and replied, we'll talk after work. Xiao Yuan was completely bewildered while Lu Xun replied with perfect justification, because I have to work. When 6:30 p.m. arrived, Xiao Yuan walked over to Lu Xun's desk and invited, Little Lu, would you like to have dinner together? Lu Xun declined. I have some things to do tonight. Xiao Yuan eagerly suggested, how about this? I'll drive you there and wait for you. Lu Xun reluctantly agreed, all right, I guess. The surrounding colleagues who witnessed this whispered among themselves, what's going on? How did little Lu end up putting Vice President Xiao in this state? He didn't kidnap the chairman, did he? Another colleague guessed, why do I feel like Vice President Xiao is pursuing him? The director, hearing this, hurriedly gestured to Little Wang. Little Wang, call a construction crew tomorrow. Have them tear down that partition and build a separate private office. But thinking of Lu Xun's background, he changed his mind again. Actually, scratch that. Tell them to come tonight and work overtime to get it changed overnight. The scene shifted to the training center at night. At this time, Lu Xun was on the phone with Han Bing. Lu Xun said, let's skip the previous parts tonight and focus on understanding the Dreamweaver system. Han Bing agreed to his request. Okay, after our call at noon today, I prepared the relevant materials. She then went on to introduce. The Dreamweaver system is one of the systems we in Qinggong have studied extensively. The Special Clearance Department once recruited 2 Dreamweaver system ability users. One of them sacrificed their life during a mission, while the other is currently still responsible for handling special pollution incidents. Dreamweaver system ability users are publicly recognized as one of the most bizarre types of ability users. Their core ability is being able to enter other people's dreams and guide them within, she continued. This core ability can branch out into 3 specific abilities: forced dream entry, dream reenactment, and dream control. When these abilities are combined, they can achieve many things beyond imagination. Lu Xun listened while scribbling messy notes. Han Bing asked with concern, Mr. Solo, is your mood not very good today? Although he looked calm on the surface, deep down his mind was completely in disarray over losing a huge sum of money. That was 100,000. He suddenly lost out on 50,000, and he couldn't register what the other person was saying at all. 100,000 on the other end of the phone. Han Bing mistakenly thought she hadn't done well in her assistant's work today. Lu Xun stood up, pacing back and forth as he deduced. It seems this type of influencing ability user is difficult to deal with precisely because of this point. They rarely confront anyone head-on. Many times their opponents are tortured to death without ever knowing where they are hiding. A hint of worry showed on Lu Xun's face. Under the rules of the Special Clearance Department, ordinary blade system ability users usually wouldn't handle this kind of incident alone, because they would be at a huge disadvantage. Even if they took the mission, they would be equipped with specialized bullets. Although he wasn't simply a blade system ability user, it would still be best to apply for a few specialized bullets. Soon he walked over to Xiao Yuan's car. Xiao Yuan, who had just finished eating a piece of bread while waiting, quickly came up to meet him. Master Lu, are you finished? Do you have a solution? Lu Xun asked with some curiosity. Mr. Xiao, where do you plan to sleep tonight? He thought to himself. Did he just call me master? Xiao Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. "No, please don't call me Mr. Xiao. My name is Xiao Yuan. You can just call me Xiao Xiao." With a serious face, Xiao Yuan explained, "Before, I was sleeping at home, but to avoid my brother and sister, I used the excuse of being busy with work and booked a room at the Blue Mountain Hotel. However, over the next few days my parents are going on a business trip to the main city, and they sent the 2 kids to the hotel as well. I was just debating earlier whether I should go home." Lu Xun guided him. "Go straight to the hotel tonight. If the 2 kids come looking for you, and you leave them there to run back home yourself, aren't you afraid your father and stepmother will think you're purposely avoiding them?" Xiao Yuan quickly nodded in agreement. Right, you're right." "Then what do we do once we get there?" Lu Xun said. "Once you get to the hotel, go straight to sleep." Xiao Yuan asked back in surprise. "Sleep?" Lu Xun explained. "If you don't sleep, how am I supposed to help you catch whatever is in your dream?" "If you don't dream, how can I help you?" Xiao realized. The scene shifted to the Blue Mountain Hotel. Xiao Yuan ordered, "Prepare some food and send 2 bottles of wine to my room." Soon a server pushed a food cart in with the food and wine. "Young President Xiao, the red wine and food you ordered have been delivered." As it happened, the actions of Lu Xun and Xiao Yuan at the time were easily misunderstood. Xiao Yuan said to Lu Xun, "Thank you for your hard work." The female server was instantly shocked, her face turning red with embarrassment. Could it be, "No way, 2 guys?" She hurriedly turned her head away and ran off quickly, saying, "Enjoy your meal." As the door clicked shut, the 2 continued their discussion. Lu Xun said, "To put your mind at ease, I'll show you my credentials now. The situation you are experiencing is definitely a mental pollution incident. I specialize in handling these matters and I need your cooperation now. Is that all right?" Xiao Yuan replied, "No problem. So Master Lu, what do I do next?" Lu Xun said, "Get into bed and go to sleep immediately, of course." He felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, wait for me a moment, let me freshen up first." Then, Xiao Yuan began a tedious personal care routine. Showering, brushing his teeth and even applying moisturizing spray. Lu Xun secretly wondered, was the life of the wealthy always this complicated? Lying in bed, Xiao Yuan was still unable to fall asleep, feeling a bit distressed. "I still don't think I can sleep." Lu Xun handed him a bottle of wine. "Drink this." Xiao Yuan chugged the entire bottle of wine, muttering right before passing out, "I'm counting on you." He began to get deeply drunk, mumbling, "I'm counting on you." Lu Xun suddenly remembered, he had moved too quickly just now and hadn't gotten a close look. Was that bottle of wine he drank expensive? A strange red light reflected into the room from outside the window. He was finally sound asleep. Now all that was left was to wait for him to enter the dream. Just then, Xiao Yuan suddenly pushed himself up with his hands, his arms suspended in the air as he repeatedly mumbled, "Meat, meat." Lu Xun turned to look at him. He saw him climb out of bed and walk over to the nightstand. Lu Xun quietly observed Xiao Yuan's actions. He was currently sleepwalking. His hands kept gesturing in the air as if he were slicing something. Lu Xun watched him, thinking this was probably prepping ingredients. Xiao Yuan's movements were stiff, like he was slicing food. Lu Xun thought, is he going to eat it raw? He actually looks quite happy, and his movements are pretty practiced. Lu Xun began to channel his strength, preparing to execute the mission. Since no mental monster was currently found on the vice president, he could only borrow his mother's ability. With the help of her ability, he observed that a green light on Xiao Yuan's body was growing increasingly intense, representing his strong appetite. However, besides his mental body, there were some tiny white threads wound around him, which clearly didn't belong to his original mental body. What was going on? This must be the external force that is influencing him, Lu Xun analyzed. But those white shadows had already fused completely with the vice president. If he tried to peel them off by force, it might damage his body. He had previously made a promise with his mother not to let his family members out to help before he reached the second stage, so he couldn't ask his mother for help. Lu Xun was about to pull out his phone. Since that was the case, he could only call Han Bing to ask for advice. Suddenly a beep came from the door, and a woman was seen standing at the entrance, peering inside. Then 2 children ran happily into the room. Brother, we finally caught you," the 2 kids asked innocently. "Why do you never come home?" Hearing their voices, Xiao Yuan turned his head, a greedy, bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. Lu Xun instantly sensed the anomaly. Not good. "Oh no!" Xiao Yuan charged toward the children at lightning speed, locking them in a death grip, and grabbed one of their hands, preparing to bite down. Lu Xun lunged forward violently, thinking, when did they get in? Fortunately, he could still borrow his little sister's ability at this moment. Grabbing the children's clothes with both hands, he lifted them up and tossed them onto the bed, away from Xiao Yuan. Seeing his prey snatched away, Xiao Yuan flew into a rage, immediately scrambling up to lunge at the bed. At the critical moment, Lu Xun swiftly extended his leg, tripping him. Lu Xun pinned him to the floor, stepping heavily on the back of Xiao Yuan, who was sprawled out near the foot of the bed. He felt a quiet sense of triumph. Now let's see you try to get up." The woman rushed into the room holding a rock pointing at Lu Xun and screaming, "What are you doing? Security, security, get in here." Beneath Lu Xun's foot, Xiao Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, his face filled with greed. With a serious expression, Lu Xun pulled out his gun and aimed it at him, shouting, "Don't move." Security guards also rushed in, yelling, "What's going on here? Who's making trouble?" The woman looked at him in bewilderment. "Isn't this guy just an ordinary office worker? How does he have a gun?" Lu Xun was racking his brain for a solution. The situation before him was too chaotic. With these security guards rushing in, he couldn't guarantee that he could keep Xiao Yuan pinned securely with one foot to prevent him from hurting the kids, while also dealing with these guards alone, all without harming the vice president. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan's expression in front of the children was incredibly bizarre, staring greedily with a sinister grin toward the bed. "Wow, what's wrong, big brother? You suddenly got so scary." Lu Xun was still trying to find a way out. There was no way he could explain the situation clearly to them in such a short time. The woman pointed at him and shrieked, "How dare you?" Lu Xun asked back, "Were you the one who brought the kids to this room? Are you jealous of me? Your mind is truly filthy." Then, without a shred of hesitation, he pulled the trigger and a bullet pierced straight through her leg. Xiao Yuan instantly stopped struggling, and Lu Xun suddenly sensed something off. He stopped moving all of a sudden. The mental connection seemed to have snapped. Along with a rustling sound coming from beneath his collar, several fingers with razor-sharp nails were slowly extending out from inside Xiao Yuan's body. The arm gradually elongated, reaching out to grab Lu Xun's foot. Sensing the change, he realized from the surrounding scenery that the Dreamweaver system ability user's power was starting to affect him. He neutralized it effortlessly. Sensing that Xiao Yuan was blocked by an external force at the critical moment of his dream suggestion, the power attempted to drag Lu Xun into the dream as well. Suddenly, the arm faded and vanished. But Xiao Yuan abruptly lunged his neck forward and bit down on Lu Xun's foot. Lu Xun's expression remained indifferent. He did not feel the slightest pain. He continued to walk forward, feeling wronged. Xiao Yuan buried his face and sobbed bitterly. Lu Xun speculated that the hand had seemingly tried to drag him into the dream based on the real-world environment. Was this the Dreamweaver system's forced dream entry ability? The scenery began to shift. He recalled the primary rule of facing the Dreamweaver system: never believe. As long as you don't believe, the mental attack you receive will be minimized. However, this trick doesn't seem to have any effect on me. The scenery shifted constantly, and bursts of laughter from an unknown source echoed in his ears. A ghostly shadow materialized alongside the laughter. Facing the sight before him, he analyzed that this was the concrete manifestation of the residual mental power left by that Dreamweaver system ability user. If he shot it with a specialized bullet, would it be completely destroyed? More ghostly shadows and laughter kept coming, growing in number. He was a bit vexed. So many have popped up again, which one should I shoot? Clutching his head, he felt a bit irritated. The laughter was truly annoying. This was precisely within his subconscious dream. What on earth was this scene? Why did these images keep occupying his mind? However, he did not resist. Instead, a strong desire welled up within him. Eventually, the scenery completely shifted, and the dream was successfully constructed. Looking at the sight before him, he thought to himself, "Where is this? It feels so familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen it." He saw an operating room with its lights on, curious about what was inside. The sound of electric shocks, blades cutting through flesh, and faint callings. Lu Xun decided to go over and push the door open. Just as he was about to touch the doorknob, an eerie sight suddenly appeared. Just then, a blurry female ghostly shadow appeared behind Lu Xun. Her long hair was draped loose, completely obscuring her face, and her mouth constantly emitted hair-raising sounds. Sensing something amiss, he turned around to look. Soon, Lu Xun took a keen interest in it. Since he was already here, he swiftly reached out and grabbed the female ghost by her collar, saying, "Then stay with me a little longer." Grabbed by the collar, the female ghost's eyes instantly widened, her heart filled with an unspeakable terror and panic. Previously, everyone affected by its power desperately tried to wake up from the dream, but this time it was the one desperate to escape, while the guy in front of it insisted on keeping it here. It was actually imprisoned within the very dream it had handcrafted. Still grabbed by her collar by Lu Xun, the female ghost was dragged all the way toward the door in front of them. Pushing the door open and entering, Lu Xun's expression shifted slightly in surprise. A horrifying scene was instantly laid out before his eyes. Objects were scattered messily on the ground, blood flowed everywhere, and not far away lay the body of a doctor who had died an extremely gruesome death. The scene before him made Lu Xun wonder what kind of place this was. Stepping closer, the doctor's corpse looked even more bizarre and terrifying, his entire body completely mutated and twisted. Soon, Lu Xun noticed the ID badge on the corpse's chest. The writing on it sent a jolt of shock through his heart. Red Moon Project. Research Group. Looking at the eerie doors around him, he slowly walked forward while dragging the female ghost. There were 3 more doors here. He wanted to go over and investigate. However, after taking just a few steps, his legs trembled slightly. Peering inside through the glass window on the door, Lu Xun hesitated. Inside, various items were piled up messily, and he couldn't help but ask himself what he was searching for. Just as he was lost in thought, an extremely terrifying child's face was suddenly pressed against the door's glass window, staring with a pair of lifeless, dead fish eyes. This sudden development made his heart shudder, his eyes widening in shock. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, "It's so familiar, but why do I suddenly feel so sad?" Just as the thought crossed his mind, the space around Lu Xun began to warp and shift. The female ghostly shadow he had been dragging along grew fainter and fainter, eventually vanishing entirely. The space soon shattered into countless fragments, and a sharp pain forced Lu Xun to clutch his head with both hands. It hurt so much. Vivid and realistic fragments of memory rose and fell in his mind. It was an image of 2 young children crying hysterically. There were also 2 police officers shouting in panic, "Firing a gun in the city is illegal. The security bureau is already here. You still have a chance to turn back." After a long while, Lu Xun sat on the chair, his hand tightly clutching the revolver, as tears flowed silently down his face. He was back. Tears flowed uncontrollably, which surprised and bewildered even himself. He had actually cried. After a while, Xiao Yuan slowly opened his eyes and woke up, faintly seeing Lu Xun sitting on the chair in a daze, while a persuasive voice echoed from not far away. "Sir, please do not do anything foolish out of impulse." Gradually, he saw the scene before him clearly. Lu Xun sat on the chair with a gloomy face, a woman lying unconscious beside him. The voice still echoed in his ears. "We understand the abundance of emotion truly." The speaking voice did not carry even a hint of judgment, leaving Xiao Yuan's heart filled with doubt. "What on earth is going on?" Looking gaunt, Xiao Yuan walked over to Lu Xun and asked in confusion, Brother Lu, did something happen?" Seeing him approach, Lu Xun sat on the chair and calmly replied, "Oh, you're awake. Nothing much really. The matter is pretty much resolved." But seeing the injured secretary lying on the floor with his 2 siblings crying uncontrollably beside her, Xiao Yuan's face fell instantly. Is this what you call resolved?" Facing Xiao Yuan's reaction, Lu Xun calmly slipped his revolver back into his coat and explained unhurriedly, "Just now when I was helping you resolve the issue, this secretary might have liked you all along. But some misunderstanding arose, so she gave the room card to your 2 younger siblings. They barged in while you were having a nightmare, nearly turning the nightmare into reality." Recalling the scene from just now, Lu Xun continued, "To resolve your issue, I had to use some temporary countermeasures. It seems I did go a bit too heavy-handed." However, after hearing Lu Xun's words, Xiao Yuan's face became even uglier. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Not heavy-handed at all. She almost caused a catastrophic disaster." Once he calmed down, he turned around and instructed the security guards outside the door, "Forget it, it's fine. Security, come in and send my secretary to the hospital." Just then, his younger brother and sister suddenly burst into loud tears together. "Wah!" Lu Xun, sitting on the side, showed no reaction. The security guards quickly entered and carried the secretary away. Xiao Yuan ran over, pulling funny faces to coax the weeping siblings. But this only made them cry even harder. Awkward and flustered, he could only frantically coax them. "Don't cry. Big brother was just playing a joke on you." Witnessing the whole process from the side, Lu Xun couldn't help but think with a slight headache, this kind of cleanup work is indeed best left to the support group. Downstairs of the apartment building, quite a few police cars had already gathered. At this moment, Lu Xun's voice came, "Your matter can be considered half resolved. But I have a more important matter right now, and need to make a phone call, so I'll leave these troublesome matters downstairs for you to deal with." The scene shifted. In a certain bedroom, the girl lying in bed reached out for the earphones on the nightstand. Wearing thin pajamas, Han Bing slowly sat up and put on her earphones. A report came over the phone confirming that he had indeed been mentally polluted, or rather was currently under the influence of pollution. Hearing this, she spoke, "Understood, Mr. Solo. Why is it so chaotic on your end?" Standing by the window and looking down at the ground, Lu Xun said softly over the phone, "There was a bit of a problem, and I fired a shot just now." Han Bing immediately grew nervous. "Mr. Solo, are you all right? How is the other party now?" He answered with some embarrassment, "I'm fine, but she sustained a minor injury." Hearing this, Han Bing let out a slight sigh of relief. "Okay, don't worry. I will coordinate and handle this. Mr. Solo, can you give me a brief overview of what happened?" She typed away on her computer keyboard to take notes while listening to his narration. Lu Xun continued, "Following our previous plan, I observed his mental state after he fell asleep. Then, when I tried to stop him, something strange happened. The mental power left on him by that Dreamweaver seemed to have dragged me into the dream as well. But that power quickly vanished. No residual mental fluctuations can be detected on Vice President Xiao now. After listening, Han Bing asked in confusion, "Vanished? Did you resolve it?" But she immediately heard Lu Xun reply, "I didn't harm it. According to my analysis, that power dissipated on its own. Normally, for a Dreamweaver system mental power residing in a victim's body, the host's mental state should be extremely weak, with a mental magnitude of only tens or even lower. Therefore, when it attempted to influence other ability users, it would inevitably accelerate its own consumption." Lu Xun shook his head slightly. "He didn't seem that weak. Well, actually, he indeed was quite weak. This ability user has some bizarre methods. I'll submit my report later once I completely figure it out." This left Han Bing on the other end of the line quite puzzled, but she quickly asked, "All right, then how does Mr. Solo plan to carry out the investigation next?" Lu Xun replied, "Of course by directly interrogating him in person." However, recalling Xiao Yuan's situation just now, he continued to say to Han Bing with some confusion, "I didn't find that Dreamweaver system ability user just now. After the residual mental power on Vice President Xiao completely dissipated, I stayed by his side the whole time but found no clues whatsoever." She also quickly organized her thoughts and reanalyzed the incident. If that were the case, it was obvious that the Dreamweaver had mastered their ability to an extremely proficient level. The traces of the Dreamweaver system's abilities were already extremely difficult to capture. They could entirely control targets to commit crimes from a distance through psychological suggestion, making physically searching for them no easy task. Han Bing's voice continued to come from the other end of the line. "Mr. Solo, actually, your mission can be considered completed now. As for finding that Dreamweaver system ability user, I suggest transferring it directly to headquarters and applying for a specialized investigation team to handle the follow-up." But Lu Xun said with a resolute attitude, "I'd still better handle this myself." He gazed far into the vast city, standing by the apartment window, his eyes becoming increasingly sharp. "I just had an idea that should resolve this." A moment later, the scene cut back to the ground downstairs of the apartment. At this moment, Xiao Yuan was busy explaining to the police officers, "Officers, you have to believe me, we really didn't do anything. Yes, we were just warding off evil spirits. A gun? What gun? How could we have a gun here? And we absolutely didn't fire any gun. Don't listen to those people outside talking nonsense." Meanwhile, on the other side, a police officer respectfully saluted Lu Xun and inquired, "Sir, is there anything we can help you with?" Lu Xun replied with a calm demeanor, "Nothing, thank you for your hard work. You may go back." Witnessing the whole process, Xiao Yuan couldn't help but be filled with doubt. This was a shooting incident that could have cost a human life, yet it was closed so easily. Why would such a powerful figure come to work at his own family's company? Immediately after, he hurriedly huddled close to Lu Xun's side, asking with a face full of anxiety, Great Master Lu, no, Xiao Lu, wait, Brother Lu, what should I do now?" Lu Xun then spoke to comfort him, "Your nightmare issue has been resolved. You can get a good night's sleep tonight. However, I need to find the guy who gave you the nightmares. I will personally handle this matter for you." Hearing this, he asked back in surprise and suspicion, "You mean, someone is really trying to harm me?" Lu Xun answered with a calm expression, "Yes, some is secretly harming you. However, you must tell me the truth now. In your dream, did someone keep forcing you to eat, or did you ultimately take the initiative to eat on your own?" Xiao Yuan shuddered all over instantly, speaking with a stutter. At the beginning it was indeed a strange guy forcing me to eat, but after a few days I actually took the initiative to eat on my own. In the dream I seemed to have turned into another person, and I really enjoyed that process." Then he hurriedly raised 3 fingers to point at the sky, patting his chest as he swore, "But I can guarantee that the guy in the dream is absolutely an absolute pervert. That wasn't me at all. Everything I said is true, I swear." Seeing him like this, Lu Xun couldn't help but think to himself, "It seems I've really terrified this company leader." He comforted him verbally, saying, "I know, don't worry. You were just too deeply polluted mentally." Then he looked at Xiao Yuan and continued, "Since you started having nightmares a month ago, I need you to compile a list of everyone you've contacted in this past month, any grievances you've had against your family, and who would benefit the most if something happened to you." Hearing this, he scratched his head with some difficulty. This is a bit troublesome, because our family has been going through the procedures to relocate and settle in the main city lately. My parents and all the servants at home are in the main city now, but I will do my best to get it done." But at this moment, Lu Xun said with a resolute tone, "Then let's go to the main city. I need to see them with my own eyes and then screen and investigate them one by one." Seeing his firm attitude, Xiao Yuan asked somewhat uneasily, "Then what about after the investigation?" He immediately received a decisive reply, "Of course, directly arresting them." Time quickly came to the next morning. Inside a luxurious office building, Lu Xun stood in front of his originally empty desk, somewhat puzzled. Where did all my things go? Just then, a male employee nervously pushed open the door and walked in, pointing opposite and saying, "Manager Lu, your office is over here." This puzzled Lu Xun even more, and he asked back, "What manager?" The employee hurriedly explained, "You don't know yet. After work last night, Director Lu called several workers overnight to renovate the office. He said you are now a department manager and can't sit outside in the open area with us anymore. Not only did they change you to a new desk, but they also moved all your personal belongings inside." Lu Xun couldn't help but ask, Director Lu's work efficiency is indeed quite high. Arriving in front of the new office, his name was already posted on the door sign outside. Pushing the door open and walking in, looking at the furnishings inside, he couldn't help but marvel. The company's preparations this time are truly thoughtful and thorough. Before he could even finish his sentence, a group of colleagues happily pushed open the door and swarmed in, offering their congratulations. "Manager Lu, congratulations. Now that you're a manager, aren't you going to treat everyone to a meal to celebrate? In the future, we will work hard under your leadership." Facing this scene, Lu Xun replied with some embarrassment, "Everyone is too polite. As for treating you to a meal, let's skip it. It's not a matter of money, but mainly because I've been really too busy lately." Watching this from the side, Director Lu let out a long sigh of relief. He had supervised the workers and kept busy all night, and finally managed to properly accommodate this big Buddha. "I can finally breathe a sigh of relief and rest." Just then, Xiao Yuan also pushed open the door and walked in, greeting everyone. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." This surprised Director Lu a bit. Why had Vice President Xiao come over in person? However, he quickly reacted and welcomed him with a face full of smiles. "Everyone, please welcome Vice President Xiao to guide our work." Standing behind, Xiao Yuan waved his hand a bit awkwardly. No need, everyone, keep working. I just want to say a few words to Xiao Lu." Immediately after, the door of Lu Xun's new office was tightly closed. Holding a stack of documents, Xiao Yuan handed them to Lu Xun and said, "Brother Lu, the list you wanted has been compiled." Lu Xun took them, flipped through them, and asked with some confusion, "Can't you even make a spreadsheet?" Xiao Yuan replied with some embarrassment, "Usually the secretary handles these things." Hearing this, Lu Xun asked casually, "So where is your secretary?" He replied, "Still lying in the hospital." Lu Xun let out an O between laughter and tears, placed the stack of documents on the desk and continued, "How about this? It's fine as long as you know the specific situation. Most importantly, I need you to gather them all together." Sitting opposite him, Xiao Yuan quickly replied, Yes, I've already thought of how to arrange it. By the way, Brother Lu, do you need me to book tickets for you when we go to the main city?" Thinking of Han Bing's reassuring work efficiency, Lu Xun felt at ease and shook his head. "No need, someone should have booked it for me already. I'll be in the main city the day after tomorrow." The scene shifted to a somewhat run-down residential building. In one of the rooms, a rather sumptuous meal was spread across the table when a female voice rang out, "Why are you here today?" Xiao Lu sat in her wheelchair, looking at Lu Xun standing outside the door, and followed up, "Don't you have to go to work?" Blushing, he answered sheepishly, "I have to travel for work the day after tomorrow, so I'm planning to take some time off." Beside him, the two little ones kept bouncing up and down at his feet, chanting nonstop, "The boyfriend is here, the boyfriend is here." This made Xiao Lu blush too, and she couldn't help but scold them with playful annoyance. "Go outside, what are you shouting for?" Lu Xun took a few steps closer to her and said, "Actually, it's not really a business trip. I'm just visiting the main city, probably for about a week." Hearing this, Xiao Lu's expression darkened slightly. The main city, sensing her shift in mood, he quickly added, "The main city is very safe and they have all the daily necessities there. Is there anything you'd like me to bring back for you?" Xiao Lu lowered her head slightly, pretending to be unfazed as she replied, "No, just make sure to come back soon." Lu Xun then broke into a happy grin. "Then come outside with me for a bit. I have some things I want to discuss with you." This caught her completely off guard. After a while, Lu Xun carried Xiao Lu downstairs. As they passed Uncle Zhang, who was reading a newspaper, she instructed, "Uncle Zhang, if I'm back late, please keep an eye on their self-study for me. Have them copy a madman's diary 3 times and I'll check it when I return." Uncle Zhang chuckled, Sure, don't worry about things here." The two little ones ran and skipped along, still teasing them. Carrying the little princess, here comes the boyfriend. A short while later, near a few small hills, Lu Xun pointed at a row of houses in the distance. "Look how big those houses over there are." He turned around and walked back to Xiao Lu's side, still rambling on. "Once we move in, there will be so many rooms here. The living room is spacious and can be used as a classroom. There's also a garden outside where we can grow some vegetables. And it's quite far from the west side of the city, so it's very quiet. Houses here cost around 500,000 to 600,000, even though it's a bit remote. Having our own independent courtyard is definitely better. Once I save up enough money to buy it, you should move in. I've been working really hard lately, and have saved up some money." After listening to him ramble for a long while, Xiao Lu finally spoke up. 5 to 600,000, do you take me for a fool? I'm telling the truth, Lu Xin replied. At this moment a distinct look of loneliness and worry could be seen on Xiao Lu's face. Why exactly are you being so good to us now? Though the smile remained on Lu Xin's face, a flicker of heartache showed in his eyes. Didn't the director often tell us the same thing back then? Though we were still young, we represented hope. He slowly squatted down, gently wiping away the tears slipping down her cheek, and continued, I just want to be a bit better to them, just like the director was to us back then. What's wrong? Xiao Lu's tears continued to flow uncontrollably. She choked out, one of your female colleagues came to see me before. She was very nice. I used to be so worried about what you are doing now, but she made me feel that maybe they aren't like those bad people. That's why I don't want to stop you, but you must promise me not to shoulder all the responsibility alone. She brought up what happened back at the orphanage. I was the one who grabbed a brick and fought others to defend you back then, remember? Recalling how she had brandished a brick to help him ward off those who bullied him, Lu Xin couldn't help but chuckle. But now Xiao Lu looked at him with eyes full of sorrow and heartache. And another thing, you don't owe anyone anything, understand? You don't owe a single soul, that includes me. I've meticulously recorded every single penny you've sent me over the years. You've done nothing wrong. I don't know what you will become in the future, or where you will go. Her tone remained incredibly gentle, yet it carried an indescribably complex emotion. But you must always remember to come back, okay? Don't you dare forget about us. As the words left her mouth, Xiao Lu gently planted a kiss on Lu Xin's cheek, leaving him frozen in shock. Then her face flushed crimson, and she hastily defended herself. This was a kiss on behalf of those little ones, so don't go getting any ideas. Lu Xin's face also turned red with embarrassment, leaving him utterly at a loss. He offered a goofy grin and asked rather sheepishly, Then can I kiss you back? This made her even more embarrassed and flustered, and she yelled out, No way. A few days later, on the train bound for the main city, Xiao Yuan was rambling nonstop in his ear. Brother Lu, do you want anything to eat? Brother Lu, do you want some juice? Brother Lu, do you want me to go get the contact info of that train attendant sister from just now? I saw you glancing over there several times. His relentless rambling made Lu Xin's expression stiffen. No, I don't need anything. I just need some quiet. Sitting opposite him, Xiao Yuan rubbed his nose awkwardly upon hearing his words. All right. Seeing his reaction, Lu Xin engaged in some self-reflection. Was it really appropriate for him to treat the company's vice president this way? But in the next second his expression turned serious. Is everything I asked you to do ready? Xiao Yuan put on a mysterious air, looking around cautiously before replying in a hushed voice. According to your instructions, I've compiled a list of everyone who might have contacted me within the past month. Additionally, taking advantage of my enrollment and registration at Qinggang University in the main city, I have invited everyone to a celebration party in my father's name, and most of them will be there. Hearing his plan, Lu Xin nodded in approval. Good. When? Tomorrow night, Xiao Yuan replied, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. But immediately after, he couldn't help but start rambling again. Brother Lu, do you think we should draw up a plan beforehand? Should we prepare some weapons or call in some backup? By the way, I'm pretty tight with the monks at Zhanshan Temple and a few gang bosses in the underworld. Looking at him like this, Lu Xin couldn't help but sigh. Can you try to act a bit more like a leader? He turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window, silently planning his next move in his mind. A month ago, Xiao Yuan received his admission letter in the main city. Yet even within the main city, a Dreamweaver system ability user still dared to act so brazenly to harm people. The main city's monitoring and screening of ability users were clearly far stricter than those in the satellite cities. Before long, the train slowly pulled into the platform. How could they allow such a terrifying, dangerous element to remain hidden in the shadows? Lu Xin and Xiao Yuan quickly disembarked. Xiao Yuan jogged to catch up with Lu Xin, clutching his suitcase, and said, Brother Lu, I've already arranged a car to wait for us outside. Are you sure you don't want me to book a hotel for you? Lu Xin reached out to stop him. No need. Someone is coming to pick me up too. Meanwhile, at the station's exit, a massive crowd of people had gathered, forming a long queue. The crowd was bustling, and massive signboards stood nearby, reading, Loud shouting is strictly prohibited. Please line up in an orderly fashion to board. At the gates, fully armed soldiers wearing tactical helmets stood guard. Just then a heavy security gate slowly hummed to life, rising gradually, accompanied by a low mechanical rumble and a slight vibration. The crowd began to move inside, and Lu Xin and Xiao Yuan followed the queue. The inside of the passage was brightly lit, with beautiful, highly realistic paintings hanging on the walls on both sides, As Lu Xun sized up these paintings, he spoke up. I can't help but feel like the people in these paintings are staring dead at us. Indeed, the portraits on the walls were incredibly lifelike, even to a bizarre degree. The eyes in the portraits seemed almost alive, scanning every passing pedestrian with uncanny sharpness. This led him to silently speculate. Could this be the Special Clearance Department's first line of defense for screening and monitoring personnel entering the main city? He wondered if this was the effect of some special ability or some kind of high-tech sensing equipment. The moment they stepped out of the station, Xiao Yuan pointed outside and said, "Brother Lu, my parents are waiting for me just outside. Do you want to go over and say hello?" Lu Xun politely declined. "Let's chat at the party instead." Spotting Chen Jing waving at him from a distance, he added, "I need to go report in first." A moment later, Lu Xun walked up to Chen Jing and greeted her politely. "Hello, Section Chief Chen." Chen Jing, however, noticed Xiao Yuan not far away. "Is that the man with you, the one plagued by the nightmares?" Watching Xiao Yuan happily walk toward his parents, Lu Xun scratched his head and replied a bit awkwardly, "Yes, he's also our company's vice president. He's basically my boss's boss." Wait, why did he say boss's boss? Saying it that way made it feel like Section Chief Chen's rank had somehow been lowered. Suddenly his gaze was drawn to something, and his eyes widened in shock. Wait a minute, behind Xiao Yuan's stepmother, an extremely distorted, eerily grinning face suddenly materialized. A hideous, sickening mental monster was crawling out from behind her back. Consisting of only a skull and a section of spinal cord, its face bearing a disgusting long tongue and a terrifying, grimacing expression. Beholding this scene, Lu Xun couldn't help but cry out, "Something's wrong." Seeing his reaction, Chen Jing asked, "Judging by your expression, the person you are looking for couldn't be her, could it?" Rubbing his eyes to forcibly activate his spiritual vision, Lu Xun replied, "Yes, it's her." He silently thought to himself that he needed to borrow his mother's perspective to get a better look. Soon, he clearly saw the spiritual characteristics of the woman. It was a fluctuating state of gray and light brown, indicating that she was currently in a state of extreme anxiety and tension. This spiritual power perfectly matched the white lines wrapped around Vice President Xiao during his sleepwalking. It was definitely her. Chen Jing then spoke up, "This woman doesn't look like an ability user." But Lu Xun was resolute. "It's absolutely her. I'm going over to intercept her now." Chen Jing grabbed his arm to stop him. "No, this isn't our sector. It's out of the jurisdiction of the Special Clearance Department. The gatekeeper of the City Defense Department is in charge here." Her expression turned cold as she mentioned the guy nicknamed the Watchdog. A moment later, a burly man dressed in black exuding an incredibly oppressive aura strode toward them with a grim face. What happened? This man was indeed the guard codenamed Watchdog from the City Defense Department. Looking at him, Lu Xun couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The pressure this guy exuded was truly formidable. Chen Jing stepped forward, pointing to the terminal screen in her hand and said, "You missed someone. There's something wrong with this woman. She entered the main city a week ago, but you didn't intercept and screen her at the time. Just now, our Special Clearance Department solo detected abnormal mental fluctuations on her." Watchdog knit his brows upon hearing this, his voice cold with displeasure. "I already noticed you monitoring her, but let me make this absolutely clear. She is not an ability user." Faced with his powerful pressure, Lu Xun remained perfectly composed, replying calmly, "But she has indeed already done things that harm others, so you'd better pay attention to her." In his mind, however, he was slightly uneasy. What was that? Why did I feel a sudden, inexplicable sense of panic just now? He quickly adjusted his mindset. They were all colleagues, what did he have to fear from him? So he politely extended his hand. "Hello, I am Solo." Seeing the two shake hands, Chen Jing broke the impasse from the side. "All right, there's no need to argue here. It's too foolish for ability users to squabble over this. If you want to know who is right, why not just go over and ask? Won't that make everything clear?" Lu Xun immediately agreed happily. "Great idea." Watchdog then issued an order to his subordinates. Following his gesture, a squad of fully armed soldiers quickly moved in, completely surrounding Xiao Yuan's family. As Chen Jing walked in that direction, she said, "The defense in the main city has always been exceptionally tight." Seeing themselves suddenly surrounded by a squad of armed soldiers, Xiao Yuan raised his hands high in fright, shouting, what is this for? There are absolutely no dangerous goods in my suitcase, at most just a few comic books." A soldier beside him offered a businesslike reassurance. "No need to be nervous, we just need you to cooperate with some investigations." Beside him, the white-haired woman, Xiao Yuan's stepmother, clenched her teeth, trembling all over as she muttered in despair, "It really has come. I knew I couldn't escape. Since things have already reached this point, before long." The woman was detained on the spot and led away by the soldiers. Beholding such a swift and clean conclusion, Lu Xun was left utterly dumbfounded. "I didn't even get a chance to do anything, and it's already over." Chen Jing explained from the side. Regardless of whether she is an ability user or not, she is absolutely trapped now. The City Defense Department's interrogation methods are far harsher than ours. All we need to do is wait here quietly for the results. Do you still plan on going over to take a look? Lu Xun replied firmly, yes, I'll go check it out and be right back. With that, he walked up to Xiao Yuan's father, circling around the man to size him up carefully. Hello, President Xiao. It's a pleasure to meet you. See you around. This somewhat bizarre behavior left President Xiao utterly bewildered, wondering to himself, what on earth is this guy doing? Lu Xun quickly turned around and walked away. Only President Xiao was left standing there in a daze, turning to ask his son in bewilderment who that person was. Xiao Yuan replied helplessly, Dad, if I told you he is actually just a regular, low-level employee at our company, would you believe me? Half an hour later, on the highway leading to the main city, Lu Xun sat in the car, still deep in thought over the matter. Xiao Yuan's stepmother was actually the one who planted the seeds of the nightmare in him, but why would she do that? He knit his brows, completely baffled. She went through all that trouble. Was she trying to harm Xiao Yuan or her own son and daughter? Driving beside him, Chen Jing said calmly upon hearing his complaints, You always have a habit of trying to figure out these people's criminal motives. In terms of protocol, since you've already helped them lock onto the target, our mission is over. Naturally, there will be professional interrogation and psychological evaluation teams to question her. It won't be long before a detailed report is submitted. She turned her head slightly to glance at Lu Xun, then advised against it. But I wouldn't recommend you read those reports, as they are often filled with the darkest aspects of human nature. If your mind isn't resilient enough, it's easy to be affected by them. In a sense, it's also a form of potential pollution, though fortunately, we possess strong resistance. Hearing Chen Jing's words, Lu Xun smiled happily. You truly are a great chief. Your words are so profound and convincing. At this point, Chen Jing asked rather curiously. By the way, how did you tell there was something wrong with her back then? Lu Xun replied candidly. Comparing her mental power, I discovered an eerie mental monster wrapped around her. That thing looked like a second brain, extremely insidious and malicious. Watching Lu Xun's reflection in the rearview mirror, Chen Jing's eyes flickered slightly, as if she were weighing her words. A mental monster. Then on your trip to the main city this time, did your family? Hearing her question, Lu Xun's expression shifted abruptly, and he asked back in surprise, Did they come along too? Then he muttered as if to himself. My sister. He turned to look at Chen Jing and explained with a serious tone, My sister isn't by my side. Actually, I haven't seen them in a very long time. Hearing his response, Chen Jing couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Professor Bai had once proposed a hypothesis that the family in Solo's eyes was actually a manifestation and cognitive projection of his own ability. As he became more skilled in utilizing his mental power, the existence of his family might gradually fade away. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a trace of worry for him. All right, I understand. At this point, Lu Xun changed the subject to ask about someone else. By the way, hasn't Gecko arrived yet? Didn't he agree to meet me at the station earlier? At the mention of Gecko, the image of that fellow happily slipping away with a baggage of flowers immediately popped into Chen Jing's mind. Oh, Gecko. I told him his information analyst would be arriving early as a conference organizer, so he already drove to the conference hotel a day ago to kiss up to her. Lu Xun was taken aback upon hearing this, grumbling in dissatisfaction. That guy actually didn't wait for me. As she drove, Chen Jing continued, He's long since been blinded by lust and completely forgotten about you. Then her expression returned to serious. I'll take you straight to the East Sea Grand Hotel, which is the venue for this seminar. During the seminar, you can wander around the main city and interact with your peers, which will mark the successful completion of my escort mission. However, since this is your first time in the main city, feel free to ask me if you have any questions, even though I don't usually enjoy playing the tour guide. Hearing Chen Jing's words, Lu Xun gave a soft reply. Okay, but in his mind he was slightly hesitant. So should I ask her or not? Looking at the bustling grand sights outside the car window, with towering skyscrapers lining both sides of the road, the entire main city appeared exceptionally clean and tidy. The old director back at the orphanage used to tell them about the prosperity of the old world before the Red Moon incident. Could it have looked exactly like the scene before him? While waiting at a red light, Chen Jing turned her head to ask him, Do you like the environment here? Lu Xun leaned against the car window and looked out, his face filled with novelty and excitement. I do. Can Satellite City No. 2 be built like this in the future too? Chen Jing cast a smile at him, her gaze firm as she said, Our goal is far more than just turning Satellite City No. 2 into this. Looking at the bustling pedestrians lining the streets, a glint of hope flashed in her eyes. "What do you think is the difference between this place, the satellite cities, and the outer cities?" Lu Xun asked, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. "The people here all waited for traffic lights, and everyone walked on the crosswalks. At that moment the light turned green." Chen Jing said with a highly serious expression, "This is called order." Hearing this, Lu Xun, who was beside her, also spoke up. "A professor I deeply respect once said that once a city no longer has to worry about basic survival, it will yearn for the emergence of order in the aftermath of the Red Moon incident. Although the world once collapsed, order will eventually be rebuilt. This is precisely our goal." The scene shifted, and a moment later Chen Jing's car slowly pulled up in front of a tall building. Not far away, 3 people were already waiting. "We're here." On the other side, Gecko wore a total simp expression, sidling up to Tai Kui and saying, "My dear Linda, you're so beautiful." But she simply crossed her arms coldly, telling him to shut up with a look of utter disgust. Beside them, Han Bing waved happily and said, "Mr. Solo, they've arrived." Soon, Gecko also waved frantically at Lu Xun, shouting, "Hey brother?" This left Lu Xun a bit puzzled, because as soon as he turned his head he saw Tai Kui coldly pushing up her glasses, while Han Bing beside her was slightly flushed, looking quite shy, which also caught Lu Xun somewhat off guard. Han Bing, Lu Xun felt a bit embarrassed. Just then a fragment suddenly fell in front of him. A glass shard. Immediately after, an incredibly beautiful pair of long legs appeared in front of Lu Xun. Then, Doll's stunning figure materialized, extremely eye-catching. She held an umbrella in her hand, hovering in midair. Seeing this, Lu Xun was astonished. Doll slowly descended, landing right in front of Lu Xun. Chen Jing, walking over from a distance, was also thoroughly shocked upon seeing this. The beautiful doll was incredibly striking, her eyes were crystal clear, and there was a heart-shaped birthmark on her left cheek, leaving everyone around staring in a daze. At this moment, Lu Xun and Doll stood together, looking both well-matched and romantic, like a scene straight out of a romance novel. Suddenly, Chen Jing cried out in panic from a distance. "Oh no!" Gecko, who was staring in a daze from the side, was slapped across the face by Tai Kui. She snapped angrily, "Wake up!" Nearby, Ma Yi had already been gone for 10 years. Standing to the side, Han Bing was also thoroughly shocked, staring wide-eyed at Doll. Lu Xun, quite bewildered, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" As Chen Jing sprinted over, she yelled in a panic, "Doll has escaped the safe room. Evacuate the area immediately." On the other side, Tai Kui covered Gecko's eyes with her hand and dragged him away. Chen Jing's voice continued to ring out, "Attention everyone. Do not look directly at Doll under any circumstances. Everyone, retreat to 100 meters away." Soon, everyone had evacuated to a safe zone, leaving only Lu Xun and Doll still standing quietly on the spot. The warning broadcast echoed continuously, with the East Sea Grand Hotel as the center, locked down a 100-meter radius. Citizens who are able to, please evacuate to over 100 meters away immediately, or seek shelter in the nearest hotel room, and do not look around. Please note, this is not a drill. The alarm has been sounded. Everyone take cover immediately. Standing to the side, Chen Jing anxiously barked orders to the surrounding soldiers. "Set up a cordon. No one is allowed inside," she then ordered the sniper team stationed on high ground. "Snipers, pay attention. Switch to specialized tranquilizer rounds. If anyone attempts to cause abnormal harm to Doll, or makes any abnormal moves like trying to hug or chase her, fire immediately. Lethal force is authorized in critical moments." Upon receiving the command, the sniper barrels pointed at Lu Xun and Doll. Meanwhile, in the command room of the City Defense Department, Minister Shen slammed his desk, roaring in anger. "I knew it. Gathering so many ability users for a conference was bound to cause trouble sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to happen this fast. Activate the emergency response plan immediately. Put the East District under lockdown. Do I really need to teach you how to deploy the defenses?" At this time, the Research Institute of the Special Clearance Department was also in utter chaos, with reports pouring in one after another. According to the previous strategic plan, we constructed a safe room on the top floor of the East Sea Grand Hotel. This was to give her a sense of participation in the Ability User Conference. Judging by her past behavior, Doll really enjoys this sense of involvement. The soldier clad in full heavy armor continued to report to Professor Bai. Furthermore, with so many ability users gathered together, no one can guarantee absolute safety. Therefore, placing Doll here is also a means of protection. Doll has actually only ever responded to Solo. Therefore, we originally planned to have Solo make contact with her during the conference. But surprisingly, Doll's reaction to him is extremely intense. After listening, Professor Bai said with a somewhat grim expression, "Continue to observe." Back on Lu Xun's side, Chen Jing was closely monitoring Doll's every move through the surveillance screen, attempting to communicate with her. "Doll, can you hear me? You shouldn't have left the safe room. Can you go back now? Watching everything unfold before him, Lu Xun, standing opposite Doll, couldn't help but wonder in his heart. What is going on? Out of nowhere, looking at her is forbidden, but I don't feel any danger at all. It's just that this peculiar scent is so sweet, and Chen Jing's voice is coming through the speaker in my ear. Solo, can you hear me? Doll has suddenly taken an interest in you. Don't worry and absolutely do not show any hostility. I'm going to ask you a few questions now. Answer me with hand gestures. Immediately after, Chen Jing began to question him. Do you have any abnormal thoughts in your mind right now? For example, falling in love with Doll or wanting to possess her? Second, since Doll came to your side, have you noticed any obvious physical changes? Has Doll said anything to you from just now until now? But no matter what the questions were, Lu Xun gestured no to all of them. His answers plunged Chen Jing into deep thought. Although Lu Xun now had his eyes closed, he had not only seen Doll's face earlier but had also been in close contact with her for 5 minutes. The negative mental impact brought by Doll should have become extremely severe. But why did he have absolutely no reaction? As Lu Xun kept his eyes shut, Chen Jing's voice came into his ears. You can open your eyes now. He slowly opened his eyes, met by a pair of clear, bright, large eyes. Soon an incredibly beautiful face appeared before him. Oh, his face flushed bright red instantly, and his heart fluttered uncontrollably. A yearning so intense it felt as if he were melting welled up in his heart, as if all his emotions had become incredibly real at this moment. All his thoughts fell upon the girl before him, and this feeling grew stronger and stronger before. Suddenly, turning a bit awkward, Lu Xun extended a hand to Doll and spoke. Hello, this is our second meeting. To formally introduce myself, I am Solo, but she didn't speak. Instead, she leaned in close and sniffed him gently. Lu Xun reached out and held Doll's petite hands. He offered a gentle smile, gazing warmly at Doll's beautiful face. Neither spoke, simply staring quietly at each other. The scene shifted back 15 years ago. On a stretch of wasteland in the dead of night, a voice rang out. At my age, I can't believe I could still run into such a beautiful and lovely little girl. A man holding an infant in his arms was riding a motorcycle, speeding forward. Along the way, he kept talking to the baby in his arms. I never expected this. I've long since grown tired of the life of those nights. Let's head into the city together. I'll raise you well. As for me, I don't need you to be rich or powerful. I only want you to grow up safe and happy. In the future, there will even be a handsome young man who comes to propose to you. The infant in his arms was covered in dirt, and the spiritual shroud wrapping her body was thick with dust. He held the child in his arms even tighter. Yet a flash of anger suddenly crossed his expression. No, you can't get married. No one is worthy of you. It's better if I take care of you. His face darkened, and a flash of angry crimson flickered in his eyes. That's right, you are a true princess. I will be your guardian, protecting you forever. Gritting his teeth, he continued to mutter to himself. But what if those guys in the city who call themselves noble lords forcibly snatch you away? The city has an army and I can't possibly fight them alone. Damn it, there are too many things in this world that will hurt you. What if I can't protect you? What should I do? Under the silent night sky, the red moonlight bathed the earth. He looked at the child with sorrow, whispering, Actually, I might never be able to protect you again. I know it. The man reached into his pocket and slowly pulled out a pistol. Immediately after, his tears flowed uncontrollably, a tragic, bitter smile spreading across his face as he aimed the barrel at the baby's head. I'm sorry, I can't give you a beautiful world. Yet the baby in his arms showed no fear whatsoever. In this silent night of the blood moon, a gunshot startled the surrounding birds, sending them scattering in panic. A moment later, a car pulled up nearby. Several soldiers got out, weapons in hand, searching the area warily. It's right here. Soon they discovered the man's tracks. A motorcycle lay abandoned on its side, and not far away the man lay in a pool of blood, yet his arms still tightly cradled the child. The soldiers who witnessed this were shocked. What is this? How could anyone ruthlessly kill such a tiny child? A soldier stepped forward, carefully picking up the infant. Upon seeing her face clearly, he couldn't help but freeze. This baby girl, staring at the little baby's adorable face, he exclaimed in surprise. She's so beautiful. The scene returned to the present, where Lu Xun was staring somewhat dreamily at the beautiful doll before him. Seeing his behavior, Chen Jing shouted through the radio at Lu Xun, who was being observed from a distance, her tone filled with tension. What are you doing? Why are you holding Doll's hand? Lu Xun blushed in embarrassment, scratching his head as he explained awkwardly. Ah well, I'm not holding her hand, I'm just shaking hands with her. Chen Jing said solemnly. Listen up, put on your earpiece. Lu Xun reached out to put on his earpiece while communicating with Chen Jing. Chen Jing said, the emergency response team has been established and is conducting tests. Solo, can you hear me? He immediately replied, I can. Through the surveillance screen, Chen Jing saw that Lu Xun was still staring at Doll's beautiful face, and she questioned him with some annoyance. What are you looking at right now? Lu Xun answered honestly. Looking at her. She's quite pretty, Chen Jing said rather crossly. I'm asking you if she is showing any anomalies. Lu Xin's expression also turned somewhat serious. Just now she sniffed me like a little puppy. Does that count as an anomaly? Hearing this, Chen Jing also recalled Dal leaning in close to Lu Xin earlier. She continued, try to communicate with her now. Note, make sure your tone is gentle. After hearing this, Lu Xin was a bit puzzled. What counted as gentle? On the other end of the line, Chen Jing helplessly massaged her temples, while Lu Xin, hearing her exasperated tone, couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. All right, he muttered to himself, thinking his superior's reaction seemed to indicate some dissatisfaction with him. Nevertheless, he complied with the order, attempting to turn and speak to Dal, though his expression and tone were somewhat stiff. Why are you staring at me? This caused Chen Jing, on the other end of the radio, to scream in exasperation. Is this your idea of a gentle tone when speaking to a girl? Lu Xin felt a bit wronged. Then what should I say? Facing this blockhead, Chen Jing was practically fuming, but she could only suppress her anger and return to the task at hand. Forget it, just see if you can lead her back to the safe room. Lu Xin was quite cooperative, immediately turning to Dal and saying with a cold face, come with me. Once you enter the lobby, turn left and take the elevator. Lu Xin strode into the building, and Dal followed him obediently. Chen Jing's instructions continued to come. Get into the elevator and press the 33rd floor. Meanwhile, Lu Xin secretly evaluated in his mind. He could clearly feel that the mental power on Dal was incredibly massive yet exceptionally stable. After entering the elevator, he reached out and pressed the 33rd floor as instructed. But he noticed Dal behind him. Oops, the umbrella she was holding lightly touched the ceiling of the elevator. Lu Xin turned to look at her and said, there's no need to hold an umbrella indoors. It will attract ghosts. Upon hearing this, Dal very obediently closed her umbrella and gently placed it on the floor. Witnessing this scene, Chen Jing asked with some surprise over the radio, so what does everyone think of this? Professor Bai, who had been observing closely, provided his analysis. Dal rarely refuses requests from others. Even if she dislikes something, she usually just pretends not to hear. But the requests made to her in the past were more like cold commands, similar to training a puppy to sit or shake hands. She might obey the command, but she cannot comprehend the owner's intent at all. Watching the surveillance footage of Lu Xin leading Dal back to her room, he continued, but right now, between Solo and her, I feel it is more like a form of communication and dialogue. The most obvious point is that in the past, almost no one could get Dal to close her umbrella, because doing so would strip away her sense of security. Hearing Professor Bai say this, Minister Shen asked in confusion, in that case, how did Solo do it? Professor Chen, who was in charge of Dal's research and guidance project in the Special Clearance Department, explained, it seems the tone of Solo's voice doesn't sound like he is ordering her, which makes it impossible for her to refuse. In other words, Solo can bring her the same sense of security as that umbrella. Let's have them return to the safe room first. I want to closely observe and study the interaction between her and Solo. On Lu Xin's end, the elevator quickly arrived at the 33rd floor. Laid out before him was Dal's safe room. She still followed obediently behind Lu Xin. Subsequently, the two pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was piled high with plush toys. Meanwhile, Chen Jing's voice came through. Solo, go straight into Dal's safe room. Looking at the room before him, Lu Xin couldn't help but want to chuckle. This room looked incredibly dreamlike, but why was it surrounded by glass on all sides? Chen Jing on the other end noticed his feet and quickly asked, wait a moment, did you not take off your shoes when you went in? Lu Xin replied, no, I didn't. Chen Jing couldn't help but frown and ask further, did Dal have any reaction? Hearing this, Lu Xin asked back somewhat awkwardly, can't you see? Chen Jing explained over the phone, normally surveillance cameras are not installed in Dal's room. Tell us quickly, what is she doing right now? Lu Xin scratched his hair in embarrassment. Turning around to look, he saw Dal reaching down to take off her shoes. Then she slipped off her shoes and reached down to lift the hem of her skirt. At this moment, Lu Xin's voice came through the earpiece. She's taking off her clothes. Lu Xin looked thoroughly embarrassed, his cheeks slightly flushed. Luckily, he didn't dare to look directly at Dal. Twisting his face to the side, he continued, she's just taking off her outer skirt. This left Chen Jing slightly surprised and a bit embarrassed as well. Then right now, do you have any special thoughts or want to do anything? Lu Xin replied without the slightest hesitation. Yes, I want to help her put her clothes back on, otherwise it's just too awkward. Chen Jing was temporarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. Professor Chen, who was walking quickly along the corridor, heard their conversation and hurriedly warned, absolutely do not let him act recklessly. Wait for our notice. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Had he really gotten too old to keep up with the times? This was clearly the thinking of a normal person, but why did he always feel this guy was a bit abnormal? Meanwhile, in Dal's room, she had already taken off her skirt and tossed it onto the floor. Chen Jing's voice rang out once more. Solo, Dal has walked over and sat down comfortably in her chair. Hearing Chen Jing's update, Lu Xin replied, Please continue to report your observations to me. What is Doll doing now? An advertisement was playing on the television screen in front of Doll. A man in the video was saying, please be honest with yourself. What is it that you want to do most right now? Seeing this, Lu Xin reported that she was watching television, seemingly a commercial. Chen Jing let out a soft sigh of relief. Phew, then it seems nothing has gone wrong, Lu Xin asked, completely bewildered. Then what should I do next? On the other end of the radio, Chen Jing took a deep breath and suggested, why don't you try and see if you can just leave? Following the suggestion, Lu Xin turned to glance at Doll, thinking to himself, well, wasn't that easy? He then prepared to leave, but Doll immediately shadowed his steps, which left him feeling a bit awkward. She follows me the second I move. It seems I can't leave, he reported. Hearing this, Chen Jing was deeply puzzled. Why? Lu Xin looked back at Doll, who was clutching a plush rabbit and standing close behind him, and replied helplessly, she seems a bit clingy. For a moment Chen Jing was also at a loss as to what to do, so she said, in that case stay there for the time being and wait for headquarters' decision. Lu Xin quickly agreed. Oh okay, he turned his head and said happily to Doll, I'm not leaving. Doll merely nodded slightly to acknowledge his words. Then she turned around, walked back to sit in her chair and gently patted the empty space beside her. Seeing her actions, Lu Xin scratched his head in embarrassment, wondering in his heart, does she want to watch TV? So she wants me to sit over there. Lu Xin quickly walked over and sat down beside Doll. The two sat side by side watching TV, though Lu Xin's posture was rather stiff. The TV continued to blare out advertising slogans. What do you want to do? I don't know either. Everyone in this Red Moon world is under pressure, busy making money to support the family by day, exhausted by night. What should you do when your wife is angry? A blessing for all men, the source of happiness for just 98 yuan. Hearing this advertisement, Lu Xin turned to Doll somewhat awkwardly and said, shall we change the channel? Doll's clear, bright, large eyes stole a glance at him, and then she handed over the TV remote control. Lu Xin was somewhat surprised as he took the remote, quickly and happily thanking her. Immediately, Lu Xin couldn't help but recall what Gecko had said before. Last time Gecko had called her a fool, saying, brother, you weren't wrong. Doll really is like a fool. The two watched TV for a while, and before they knew it, half an hour had passed. A scene of a passionate confession was currently playing on the screen. Lu Xin, who had long since grown bored out of his mind, sighed to himself, sigh, how much longer do I have to wait? Beside him, Doll was just as she had been at the start, watching obediently and intently. After a moment, Doll suddenly stood up, bringing a surge of secret delight to Lu Xin's heart. Is she finally going to do something else? But when he saw Doll walk over to her building blocks castle, he was instantly left speechless. After being bored for so long, she was playing with this again. He couldn't help but blurt out, building blocks are so boring. The moment the words left his mouth, he was met with Doll's displeased gaze. Feeling quite awkward, Lu Xin hastily pointed at the TV screen to cover it up. I meant that person on TV. Just then, Chen Jing's voice rang in his ear. Solo, can you hear me? Do you feel any anomalies in your body right now? Lu Xin massaged his temples somewhat uncomfortably. I feel it's quite oppressive in here. Is this feeling normal? On the other end of the line, Chen Jing was also a bit puzzled, but still indicated that as long as he didn't have any improper thoughts about Doll, it was within the normal range. But soon her tone turned stern as she continued. Doll is the most powerful ability user in Qinggong, but she also carries a massive hidden danger within her. When she first appeared at 3 years old, she nearly plunged the entire city into chaos. At the time, half the city wanted to eliminate her. An image of Doll as a little girl surfaced in his mind, with Professor Bai gently lifting the young girl in both hands. Chen Jing continued, while the other half of the city wanted to protect her at all costs. It was Professor Bai's appearance, using a special method of mental parasitism, that protected her. Later, she became the core combat asset of Qinggong, helping us resolve many major crises. Lu Xin nodded in thought as he listened. Chen Jing paused before continuing, but what I must tell you next is that as Doll grows older, her power, along with the negative side effects that even she cannot control, is constantly growing stronger, almost reaching the brink of losing control. So no matter where she is, Doll requires an independent space. Lu Xin silently watched Doll, who was engrossed in stacking her blocks, as Chen Jing's voice continued to come through. Ordinary people can convey simple requests to Doll, and she usually cooperates, perfectly executing rescue or depollution missions. However, she cannot engage in deeper communication with people. Yet you are the first person we have observed who can communicate with her directly. This indicates you have a profound influence on her. At this moment, Doll was still quietly sitting there playing with her blocks. Now answer me. When you saw Doll for the very first time, what did you feel in your heart? Hearing Chen Jing's question, Lu Xin stood up and took a few steps closer to Doll, debating in his mind whether to use his mother's ability to observe her. No, this girl is crucial to Qinggong. It wouldn't be good if I accidentally triggered her, As he approached, Lu Xun answered, "I feel." He walked over, squatted in front of Doll, looked at her, and said, "She is very lonely." Meanwhile, in the emergency strategic conference room of the Special Clearance Department, a voice spoke up. "Since Doll arrived in Qinggang at the age of 6, she has stayed with us for 12 years, yet nothing like today has ever occurred." Su Xin smiled slightly, looking around at everyone before continuing, "So please give me an answer. What exactly is the reason behind Doll's anomalous behavior now? And will this bring massive turmoil and threat to our Qinggang?" Professor Bai immediately picked up the thread. Doll's extraordinary closeness to Solo may be related to a high degree of compatibility on their spiritual level. Sometimes, a sense of affinity between similar kinds indeed arises, therefore I believe everyone does not need to worry excessively. After all, Doll really is too lonely. Just then, Minister Shen, who had been listening from the side for a long time, frowned and spoke up. "I have a question. The girl codenamed Doll was diagnosed with severe autism very early on. Autistic patients do not feel lonely. They simply do not want others to step into their world." Hearing him say this, Professor Bai brought up the two of them stacking blocks together, explaining, "But what if their world is broken into by an outsider? Ordinary autistic patients indeed immerse themselves in their own worlds, but if someone can truly walk into their world, they will develop an extraordinary emotional dependence on this interloper." Su Xin immediately interrupted, "I do not have deep research on mutations in the spiritual field, but I have carefully studied the files on Doll. Judging by her symptoms, if someone can enter her heart, that is indeed a good thing. However, given that both of them are powerful spiritual system ability users, I need you to give me a risk assessment report." Hearing him say this, Minister Shen also nodded in agreement. If Doll and Solo influence each other and lose control almost simultaneously, what kind of terrifying disaster would that cause? Opposite them, Director Chen spoke up. "This is indeed beyond our expectations, but there is no need for excessive panic at the moment. First of all, Solo and Doll have been in the same room for over 2 hours, yet his mind has not shown any violent fluctuations. This indicates he is completely immune to Doll's negative mental radiation." He mentioned the footprints Lu Xun left on the floor and how Doll had actively handed the remote control to Lu Xun, continuing. "Secondly, Doll has an extremely high tolerance for Solo. Doll has severe misophobia, accompanied to varying degrees by obsessive-compulsive disorder and anxiety tendencies, yet she allowed Solo to walk into the room without taking off his shoes, not only tolerated Solo sitting beside her, but could even forgive Solo taking the remote control and making noise. No matter from which angle we observe, they are currently having a positive influence on each other." Meanwhile, in the safe room, Doll, focused on stacking her blocks, accidentally dropped one. Lu Xun and Doll both reached out to pick up the block at the same time as Director Chen continued his proposal. Lu Xun gently placed the block back onto the top of the castle. Director Chen proposed at the same time, "Since they have already begun contact, why don't we go with the flow and formally initiate that plan?" After hearing Director Chen's suggestion, Minister Shen pondered for a moment. "This plan requires Solo's utmost cooperation, but there are still many unknowns about Solo. Besides, this opportunity came too suddenly. Have you really made all the necessary preparations?" Professor Bai reminded from the side. "This is no longer the era before the Red Moon. We don't have that much time to make preparations slowly and methodically." Su Xin also said, "I agree with Professor Chen's plan, but can you tell me the specific details of its implementation?" Upon being asked, Professor Chen immediately replied, "First, I will go ask Solo." He pressed his intercom, asking Lu Xun to help ask Doll 3 key questions. Upon receiving Director Chen's request, Lu Xun readily agreed. 3 questions, got it. Then he turned his head, looked at Doll, who was focused on stacking her block castle, and asked, Are you satisfied with your current life?" Seeing that Doll still sat there without reacting, Lu Xun was a bit stumped and said to Chen Jing, "She's not giving any reaction." Hearing this, Chen Jing was a bit puzzled. "No reaction?" Lu Xun added. "It's also possible she didn't understand what I meant. Let me try again." With that, he asked Doll once more, "What I mean is, are you living happily?" This time Doll seemed to have a reaction. Her hand paused slightly in midair and then she turned her head to look at Lu Xun, nodding vigorously. Seeing Doll's reaction, Lu Xun happily reported, She nodded, and she even smiled. "It looks like she indeed feels quite happy." Hearing this, Chen Jing also let out a sigh of relief and continued to instruct. "Very good. Second question. Ask her if she usually likes helping us handle those anomalous events." Lu Xun complied, turning to ask Doll, "When other people make requests of you, normally do you find it annoying?" Hearing this question, she froze in a bit of confusion, but soon Doll shook her head vigorously. Seeing her reaction, Lu Xun thought to himself, "She couldn't possibly think I'm the one asking if she wants to help me, could she?" Thus he patiently changed his approach and asked again, I don't mean me, I mean other people. Like last time when there was a problem in our satellite city number 2, and they sent you over to handle it. Do you reject that kind of work? This time Doll gave the opposite reaction. She nodded gently. Seeing this, Lu Xin quickly reported the result. She nodded, though her movement was very slight. I don't know what kind of work you usually arrange for her, but it seems she doesn't quite like some parts of it. However, she doesn't reject it completely. She is just simply averse to certain parts of the mission content. Chen Jing's voice came through the intercom. I heard you ask twice. The first time, did Doll think you were personally asking her for help? Hearing her question, Lu Xin grinned. The section chief is indeed meticulously observant. Having received confirmation, Chen Jing thoughtfully pressed further. Does this imply that if you are the one making requests of her, she will basically agree to all of them? This time, Lu Xin answered somewhat seriously. I'm not sure, but judging by her reaction, our relationship has indeed become much more harmonious than before. Before he could continue, Chen Jing interrupted and urged, continue, the third question. Understood. Lu Xin was highly cooperative, turning to ask Doll, do you just stay in this room all the time for your normal life? Is there anything you particularly want to do? Worried she might misunderstand, he hastily added, I mean not things other people ask you to do, but things you truly want to do yourself. Doll did not answer immediately. Instead, she gently bit her lip and then lowered her head to look at the block castle before her. Observing her reaction, Lu Xin reported, it seems what she wants to do most is just pile wooden blocks. Chen Jing corrected from the side. That's called Lego. Lu Xin immediately flattered. Section chief indeed has vast knowledge and has seen much. You are truly so scholarly. The monitoring screen switched back to the conference room, where several professors and leaders were in intense discussions. Chen Jing continued over the intercom. Very good. We have recorded the answers to these 3 questions. This is highly important reference material for taking better care of Doll in the future. But now I need you to help us ask her a core question. Doll's biggest negative impact right now is that she is not good at reining in her massive spiritual power. That is to say, as an ability user, she behaves more like a walking source of pollution. Lu Xin listened attentively, and then heard the new request. Furthermore, her visual pollution method is the most terrifying, which is also her most unstable aspect currently. So could you please help us ask her? Hearing this, Lu Xin was a bit stumped, but he quickly turned to look at Doll, asking softly, can you control your own spiritual power? Hearing this question, Doll seemed somewhat surprised. Her large watery eyes suddenly went wide, and she stared at him somewhat blankly. After quite a long while, a low exclamation suddenly came from the conference room. Is she really unable to control her own spiritual power? Professor Chen analyzed from the side. Perhaps Doll simply cannot comprehend this question. To her, releasing spiritual power is like us subconsciously stretching our bodies. It is an extremely natural instinctual state. Therefore, even though Solo can communicate with her normally, it is likely very difficult to clearly explain to her what kind of concept reining in spiritual power actually is. Hearing this, Su Shen pressed with some curiosity. So there is still hope to eliminate her negative mental radiation, right? Professor Chen immediately replied with certainty. Exactly. It can be said that Solo's first contact with her this time is extremely successful. Through their communication we can see that Doll is actually just an ordinary little girl with joys, anger, sorrows and happiness, only somewhat autistic and not good at expressing emotions. She is a living, breathing human being just like us. Finding his analysis highly reasonable, Su Shen followed up. Then how do you plan to implement your ultimate plan? Professor Chen then elaborated on his proposal. Solo's assistance is crucial. Our most urgent task at present is to have Doll learn to actively rein in the spiritual power she unconsciously emits. In theory, she could live completely like an ordinary girl, now that Solo has established a healthy communication channel with her. This means he can assume the role of a guide to teach and direct Doll. Combined with our plan, if Doll can learn self-restraint, it will drastically reduce the risk of losing control. This way, regarding Doll's second stage, before he could even finish his sentence, Minister Shen suddenly stood up and loudly interrupted. Let Solo guide her? Doesn't that mean he will master all of Doll's secrets? Doll's secrets are the highest S-class classified secrets of our Qinggang, the professor beside Director Chen countered. What are you blindly worrying about? Isn't Solo's dossier and data also classified as S-class security clearance? Director Chen also chimed in to agree. The two of them were of equal rank, but Minister Shen remained furious. Is that how security clearance is calculated? Does having the same security clearance level mean we can completely lower our guard against each other? Seeing both sides arguing intensely, Professor Bai hastily stepped in to smooth things over. All right, everyone calm down. Although Solo is currently only a Tier 3 special talent, and indeed lacks sufficient security clearance, he can elevate his authority by joining the Special Operations Group. Furthermore, when it comes to executing missions, Solo's performance has always been exceptional. We will make a final decision on the specific plan once the formal report is out. Chen Jing spoke up from the side asking, "Then how should we handle Solo now?" The scene shifted to Lu Xin's side. At this moment he was slumped in his chair out of sheer boredom, sighing, "Why aren't they letting me leave yet? It's already so late," he grumbled in his heart, wondering what his colleagues were doing right now. Everyone else was happily attending the seminar while he could only stay here to keep the most beautiful girl in the world company. Just then, Chen Jing's voice rang in his ear. "The higher-ups have made a decision." Hearing this, he sat up and asked seriously, "What is it?" Beside him, Doll was still focused on stacking her blocks. Chen Jing's voice echoed in his ear. "We hope you can accept a temporarily assigned mission. The content of the mission is simply to stay there and keep Doll company." Hearing her words, Lu Xin asked back in surprise, "Ah, this counts as a mission?" His sudden movement caused Doll beside him to look up at him with some confusion. Chen Jing explained seriously, "The rating and reward for this mission both meet the standard of a Class B mission. Moreover, this is currently just the preparatory stage of the work. After some time you might be assigned higher-level missions. But the premise is that you need to engage in deeper communication with Doll, familiarize yourself with her as soon as possible, and get her used to and adapted to your presence." Hearing this, Lu Xin's eyes lit up. There was no issue with the mission, it was exactly what he should be doing. However, thinking of how Doll had been constantly clinging to him, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless and get a headache. He continued, "But do I have to stay right here, Chief? I haven't been to the restroom for hours. Whenever I try to go, she follows me." But Chen Jing showed absolutely no sympathy, only flashing a somewhat sly smile, clearly having anticipated this. But soon she grew serious and went on to say that this was the first time Doll had ever shown such intense dependence on someone else. She probably didn't know where to draw the line yet, nor did she understand the concept of personal space between ordinary people. Of course, you can also use commands to make Doll listen, but it's best not to do that right now. Chen Jing's voice kept ringing in his ear. "Because this might cause her emotions to become unstable, so we have to trouble you to temporarily stay by her side for now." Hearing this, Lu Xin was a bit puzzled. What would happen if her emotions became unstable? Chen Jing furrowed her brow slightly and said, "Doll protects this entire block. Like a deity, Doll spread her arms to protect the entire bustling city, yet she could just as easily destroy it. You signed a non-disclosure agreement just now, right? Pay attention. Everything you hear next is, in truth, Qinggang's highest secret. In the official archives, Doll's ability level is registered as Class A. But those are her metrics from 3 years ago. For safety reasons, we have concealed the fact that her ability is constantly growing." Chen Jing continued to explain to him that this was to make other High Wall City factions lower their guard. Looking at Doll beside him, Lu Xin couldn't help but feel curious. "I've roughly guessed it, but how could she be this strong?" Chen Jing's voice came through the phone once more. "This is where Doll's secret lies. If we only look at herself, her ability should indeed be Class A. But in reality, besides her own continuously rising mental magnitude, there is another extremely terrifying aspect to her. Images of Doll holding her umbrella, hovering in midair and constantly drawing mental energy from the citizens below involuntarily flashed in his mind. That is, as a princess system user, one of her abilities is to borrow the mental strength of the people around her. The more people nearby, the more massive the strength she can borrow. And after borrowing other people's energy, Doll herself would undergo a change. Her eyes would grow brighter, even carrying a mysterious, grand power. In other words, in populated areas, Doll's mental magnitude was practically infinite. Chen Jing said, "This is what gives us the biggest headache. When Doll was a child, the range of her ability to borrow mental power was only about 10 meters. But as she slowly grew up, this range became wider and wider. 3 years ago, because the testing conditions were too difficult to meet and the risks were too great, we stopped testing her range of influence. But what we can be certain of is that if the current Doll completely loses control, her negative impact is enough to shroud the entire Qinggang city. Moreover, there is currently no absolute means to stop her at a critical moment. The safe room the two of you are in right now only works when Doll cooperates. If she wants to leave, she can easily destroy this place at any moment. In our internal files, Doll is rated as Qinggang's nuclear weapon." Hearing the words nuclear weapon, Lu Xin's face was filled with shock. As for her diet, the food Doll ate had to be exquisite in both appearance and color, mild and slightly sweet in flavor, without any gravy or liquids, and must not have anything that would dirty her hands upon touch. Doll only drank purified water. She didn't like beverages, coffee, or even warm water. Things had to be placed where she could see them at a glance, otherwise she wouldn't remember them. Hearing this, Lu Xun finally understood. So his mission was actually to take care of a human atomic bomb. Another thing to note was that when Doll was young, she didn't even know how to actively look for food. She would only eat if someone served it to her. If no one fed her, she wouldn't actively speak up even if she were starving to death. Lu Xun said with some concern, "I'll keep all of these in mind, but I have a question. What about my conference? Aren't I supposed to attend the Advanced Talent Training Conference tomorrow morning at 9? Chen Jing replied calmly, "You're still thinking about that conference? Don't worry about it. I'll have Han Bing compile the minutes of the conference and send them to you. You're actually worried about your second stage matters, right? As far as I know, the report has already been approved. Preparations are underway, and a commissioner should contact you very soon. The confidentiality level of this matter is extremely high. Even I don't know the specific details. Of course, I will do my best to coordinate so that the mission of watching over Doll won't delay your official business." Lu Xun had previously thought she would be the one in charge of his second stage, but Chen Jing smiled and said, "That kind of work is not my responsibility, but Professor Bai's responsibility." Hearing this, Lu Xun scratched his head in some embarrassment. Professor Bai is that professor who likes to quote famous sayings, right? Also, there's another very important matter. Has the interrogation result of Vice President Xiao's stepmother from our company come out? Chen Jing was somewhat surprised. "You still care about this," Lu Xun answered candidly. "Yes, I feel like this matter isn't over yet. And after all, this is my mission. So I should see it through to completion, right?" She crossed her arms over her chest and said, "The previous interrogation report has been submitted, but I haven't had time to look at it yet. If you want to take charge of it, I'll apply to the higher-ups to let you handle both missions simultaneously." Lu Xun instantly looked delighted. Qinggang's nuclear weapon. How could they use such a term to describe a little girl who looked completely harmless and even a bit cute? But credit where credit was due, all he had to do was stay here to keep her company and communicate with her on behalf of the organization when necessary. And it would count as a Class B mission, earning him over 100,000 yuan. The cost-performance ratio was simply too high. As the lights in the room gradually dimmed, Doll suddenly moved. She stood up and walked sluggishly toward the bathroom. Then, right in front of Lu Xun, she stripped off her clothes. As the water from the shower sprayed down, her slender and exquisite figure was exposed defenselessly before Lu Xun's eyes. This scene came so suddenly that it left Lu Xun feeling incredibly embarrassed. She actually went to take a shower without even closing the door. With a flushed face, Lu Xun walked over somewhat awkwardly to help close the bathroom door. During this process, Doll even looked at him with a puzzled expression. After 7 minutes and 15 seconds, Doll, who had changed into her pajamas, walked out of the bathroom. She headed straight for the large bed, lay down and quietly pulled up the blanket. Lu Xun watched, completely bewildered. "She's going to sleep? Then what should I do?" Chen Jing replied. "Doll has always kept a strict daily routine and abides by it subconsciously. A room has been arranged for you downstairs. You can go rest now." Lu Xun had thought his work for today was finally over. But just as he took a step, Doll, who was lying under the covers, suddenly sat up. Lu Xun smiled somewhat uneasily and said gently, "Don't move, I'm going to rest too." To his surprise, Doll understood immediately, and patted the empty space beside her, gesturing for him to lie down. Lu Xun was instantly dumbstruck. Detecting the anomaly on the other end of the phone, Chen Jing asked him what had happened. Lu Xun could only answer honestly, She shared half of the bed with me." Chen Jing immediately said tensely, "This seems to be somewhat inappropriate. Yeah, I'm not used to sleeping with someone else either. Try communicating with her to see if you can get her to stay put quietly." Feeling a bit panicked, he said to Doll, "Just sleep here and don't follow me, okay?" However, Doll's expression looked so aggrieved that she seemed on the verge of tears. Lu Xun could only sigh helplessly. "It seems I can't leave. What's wrong?" Because she looks like she's about to cry. Out of a high sense of professionalism and responsibility, he continued, "Chief, you mentioned earlier that the most important part of this mission is not to let her emotions fluctuate. If I insist on leaving, she'll definitely be sad, right? There's no other choice, so I'll stay here for the night." Seeing that Chen Jing was still hesitating, Lu Xun added another line. "This sofa is too small, I can't even stretch my legs." At this point, Chen Jing also felt she had been overly anxious. The scene cut to the emergency strategic conference room of the Special Clearance Department. After learning of Lu Xun's response, the senior leadership highly praised him. The kid Solo truly was an honest fellow. Director Chen also felt that Lu Xun was completely trustworthy. It now appeared that the two of them could develop in a mutually beneficial direction. Solo hadn't made any demands. "What's the deal with that stepmother? What is the specific situation?" Su Xin asked. Chen Jing replied that it was a case involving a Dreamweaver system ability user that Solo had taken on earlier. At present, the case had basically concluded and the suspect had been controlled, but some doubts still remained. She explained that the reason Lu Xin cared about this case was due to his habit of seeing missions through to absolute completion. Ultimately, Su Xin agreed to Lu Xin's request. Old Chen's observation application was also approved, allowing for the establishment of a special task force. You can select the right candidates, though those who get chosen probably won't be very happy. This advanced talent training conference concerns the overall future development of Qinggang, so we absolutely must not take it lightly. Following that, he announced a piece of news. Additionally, and more importantly, the expert team from the maritime nation of Tianlun will arrive in Qinggang tomorrow at noon. Hearing this, everyone in the conference room looked surprised. Su Xin said slowly that due to confidentiality concerns, they couldn't disclose this in advance. This time they brought research materials regarding S-class ability users, and the team was even led by the very first senior old captain of the maritime nation of Tianlun. Whether it was this old captain's identity, or the data that the maritime nation had promised to share with them, or their willingness to establish friendly contact with Qinggang and share research on mental anomalies, all of these deserve to be met with Qinggang's most sincere attitude. But when our friends from the sea arrive, we must welcome them while also staying vigilant against any ill intentions. Therefore I suggest temporarily dispatching watchdogs and ability users of Class B and above from the Special Clearance Department to accompany this expert team throughout their visit. In addition, Old Shen, you must also be careful. We must be prepared to control them at any moment. Su Xin narrowed his eyes and said, "After all, in our era, hospitality for friends has always meant holding a glass in one hand and a gun in the other." Upon waking, Lu Xin received a text message. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the approval sent by his superiors, which agreed to let him execute both missions at the same time. Isn't Lu Weiwei Vice President Xiao's stepmother? The interrogation results actually came out this fast? The wishing incident. In the video, Lu Weiwei was screaming hysterically, "I really didn't expect things to get this serious. I was just worried that if he took over the company, it would be bad for my children." Listening to her, Lu Xin felt that she indeed wasn't an ability user. "At the time I heard there was a highly effective method for making wishes, so I went. I only wished for him to have an accident or die, but ever since the wish came true, I started having nightmares every single day. I dreamed that he was eating my children's flesh like a madman. He's a demon, you must catch him." Hearing this, Lu Xin understood that this matter was indeed related to Xiao Yuan's stepmother, but she had no ability of her own, nor did she know how to trigger other sources of pollution. In other words, the ability user's attention was transferred onto Xiao Yuan through her. The white shadow seen in the dream was indeed her, but at the time someone had borrowed her mental strength. Lu Weiwei confessed that the wishing business began when she went to the main city and became acquainted with a mid-level manager of an express delivery company there. After getting close with that manager's wife, the wife mentioned her mysterious belief to Lu Weiwei. She claimed the deity was incredibly responsive and granted every wish. A few days later, when Lu Weiwei heard that President Xiao was preparing to gradually hand the family business over to Xiao Yuan, she panicked. A thought flashed across her mind and she went to make a wish. Lu Xin flipped to the next page as he read. It seemed the key lay with that manager's wife. However, Lu Xin's gaze stopped on a newspaper article. The headline read, "A woman poisoned her entire family and jumped to her death from a building after discovering her husband's infidelity. That manager's wife was already dead." Just then he received a phone call from Chen Jing. "Have you finished reading the report?" "Yes, I was just about to go over it carefully again." After replying, Lu Xin secretly thought to himself, "The leader is truly impressive, actually knowing exactly how long I've been reading the report." Chen Jing continued, "Put that aside for now. I'll tell you about the precautions for executing the mission with Doll. I have already merged the two missions of watching over Doll and the wishing incident. Therefore you need to form a temporary team. Since the special operations team you and Gecko formed earlier when you went out of the city to pursue the Knights has not yet been disbanded, Doll will directly join as a member this time." Lu Xin asked in some surprise. She's also a team member. Even Class B Gecko is just a vice captain. With Doll's own personality and state, do you think she could hold any other position? That's true. As the captain, you need to understand the members of your team. When having Doll execute missions, there are 3 important principles. First, when not on a mission, Doll can only stay in dedicated compartments, temporary safe rooms, and similar locations. If she is exposed to others, she must be shielded as quickly as possible. Second, present your request to Doll with a serious attitude and clear language, and she will enter her working state. Third, if anyone displays abnormal emotions toward Doll, protecting Doll must be placed as the top priority. Additionally, no matter what Doll does, there will be 3 support groups or nanny teams following her in the shadows. But since you are currently responsible for taking care of her, they will keep themselves hidden. You don't need to pay them any mind, but if you have any questions, you can call them at any time. Lu Xin meticulously noted down everything. That is all regarding Doll. I have now received the latest update from the City Defense Department concerning Lu Weiwei. The person who told Lu Weiwei about the wishing business is named Yu Chen, a 41-year-old housewife. Since Yu Chen is already dead, the Special Clearance Department has thoroughly investigated her entire social network. I have sent you the investigation results and the mission can now begin. Hearing this, Lu Xin was slightly dazed. This efficiency was truly off the charts. Chen Jing went on, I told you we don't play children's games. What can be solved with resources is not a problem for us. Lu Xin smiled and thought to himself, compared to Section Chief Chen, Vice President Xiao really falls far short. He then asked, the person who taught Yu Chen about the wishing business should be in this network as well, right? Yu Chen often went to the yoga studio and shopping with friends, but she kept most of her time to herself. She liked to attend gatherings of the company's mid-level cadres and their spouses, but she wasn't very sociable and seemed to have few friends. Chen Jing continued that after Yu Chen's incident, the Security Bureau interrogated them one by one but found no anomalies. However, one piece of information caught Lu Xin's attention: the Psychological Counseling and Stress Relief Course. Chen Jing explained that this was one of the series of initiatives implemented by Qinggong to prevent special pollution events. Nowadays, stress and anxiety are common triggers. Therefore, how to help the public relieve stress was an extremely crucial task. The psychological counseling course was one such method. In practice, it subtly and indirectly informed the public of the existence of mental pollution, allowing them to gradually learn how to resist it. After listening, Lu Xin suggested going to the site to take a look. Chen Jing immediately agreed. The course Yu Chen attended is tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, I will arrange for a car to wait for us downstairs. The next morning, the curtains opened automatically. Doll was already awake by this time. Lu Xin yawned as he bid her good morning. Seeing Lu Xin walking out, she also instinctively followed him. Lu Xin hurriedly turned around to explain, you wash up here. I'm going out to take a shower and will be back in a moment. Definitely back. A moment later, 3 people dressed in protective suits pushed a food cart inside. Lu Xin marveled silently. So this is the legendary nanny team. Yes, Chen Jing's voice came through at that moment. At present, Doll has actually learned to perform basic self-care, but she is still unable to handle too many trivial matters, so she still requires a professional team to assist her. Initially, their scope of service was limited only to food, daily living, and safety. But as time went on, the service team even began helping Doll design her dresses. Hearing this, Lu Xin couldn't help but feel a deep respect for this support squad. Chen Jing reminded him that if Doll were to go out, 3 things had to be prepared. First were her outfits. A total of 7 sets had been prepared, the outermost layer containing glass fiber, all in European royal styles. Second was the flower hairpin she wore on her head. A miniature mental fluctuation detector was built into the hairpin. Once it exceeded the safety threshold, an alarm would automatically sound and at the same time it would play one of Doll's favorite songs. Section. Third, special glass contact lenses can effectively neutralize the impact of Doll's gaze on the people around her. With these 3 protective measures, Doll can basically walk down the street like an ordinary person without causing any effect on her surroundings. However, our principle remains that we must be cautious when caution is warranted. Lu Xin immediately expressed his agreement. As Doll was about to put the cake to her mouth to eat, she suddenly noticed Lu Xin watching her, so she offered the cake in her hand to him. Lu Xin hurriedly declined, feeling a bit embarrassed. You eat it, Chen Jing continued. The driver taking you there is Doll's exclusive driver, and he has already taken emotion-controlling medication in advance. According to the regulations, the driver must be swapped every 3 minutes. Hearing these strict rules, he couldn't help but sigh, thinking it was a real hassle. At this moment, Doll suddenly pouted a little. Thinking Lu Xin was talking about her, he quickly pointed at the support group nearby, explaining haltingly, I was talking about them. Afterward, they arrived at the building where the courses were held. As soon as they entered, the guy surnamed Lu came up to greet them. Officer, I've been waiting for you. Lu Xin immediately recognized him. Isn't this that guy from before? You're still running tutoring classes? He quickly handed over a cigarette, explaining in a panic, Brother Solo, what we're doing now is a completely legal business. Providing free psychological counseling for the public can be considered a benefit to society. At the same time, we go deep into the masses. Once we discover any bad signs, we will report them to the higher-ups immediately. Lu Xin glanced at him and took the cigarette. Why do I feel like you have a guilty conscience? Let's go inside and take a look. The guy muttered in his heart. A guilty conscience? I'm clearly just terrified. Through the door he saw someone lecturing on the stage. Everyone please pay attention. Do not use mental illness as an insult, and do not feel it is hard to speak of. It is just like a cold or a fever, merely a disease that requires treatment, and we should face it calmly. Seeing Lu Xin remain silent, the fellow surnamed Lu asked probingly. Listen to that, quite a good lecture, wouldn't you say? After he finished, Lu Xin walked quickly outside, leaving the man anxiously calling out behind him. Are you leaving already? Lu Xin replied briefly, no, just wait a moment. Afterward he dialed Chen Jing's number to ask for instructions. Section Chief Chen, there's a problem here. I see two people whose mental states are abnormal. Should I deal with them directly or take them back first? Chen Jing asked in surprise. Are you sure? Lu Xin's eyes went cold as he replied resolutely. Positive. I saw it with my own eyes. Chen Jing immediately issued the order. SWAT team, move out immediately. What are you waiting for? There's an incident. Notify the City Defense Department immediately to blockade the entire building. The scene switched to the east port of Qinggang. A giant vessel had just docked and the expert team from the maritime nation had arrived. Meanwhile, the SWAT team quickly approached the source of pollution pointed out by Lu Xin, rushing into the building one after another. Looking at the panicked crowd running out, Lu Xin remarked that they seemed extremely nervous. He then turned his head to Dahl. Don't worry, we don't need you to beat anyone up just yet. A soldier walked over and asked, Mr. Solo, who is the one with the issue? He immediately pointed in a direction. I forgot you guys can't see it. It's that ant in the sweater in the 4th row. And that boy in the sportswear in the 2nd row who looks like he hasn't fully woken up yet. Hearing this, the SWAT team immediately detained all these suspects. The crowd instantly fell into chaos, shouting one after another. On what grounds are you arresting me? My dad is the director of the Administrative Hall's Logistics Department. What are you doing? You've got the wrong person. The soldier reported that the suspects had been controlled, and no mental anomalies were detected. They were preparing to take them back to the City Defense Department for further interrogation and testing. The capture being so smooth actually made Lu Xin feel that something was off. On the other end of the line, Chen Jing also asked in bewilderment, Nothing detected. Solo, tell me in detail, how exactly did you directly see that something was wrong with them? What did what you saw look like? Lu Xin fell into thought. It's just like what I saw on Lu Weiwei with my own eyes before. They all have that kind of anomaly on them. Although the shapes are different, the style is identical. It's just that last time there was only one. And this time there are two. Hearing him say this, Chen Jing suddenly had an ominous premonition. Solo, go immediately to other psychological counseling and stress relief institutions to investigate. If something has really happened, there's no reason for it to only occur in one place. Other locations are highly likely harboring massive danger as well. Lu Xin immediately took the order. Right after hanging up, Lu Xin turned to the SWAT team and said, Come with me and bring him along. The guy surnamed Lu was trembling all over, loudly crying out his innocence in fear. I really don't know anything. Lu Xin patted his shoulder to comfort him. It's fine. You're just being temporarily conscripted. Let's first inspect the other classrooms in this building. Piercing alarms suddenly rang out, and as expected, people plagued by mental monsters appeared one after another in the other classrooms. There are 3 here and 4 over there. Seeing this, Chen Jing couldn't help but grow suspicious. How could so many people have issues? Could something have gone wrong with this method of psychological counseling? The guy surnamed Lu hastily tried to distance himself. How could that be? There really isn't. We are entirely a legal business. On the other end of the line, Chen Jing had already lost her patience. Now is not the time for you to cry innocence. Tell me, what kind of courses do you usually arrange? Drenched in sweat, he stammered. All courses were approved by the Special Clearance Department and the City Defense Department. It's just some popular science about mental health and some stress relief tips. In addition, we also encourage friendly exchanges among the students. Sometimes everyone gathers to drink, badmouth people, and stuff. Hearing this, Chen Jing scolded with some displeasure. You actually encourage students to badmouth people? He cried out, looking utterly aggrieved. In all honesty, what could be more stress-relieving than talking behind people's backs? Afterward, Lu Xin asked Chen Jing for his next instructions. She didn't press further, but told him to go downstairs first. The exclusive vehicle for him and Dahl was already waiting downstairs, and they needed to rush to the next training point immediately to continue the investigation. Sitting in the car, Lu Xin wondered how many people would be at the next place. Suddenly, a scene outside the window startled him, and he hastily shouted to the driver. Wait a minute! A soldier ran over in a panic and asked, What happened? The girl in the light blue skirt in the cafe opposite. The sanitation worker sweeping the street 30 meters ahead. The male driver of the SUV with license plate Jing 87420 that just drove past, and the guard smoking in the security booth, all of them have issues. Chen Jing was also stunned upon hearing this, and decisively ordered the arrest of everyone. Lu Xin asked with some hesitation, "Are you really going to arrest all of them?" She replied, "Once any abnormal signs are discovered, we must naturally arrest and investigate them all. Isolate those who need to be isolated, and test those who need to be tested. We will only release them when 100% safety is guaranteed." Lu Xin closed his eyes, seeming somewhat hesitant to speak. If they were to arrest everyone, they would probably need to deploy more personnel. The scene switched to the port. Su Xin and Professor Bai, accompanied by several ability users, had also arrived here to welcome the expert team from the Maritime Nation. "We have been waiting for you for a long time. We heard that the expert team from the Maritime Nation is here to share your latest scientific research achievements, and our Qinggong expresses our warmest welcome. Upon receiving your telegram, we immediately arranged a specialized expert group." Old Yi shook hands with Su Xin in gratitude. Subsequently, he also shook hands with Professor Bai. "This must be the famous old Bai, right? I heard about your wonderful speech at the Alliance conference. Your research report on the special spiritual field is very famous and has already been printed into books circulating in our Maritime Nation." Professor Bai smiled and replied, "You flatter me, you flatter me." Then Su Xin said, "Let's go. We can speak in detail after entering the city." Minister Shen was closely monitoring the surveillance screens, turning to ask his subordinates nearby if they had found anything. Following behind President Su and Professor Bai are 3 ability users. Among them, Watchdog is the most adept at sensing others' mental waves, but he has not transmitted any special news at the moment. This indicates he has not detected any anomalies on those 7 people of the opposing party, even if they have ability users. They are all within our scope of control. According to the data from the detection equipment we deployed next to the East Gate Steel Suspension Bridge, we can confirm that there is only one ability user in their team, namely the person in the red robe. His mental magnitude is between 600 and 1000. According to the information previously provided by the Maritime Nation, his name is Shen Ming, and he is a researcher. The currently available data is still insufficient to analyze which system of ability he belongs to. Minister Shen said, "That is not important. What I need to ensure is whether they are truly here for academic exchange. If they have any ill intentions, we can subdue them at any moment, guaranteeing not a single one escapes," the subordinate continued to report. "The waters within a 30-mile radius around Qinggong have been inspected and no anomalies were found. The 11 members of the Special Operations Group, 10 Class A SWAT squads, and 300 city defense soldiers have all been deployed around the East Sea Grand Hotel, on standby at any moment." Hearing this, Minister Shen showed a satisfied expression. The scene switched to the East Sea Grand Hotel located in the eastern part of the main city of Qinggong, where Su Xin was mentioning that the Qinggong Advanced Talent Training Conference was scheduled to convene at 3 p.m. "According to the previous arrangements, you may attend tomorrow's conference," Old Yi said. "The Advanced Talent Training Conference. Is that the conference where your Qinggong trains ability users? As can be seen from this Alliance Exchange Conference, all parties have already listed the research and enhancement of ability users as top priorities. With an expert like Professor Bai in Qinggong, the development here will certainly not lag behind." Professor Bai said, "There are indeed some plans, but before actually implementing them, there are still many apprehensions." Su Xin said, "This I do not understand. In Qinggong, isn't all work in this regard handled by the experts?" Old Yi said, "Actually, everyone is well aware that the emergence of ability users has become an issue that none of us can ignore. Whether they are truly apostles of God or a bunch of madmen is not important right now. The only certainty is that our high wall cities must put aside our prejudices and jointly face this great upheaval. My visit this time is precisely to promote the exchange between the Maritime Nation and Qinggong City, and then use Qinggong City as a lever to achieve cooperation with the entire alliance." Just as he spoke, an abrupt telephone ring sounded. The secretary hurriedly walked over with the phone, saying hesitantly, "President Su, you need to answer this phone call personally." At this moment, no one noticed that the person in the red robe was revealing a trace of a dangerous gaze. On the monitoring screen, a squad of soldiers was seen forcibly arresting residents. Before the screen, Minister Shen cried out in shock, "How could such a thing happen?" The assistant beside him reported. "This is Colonel Chen of the Special Clearance Department. Within an hour, she ordered the arrest of hundreds of citizens in the main city and blockaded 3 buildings, 2 shopping malls, and an administrative office area, and the arrest operations have not ended yet. Currently, the Special Clearance Department is severely understaffed, and she has already requested support from the City Defense Bureau. He asked in shock. Arresting so many people, what on earth is the reason? The assistant continued. Emergency reports claim that all arrested personnel are suspected of being subjected to some kind of abnormal pollution. This matter has been simultaneously reported to President Sue and the Supreme Administrative Hall. Due to the suddenness of the event, many of the arrested are family members of administrative officials and the like. Currently, the Special Clearance Department cannot provide a reasonable explanation, so they are filing complaints and protesting through various channels, demanding their release. After hearing the report, Minister Shen angrily scolded them to shut up. No matter who was involved, as long as they were polluted, they had to be arrested. The assistant adjusted his glasses and replied with a grave expression, "Yes, but the problem is, we currently cannot prove that they are polluted." He spun around in shock and bellowed, "What?" The scene switched to the site where soldiers were carrying out the arrests. The sound of reports echoed in the ears. "Captain, the number of arrested people is simply too large. It has already exceeded our authority. What are the interrogation results of the arrested suspects?" "No results at all. We urgently conducted testing and interrogation, and found no anomalies in either their psychology or mental power. In other words, those we arrested are all ordinary people. Now more and more people are questioning on what grounds we are arresting people, and even the administrative hall has begun to exert pressure." Chen Jing asked in confusion, "No anomalies whatsoever? What are the interrogation results regarding whether they are connected to the wishing incident?" The soldier continued to reply, "Some people admitted they had indeed made contact, but the majority denied it. We do not have enough manpower and equipment to verify their actual situations one by one. Currently, most of the personnel the Special Clearance Department can mobilize are at the East Sea Grand Hotel, responsible for conference security. We have no way to continue arresting people now. This has already affected the normal operation of the main city. If we continue to arrest," Chen Jing interrupted, "others will think we have malicious designs." She paused and then asked, "What does the City Defense Department say?" The person beside her replied. "No reply yet," she responded. "I see." Afterward, she walked over to ask Lu Xin, "Solo, how many more abnormal people have not been arrested?" Lu Xin answered somewhat despondently, "Still a lot." Across the street, a reporter was shouting excitedly, "Everyone look!" Lu Xin pointed in that direction. "That man with the digital camera ahead is one of them. Moreover, as we enter the city center, the more people there are, the more abnormal people I see," Chen Jing asked with some difficulty. "Aside from what you saw with your own eyes, is there any other evidence? Otherwise, it's very hard for us to convince others. Currently, all the people we arrested showed no anomalies in their test results." "How certain are you right now that these people whose anomalies you can see are indeed polluted?" Lu Xin shook his head and asked in return, "Do you all not believe me?" She stared blankly at him, her eyes wide. His eyes carried a trace of disappointment and bitterness, but he still continued, "I can understand. Just like when my family first appeared, I myself doubted whether I was having hallucinations. It's the same now. I can see their anomalies, yet they can't be detected. You are right to doubt me, but I have no way to answer this question." He paused and then continued, "My job is to find and point out their anomalies, but as for whether to believe me, that is the job of you leaders, right?" Facing his words, her face was still filled with astonishment, while Lu Xin's expression was incredibly calm, as if whether others believed him or not didn't matter at all. Her train of thought was quickly interrupted by the shouting of that reporter. "What is going on this time? Is the administrative hall arresting people again?" In the frame, Chen Jing was walking over step by step. The reporter was about to wonder aloud who this woman was, but before he could finish his words he took a direct, precise, heavy blow from her. His nose bled profusely, and he looked to be in immense pain. Meanwhile, her gaze suddenly turned ice cold. Chen Jing grabbed his collar and began to perform hypnosis. "Listen up. Although I just hit you, you can hear that my voice is very gentle. And that is because I like you. You only have one chance in this lifetime to be liked by me. So shouldn't you be honest with me?" He nodded desperately, completely unable to defy her. She nodded in satisfied praise. "I heard that the people in the city now like to play a game called wishing. Think back carefully now and answer me, and that way you can have my affection," the reporter quickly explained. "I don't know anything about wishing, but I know there's a cursing game. No matter who you hate, as long as you curse them, they will definitely have terrible luck." He laughed maniacally, firmly believing it to be true. "I cursed that old woman next door because she always complained that the sound of my movies was too loud." Whether it was true or just a coincidence, a week later, she really broke her leg. The scene abruptly cut, and someone was frantically reporting, Currently, everything the Special Clearance Department is doing is based on the speculation of someone suspected of suffering from multiple personality disorder. He claims he can see mental monsters, but all current detection methods cannot verify this. Even if we believe him, it's very difficult to convince those counselor lords in the Qinggong City Administrative Hall. Minister Shen's brow furrowed tightly as he shouted in extreme displeasure. "Are you saying we can't trust the words of a madman?" he roared in rage. "Do you think the point right now is whether we believe him? The point is that Qinggong is currently facing a massive, unprecedented special pollution event. Someone has already noticed the signs, and you're still hesitating on whether we should react. The grenade could detonate at any moment. Would you dare sleep clutching it?" As he was speaking, someone pushed open the door behind him and walked in. The person reported to Minister Shen that President Su believed in Minister Shen's judgment and had authorized him to take full charge. Hearing this, Minister Shen turned around, nodded, and issued the order to immediately mobilize everyone at Base 3 to cooperate with the Special Clearance Department to launch the arrests. In the abandoned industrial area in the east of the city, a temporary facility had been set up to detain and isolate the detainees. A Class 1 alarm had been sounded inside, and the main city had also been locked down. All ability users and the City Defense Department's special tactical squads had been mobilized, deploying to various areas to guard every checkpoint. A vision of an incredibly grand cannon flashed through his mind, with countless glass shards scattered around it. He continued to rally the troops. Ultimately, the emergency protocol for the ultra-high-frequency electromagnetic cannon was activated, its barrel beginning to turn slowly. Pausing for a moment, he roared in an extremely firm and resolute tone, ordering the cannon to aim at the main city. Meanwhile, on Lu Xin's side, an urgent call crackled through the radio. The Information Analysis Group reported, "We have conducted emergency interrogations on those suspected anomalous individuals. The parameters of the information obtained so far are as follows. First, all suspected anomalous individuals have participated in some kind of prayer and curse ritual. Second, this mysterious ritual is extremely widespread in the main city's local social networks, circulating through various methods. Third, the suspected infected do not have obvious external characteristics, but they must be isolated immediately, and all forms of communication with the outside world must be cut off." Hearing this, Lu Xin frowned and thought to himself, this city was originally highly orderly, almost perfectly matching his fantasy of the pre-civilization era. Now, however, it was being overrun by monsters, and he could only watch helplessly as it unfolded. In truth, he hadn't held high expectations in the first place, never counting on them to believe him completely. As he was thinking, a small hand suddenly reached out from behind to touch his side. He turned his head and found that it was Doll. Looking at her, he knew in his heart that although she did not speak, her face raised toward him and the look in her eyes told him everything. She believed him. Before he could think further, Chen Jing's voice came from behind. "Solo, an urgent mission has been assigned to you." Hearing the command, he reacted immediately, reaching out to push open the car door and stepping out. Chen Jing continued to assign tasks, demanding that all anomalous individuals be located immediately, leaving not a single one behind. Lu Xin was somewhat surprised, looking at her with a hint of confusion on his face, but he quickly grasped the current situation, grinned, and answered crisply, "No problem." Behind her, a soldier stepped forward to report, "Section Chief Chen, if we continue the arrests, our manpower." Before the soldier could finish, she turned around and interrupted, "It doesn't matter." She pointed decisively toward the sky where fleets of helicopters had appeared all over. She continued, "The internal emergency protocols have been activated. Reinforcements from the City Defense Department have arrived." The scene shifted back to the conference room, where Yi Lao asked, "What happened?" Su Xin also took the cue and replied, "Nothing, just a minor friction. Let's continue." Su Xin went on, "Judging by what Yi Lao said just now, it seems you place great importance on the cooperation between the maritime nation and the alliance." Yi Lao responded, "Compared to those madmen who want to become gods, the only thing we ordinary people can do today is stand united. And we must achieve true mutual trust, rather than dividing ourselves by high walls and various factions, fighting our own separate battles, desperately hiding our own existence while doing everything to pry into others' secrets, claiming on the surface that peace is paramount while secretly tearing each other to pieces over resources and jurisdiction." Professor Bai also chimed in, "Yi Lao puts it very well, but there is no need to be so pessimistic. At the third academic exchange conference hosted by the Alliance 3 months ago, many had already realized the importance of cooperation and shared a vast amount of critical information, which greatly deepened everyone's understanding of mental mutations." Yi Lao clicked his tongue. "Our understanding has indeed deepened. which is why everyone is in such a rush to proceed with the second stage, right? In my view, the alliance order established on the foundation of these cities is extremely fragile. It is merely a temporary stopgap while everyone waits for civilization to rebuild after the Red Moon incident, and the drawbacks far outweigh the benefits. What we need now is to return to the land fully intact. Sushin and Professor Bai widened their eyes in surprise. He continued, "An old man like me has weathered countless storms in his life. To put it bluntly, back in the day I would be terrified if some ruthless character just glared at me. But now these ability users can make someone commit suicide with a single glance. Furthermore, I've also heard of even more powerful S-class users, who are said to have the ability to destroy a city at will." Saying this, his gaze became incredibly sharp. This time, I brought an S-class ability user along with me. Beside him sat the cold-faced Shen Ming. As Yi Lao's voice fell, everyone's gaze landed on this S-class ability user. He was the Shen Ming mentioned just now. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became suffocatingly tense. Yi Lao still wore a provocative smile, but right at that moment, a squad of fully armed soldiers suddenly burst in, shattering the suffocating silence. Sushin spoke coldly. "Yi Lao should know that bringing an S-class ability user into someone else's territory without authorization is an extremely disrespectful act. The list you sent us a month ago made no mention of an S-class existence in the expert group. Now perhaps you can state your true purpose for coming to Qinggang." Yi Lao quickly replied, "Well, I was just afraid that if I mentioned it, you wouldn't agree. I came here to seek cooperation. It's like I said, if we want to withstand the impending cataclysm, we must work together." With that, he spread his hands, his eyes brimming with ambition as he continued. "Of all the potential allies to choose from, Qinggang is the one the maritime nation favors most. You possess the most advanced modern agricultural production lines in the alliance, and you have cultivated the finest wilderness seeds. Qinggang's research in the field of mental mutations also ranks in the top 5. Therefore, if the maritime nation wishes to return to the land, this is the best choice." After hearing this, Professor Bai frowned and responded, "Your desire to return to the land seems exceptionally urgent." Yi Lao took up the thread. "Yes, because we were the first batch to flee to the sea and we suffered the least during those mad years. But because of this, some thorny problems arose." Before Professor Bai could even ask, Yi Lao proactively continued, "For example, a curse that makes people neither human nor ghost." Professor Bai looked shocked and pressed in confusion. "Do you mean that some kind of degeneration has occurred in the maritime nation?" Sushin quickly interrupted and shifted the topic. "Regarding the exchange and cooperation proposed by the maritime nation, I believe Qinggang has already shown sufficient sincerity." Yi Lao shook his head, however. "This level of cooperation is clearly not enough. If the maritime nation truly returns and joins the alliance, or even settles in Qinggang, it will inevitably lead to some disgusting friction and underhanded conflicts. Humans are selfish, so I have chosen a different method of cooperation." His gaze gradually turned incredibly resolute, his face written with raw ambition. "The maritime nation will take over everything in Qinggang." Sushin's face darkened instantly. "So the current chaos in our city was orchestrated by you." The scene then turned to the window where the entire city had been completely locked down by circling helicopters and the city defense force. The sky was filled with the deafening roar of helicopters, accompanied by Yi Lao's cold and resolute words, "This is war." The scene switched again to the area where Lu Xin was, urgent instructions constantly crackling from the radio. "Currently, we cannot arrest more anomalous individuals in a short amount of time. Therefore, there are 2 things that need to be done immediately. First, prepare in advance to handle a large-scale mental mutation event. The City Defense Department has already deployed. Second, identify the potential harm these anomalous individuals might bring and take targeted countermeasures in advance. Solo, since only you can directly see their anomalous states, so we need your full cooperation." Lu Xin's gaze turned incredibly firm, and he replied coldly, "All right, let's land first." Suddenly, a warm little hand reached over from the side, gripping his arm tightly. He immediately turned around and found that it was Doll. Looking at Doll, he thought to himself, "Could she be afraid of heights? No, that can't be. When I first met her, she jumped straight down from high up in the sky. How could someone like her be afraid of heights?" He shook his head to toss these doubts aside, looking down from his high vantage point at the crowded masses below, a silent worry rising in his heart. But none of this is the most important thing right now. The most troublesome part is the people whose minds have already become anomalous. What kind of mutation would they ultimately undergo? Looking at the anomalous crowds below, each person faintly wrapped in various hideous mental monsters, Lu Xin knew very well that although they had already turned into monsters of various shapes in his vision, they were still crying and afraid at this moment, still retaining their own human consciousness. But when the mutation truly erupted, what would they become? They hadn't awakened abilities themselves, so who on earth had granted them this power? And what was the opponent's intention? At this moment, the scene cut back to Minister Shen's observation room, where he asked in a deep voice, "How certain are we that we can eliminate him in an instant?" The assistant beside him calmly analyzed and reported, 3 heavy sniper rifles have locked onto the target, 1 live round, 1 tranquilizer round, and 1 special round. All 3 snipers are in excellent firing positions with absolute certainty of hitting him. However, since the target is an ability user, whether conventional tactical logic will work remains an unknown. Then, looking at the real-time surveillance in front of him, he continued to report, "Additionally, 3 SWAT teams have already entered the conference room and sealed the scene, equipped with specialized weapons targeting ability users. 7 watchdogs are also in place at designated positions inside and outside the conference room, ready to apply mental intervention to the target at any moment. But given that the opponent is an S-class, none of us can be sure right now whether these measures can truly subdue him completely." Hearing the report, Minister Shen frowned and began to deploy. First, have President Su and Professor Bai evacuate the scene, then let the ability users make their move. Furthermore, he paused, his tone turning incredibly decisive as he thought of that immensely powerful weapon, and ordered loudly, "Adjust the firing angle of the ion cannon on the city wall. Aim at the East Sea Grand Hotel." The assistant shouted aloud, "Yes, sir," and immediately set to work making the arrangements. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the security personnel who received the order also quickly walked in, whispering into Su Shin's ear, "President Su, please evacuate this place first." However, Su Shin remained unmoved, turning his head to answer calmly, "No rush. First, let's conduct a self-check to see if there were any loopholes in our previous security work and fix them promptly." After making the arrangements, he turned his head and said to Yi Lao with a trace of respect, "Yi Lao, you are indeed an exceptionally talented person. I respect you deeply and even wanted to become friends with you, but this matter concerns the safety of Qinggang, and I have no choice. I do not know how much confidence you have in that S-class ability user. Although we in Qinggang hold the power of ability users in great awe, we will absolutely not lose our footing because of it." Before anyone could react, his tone suddenly turned sharp, delivering the final sentence, "Since you insist on provoking this war, then we in Qinggang will naturally make you pay a heavy enough price." The moment the words left his mouth, he barked, "Take them all down." The soldiers inside the conference room instantly entered combat mode. Hearing the command, the eyes of the watchdog behind the door suddenly became incredibly sharp. He coldly intercepted, "No guns needed." With that, he opened his hands and a terrifying psychic force instantly poured out. The people from the maritime nation were instantly terrified, babbling incoherently, "What is this feeling?" Watchdog's psychic power was incredibly massive, sweeping over them like a tidal wave and pinning them down so they couldn't move at all. As the power continued to intensify, the heavy psychic pressure became almost tangible, forcing them to their knees. Amidst a chorus of terrified screams, Yi Lao, standing to the side, resisted with all his might, gritting his teeth as he roared, "I will never kneel." Even though his entire body was trembling violently and his clothes were soaked with sweat, he still desperately held his ground. His face twisted in agony, yet he still stubbornly shouted, "I'd rather die than kneel. This is the only dignity I have left before you ability users." Seeing this, Su Shin raised his hand to stop him, ordering the watchdog, "Do not make things difficult for this old gentleman." Then he turned to look at Shen Ming, ordering coldly, "Subdue that ability user." But weirdly, the Shen Ming before him showed no reaction, his face remaining completely icy. The soldiers behind him urgently urged, "President Su, you must evacuate immediately." Su Shin ignored them, a trace of suspicion rising in his heart. Why isn't this guy resisting at all? He turned to look at Yi Lao and asked in a deep voice, "So what exactly is your plan?" At this point, Yi Lao's attitude softened slightly as he slowly explained, "This child was born in our maritime nation. His mental magnitude isn't actually very high, it isn't even 1,000, but his ability is extremely terrifying. Many of the mental pollution events in the maritime nation were resolved by him with ease. Initially, we wanted to train him to be the guardian god of the maritime nation. But unfortunately, a major problem arose within him that we simply could not solve." Saying this, his expression became somewhat peculiar, even faintly carrying a trace of fear, though no one noticed it at the time. Yi Lao let out a sigh and continued, "He doesn't want to live at all. His only wish is to commit suicide, because only in death can his soul return to what he calls the true hometown." After hearing these words, Professor Bai looked bewildered, muttering in disbelief, "True hometown?" His face was filled with worry. Yi Lao continued, "We used every method possible, but we couldn't convince him to go on living. Besides, forcing someone who is bent on dying to live in agony is simply too unethical. Therefore, the only thing we could do was arrange for him to arrive at a designated location and complete this suicide. Consider it his final contribution to the maritime nation." Su Xin stared at him suspiciously, demanding coldly, "What about you then? Do you plan to leave your life here as well?" Yi Lao waved his hands repeatedly, laughing self-deprecatingly. "Look at the wretched state I'm in now. I can't even smoke my favorite pipe. How much is this old life of mine even worth? So this war was bound to break out sooner or later. I came here this time just to witness one of my masterpieces with my own eyes, and also to take a look at," he spoke in an extremely fanatical and certain tone, roaring, "what a true god actually looks like." Yet right at this moment no one noticed that the arm of that S-class ability user had already undergone an extremely obvious mutation. Just as the last of Yi Lao's words fell, Shen Ming suddenly spoke out of nowhere. "Can I be set free now?" Terrifying waves of energy began to surge wildly around him, causing the entire space to tremble. Sensing that things were going extremely bad, the soldiers behind them looked panicked, shouting urgently, "President Su, Professor Bai, you must leave this place immediately." With that, ignoring the protests of the two, they forcibly dragged them out. Meanwhile, the watchdog who remained glared with wide eyes, extending his hands to try and use his own psychic power to forcibly suppress Shen Ming. The surrounding soldiers also raised their specialized firearms, their pitch-black barrels all aimed at the source of danger before them. Yet Shen Ming did not retreat in the slightest. The energy within his body poured out frantically, and a blazing fire seemed to burn furiously in his eyes. Seeing the two sides locked in a stalemate, Watchdog gritted his teeth, sneering in mockery. "What, is even the high-voltage current in the inhibitor not enough to break you?" Before the words could finish, the S-class ability user opposite actually shuddered violently and slumped heavily to the floor. Yet before Watchdog could even catch his breath, his eyes widened in sheer terror. As if he had seen something incredibly horrific, he gasped in disbelief. "What?" The S-class ability user on the floor was not dead. Instead, a colossal, distorted and bizarre figure was slowly clawing its way out of his broken flesh, letting out waves of hair-raising, eerie laughter. In an instant, the behemoth's size ballooned rapidly, roaring with wild abandon. The soldiers below desperately pulled their triggers, specialized bullets raining down on the monster, yet they couldn't deal the slightest bit of actual damage to the colossal behemoth before them. At this moment, without knowing what had happened, a massive panicked crowd was surging outward in a dense mass. Lu Xin had already pushed open the car door and stepped down, while Dahl remained quietly seated inside the car. Staring at the scene not far away, Lu Xin couldn't help but mutter in shock, "What on earth is that thing?" Between the towering skyscrapers, a strange red mist had begun to drift out of nowhere, gradually gathering in the sky. Soon, the red mist coalesced into a colossal phantom of Shen Ming. With his hands pressed together in prayer, he looked down with an arrogant expression. At the same time, above the heads of the countless panicked fleeing people below, eerie green and pale blue spiritual flames flared up, looking like hovering souls. The data on the psychic detectors flickered frantically, letting out sharp, deafening buzzes. Over the radio, Chen Jing's urgent and powerful commands echoed, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Immediately reinforce defense and blockade measures. At the same time, make an emergency report to the Special Clearance Department headquarters and the City Defense Department, and connect to a real-time call with the Information Analysis Group. I need an immediate response plan and a behavioral logic chain analysis of the enemy." In the dim subway tunnels 300 meters underground, a series of eerie whispers also faintly echoed. "Send someone to interrogate that old captain immediately. Do whatever it takes to find out what his conspiracy is." Su Xin couldn't help cursing. "Damn it, those bastards, idiots, useless trash." Professor Bai, sitting opposite him, said calmly, "An accident was bound to happen sooner or later." He felt that now was the perfect time to test their preparations. At that moment, someone in the combat command center shouted, "High-frequency overloaded ion cannons number 1, number 4, and number 7 are ready." Someone reported that the mental monster was already closing in on the hotel, and its mental magnitude was climbing continuously, starting at 1,000 but quickly reaching 3,000 and even 7,000. It would soon break past 10,000. Minister Shen wondered how on earth it was growing. He ordered in a resolute tone, "I want you to calculate the standard dose of the ion cannon required to eliminate it." The other party replied, "Its power seems to be growing out of thin air. It might be related to that elder who was arrested earlier. Theoretically, it would require about 10 units of ion cannon energy." Upon hearing this, Minister Shen immediately demanded, "Then prepare 12 units for me." He thought to himself that this time the monster was finally beginning to be directly visible to the human eye. Strangely, countless stray thoughts suddenly welled up in his mind. Just then, the telephone on Minister Shen's desk rang abruptly. Professor Bai's voice came from the other end. The maritime nation's surprise attack has begun. They have been planning this for over a month, and now a massive number of anomalous individuals have appeared in the city. Hearing this, Minister Shen couldn't help but wonder. Since they had already locked onto the targets and most of the anomalous individuals had already been sent to the quarantine zone. Right now, I only want to know what that red monster actually is, Professor Bai asked. Can you see it? That is what the Maritime Nation's S-Class ability user turned into after committing suicide. How do you plan to handle it? He replied. Naturally, by preparing the high-frequency ion cannons and blasting it a couple of times to test the waters. Professor Bai said. Give up on that idea. Although the Special Clearance Department has tried using ion cannons before, it didn't work. Before we figure out the specific logic chain, the variables in doing so are simply too great. Minister Shen was puzzled. What if it's in an overloaded state and we prepare 20 units, he said. We haven't reached that point yet. The opponent knows Qinggang's defensive measures very well and won't leave such a huge loophole. I suggest waiting for the interrogation results. I propose activating the emergency defense plan, and I request Minister Shen's approval. He hung up the phone and instructed the people around him. I still feel somewhat uneasy. Raise the high-frequency ion cannon's energy to 12 units and be prepared to adjust to an overloaded state at any moment. From the broadcast speakers high outside, a warning came. Please head to the nearest emergency shelter as quickly as possible. Those possessed by the mental monsters were running around aimlessly. Some even jumped off buildings without a second thought. Meanwhile, the Prevention and Control Squad was swiftly evacuating ordinary citizens to safe zones. Inside the quarantine zone in the eastern part of the main city, someone spoke up. Solo, report on the current situation in the quarantine zone. Lu Xin looked at those people and said, I see these anomalous individuals. Mental monsters are breeding inside them, he continued. However, these monsters are extremely weak, with mental magnitudes of only tens or even lower. Looking at the collapsed crowd, Lu Xin reported, when the anomalous individuals are killed, the mental monsters inside them do not disappear. Instead, they merge with one another. After merging, their mental power will continuously stack without any upper limit. Chen Jing understood. Eliminating these anomalous individuals would instead accelerate the birth of a colossal mental monster. Lockdown personnel, pay attention. Try your best not to kill them. You may use tranquilizer rounds or specialized bullets. How is the information analysis group doing on their end? A crisp clatter of keyboard typing echoed from the other end of the line. Everyone spoke in succession. The captain's confession has been archived in file number 1, and the data regarding the true hometown in satellite city number 4 has been retrieved. Solo's observation report has been categorized and sent. Professor Bai's analysis report has also been sent. Please check it, the person said to the computer. The incident happened so suddenly, and we know very little about the Maritime Nation's S-Class ability user. But our only breakthrough is the true hometown. The person on the other end of the phone asked, how did the believers of the true hometown appear? They can control 2 mental monsters to harm others. Where did those 2 monsters come from in the first place? Does another world really exist that can summon them? Just then, someone reported receiving a signal from Professor Bai. He said, I heard your analysis. It's an interesting idea, but I believe it is merely a concept. Su Xin couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, those bastards, Professor Bai continued. The previous investigation revealed that the controlled missionary monsters are driven by activating negative emotions. They likely originate from deep within the heart. The so-called true hometown is nothing more than a collective unconscious ocean, Director Chen spoke up. Following this logic, the Maritime Nation's S-Class ability user, as well as the 2 people associated with the true hometown, all possess summoning capabilities. They create rifts themselves, connecting to a space filled with mental monsters, and subsequently summon them, Professor Bai said. There is no inevitable link between mental monsters and S-Class ability users. They know how to manufacture mental monsters and use them to attack the city. Wishing and cursing are merely baits to attract them. Once unleashed through death, they will appear, he continued. When all the scattered mental monsters emerge, they will turn this place into a ghost town. Meanwhile, the ability users can take the opportunity to infinitely elevate their own mental power. This is a premeditated, coordinated cover-up combat plan. Su Xin's expression grew grim. I'll give you 5 minutes to verify this and provide your recommendations for handling it. Right now, the ability users and SWAT teams across all locations are waiting for your analysis results. On the other side, the Prevention and Control Squad still grip their weapons tightly in a state of constant readiness for combat. Lu Xun thought to himself that more and more people were going mad, yet there was no way to directly eliminate that monster, which filled him with irritation and anxiety, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Doll beside him sensed his displeasure, and she seemed to share his distress. Just then, a notification came through the communicator. The information analysis group connected, and a voice came through. "Is Mr. Solo there?" Lu Xun replied. "I am." A gentle voice came from the other end of the line. "Good evening, Mr. Solo." He followed up. "Good evening. Regarding this conference," Han Bing chimed in. "Mr. Solo is currently carrying a heavy responsibility, so it is a pity we couldn't meet this time. However, we need to resolve this pollution attack first. Once this is over, I hope we'll have a chance." She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Could I treat Mr. Solo to a meal?" Lu Xun stole a glance at Doll behind him, and then gave a soft grunt of assent. Han Bing continued, "After all, since we are in the main city, I should play the host and show you some hospitality." Hearing this, he agreed, "Sure." Seeing Lu Xun smile, Doll beside him also perked up happily. Chen Jing then spoke up, "All right, let's talk about the meal later. The analysis department has already given its action recommendations, and the cleanup operations have officially begun. Solo, we need you to execute a mission now." She stated that the content of the mission was to request Doll to take action. This caught Lu Xun somewhat off guard. Chen Jing explained, "The maritime nation has already secretly created a massive number of anomalous individuals. Once their S-class ability user launches an attack, the monsters inside the anomalous individuals will awaken and be lured out, and they will desperately infect more people, posing a colossal threat." She continued, "The current mission is to clear out the anomalous individuals in the quarantine zone and eliminate those mental monsters. Although Doll can control the situation, she might not necessarily understand our request. That's why I need you to go and explain it to Doll." Lu Xun indicated that he understood. Hearing this, he turned and asked Doll, "Can you control these people and stop them from running all over the place?" Worried she might not understand, Lu Xun explained further. "Right now, there are many monsters on them. These are sources of pollution, and they are merging to become even larger. Can you eliminate them?" Doll replied immediately. "I can." Chen Jing was thoroughly shocked that Doll had actually responded to Solo. She hastily ordered, "SWAT team and support group, evacuate immediately." Receiving the command, Lu Xun said, "Then let's begin." At this moment, Doll had already opened her small umbrella and slowly hovered into midair. Rose petal-like phantoms materialized around her, and her eyes snapped open in an instant. The flower hairpin on her head also began to play a melodious tune. Those possessed by the mental monsters all stopped dead in their tracks. Their bodies seemed to want to reach out and grab something. Lu Xun marveled silently. So quiet. It seemed they indeed had stopped. The phantom of the deity that was controlling them nearby also shattered into pieces. Below, the mental monsters possessing the crowd were beginning to merge and connect. Seeing this, Lu Xun yelled, "Oh no," he thought to himself. "They are charging straight for Doll. I must protect her." However, instead of showing any fear, Doll proactively flew away, drawing those monsters toward herself. Lu Xun realized, was she deliberately drawing the monsters away to protect him? He scratched his head and grinned happily. This teammate is really not bad, way better than Gecko. Doll closed her umbrella, pointing its tip directly at the mental monsters lunging toward her. With a calm expression, she snapped the umbrella open with brute force, sending them all flying with a single strike. Hit by the powerful blow, the mental monsters instantly turned to ash. Lu Xun watched, dumbstruck, thinking to himself, "It's resolved just like that with so many monsters. Even if it was Doll, it should have taken quite some time, right?" he wondered. Yet all it took was closing and opening her umbrella to get it done. Looking at Doll hovering in the air, Lu Xun thought she must have borrowed mental power just now and released it through the action of opening her umbrella. Even though she is smiling so sweetly now, I witnessed that violent scene with my own eyes earlier. She is indeed a formidable character. Chen Jing also praised, "Well done, Doll." "Solo, can you confirm there are no remaining anomalous individuals in the quarantine zone?" Gaze into the distance, he replied. "None left. The cleanup is extremely thorough." The scene shifted to the subway tunnels 300 meters underground. Minister Shen asked, "Should we have Doll deal with that horde of monsters?" Professor Bai said, "I don't think we should send Doll, for the same reason you aren't using the plasma cannons." He mentioned that the thing's current mental magnitude had already exceeded 20,000, and was even closing in on 30,000. Su Shen asked in confusion, "Mental magnitude cannot possibly be generated out of air. Why is it so high?" Professor Bai replied, "There are reports that once a monster approaches, it will self-strengthen. Its ability seems to be swallowing other spiritual entities. With just a single glance, one's mental power will be stripped away. That 30,000 mental magnitude is all drawn from the monsters and the eyewitnesses." He continued, "This ability was similar to Doll's. but instead of borrowing, it was forcibly seizing. If an ability user with powerful mental strength like Dahl launches an attack, they will instead be swallowed by it, which will in turn strengthen the source of pollution. This tactic is extremely insidious, Sushin added. There is an even more fatal point. If we don't know about this trait, even if we resolve the source of pollution, the massive number of citizens who have been stripped of their mental power will fall into extreme depression. The consequence is highly likely to be, Minister Shen quickly realized, roaring in anger, a massive number of citizens, and even the military, will fall into collective suicide. Those goddamn bastards, Professor Bai said. The cross-referencing results from the information analysis group have already confirmed my hypothesis. Since things have already reached this point, I now formally apply, he continued, to activate the emergency defense plan. On the other side, Lu Xin greeted, Leader, you're here. Chen Jing was instructing the others. Since the pollution was continuously intensifying, all departments had to quickly remind the citizens that they must absolutely not look directly at the red-clothed monster. She pondered that the analysis group had advised against sending Dahl, and this was also the first time Solo had shown a lack of absolute confidence in dealing with the monster. Lu Xin, however, was thinking, I don't actually feel any danger. I even want to go straight up and fight it, but the outcome might end up terrible. Just then, a convoy with bright headlights came speeding in from the distance. A pair of leather shoes stepped out of a car and onto the ground. Minister Shen, Professor Bai, and their entourage strode over. Su Xin waved and greeted, hello. Chen Jing thought to herself, why did these three come over together? At this moment, Professor Bai shook hands firmly with Lu Xin. Hello, Solo. My surname is Bai. I am the Dean of the Research Institute of the Special Clearance Department. He quickly returned the greeting, chuckling in his heart. Is this that Professor Bai who loves quoting famous sayings? Professor Bai's words startled Lu Xin. Regarding that mental monster, if we let you cast aside all concerns and let you handle it your own way, are you certain you can resolve it? He continued. In 10 minutes we will face a monster with a mental magnitude exceeding 60,000, which will bring about inestimable losses. I hope you can take on this mission of handling an S-class incident. I know you also have your own concerns. My proposal is, Professor Bai's words left Lu Xin rooted to the spot. We will reinforce you for the second stage right now, immediately. Hearing this, Lu Xin was somewhat dumbstruck. The second stage, he thought to himself. This is so sudden. There isn't even a single surgical table here. Professor Bai explained that the essence of the second stage was to reinforce and stabilize the ability user. Before proceeding, ability users typically needed to undergo a modification surgery, such as stabilizing their mental pathways. The purpose of the surgery was to enable the ability user to withstand more powerful mental strength and avoid losing control. An image of himself lying on an operating table surfaced in his mind. Yes, exactly like that. I think so too. Professor Bai pointed at him and continued. But you are different. Your own mental magnitude is already exceptionally high. For you, learning to control your own emotions is the core of the second stage. Therefore, I will not use conventional methods like psychological counseling or surgical modifications on you. Instead, I will use an extremely rigorous and high-cost new method. He looked at him and asked seriously, Before that, let me ask you one final question in all seriousness. Solo, are you sure you want to undergo the second stage reinforcement? Hearing this, Lu Xin nodded heavily. Professor Bai opened the briefcase in his hand and handed it over. Very well, then now. He pulled out a contract. Sign this contract first. Lu Xin was somewhat helpless, thinking to himself that he had already prepared himself mentally, yet he actually had to sign a contract at a time like this. Lu Xin picked up the contract and glanced at it. Is it this one? He thought to himself that he didn't even have the right of final interpretation. If Sister Sun were to handle this, she would probably be much more professional. After signing the contract, Lu Xin handed it back to Professor Bai, casually slipping the pen into his coat pocket. He asked, Is this enough? Professor Bai replied. It is. He was somewhat puzzled. What exactly is this new method you mentioned? Professor Bai replied. Do you still remember that painting you brought back from the nights outside the city? In this world, parasites can survive by seizing human mental power at the time. This parasitic entity manifested many similar symptoms in humans, and even became sources of pollution. Professor Bai explained that the painting was named Looking Up at the Red Moon. It belonged to an extremely rare class of advanced parasitic entities. In the archives of the Alliance Research Institute, a total of 13 items with advanced parasitic characteristics were recorded. Within these 13 items existed the 13 most bizarre spiritual powers, and the spiritual power within that painting was known as the Gaze, possessing an extremely terrifying power of control. He continued that it could disrupt human emotions. With just a single look, it could turn an ordinary person into a mutated monster that only vented its desires. Therefore, relying on this painting alone could easily trigger immense chaos. Each of those 13 bizarre powers was just as terrifying as the gaze. But such power is not entirely unusable. Professor Bai took out a box and said, "Your second stage reinforcement will borrow the power of the gaze. Based on my analysis, the characteristic of the gaze is swallowing humans with negative emotions. Therefore, I performed a reverse operation on it, extracting the power of this special parasitic entity and sealing it inside." Lu Xun put on the glasses. Professor Bai explained that this item itself possessed the functions of transmitting information and assisting in processing missions, and also had special spiritual power traits. When your emotions fluctuated, it could be used to help you achieve balance. Simply put, as long as you wore it, even if you were subjected to emotional attacks, you wouldn't easily lose control. Of course, the true second stage won't be completed this quickly. You need time to adapt to it, but with it, you are considered to have truly stepped into the second stage. Lu Xun stared at these glasses, his eyes shining. He felt as if these glasses were alive. A mysterious energy radiated from the glasses. He quietly wondered if putting on these glasses would truly help him keep his emotions stable. Just then, deafening alarms suddenly rang out as the red-robed apostle launched another new wave of attacks. Professor Bai continued, "There are still 2 minutes left before starting the second stage reinforcement. We not only need to trust that the ability user won't lose control, but we also need the ability user to trust us. We believe the application you submitted, which is why we created this special item. Now that the plan is laid out before you, the choice is yours." Lu Xun turned to Dahl and asked, "Does everyone choose to believe me?" Then he turned to look at the crowd. "Aren't you afraid of me? I'm a real madman." Minister Shen handed him a gun and a large bag filled with ammunition, telling Lu Xun to take them. He added that even if Lu Xun was a madman, he was Qinggang's madman. Opening the ammo bag, Lu Xun saw it was filled entirely with specialized bullets. Minister Shen said, "I've always been wary of you, but I also know very well and must admit that our city has always been guarded by madmen." Lu Xun turned his head and asked, "After completing this mission, I'll be able to get enough reward to buy a house, right?" Su Xin replied from behind him, "I guarantee it will be enough." Putting on his glasses and picking up the gun, Lu Xun said, "Reporting mission details, neutralize the spiritual body and residual influence of the Maritime Nation's S-Class ability user. Mission Class, S-Class. Lead Agent Solo. Information Analysis Support, Han Bing. Team Members, Solo, Dahl." Han Bing's gentle voice came through the earpiece. "Acknowledged, Mr. Solo." "Are you ready?" he replied. "I'm ready." Lu Xun took a deep breath as the glasses indicated that retinal registration was complete. Initial emotional threshold recorded. Initialization program launched. The glasses began to intervene. Lu Xun squinted, feeling that something was slightly off. He was being pulled into a bizarre realm, his consciousness gradually blurring. He snapped his eyes open, and a voice came from the glasses. "Mr. Solo, can you hear me?" Still wearing the glasses, Lu Xun said to Dahl, "So they even have an earpiece function. These glasses are quite advanced. Well, I'm off to work now." Seeing the worry written all over her face, Lu Xun comforted her. "Wait for me here. I'll be back soon, and no pretending you didn't hear me." With that, he turned around, took a step, and bid her goodbye. "Wait for me in the car." Dahl's eyes welled with tears of grievance. As the horde of monsters launched an attack on the children, Lu Xun raised his gun and muttered to himself, "Can I really deal with that spiritual monster?" He sprinted forward while Han Bing's voice came through the earpiece. "That is bound to be extremely difficult, of course," Lu Xun said, "but can I truly cast aside all my concerns now? To help me enter the second stage, my family hid themselves away earlier. Now that the second stage is complete, I shouldn't have anything to worry about anymore, right?" Suddenly, a white-haired little girl giggled. "Giggle, brother." Shiki flew down from above, stretching out both hands toward him. "I'm back." Seeing little Shiki appear, Lu Xun's face lit up with surprise. Not only his sister but his mother was here too. His mother walked over, examined the glasses he was wearing, and said, "They suit you well." She continued, saying that now that he had entered the second stage, she should also start paying attention to easing her relationship with him. "We are all family. What's the point of you always guarding against me and me always guarding against you like this?" Lu Xun responded. "All right." Showing his understanding, he then walked into the building with his mother and Shiki. "I haven't seen you two in days. With both of you here, I feel much more at ease. Mostly, there's something I need to take care of right now." Witnessing this, Minister Shen, who was observing the situation, flew into a rage and cursed. "You liar!" He pointed a finger at the screen. "Didn't you say earlier that his family didn't exist at all? You even said that once he familiarized himself with and reinforced his power in the second stage, they would completely vanish. Then who are these two women, one old and one young?" Su Xin, standing nearby, chimed in to agree. Professor Bai was not about to take the blame for being a liar. He adjusted his glasses and explained, "What I said before was merely a reasonable deduction based on the facts. Since it was a deduction, it is perfectly normal for some minor discrepancies to appear in the details." The further Lu Xun walked inside, the more he could feel an incredibly colossal spiritual force. He thought to himself that the closer he got, the more clearly he could perceive the twisted, immense spiritual power of the red-robed apostle. Laid out before his eyes were thousands of monsters of various shapes and forms, and behind them stood the colossal phantom of the red-robed apostle. Such a massive monster was indeed not easy to deal with, not to mention that its size was growing even larger as the surrounding spiritual monsters continuously merged into it. Seeing Shiki clinging tightly to him, Lu Xun turned his head and asked, "Can you let go of brother first?" The little girl answered mischievously, "No, I won't protect brother." He put her down, saying with a serious face, "It's not a question of protection right now. We need to get to work. This guy is too massive. Can you still directly pollute its entire body like you did before?" Shiki tugged his hand and asked, "Is brother going to lend me his power?" Lu Xun rubbed Shiki's head. She put on an innocent expression. What was there to talk about lending or not? Little Shiki suddenly leapt into the air. Lu Xun thought to himself, "I can clearly feel the close blood-linked connection between myself and my sister. A certain power within my body is actively merging into hers." Shiki flew into the air, letting out a joyful giggle. "Heh heh." She charged forward swiftly. "That big red doll looks like so much fun below." Lu Xun and his mother were walking toward the building step by step. After being attacked by Shiki, the red-robed apostle instantly erupted with a terrifying aura to strike back. Shiki met it with her spiritual power, yet her arms were actually cracked with web-like fractures during the collision. Taking advantage of the momentum, Shiki broke her seal, extending her body into a massive black net to wrap tightly around the opponent. But in an instant she was blasted backward by the red-robed apostle's powerful counterforce. Her shattered body reassembled, and Shiki fell to the ground in a somewhat disheveled state, her face filled with grievance. "HMPH, to actually deflect my attack, this guy is completely different from that multi-faced big toy from last time." Looking at the pouting Shiki, Lu Xun thought to himself that his sister didn't seem to have any good way to deal with this big monster either. His mother beside him teased, "After all, your sister is still young, but seeing her get beaten, you seem rather amused, kid. Let's go, we'll head up first." With that, he walked into the elevator with his mother. The elevator slowly ascended to the 34th floor, and Hanbing's anxious call came through the earpiece. "Mr. Solo, can you hear me?" Lu Xun replied, "I can." The signal got slightly disrupted after entering the elevator, mostly because we're too close to that monster. On the other end of the line, Hanbing was somewhat helpless. At a time like this, he was actually casually riding the elevator. Lu Xun and his mother reached the rooftop. Looking up at the red-clothed phantom in midair, he said, "What I want to figure out most right now is what kind of spiritual body this red-robed apostle actually is. Just now I saw that it seems to have an extremely strong resistance to other forms of pollution. Even though a portion of it was clearly polluted, it managed to recover very quickly." Hearing this, Hanbing on the other end was somewhat surprised, and she immediately relayed the analysis results just sent by Professor Chen. Spiritual monsters indeed can be polluted, provided that the pollution source has a higher spiritual quality, or its polluting nature possesses an overriding and countering effect. But if the mental magnitude of the polluted target reaches a certain level, it can counter the pollution and maintain its own stability by constantly repairing itself and repelling external contamination, Lu Xun continued. "So that's why my sister is helpless against this monster, right? Mother, do you have any good suggestions?" His mother smiled, covering her mouth with her hand, and chuckled. "We can indeed discover many problems, but the most important point is that they should be able to hear our conversation by now, right?" Lu Xun replied with perfect composure. "Ah, that. If they hear it, so be it. After all, our family is real," his mother continued, saying that this person was indeed very interesting. Clearly still alive, yet bent on dying. Most people might think he wants to use death to find release because living is too painful. But why can't it be understood that he himself yearns for death, and only through death can he release all of his negative emotions? Following this train of thought, Lu Xun suddenly recalled Hanbing mentioning in a previous training session that spiritual power was inherently a positive trait, while his desire for death was the exact opposite. Could it be precisely because of this that he possessed the trait of being able to devour or forcibly seize other people's spiritual power? If that was indeed the case, then the solution would be— Lu Xun turned his head toward the red-robed apostle, surprised to find that the sky was actually interwoven with a dense web of red silk threads. Countless fine threads laid over one another, forming such a colossal spiritual body. There was even a red thread directly connected to his own body. There's even one already connected to me. Having cleared up the situation, Lu Xun turned and asked, "Mother, can you help me out?" His mother replied gently, "We are all family, there's no need to divide things into helping or not. However, once this trouble is resolved, new trouble will surely follow." Hearing this, a dangerous smile crept onto the corner of Lu Xun's mouth. "We'll just solve them one by one." His mother sighed with relief, remarking that his solution was truly clever. Under the eerie red light shed by the blood moon, she gently waved her hand, cleanly cutting the red silk thread deeply rooted in Lu Xun's body. The instant the red thread wrapped around him was severed, Lu Xun opened his hands, instantly feeling a wave of relief wash over his entire body. The red-robed apostle before him seemed to instantly lose that eerie, mysterious attraction. But before he could even catch his breath, he discovered that at some point countless red threads had wrapped around his body once again. When did this start? It seemed that cutting just one or two was completely useless. His mother clearly noticed this situation as well. She lightly waved her arm, elegantly cutting down many more threads while murmuring to herself, "Oh dear, it seems I got a bit ahead of myself too." As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped forward unhurriedly and unleashed her cloning ability. In an instant, countless phantoms of his mother materialized in the sky, unhurriedly snipping away at the dense red threads stretching across the city. For a moment the sky was filled with her figures, actually turning the tables to surround the red-robed apostle in layers. His mother put away her smile, closing her eyes to gather her strength. Then she pointed her weapon directly at the red-robed apostle in midair, causing even it to feel a wave of panic. Under Lu Xun's watchful eyes, he could clearly feel that his mother's attack had taken effect. The red threads originally wrapped around the citizens had all been severed, yet the spiritual monsters entangling them still had not dispersed. Meanwhile, in the temporary command center of the main city's East District, the real-time broadcast screen suddenly went blank. Shocked, Minister Shen pointed at the screen and shouted, "The red-robed apostle has disappeared." Professor Bai beside him, however, spoke with absolute calm. "Everyone, please note that the red-robed apostle has not been completely eliminated." He turned around and continued to explain, "Solo has merely cut the logical chain between us and the red-robed apostle. That is why we are no longer being polluted and have lost track of it in our vision. At the same time, the process of its mental magnitude skyrocketing has also been interrupted. However, with the breaking of the mental amplification chain, other chain reactions will inevitably occur. What is most worrying is," before Professor Bai could finish, an urgent report crackled over the intercom. "Report, the spiritual monsters that were gathering toward the East Sea Grand Hotel just now have suddenly stopped gathering. Right now they are dispersing in all directions, with most of them spreading toward the west, seemingly drawn by the mental fluctuations of the residents in the main city." With a grim face, Minister Shen slammed his desk and ordered loudly, "Establish a blockade around the perimeter of the East Sea Grand Hotel immediately. Medium-grade ion rifles are authorized. We absolutely cannot allow the source of pollution to continue spreading within the city." By this time, the streets had descended into complete chaos, as citizens fled in panic under the onslaught of the spiritual monsters. All ability users immediately entered the blockaded area, exerting every effort to eliminate the spiritual monsters. "Deploy Tier D personnel to the front lines to assist." With the order issued, everyone immediately took their commands and dispersed to take action. Professor Bai looked at Minister Shen and asked, "To make such thorough preparations, did you foresee this long ago?" "Indeed, these were originally meant to guard against those madmen coming to attend the seminar." Meanwhile, on the other side, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Lu Xun's mother's mouth, and she said in a calm tone, "It's useless." With that, she slowly raised both hands, her entire body emitting a faint purple fluorescence. Countless phantoms of his mother blocked the attacks of the spiritual monsters, completely stripping the red threads on the red-robed apostle of any possibility to multiply and connect to others in the city. Yet when Lu Xun turned to examine himself, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Aside from himself, what else could be left behind? In this instant, an overwhelming emptiness suddenly welled up in his heart. In the end, the only things he could think of were destruction and death. Following this line of thought, his gaze gradually grew somewhat vacant. Standing in front of the door of room 401, with those red threads still wrapped around his body, Lu Xun muttered to himself that there was no need to hesitate this time. Thus he reached out, turned the key, and unlocked the door. The moment the door opened, a tall and loathsome dark shadow loomed right behind it. His father, looking as terrifying as a monster, stared dead at him with a wide grin. Lu Xun's expression turned solemn, and he said seriously, "Father, I need your help this time." Upon hearing his words, his father instead laughed even louder. Lu Xun said, "Father, don't laugh like that. It makes me feel like believing in you was a mistake." His father abruptly thrust his hideous massive face close, asking suspiciously, "Do you really believe in me?" He replied, "Of course, after all we are family. Actually I know that if you had the chance you would definitely find a way to leave this home, and so would I. But since you cannot escape right now and I have also decided to accept all of my family, why should we keep guarding against each other? Let's find a better way to get along, by helping each other, especially now that we've obtained the key item for the second stage." "You've obtained the power now, haven't you?" Lu Xun flatly denied it with a calm expression. "No, I'm telling you this because I believe in you, father. The reason I believe in you is that every time I get close to you, I can personally experience your feelings. And what I feel from you isn't anger, but pain." Hearing these words, a visible tremor shook his father's gaze. It was the pain of self-loathing and self-denial over his own helplessness. Completely enraged by these words, his father erupted with black aura, roaring hysterically, "You're talking nonsense, you useless piece of trash, you know nothing." The black mist instantly enveloped him, wrapping tightly around Lu Xun's neck. "You know absolutely nothing," Lu Xun countered without backing down an inch. "Perhaps I indeed know very little. After all, I can't remember many of my past memories. But I've thought about it carefully, and there is one thing I am absolutely certain of." He raised a hand to press against his chest, saying with utmost resolve, "My intuition and feelings are real." Hearing this, the hostility on his father's face softened slightly. Lu Xun looked at him and continued, "So I will treat you as real family, father, and share all the pain you bear. If one day my power grows strong enough, I will definitely help you find release." Unlike his father's volatile emotions, Lu Xun's expression remained largely unchanged. "Even if they couldn't achieve this right now, I will still work hard to do the things that family members should do. So what about you, father? I am sincerely asking you right now as real family, are you willing to agree, or are you bent on having your own way and making the whole family unhappy?" Not far away, dangerous red electrical arcs flickered in the eyes of the red-robed apostle. On this side, Lu Xun questioned with a calm face, "Father, do you agree or not? Do you really have to turn our home completely upside down?" The conversation between the father and son was witnessed entirely by his mother and Shiki. Suddenly, a giant hand burning with crimson flames smashed down brutally with terrifying force. Shiki immediately called out in a panic, "Brother, watch out!" However, before Lu Xun could even react, a heavily scarred, extremely rough giant hand erupted into existence, firmly blocking the fatal strike. His father had already stepped in front of Lu Xun. Letting out a brutal roar, he violently shoved the giant hand away with both arms. Next, his left hand lunged forward. Digging his fingers deep into the flesh of the giant hand, his right hand seized a pitch-black colossal blade. Swinging it high, whipping his waist to deliver a savage slash, he instantly severed the crimson hand clean at the wrist. As the severed giant arm fell powerlessly, Shiki cheered excitedly and dashed toward it. "What a thick arm, Blee!" The little girl grabbed the falling severed arm in midair, spinning it around like a windmill. "This toy is so much fun." Witnessing this, both Lu Xun and his father couldn't help but grin with mocking sneers. What a total piece of trash. The red-robed apostle seemed to understand the arrogant mockery of the father and son. Instantly flying into a rage, it swung its remaining giant hand and slapped down brutally. In a flash, an incredibly terrifying spiritual force exploded. The powerful shockwave blasted everything around the ruins into ash. Amidst the smoke and dust of the explosion, Lu Xun stood unharmed on a towering broken pillar. A provocative sneer on his face. Behind him, his father seemed to have completely unleashed his long-repressed ability. His figure swelled several times over, pouncing forward amidst a sky full of black mist, wildly hacking with his massive pitch-black longsword, while roaring incoherently. "Trash, trash!" The wild slashes cleanly and swiftly cut Shen Ming's body into pieces. "Trash, trash, what a absolute piece of trash! Trash!" Just as the words fell, Shen Ming's shredded body parts rained down from midair. Minister Shen, Chen Jing, and Su Xin witnessed this scene and couldn't help but turn pale with shock. Su Xin asked in confusion as the red-robed apostle seemed to be dissolving, "What on earth is that thing?" Professor Bai wore a satisfied smile and replied, "That is my highest expectation for Solo, named the Tyrant's Power." Meanwhile, on the other side, assisted by his father behind him, Lu Xun executed his moves coldly, looking down at the falling body fragments. He said listlessly, "How boring." Suddenly, he paused. He hadn't expected the opponent to have auto-regeneration. The minced flesh was fusing back together. Seeing this, Lu Xun's father leapt straight down from the building, backhanding his massive blade. He glared dead at that trash's head, then leaped high into the air, severing Shen Ming's arm with a single slash. However, the severed arm glued itself back together in the very next second. Furious, his father continued to hack wildly at the newly healed spot. "Trash, let's see how long you can hold out." Little Shiki, on the other hand, was happily grabbing the falling body fragments nearby, saying, "Brother is so awesome, making so many toys." Lu Xun's mother stood atop the high building, looking down and sighing, How utterly barbaric. Elsewhere, Watchdog was reporting the mission through his earpiece, stating that they were currently cleaning up the mutated individuals. The mental power of these monsters merges so to not focus solely on killing them. Behind him, two terrifying mental monsters were watching him like a hawk preparing to launch an attack. As one of them pounced forward, he suddenly took off his hat, revealing a horrifying, massive mouth on the top of his head. Wanting to finish off these mental monsters, a long tongue slid out from that massive mouth, wildly attacking the monsters behind him or directly devouring the twisted mental energy of the mutated individuals. He continued talking to himself amidst the siege of the surrounding mental monsters, eliminating the hosts along the way. Besides, they didn't taste half bad, worth a bite. More and more mental monsters were appearing throughout the city. In another corner, a mysterious figure in a red robe sat on a wooden chair, knocking away the surrounding mutated individuals and mental monsters one by one. But I don't find these monsters delicious at all. Meanwhile, Gecko was also ready for battle. Can this stuff even taste good? Don't worry, everyone. Just do whatever my uncle says. With a cheeky grin, he comforted the shivering, terrified crowd. It's going to be fine. By the way, do you like shooting beans? Just as he spoke, darkness swallowed everything. One of them snapped to his senses, exclaiming, "Why is it like this? Even the gun has changed. Fire, use the special bullets, the bean in your hand. Well, doing it this way should relieve a lot of your stress." An old man suddenly appearing beside him gave him a jolt. Who was this guy? The old man even added, "It helps with stress relief too. It's too dangerous. I'm going to die." Gecko snapped back to reality. "Tisk, you're the one dying, not me. So it's that thing," he continued over the communicator. Linda, my sweetheart. I'm risking my life for our future. Can you at least grant my final wish? What on earth is up with that 20-something eldest son of yours? A son is a son, but are you seriously telling me I can't raise him?" Putting her legs up on the desk, she said, "Since you've already cleared the mutated individuals in that sector, you should think about heading to the East Sea Grand Hotel to back up Solo." She continued, "The S-Class mission to clear out the mental bodies of the Maritime Nation's ability users is led by Solo. You and Doll are both in his squad, and you have the most experience working with him." Gecko lay back to rest, saying he had already taken care of those small fries. "Just let me rest for a bit now. That's exactly how I coordinated with him last time. By the way, where is Doll from our team?" The other end went silent for a moment before she replied, "Doll doesn't need you to step in just yet." "That's right, just stay seated right there," she calmly continued. "Just keep watching Solo." Chen Jing reported that the cleanup of the mental monsters was going very smoothly. They had completely contained the situation, keeping them within a 3,000-meter radius. At the moment, the only thing they didn't have to worry about was the red-robed apostle. If Solo were in danger, Doll would never be this calm, Su Shin said slowly. "I really want to see just what he's capable of. We absolutely cannot let our guard down." "Very well," he let out a cryptic smile. "Connect me to the video feed of the Maritime Nation's old captain. Let me see what he looks like. I want to ask this old gentleman in person." A furious roar echoed from the room. "Do you really think our Qinggong is a paper tiger? It's no use. Qinggong is doomed to lose this time," Yilao said. "The only way to deal with ability users is to make all preparations in advance. These ability users can alter memories, perceptions, and even minds, but they can never change facts. Therefore, as long as you prepare beforehand and stick to basic logic, everything will proceed in the right direction." He continued, claiming that the child would buy the only survival route for the Maritime Nation with his own death. "You don't need to waste your breath interrogating me anymore. I've already told you everything." He stubbornly believed that the monsters of the abyss had been lured to Qinggong, which proved they could use these monsters to grow until they became gods, and that Qinggang's fate would lie in his hands. "I hope you understand that even the facts you think are destined can still change," she said, referring to the scattered mutated individuals. "Because we detected the anomaly 8 hours ago and activated the Level 1 emergency defense protocol long ago, before they could undergo mutation, we had already dispatched Level 7 mutated individuals and an A-class ability user to handle all the issues." She stood up and smiled slightly. "As for the remaining 30%, most have already been controlled and neutralized by Qinggang's ability users. The monsters that can actually reach the Apostle's side are virtually non-existent. Furthermore, after one of our second-stage ability users stepped in, he completely severed the connection between the red-robed Apostle and the mental monsters scattered throughout the city. Therefore, even at its peak, its mental magnitude only managed to climb to nearly 50,000. Faced with these razor-sharp, indisputable words, Yilao shuddered, completely frozen. She smiled smugly. "Were you trying to keep the secret that the red-robed apostle can devour ordinary people's mental power? No matter, we have already analyzed it." she continued. That so-called deity of yours has already been beaten out of shape by our ability users. Tisk, what a shame. We originally planned to use it to test the power of our newly developed overloaded high-frequency ion cannon, but in the end we only dispatched 2 ability users, and the issue is basically resolved. That's impossible. She reached out and lightly pressed a control button, and the curtains rose automatically. She turned back to Yi Lao. I specially chose this interrogation room for you. Standing here, you can see directly toward the East Sea Grand Hotel. Look, can you still see that monster? Things can't possibly end as easily as you say, he retorted. We prepared so meticulously. There is no way you resolved it this easily, she replied. But the facts speak for themselves. Oh, by the way, let me let you in on another secret. Not that you'll ever have the chance to leak it anyway. Everyone thinks we only have 1 A-class ability user in Qinggong, but we actually have 2 S-class ability users. One of them hid their true rank, and the other we haven't even considered reporting yet. He flew into a rage. You are playing with fire. 2 S-class ability users are not something a single high-walled city can ever sustain. It's impossible. Besides, did you really think that child would be that easy to deal with? Once you force him to unleash his final power, Qinggong will forever turn into a nation of nothing but monsters. A dangerous smile played on her lips as she calmly countered, Is that so? What did I just say? Report. Special report. The latest interrogation results are in. The radio continued to crackle. The red-robed apostle likely has another unrevealed ability. Please alert Solo. Suspecting its 3rd ability was related to releasing a massive wave of mental monsters, she turned around, wearing a satisfied smile. Additionally, send a few memory-reading ability users over. He is clearly hiding a portion of his memories. Hearing this, the old man's face filled with terror. A round blood moon hung high in the sky. Finding her communication with Lu Xin cut off, Han Bing panicked slightly. Mr. Solo, can you hear me? Han Bing scrambled to sync the latest information through the communications array. After interrogating the old captain of the maritime nation, they learned that the red-robed apostle likely possessed another ability. When pushed to the absolute limit, it would release a massive wave of mental monsters. These mental monsters were different from the aberrants appearing in Qinggong City. They had to be fully prepared to guard against the enemy's counterattack. She shouted a warning to Solo. Please be extremely careful. Meanwhile, Lu Xin and his father were still locked in a fierce battle with Shen Ming. Lu Xin replied, I hear you. Han Bing quickly asked, Understood, Mr. Solo. How is the mission progressing? Is there anything we can assist you with? Lu Xin flatly declined her offer. It's almost wrapped up. No need to rush, and don't worry. I'll notify you when it's done. He thought to himself that although the people of Qinggong seemed to be doing their utmost to help him, he really didn't want to get distracted by other things right now. Han Bing went silent on the other end for a long time before softly murmuring, All right then, I'll look forward to it. I'll definitely treat you to a meal when you get back. I'll even make small wontons for you by hand. Lu Xin agreed. Sure, I'll be waiting for that. Lu Xin pondered. This monster's trait was an extremely abnormal fusion and self-healing capability. Therefore, when it crossed paths with his father, it was bound to be utterly suppressed, because his father's ability was akin to total annihilation. At the same time, Lu Xin's father was relentlessly hacking at Shen Ming. As long as a single spark of life remained, it could never regenerate under his father's absolute suppression. At this rate, its final ability was about to be unleashed. Around Lu Xin, countless monsters were constantly twisting and mutating into various forms. The red-robed apostle had now dispersed its massive mental power, splitting into individual monsters of various shapes and sizes. Previously, it boosted its own mental power by devouring other mental monsters. But now I have cut off that path. If it can devour, then displaying a splitting ability makes perfect sense, doesn't it? But there must be another motive behind doing this. Below them, his little sister Shiki was having the time of her life. She happily treated these monsters as her toys. Don't run, toys, I'm going to sew you all together. Lu Xin recalled that his sister had always loved collecting such toys. Meanwhile, Lu Xin's mother was leisurely teasing the monster from the side. Don't be in such a rush. Do you have time to come visit our house? Lu Xin looked at his mother in surprise, wondering when she had walked over there. She truly was as hospitable as ever. In the distance, his father also seemed to be having a blast. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. A white shadow. Lu Xin quickly adjusted his strategy. Since his little sister was busy playing below, he could only barely borrow a fraction of her power. He strode toward the white shadow. Hello, he initiated a greeting. Pleasure to meet you. Suddenly, his father brandished his black blade, lunging at Shen Ming with a terrifying destructive force. Lu Xun hurriedly shouted to stop him. "No," he warned his father, "don't touch him." His father let out a cold snort, looking extremely displeased as if his mood had been ruined. Lu Xun turned back and continued to speak to Shenming. "Look around. Look at what a mess this place has become. The hotel's glass is completely shattered, water pipes have burst, and the railings are warped out of shape. How much is it going to cost to repair all of this?" Lu Xun confessed that he actually quite liked this city. So many people had spent so much time and effort to build such a complete place, only for you to ruin it all in an instant. He spoke with empathy. "You seem to yearn for death. I can understand that pain. I've been through it before too, except I was a little luckier than you. I've always had my family with me." He slowly extended his hand toward Shenming. "But you did do wrong. So having me thoroughly end you seems only fair, doesn't it? I'll find a dignified way to let you die one more time later, and we'll consider this matter settled." He let out a smile, reaching out and locking his grip around Shenming's throat. "Since none of this matters to you anyway, you should be more than happy to help me out, right? Thanks." He began to trigger his ability, forcing his way into the depths of Shenming's consciousness. "I'll be borrowing your body to find something, a medium that can carry me into the dream." In an instant he crossed over into another world. Here he saw a female ghost besieged by all kinds of monsters. "Found you." Under the terrified gaze of the female ghost, Lu Xun spoke. "Hello, we meet again." With that, he thrust his hand straight through her chest. Meanwhile, Lu Xun's father and mother continued to watch quietly from the outside. Lu Xun warned them, "Don't stop me from handling this." He was back in his previous dream. Lu Xun pushed open the side door of the operating room and stepped inside. He heard the doctors conversing, reporting the vital signs of Subject 17. All indicators are stable and even showing improvement. This defies common sense. To be sliced up like this, yet her vital signs are actually getting better. Is she even human? On the operating table, little Shiki was covered in wounds, writhing in agony. We must uncover the reason why she can exercise self-control, and why her wounds heal so rapidly. She's not human at all. Watching her crawl on the wall, I thought I was looking at Sadako. Witnessing all this, Lu Xun clutched his head in agony. He had never in his wildest dreams expected that the scenes here would be so realistic. Suddenly, the medical equipment alarms blared, red lights flashing frantically, and the crowd plunged into chaos. "Oh no, the anesthesia has worn off." The young girl snapped her eyes wide open. She had actually woken up early. Someone asked in a hurry, "Should we re-administer the anesthesia?" Another voice intervened. "Absolutely not. The experiment has already begun, and the baseline data is already recorded. Re-administering anesthesia now will severely compromise the test results." Thus, they continued to ruthlessly slice open the girl's wounds, carrying on with their barbaric experiment. Since she had no way of escaping anyway, it was the perfect opportunity to test her mental response to pain. At this moment, Lu Xun felt as if he could feel his little sister's agonizing despair and pain firsthand. Tears welled up and spilled over. The two of them let out an earth-shattering roar of fury. "I will kill you, beasts!" Instantly, everything around them shattered like a mirror. As he lunged forward, the scene in the void dissolved into a flurry of fragments, and he wept hysterically, trying to claw it back. "No?" Lu Xun snapped his eyes open, his hand still idly gripping that female ghost, while the surrounding environment returned to the streets of the main city. Was this reality? He slowly raised his hand to adjust his glasses, recalling the scene from just now. He could clearly feel an uncontrollable rage surging from deep within, rapidly finding an outlet. "Are these glasses working?" With a grim face, he strode forward. At this moment, the towering skyscrapers were reflected in his pupils. It was over. Lu Xun unleashed his ability, stepping onto the vertical wall and walking straight up as if on flat ground. In the void behind him, a destructive psychic shockwave swept wildly, sending the surrounding monsters fleeing in terror before turning to ash. An urgent report came from the Special Clearance Department. With the East Sea Grand Hotel as the center, the cleanup mission within a 3-kilometer radius is basically complete. We have systematically neutralized and contained all mental monsters and mutated individuals. But a sudden crisis erupted as a colossal monster charged over. "Oh no, a monster has breached the cordon!" Someone pointed to the sky in sheer terror. In the distant air, hundreds of monsters were swarming over like a dense dark cloud. "What on earth is that?" Caught completely off guard by this sudden turn of events, the crowd frantically raised their weapons and fired back in panic, shouting desperately, requesting backup. Upon receiving the battle update in the monitoring hall, Chen Jing immediately barked a strict order: "Everyone, prepare for battle." The number of monsters in the sky was still climbing at a terrifying rate. Below, the soldiers and ability users were doing everything they could to hold the line, fighting desperately to protect the final defense. Staring at the horrifying scene on the monitor screens, Minister Shen said with a heavy face, "Could this be the final ability of that maritime nation ability user?" Sushin replied with a grim face. They had this planned all along. If they couldn't successfully weaken Qinggong, they intended to thoroughly destroy us. Professor Bai let out a sigh and said, "We all know in our hearts that such a colossal number of mental monsters is simply not something ordinary people can withstand. Once they breach the defense line and flood into the city, the entirety of Qinggong will be turned into a living hell by these beasts." But right at that moment, a miracle suddenly occurred in the sky outside, and everyone stopped in their tracks involuntarily, staring dead at the horizon. "Look, the power coming from Lu Xun is getting stronger and stronger. What is that? A colossal beast." The power grew larger, and the onlookers recognized it as a massive dark shadow. Lu Xun controlled the shadow, grabbing the monsters one by one and devouring them completely. Countless monsters were crushed and absorbed within the giant shadow. One by one they were shredded and devoured. As more and more monsters were consumed, the dark shadow behind Lu Xun grew increasingly immense. Eventually, the colossal shadow devoured every single monster. Seeing this scene, cold sweat poured down Sushin's forehead. Trembling, he placed his hand on Minister Shen's shoulder and said, "Support me for a second, my knees are shaking." Minister Shen also admitted, "Actually, my legs are feeling a bit weak too." Professor Bai took off his glasses, looking with concern at the gradually fading dark shadow behind Lu Xun, and sighed. "The tyrant, this is indeed not a power that an ordinary person can control." Lu Xun let out a long breath, his entire body relaxing. "Phew, it's finally all resolved." Little Shiki sat on the ground with a pout, complaining to Mother, "Where are my toys? They're all gone. Big Brother took them all." Seeing Lu Xun walk over, the little girl immediately stood up and called out, "Brother." Lu Xun scooped her up in his arms, and his sister kept calling brother in his embrace. Lu Xun gently comforted her. "It's all right now. How about we give all those toys to Big Brother, okay? Don't cry, little sister. And don't be afraid. It's fine to get hurt. Once you have enough wounds, it won't hurt anymore." Lu Xun stood up, turned to Mother and said, "Mother, I must investigate and find out exactly what happened back then." Mother countered, "And after that?" Lu Xun already had his own plan, replying with a firm tone, "After that I'll make them pay. Not a single one will be spared." Mother smiled approvingly. "Very good. Having this attitude shows you are finally ready to look at those files." Arriving at the ruins of the battlefield, Sushin was a bit puzzled. "How is there no sound at all?" Professor Bai guessed. "It must have been resolved." Beside them, the deputy director of the city defense department asked in confusion, "If it's resolved, where is Solo?" Chen Jing was also somewhat hesitant. "Solo," Chen Jing replied. "Solo should be fine." At this moment, Doll was looking out of the car window, her eyes filled with anticipation. Han Bing's voice came through the communicator. Mr. Solo, can you hear me?" Clutching Shen Ming's shriveled head in his hand, Lu Xun walked quickly toward Chen Jing, smiling sheepishly. "Ah, I'm back. What's wrong with everyone?" Seeing what he held in his hand, everyone was too shocked to speak. Chen Jing stepped forward and asked, "Solo, how did the mission go?" Lu Xun replied, "It's all resolved," he continued. "That mental monster codenamed Red-Robed Apostle just now has been completely eliminated by me." Saying this, he shook the head in his hand, "And I discovered that this monster is connected to the physical body of that maritime nation apostle. To prevent him from undergoing any unknown changes like reviving or generating new pollution, I brought his head back just in case." Lu Xun offered a considerate explanation. "Oh right, it's mainly because his body was too massive and heavy, making it too troublesome to carry. So I only brought the head back. That's reasonable, right?" Chen Jing replied rather helplessly. "You don't need to explain those details so meticulously. However, why did you keep ignoring the analyst's calls just now?" Lu Xun explained. "Oh, that was because I was busy expressing my gratitude to my family just now. Thanks to their help in dealing with that monster, I didn't notice for a moment." He felt a bit apprehensive in his heart, thinking, "The leader wouldn't be angry because I didn't respond in time, would she?" Just then, Professor Bai smiled and praised from the side, "Tisk tisk. This mission was executed exceptionally well." Hearing Professor Bai's words, Minister Shen beside him looked a bit displeased, while Sushin tried to smooth things over. Chen Jing began assigning the next arrangements to Lu Xun. In this malicious special mental pollution attack launched by the maritime nation, you and Doll teamed up to successfully eliminate their two largest sources of pollution. Qinggong will remember your contributions, and your specific reward will be settled once everything is completely wrapped up. For now, you two can go rest at the designated location. The subsequent cleanup work will be completed by the support groups and other ability users. Lu Xun agreed with Chen Jing's arrangements. Sushin also stepped forward, warmly taking Lu Xun's hand and praising him happily. "Young man, you've worked hard this time," Lu Xun replied. "It was no trouble at all. It's only my duty." Then Lu Xun offered a gentle and subtle reminder. About that house purchase you mentioned earlier." Sushin smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Don't worry, Qinggong will definitely treat you right. Go rest first and we'll discuss the details once everything is settled." Receiving praise from the top leader, Lu Xin secretly thought with excitement, "It feels great to have the top boss's approval." Lu Xin casually tossed the red-robed apostle's head to a special clearance department staff member and said lightheartedly, "We'll take our leave first." Doll pursed her lips in a gentle smile beside him and nodded in agreement. In the car, Minister Shen was conversing with Professor Bai. He complained with some irritation, "Old Bai, you went too far this time. I am certain you are hiding many secrets about Solo. I even suspect your previous analyses were completely meant to mislead us. This behavior has already violated the principle of openness and transparency established at the founding of the Special Clearance Department. You owe us an explanation." Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Shen turned his head and chimed in to support him. "Indeed, although your choice did help Qinggong, we really do need an explanation." Professor Bai offered a detailed explanation. "I did hold some things back, but those were things I accidentally came across when I was studying at the Alliance Research Institute," he continued. "Furthermore, to protect these secrets, the Alliance Research Institute required us to sign non-disclosure agreements. Therefore, not disclosing them to you did not violate any principles. Of course, I will definitely explain it to you in detail in the future, so don't worry," Su Shen said while adjusting the screen of his communication device. Now there seemed to be a very important matter waiting for them to address. After connecting with Yi Lao, Su Shen began, "Yi Lao, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. The mental monsters that were rampant in Qinggong City have been mostly cleaned up. The super-spiritual body left behind after the death of your maritime nation's S-class ability user has also been resolved by our special operations personnel without causing excessive casualties." Yi Lao was puzzled. If everything was resolved, what was left to say? Su Shen said with a solemn face, "What I want to say is, although Qinggong did not turn into a city of the dead as you hoped, this attack still caused at least 3,000 casualties on our side. I would like to ask, how does the maritime nation plan to compensate us?" The scene shifted to a temporary safe room. A special clearance department staff member guided them. "Mr. Solo, because this happened too suddenly, and this is only a temporarily converted safe room, we couldn't prepare all the things Doll likes in case her emotions become unstable. We hope you can comfort her. Oh, and please don't speak too loudly when comforting her." Lu Xin agreed. "All right, I understand. Go ahead with your work," the Special Clearance Department staff meticulously advised. "We are on the job right now. Oh, by the way, these are the toys we brought for Doll after running to several different places just now. Now we'll go prepare some late-night snacks for the two of you." Lu Xin rubbed his hair and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I am indeed a bit hungry." As soon as they left, Doll took off her outer coat and shoes. She dashed over to the toy chest, picked one up to inspect it, and then tried to put the toy box directly into her mouth. Witnessing this, Lu Xin hastily stopped her. He showed Doll how to open the box. "You have to open it like this." She nodded to show she understood. Lu Xin watched her play with the toy, praising her. "You're taking quite good care of her." He leaned back in his chair and fell into deep thought. During the mission just now, his own emotions had also experienced massive fluctuations. Fortunately, he had this crucial second-stage item to help him maintain his composure and prevent him from losing control. Quite useful indeed. He reached out, took off the glasses and said to them, "You did very well this time, put in a lot of effort, so I'm happy to treat you as a friend. Your traits are indeed very useful to me. You helped me out just now." Then he stared at the glasses with a playful look, causing them to tremble involuntarily. "However, I can actually feel that you aren't very honest. You have an ambition that glasses shouldn't possess. And during the mission just now, did you even try to dominate me?" As he spoke, he gently bent the temples of the glasses, scaring them into instantly softening. He continued, "Of course I can understand. After all, we just met. We can take our time getting to know each other in the future. Deal?" The glasses gradually returned to their original shape. Seeing his bizarre behavior, Doll looked at him with some confusion. Seeing this, he answered, "It's nothing. I'm just testing the quality of these glasses." Lu Xin closed his eyes to think. There still seemed to be many matters to address. Suddenly, his father appeared behind him, asking rather skeptically, "Don't you feel tired being bound by these rigid rules? These are all shackles stripping you of your freedom. Clearly, as long as you want to, you can obtain everything, including her." His father didn't understand what his son actually wanted. "Are you truly content playing the fool? Clearly you could have anything you desire." With that, he pointed at Doll, who was staring blankly at him, including her. His father's silhouette grew clearer. Lu Xin firmly shot back, "Father, your thoughts are always so extreme, but I still want to tell you, things that shouldn't be done must not be done. After all, rules are a human sense of ritual." The ringing of the telephone cut their conversation short, and Chen Jing's voice came through from the other end. "How are you two doing now?" As his father's figure dissipated, Lu Xin replied, "We're doing great," he reported to Chen Jing. She is playing with Lego, and I'm waiting for a late-night snack. Hearing this, Chen Jing said, "That's good. Right now, the final sweep of the entire city is underway, and basically all special pollution incidents across various locations have been resolved." Lu Xun made a request to Chen Jing. "That's wonderful. I also wanted to let you know, since things on this end are wrapped up, can I head back to the satellite city first?" Chen Jing asked. "When?" Lu Xun replied with some urgency, "Preferably right now, but I am still executing a mission with Doll at the moment. And it's not very convenient for me to stay with her right now, because I have some personal matters to attend to." Hearing his words, Chen Jing replied, "Then I will report this to the higher-ups. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush." Colonel Chen reported the situation to the leaders at the meeting. Solo just said it's not convenient for him to stay with Doll right now. Does this mean he has undergone some changes after entering the second stage? For example, is he starting to find it difficult to withstand Doll's negative influence? Minister Shen proposed. "If that's indeed the case, we must separate them immediately," Professor Bai said. "The trait of the gaze glasses is to stabilize emotions, so theoretically it should be easier for him to withstand negative influences. So Solo's issue lies with himself. Moving from the first stage to the second stage, it would be abnormal if there weren't any changes. On the contrary, that would prove our plan had failed." Su Shen chimed in. "Those professional matters are your business. I only care about how to ensure no trouble arises," Su Shen remarked with some appreciation. "A young man with such high awareness like this kid is truly rare," Professor Bai confidently reassured everyone. "Guaranteeing no issues is a very broad concept. I suggest everyone not worry. Are you all thinking that this is yet another setup for me to quote a famous saying?" Professor Bai continued to explain. "As for Solo's request, we just need to do it by the book. If anyone has a personal connection and wants to help him out, then give him a hand. Whether he is happy or annoyed, it doesn't matter. Outside of work, everyone has the right to express their likes and dislikes. We should treat other ability users the same way in the future. Everyone can express their true attitudes and thoughts, as long as we ensure their mindset remains correct and positive. You must realize that it is not only sources of pollution that can pollute others," he continued to ramble on. "Everyone possesses the ability to influence others. When these pollution sources and ability users begin to influence this city, aren't we also trying to influence them?" Su Shen grumbled. "Tisk, this old guy." Minister Shen knit his brows, letting out an irritated snort. Chen Jing then replied to Lu Xun, "The higher-ups have approved your leave request." Lu Xun asked in pleasant surprise. "Really?" Chen Jing analyzed. "The mission of keeping Doll company is not that urgent right now. If you want to go back, of course you can. The high-intensity combat readiness has been lifted. If needed, I can arrange a helicopter to fly you back. However, having come to the main city with great difficulty, it's quite a pity not to gather with colleagues or stroll around the streets," he answered happily. "Actually, that was my original plan too." He had wanted to take the opportunity to stroll the streets, check out the sights, and buy some fruit for his family. But suddenly, Lu Xun's expression shifted, and he said with some disappointment, "But my colleagues are probably all busy right now, aren't they?" He knew that everyone must have a lot of work to do. Though he had come all this way, not being able to have a good look around left him with some inevitable regrets. Suddenly, Doll walked closer and stared quietly at him. Lu Xun asked in some surprise, "What's wrong?" She made a gesture to him. Lu Xun conveyed Doll's intention to Chen Jing. "She seems to be saying she wants to go shopping with me." Chen Jing was utterly shocked to hear this. "What? Doll wants to go out with you?" Lu Xun replied that she didn't say it out loud, but that seemed to be what she meant. Chen Jing explained, "That is out of the question. Doll is too special. If we let her go shopping and eat out like an ordinary person, she will inevitably come into contact with too many ordinary citizens." "What? Doll wants to go out with you?" Chen Jing's astonished cry over the radio is exactly what all of us are thinking right now. Who could have guessed that a walking human nuclear weapon, a girl who can drive an entire city mad with a single glance like Doll, would actively ask to go strolling and shopping with a guy? Looking back at the entire journey of Part 1, we've witnessed a highly engaging storyline with an incredibly unique character setup. Our protagonist, Lu Xun, is a beautifully contradictory yet deeply fascinating character. On one hand, he wields the devastating power of the tyrant, which can devour an entire army of S-class monsters. On the other hand, he is just an honest, polite office worker, constantly obsessing over saving every penny to buy a house for the orphanage. The blend of psychological horror, explosive battles, and strangely heartwarming family moments gives this story a truly irresistible charm. Will this shopping date between Lu Xun and Doll go smoothly? What special disguises will Chen Jing and the support team have to use to help Doll blend into the ordinary world without triggering a catastrophe? And most importantly, As Lu Xin officially enters Stage 2 and unlocks that drawer, what terrifying secrets about his past will those classified files on the escaped laboratory from 10 years ago reveal? All of these answers are waiting for you in Part 2 of our story. If you enjoyed today's video, please support us with a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss the next release. Once Part 2 is out, the complete playlist link will be immediately updated in the description or pinned in the comments below for your convenience. Thank you for watching and see you in the next video.